to submerge the will of Rivers people. So I want to call on the governor. Don't be under any pressure by anybody, We want to call on the governor. No, the presentation of the second budget to purported members of the House of Assembly. We have one speaker recognized by law, Right Honorable Edison here. And as much, the seat of the 27 lawmaker is vacant. We want to call on the governor. We don't know what you are doing. Our people, we voted for you, and you must listen to us. Tinubu is not from Rivers State. Tinubu is not from Rivers. And as much, His Excellency, please, we beg you in the name of God, don't listen to anybody, any attempt to recall anybody as commissioner who occupy your mayor. Thank you and God bless you.
We get your day, make we day our day. We get your day, nobody worry nobody. We get your day.
Times. In the last quarter of 2022, at all times. In the last quarter of 2022, I authorized the Central Bank of Nigeria to redesign the 200 Naira, 500 Naira, and 1,000 Naira Nigerian banknotes. For a smooth transition, I similarly approved that the redesigned banknotes should circulate concurrently with the old banknotes till 31st January 2023, before the old notes cease to be legal tender. In appreciation of the systemic and human difficulties encountered during implementation and in response to the appeal of all citizens, an extension of 10 days was authorized till 10th February 20.
Okay, so Mr. President is arriving now.
The Gaban is coming.
He's inside media queue. What's wrong with you?
Let's put the motor in my jet.
Hopefully, one of our boss.
Abigail, this thing the hot.
Okay, we here.
Oh, lele, na your motor be this. Motor is a boy. There comes the bride.
001.
Only. Here comes the bride.
001.
Auntie, okay, yes. Mommy got it. Yes, I'm money for you. Only. Yes, it.
Oh non, t'es le bon.
Non, t'es le bon. Titi, what? Non, c'est le week c'est. Y'a quoi, on a du bon? Y'a du bon, quand il est bon.
Oh non, t'es le boy. Monte, t'es le boy. Mr. President, Mr. President.
Mr. President of Nigeria, Federal Republic. Don't know.
Dun, 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 dun. Pam, pa, da, da. No, anti-bomb.
Anti-bomb.
Yeah. Anti-bomb power anywhere might be tested. Don't go front. Anywhere. So don't want to you go calm down. No. He's in the front.
He's in the front. Okay, you guys know this. There's a bag. Don't let me see the bag. I want you to buy. This girl, she's traveling.
I swear, 4 plus 4.
Hey, it will come. Oh, yeah, gallant. Gallant Nigerian police force. Oh, yeah, gallant. Omo Yehu. Omo Agoya Gatoba in the building. Idris Bashwa in the building. One of the entourage of Mr. President.
Digital. That's a good question. That's a great question. I don't know what is wrong with them all. I don't know what is wrong with them. Somebody is asking for where you do your course and you are sure you did your course there. I agree with you. But a lot of what we hear, because you didn't hear this direct from Tinubu, because you know lawyers are very funny. Sometimes lawyers will say, you must not say this. I mean, you know what is happening to Donald Trump right now? Donald Trump that guy is walking himself to jail. And he's coming down to say that, oh, well, it was my lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said that you should march people to the capital and stage a coup. People stage coup in Nigeria. They never live to tell the story. That's what I tell them. They never live to tell the story. They are summarily tried within a short time and sent to jail or made to face the firing squad. That is the way it works. But it's only in America where somebody put a gun to your head and you say, all right, well, you are quoting the First Amendment right. What is First Amendment right? What is it? I don't understand. So I don't know why he's denying Atiku the chance to go there, because the news media, they tell a lot of lies, things that are not true. I knew this man went to Chicago State University. I knew that. I won't like
Dr. Wumi, yes. if you were aware of Tinubu when he was at University of Chicago.
Yes.
Can you elaborate on us the accusations whether he was actually distributing drugs and was a drug dealer in Chicago in those days? What do you know about this?
Okay, thank you, sir. I heard about it, that he was distributing drug, and I know a lot of people who distributed drug. Who was the girlfriend of?
But let's be more specific. So look, we've all heard that Tinubu was a big drug tycoon. We have all heard that. what kind of specifics? I mean, when you say you heard that from people, were your friends the ones who were buying from him? Did he tell them that he was selling? Like what can you tell us as a distinguished man around that area at the time when Tinubu was there? What can you tell us that he was really up to?
Well, what I tell you, I don't know whether, in fact, the first time I saw drug, I thought it was in Lubo.
Okay.
Children are born and put on a rubber stool. No, I tell people, Dr. Damages, you need to come, if you want to know the level of poverty in Nigeria, you need to enter the Nigerian hospital. You'll be walking at the doctor, sometimes you cry. Sometimes we use our money to give patients. So when people see doctors go on strike, I get mad. I had to leave. It's painful. You see a child that you're taking care of. After a few days, the child is retrogressing. The child is getting worse by the day because the drug you recommended, you prescribe for the child, they cannot take the child's prescription to the pharmacy. There is no money. They don't have money in their account. The little baby that is so fragile, you manage to take their blood sample. They cannot process the blood sample because the person at the lab said no, they don't have the money in their account. They will take my salary if I process this sample. So you watch the innocent baby retrogress. What do? You take our money from your pocket and give that parent, madam, please go and put in this account. Let me see this child get better. And we're here defending thieves because they give you $5,000, $1,000. What is $1,000? Children are born and put on plastic chairs in Nigeria. Are we not ashamed of ourselves? And we'll call Obi stingy. Let him be prudent and let us have functioning hospitals. Let us have good roads. Our people are dying. Children are dying by the day. I had somebody when I was in Calabar, and when I was still a medical student, the man I used to buy something from at Amaya Market, his child was born premature. Guess what? But the child was older than the other child that survived. Why did his child die? Because the child missed the last incubator that was available. The other child that was born that was weak and had the incubator, his child did not have any incubator. They had to wrap the child and put a lamp beside him. That child died. Oh. And you people have the effrontery to come here and defend Tinubu article.
Oh no, it's so sad. It's so sad.
You want to know poverty? Enter the hospitals of Nigeria. You don't know nothing. So we have to be very careful what we say. Very careful. There's poverty in the land. There's poverty in the land. A lot of poverty in the land. People die by the day.
Wow, thank you.
This is not a joke. It's not a turn-by-turn thing here. I wouldn't be here. After this election, stop coddling Showore and having him running his mouth. He cannot win a single local government. So
you are the one running your mouth. Stop be respectful to Showore. Are you mad? Are you alright?
Mute that guy. Mute him. It's my turn.
Are you mad?
Mute that boy right now.
Amari, hold on.
Mute that son of a bitch.
No. No. Pansa, no, you don't say. No, this is not good. You see, this what I think I've said, why do you people want me to be making commentary, editorial commentary on this? This is your chance to speak. But you guys are making me to make editorial commentary. Why do we think that, hold on, Pansa, hold on. I'll call you when I'm done. Hold on. Everybody hold on. Why do all of us think that we are that important? Anybody, whoever you are. Why is this? Do you think this election will? I've seen the world. I don't know where you live. I don't know how you study history. I've seen the world. Nothing. This is not the end. This is not the end. We can't allow people to come here and talk this way. It's not good. You can make your point and quietly, and people will get your point. You understand? Nobody. No, not yet. I'm not finished. Maybe I'll start treating this as like a classroom. I teach a class. Nobody can speak like this in my class. It's not possible. But I just know that I want to engage. I want people to have conversation. I want to make it free. I don't want to start putting people, banning people, stopping people from talking. I don't like that.
Farotimi, I disagree with him. Obi cannot tell us he's not probing the rest people. In as much I know that offices will take care of it. As the commander-in-chief, he should let us know that they will probe from 1960 till date. And the people that need to do the job, he will make sure they do the job. But giving us a message that you are not going to probe it, that is a bloody lie. The truth is this: if Obi own Nigeria as his business, and all since 1990, 1960, he has been giving it to different managers to manage. And they've been stealing and looting the destiny of his business, which is the future of every one of us, including our unborn children. And now he has the opportunity to take back that business. And he knows those who stole from 1960. Will he keep quiet? I believe in doing unto others what you want others to do unto you. Mr. Obi, do unto Nigeria what you want Nigeria to have done to your business. Period.
Wow.
Then two.
Is it just me or
the thing is this?
See that she has the Facebook?
There are two things that will take place. One, is a must. It is either we allow peaceful revolution by ballot or bloody revolution. And I will go and lead that protest. Nobody kills me. We must build a new Nigeria, whether they like it or not. And if they think after casting chaos in Nigeria in 2023, they have this Obodo to come, it's a lie. We will drag them from the airport. It is a must. Oh, they looted our destiny. Then they now think it is time. We have all woken up, even though all Nigeria have not woken up. But some of us who are ready to stand in the front, we fear no bullet, because no one born by a woman can kill us in the journey of creating a new Nigeria. A Nigeria of my dream. My father left it unattended to. My grandfather left it unattended to. I and my brothers and sisters, we refuse to live in this way for our children. It's a must. A new Nigeria is a must. We are not black monkeys. We are intelligent. We are smart. We are brilliant. We are courageous men and women. We are king. The black race. We are king. We are prince. We are princess. And we are prince. That is who we are. Why did we allow mediocrity to turn us to be mumu? I refuse, my brothers and sisters. Let's wake up from our mumu easy. We are king. We are prince. We are queen. We are princess. That is who we are. And we are so smart. We are so intelligent. We make the Western world who they are today. Let us go back home and see what will happen today. Why should we develop another people nation and leave our own for the stupid, greedy politicians and the useless GOs that have turned us to become nothing? They beat us and rob us of our destiny. And they had the audacity to tell us.
Emefiele did not ruin the economy of Nigeria. So they are trying to put it to look as if Emefiele was the one that actually ruined the economy. No, it's Buhari.
He's one of them. His policy.
Yeah. So Emefiele is just the CBN governor. He's neither the Minister of Economy or Minister of Finance.
Can a woman beat a child and you say the child should not cry? They have beaten us. People like us, that the good Lord have made it possible for us to come and see the difference and see what they have done. We have chosen to say we have learned enough. It is time to go home and rebuild Africa. Africa is supposed to be the best continent on earth. And in my lifetime, I will work with my brothers and sisters who believe in me, and we shall make Africa the pride of our continent. They are not better than us. We are not slaves. We are kings. We are queens. We are prince and princess. That is who God created us to be. That is why you can bleach this on us. He has blessed us with everything we can think of. All natural resources, good weather, and human capacity. It's what it takes to build a great nation. And we shall build Africa. Nigeria is the giant of Africa. When we get it right, every other African country will follow suit. The political terrain, we are about to dismantle their so-called stupid ideological thing they have used to cage the destiny of the African child, and for the useless GO that has turned their tummy to become their billing, giving us wrong messages that are false just to collect the little from us. They have used the weapon of poverty to cage us for too long. But we will get our economic power back. The Lord has given me something for that, and we shall use it. By the time we get our economic power as young men and women, with the number we have, 2027 is a must. From the chancellor to the president will take over, whether they like it or not. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
not
took my
going
time
to
to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming. I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time, and he's using it to defend Nigeria.
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
There is
Alexi,
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Hello, welcome to another episode of Have Your Say 247. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. Today is December the 23rd, 2023. We're 2 days away from Christmas. I want to thank all of you for joining us today. We have a full packed show, and we're going to do justice to that. If you are willing to join us for the show today, I know people are busy running around for Christmas. We will appreciate that. Those watching at home, we also appreciate you being there, and those on the comment section. We want to have a very smooth show. And thank you everybody who is in the studio already. I want to just point out the topics for today. Our main topic is about the former central bank governor, Godwin Emefiele. There are news reports from the investigator who looked into the accounts of the CBN, and what we are seeing, mind-blowing. Almost 26.6 trillion Naira was mismanaged. Some of them stolen, and we read reports that there are over 500 bank accounts abroad that Emefiele was controlling. The news report also continued to say that people involved, not just Emefiele, but also we had Buhari's nephew, one Tunde Sabiu. He was the one who reports are saying he was the one that ordered Emefiele to change the Naira. If you know, the story was that he was a former he was selling phone cards before he joined the government and rose to the point of controlling even the central bank governor. We are going to talk about that and what it means. Emefiele, we understand, has already been bailed. He met the bail condition, so he's a free man. And we will talk about how far could this go, and who are the people who are going to be subjected to this probe and trial, because it's not just Emefiele. He's not the only one. And we are going to also look at the situation in River State. People in River State, the states are not happy with the agreement that was signed by their governor and the godfather, Wike. The agreement was signed in Abuja with the president being there, and a lot of people are blasting the president for getting involved in that and how he handled it. We're going to talk about that, and then of course the big story is that people going home for Christmas are getting 50% cut in the price of the cost of transportation, courtesy of Tinubu, who is giving that a Christmas gift to people in Nigeria. It's controversial. We are going to talk to people in Nigeria to see if they're actually getting that benefit. How is that going? A lot of people are complaining that most transport companies are not abiding by that, Nigerian thing. We're going to look into that. And so many other things. So also there is the Pope and the Catholic Church. I want to hear what you guys think. So let's get in and get people who are in the studio to, because this is not my show, it's your show, it's for you guys to tell me what you think. So I will get you guys in and then we'll begin the conversation. Thank you for joining us. All right, welcome to the show. Who do we have? Oh, Prince. Mazi, Merry Christmas.
Good morning, Dr. Rudolph, and good morning, KJ. Good morning, Mr. Paul. Merry Christmas to you. Happy holidays, whichever way you look at it. And I'm glad to be here.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome.
Good morning, Doctor, and good morning, my co-panelists. Good morning, viewers, and the great comment section. Good morning.
All right, KJ, welcome to the show.
Good morning and happy holidays to all of you. My brother Mazi Prince, my brother Paul, Mr. Austin, Mr. Alexandra, right? And the great man himself, Prof. I didn't know that you are getting close to becoming a prof. You should have been telling us here, so we'll be celebrating you. Each morning when we see you, we'll put a drink by our side and say, "This is to you." Well done. You are doing a great job, sir.
All right, thank you, KJ. And my Obuago Nobi, I greet you. Thank you so much for joining us, Austin.
Yes, thank you very much. You are all welcome to the program. It's nice seeing you all. And I wish you all Merry Christmas in advance and Happy New Year in advance also. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Alexander, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good morning, y'all. How are you guys? Season's greetings. May the new year be better than this year of 2023. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Let's say hi to Henry, and then we start with Dr. Alexander. Henry, welcome to the show.
Good evening, everyone. Compliment of the season.
Henry, you're not in Edo State. Where are you?
I'm in Nigeria. I'm in Germany.
So you didn't go home?
No, I'll go.
Oh, you go. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So let me start with Dr. Alexander. I know you are in California. What's going on?
Yeah, well, I think I worked my ass off in Houston, and I needed a break from the hustle and bustle of one of the most vibrant cities in America, Houston. So I came to see my mother in California. I'm not used to being treated like a king, but I'm being treated like a king here right now. So
wow.
It gets me somewhat emotional. It's a wonderful feeling. I love it. I don't even feel like going back to Houston, actually.
What part of California are you, and how long are you staying there?
I don't know. It's about an hour and a half. It's about an hour and a half away from LA. It's called Manife or something like that. I'm between LA and San Diego. Manife or something like that. It's a small little town. You know, it reminds me of Etiti in Imo State, but a more advanced version of Etiti.
In Imo State. Nice. So how long are you there in California for the Christmas period?
In Imo State.
Are you going to be there for the Christmas period?
Yes. I leave. If I don't change my ticket, I'm going back next week after Christmas. Yes, I will be here for Christmas.
Very good.
Yes.
So
yes.
Prince, go ahead.
Dr. If you don't mind me saying, Alexander, welcome to our state, and thank God you are enjoying it. You know, thank God.
I love it. I love it. I was telling my guy yesterday that I think I might want to buy a house in California. It's a beautiful place. You people are civilized. Culture.
Thank you.
You're not like Texas. Texas, you can make a lot of money. That's the only reason why I'm up to Texas. But the people are not culture people. The people are civilized. They're very European in nature. I like that. I like it a lot. It's a nice state. I've never been here before, so I'm going to be coming here. Yeah.
What do you think about the architecture?
I've never been to California. No.
Alexander, go ahead.
What do I think of what?
The architecture of the buildings there. How do you?
I didn't quite catch the question.
Oh, I'm saying, what do you think about the architecture of the buildings in California? When you look at the buildings in California, is that different from what it is in Houston?
Yes. I see a lot of land in California. I see a lot of land. Sometimes I feel like I'm in Atlanta, you know, but the people here are more sophisticated, and they are very European in nature, very inclusive culture. People, I don't smell racism here like I do in Texas, you know. So, but I like it. I'll buy a house. The only reservation I have though is it's too expensive around here. It's too expensive.
Yeah.
But we make the money back. It's expensive, but you make it back. You make it back.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I know.
All right. So thank you so much.
Someone to mute yourself. Someone you have to mute himself, please.
I'll figure out who. But if you want to hang out with Dr. Alexander, he's in California. I wish he's in New York. You know, we will have.
No, New York is a baby version of London, England, man. There's no, you know, I came to New York about 3 years ago. For about 2 days, I thought I was in London. I was just going around doing my thing. I thought I was at home. Then I remember, oh, this is actually America. I'm not in England. So,
New York is mini London. New York.
Yes, it is. It is. There's no difference. It's just a clone of London. That's all it is. Yeah.
All right. So we're going to thank you, Alexander. We're going to go around. If there is any story that I missed that is important to anybody that we want to talk about, you can let me know. We can add it on the list. So let me start with you, Alexander. Any story that you're interested in?
No, there's nothing. I called him because this Emefiele thing is giving me a stomachache.
That's your body.
Yeah. You know, I don't know whether I should say this, but I feel ashamed that I had a relationship with this dude. That's the worst administrator we've ever had in Nigeria, bar none. He took advantage of the system. He knew that, you know, look, Emefiele, you can't take it away from him. Look, this guy got a grade 1 distinction. He's a brilliant person, right? So he knew how to play the system. And he knew that he was working with a stupid president, for lack of a better word. And he knew that they didn't know what was going on. And I hear people say, you can't blame Emefiele, you blame the president. No, you can blame Emefiele because he knew that the president was not in the position to understand what was going on. He wasn't educated enough to run a country like Nigeria, and he took full advantage of it, enriched himself, and turned the country into a total and absolute disaster. I'm not going to, he should, it's sad to say, we come from practically the same academic background, but that guy should rot in jail. It should never see the latter day. I hear he was bailed today, but you know what's going to happen? He's going to skip the country. I won't be surprised next week if I see him in California.
All right. Thank you, Alexander. Let's go to Mazi.
Alexander, he better not come to California because we'll deal with him. He's not coming here. You know, probably he will go to one of those hidden cities and all that stuff, or states, whatever. For me, I think I'm almost on the same page with Alexander on this. But my own thing is when I think about Emefiele, I think about greed. I think about indiscipline. I think about lack of empathy for people. You know, he had the power at that time to stand his ground and, you know, reverse certain decisions that were being put to him, but he never did it, you know. And the worst part of it is to the extent that he even remained there when he knew that they were coming after him. He would have resigned. You know, but out of greed, he still wants more money, more fame, and all that, and that has gotten him to where it is. I'm also a little bit interested in, would I say, just the scam that they just perpetrated, talking about giving people 50% off to go home. I don't think that is happening. You know, to me, I'll call it a scam, but it is what it is. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Paul, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, and good morning once more. Well, the Emefiele thing, it's there's how Jimmy Agbaje, former gubernatorial aspirant in Lagos, said, it is the same of the same. It's just the thing. It's just that it's just the one that is being exposed. They're all the same thing. Let's tell ourselves the truth. Though we understand that Emefiele punished the vulnerable during the last election, which hit up the polity, you know, and it's just been bad. So the system is just trying to punish Emefiele. But if the system can be more transparent enough to bring people down, we want to stand up here and call Emefiele name when we all know that it's going to rope somebody like Buhari immensely, going to rope so many people, you know. So, Doctor, I don't really see any big deal with this Emefiele thing. The system has been bastardized. It's so painful. But I would like us to touch base a little bit with the American politics, the way this Trump thing is going in Michigan right now and every other thing. I don't know whether Joe Biden is coming down slowly to hit Trump because he knows very well that he's going to lose the election to Trump. So probably maybe they might use all these shenanigans, all the stupid things that Trump have did previously to punish him. I would like us to talk about Trump.
All right, thank you. I think it's important. You're saying this when KJ is around you. I don't think you understand what you're doing. KJ, welcome.
Yes.
Doctor, you know, KJ is freshman in America. KJ is still those type of people who just come to America and who still carry their Nigerian Bible. So they are saying it for religious side. You understand? He still have his Nigerian Bible.
I think that is a little bit, you know, an insult to me. I'm not totally I'm not an illiterate, and I've studied world history, and I'm still studying world history. And one of my purview is news. I listen to a lot of news. I follow both the ones you know and the ones you don't know. So when I'm speaking from a lot of facts that I have under my my wings. But however, that's a different story for another day. You can't come to a public forum and throw out things you have not researched about, you don't know about. That would be. Remember, I don't want to go to Paul. Let me leave Paul. Now, Dr. Damage, remember what I said here, about Emefiele when he made that mistake of coming back from London. I said the guy had done his greatest mistake when he was Lord coming back from London, because I knew exactly this game. And that's why sometimes when I talk, some people who are, who are Northerners don't, they find me offensive because I know the politics they play. They always look for somebody from the south to take the fall. And my Oga, who is Emefiele's friend, before you start condemning Emefiele, listen to his own part of the story. All you're hearing now is the government part of the story. Nobody have heard his story yet. Just like nobody have heard the story of Desiani Alison Madeke. Just like nobody have heard, we all read and heard about the story of Alex Ekweme, late Alex Ekweme, when the coup was organized. He went to prison on behalf of Buhari while Buhari was somewhere enjoying. He who didn't control any money was the one who was locked up for 3 years. So this is a game that has been played over time. Now, if you wind your mind back, there was a central bank governor called Ahmed, in 1993 or thereabout, who made a mess of the central bank. Why didn't he go to jail? Why did he go to jail? Why was he never called? Okay, all right. So it is not now that we're seeing corruption. Remember that that's where I'm going. The cabal, when they were controlling the man, telling him exactly what to do and all that, nobody spoke. They didn't come out to call him stupid. Okay, there's no way you control the central bank, change the color the naira, whatever you call it, and then you will not get approval from the presidency. Are you running the country yourself? And Buhari came out here to say he is in the know. And when the minister of finance said, that's the lady, said she's not aware, the presidency said they are aware. It was it was planned to frustrate the system, not against the people of Nigeria, I must say that, but against those political bandwidth who are trying to come into politics. It didn't work because the Nigerian politicians don't spend naira, they spend dollars. Okay, and so if you are in your house and the bank managers bring money to you, why do you have to go to the bank to get it? You don't have to. All of us know how the money the banks operate in Nigeria. Have you ever gone to this the bank and met any of these people? They carry the money to their houses. Okay, and so I blame Emefiele because he should have, when he had the opportunity to move, that's when he should have moved and not come back. I'm not saying that he's not part of the system because he allowed himself to be used. But I'm saying that he's not the one who was directing. You see, he who pays the piper dictates the tune. The Igbos have a proverb that when a bird is down along the road, the thing that is beating the drum is somewhere inside the bush. So whatever Emefiele was doing was being directed to do that. And so right now, let me tell you how this is going to end. Nobody's going to ever put him on a trial. They're going to do the same thing they're doing to Nnamdi Kanu. Postpone today, postpone tomorrow, postpone today. They're never going to put him on trial because they know that when they put him on trial, he will sing like a bird and all heads will roll because they all took part in it. Those ones who are asking him, who are sending their relatives and friends to go to the central bank, and I can call them each other as a public forum. They go to the central bank to collect dollars and go to zone 4 to change it. Why are they not being called? When the presidency, they give directives to people to go to the central bank and collect dollars and go and change at a lower rate. Why did they? Was it Emefiele doing that also? Or are you saying that if you are the one sitting on the Emefiele seat and you saw a presidency or you saw a note from somebody who has given you the job saying, give this so and so person so amount, he will return it in 2 days, you will not give? I didn't know some people who approve the money for Dangote to go take half of Nigerian money to go and build the refinery, for which we don't even know what is the list of what Nigeria will gain from that. Look, let's face, call a spade a spade. These people decide to use this man because they think he's daft enough to want to.
All right, we lost KJ. His internet is not functioning well, apparently. Obagi, do you have anything to say, or should I move to Henry? Austin. Okay, let me go to Henry. Henry.
Like when let me say, there's the guy who was talking to me when I came in before. You saying family is so smart. Family is the dumbest man I ever seen. It's not smart. If he's smart enough, he's the same family who went to print. He went to buy cars put posters in cars, want to run for president. It was not smart enough. He's the same Emefiele who cannot even open his mouth to tell the world who directed him to do all this rubbish. It's not smart. It's the dumbest man I ever seen. And any trade cannot behave the way he did things. Things are so obvious. All the corruption was so obvious. You can see the fingerprints everywhere. It's so obvious. It's some Emefiele who used the old Naira note, change the color, put it on a washing machine, change the color, and say they make new Nairas. It's so cheap. The corruption is so obvious. This man should look. I mean, this man should rot in jail, and they should release him now. They can put this man in jail for life. If it's to be in China, it took our money, put in China, banks in China, in UK, US. If it's in China, this man is a foregone issue already. So nobody should pity for this kind of people. When people say they're using the internet to do this, did they force them to do it? Must they be a puppet every time? They should not be a puppet. I will not feel sorry for them. Anybody who relate to this Emefiele, you should not pity for him. If I was even to see this man physically, I'll make sure I dig 6 feet for him. It made people poor more. People were hungry. Scarcity of Naira. You are in charge. If you think what you are trying to do is wrong, why not resign? Why not resign? When somebody start to say they always use the certain art, they should be full every time. They should be when they put this man, deal with him so badly now. People will be crying here. They always marginalize the certain art. They punish the certain art. Do they force him to do all these things? Do they force him? Must you be the one to become the corrupt person to Northerners? They say they are smart. They are not smart. They are just stupid. And secondly, Dr. Rudolph, we have to put this Pope. You should put this into this issue because it's ugly. What the Pope of Catholics said, it's so ugly. In the Bible, he said in Proverbs 18 verse 22. He that find a wife, have a good thing, and pray favor from the Lord. I don't say where they say, who that find a man that find a man, I don't see it in the Bible there. When they are trying to use any agenda from the US or whatever Western country, they cannot penetrate on Africa to change their culture. They'll come through churches and other things. So please, they try to force Nigerians and Ghanaians, whatever Africans, to go on their agenda. They could not go through. They have to come through churches. The same churches they used to sell you people from your forefathers, ancestors to become slaves. So we'll talk about this today because I'm so angry about this issue right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. Mazi, you wanted to say something?
I thought we were just giving kind of like things that interest us and not analysis
yes,
here.
that was what I thought we were
Don't
doing.
be jealous about what I'm saying. Thank you.
Henry, my name's you're my namesake, right? I can never be jealous. All right.
All right. KJ, I'll come back to you to finish your thought, but let's go around just to get any topic that would probably miss that is important to our people. Ndubisi, you're next.
Good morning, gentlemen. Doctor, good morning. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you, Ndubisi.
Yeah. Well, let me start with Emefiele. The man knows how he started his career. He allowed himself to be used. And
sorry, we are just trying to get topics that probably we should discuss. After that, we
okay. Okay, I think one of the topics we should be talking about is the situation in Rivers State.
Yeah, it's on our topics. We have that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then what Henry just mentioned about the Pope, I saw that right up, but I'm not really, I'm a Catholic myself. I don't know what is going on, but I've not really read it thoroughly. Some people say the media, the Western media is misinterpreting what this Pope wrote.
This is fact.
So I don't know if the Pope said they should not bless same-sex couple but that the Catholic tradition of marriage of man and wife remains. So I don't know. I will do my own research and find out. But I will find out about that. Then secondly, the 50% slash in transportation that the man who is in Aso Rock said is part of their system of trying to deceive Nigerians. I don't think it's what was a friend of mine. His kids just came back from university from East to Lagos. He himself called the transport company. One of the ladies at the woman said nothing like that. The fare is what they are charging. So when we come to that, we'll talk about it. That's
Right.
all I can remember for now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We are expecting Igbo Basics, who is in Nigeria, to join us. He traveled from here to Port Harcourt and from Port Harcourt to Aba. So he sent me a message that he would like to join us and tell us what he's seen down there. Olumide, welcome to the show.
Rodolph, good morning, and good morning to my fellow panelists. Compliments of the season. I beg, make anybody know Jack Pao. I promise to be civil.
You've been causing trouble Olumide. I've been getting reports.
Don't start it, though.
I've been getting.
No, I'm referring to you, not Jack Pao.
Me, I don't Jack Pao already a long time ago.
So, I would say I think everything you kind of said seems to be what is trending. I also want to add that I want to add one or two. The transportation fare / and I mean, this government needs to get serious. It was exactly the same thing when they introduced it, when they said they were going to give 1,000 Naira palliative. But what is wrong with it? Why are they not educated people around the president? When we talk about institutions being independent, did he consult the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics before initiating all these ideas? I mean, I don't know what, and then the other one is the issue of renovating the VP's house for 15 billion naira, if I'm right. That is over $100 million, for God's sake. Are people back home, do they know what these people are doing? And then education is 5 billion. You don't even have plan for electricity in your budget. So what exactly are they trying to do? I mean, I'm just short of words. I don't know what else to say.
All right, thank you, Olumide. Bode, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Konko.
We are going around to see if there's any important story we are missing. Do you have any important story that we didn't talk about as our topic?
I would just say we should look at how do we, as a nation that we are right now, how do we switch off from the trend of recycling money? What I mean, recycling money, we're not productive. Everybody in Nigeria wants somebody abroad to send them money. We're used to free money. Somebody want to go to politics to make money. Somebody wants to be CBN governor to embezzle money. So nobody. Money is simply a medium of exchange of goods and services. So you're supposed to be productive to earn that money, but nobody wants to produce anything. So how do we switch from that free money syndrome to productivity as a nation? It doesn't matter whether we're one nation or we're dividing. I mean, as a society, so how do we should talk about how to you see, I know Nigerians are very responsive. When they see a good leadership, they want to follow suit. So how do we create that role modelship to switch us from the dependence of one another on our resources to actual productivity that can earn us the real money? That's one thing. Then second thing that I want to also, if we have the time to deliberate on, is how do we also rid a society of crime? How do I see people do kidnapping, ritual murder, all manner of violences. Our daughters are doing Olosho, all manner of funny things are going on in the system. People are afraid to trust anybody, families, even with resources. And how do we eradicate crime? What are our suggestions? What are our views to eradicate crime, to make Nigeria a safe place to live?
All right. Thank you so much, Bode. We are going to begin the conversation, but let me just point at two topics that some people also posted on the comment section. One is fake drinks being made in Aba. I don't know, most of you must have seen videos. I was horrified because I I took some of those drinks when I was in Nigeria. I was thinking, is this one of those things I was, is this where they made one of these things I was drinking? I tried that Eva drink, and I thought it was okay. But now that I saw those pictures, we are going to talk about that. Also, the connection to probably some of the sicknesses that we see in Nigeria, kidney diseases and other things. And the fact that people walked around there, people knew that these things were happening, and they didn't do anything until maybe the government got there, because I was thinking, didn't they think that they could be the one that will be taking this, or people they know will be the ones that will consume what they are making there? So we're going to talk about that. And then Desiani Alison Madeke, she just announced that, or she's begging the government to allow her to come back home, that she's sick and she's dying, and she doesn't want to die in the UK, and she wants to come back home to die in Nigeria. So we'll get to that, because when that interview,
sorry, where did you get that news from? Because yesterday or 2 days ago, Desiani somebody walked out of the court looking very fit. She went to perfect her bail, and she walked out. I mean, she's literally looking very fit. She didn't look like somebody who is sick. So I'm wondering where that news came from.
All right, I'll show you where it came from. It's all over the news. Sahara has.
Yeah, she walked out of the court looking quite beautiful as usual. I mean, guarded, flanked on both sides by people, and they gathered, walked out to her car.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, she went to pay 70,000. Is it 70,000 pounds for her bail, perfecting of her bail. And I watched the video. I'm not talking about reported news. I watched the video. She walked all the way from the court to where her vehicle was, with 6 or 7 men behind with her. She was actually in a milk-colored clothes, up and down, with her, so I don't know. She doesn't look sick to me, and so I doubt this news.
All right. Okay. We'll get to that, and probably we'll get more information. Let's welcome to the show. I see new people that joined us. Ernest, are you there?
Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Okay. We're just trying to see if there's any important story that we missed. Is there any story that you think is very important that we missed?
I think you have mentioned basically what is trending at the moment. But the one I wanted us to discuss, I said it last time, is about the Nigerian big men of God, because they're not different from the politicians. It's just that they're they are doing their own in another level. So, yeah, I will not call names, but I think we need to discuss about them, because they're one of the problems of Nigeria at the moment.
Yeah, if we are going to discuss them, I hope you will call names. Otherwise, we can't discuss.
Yeah, I can call them if it's allowed. I think you say
it's allowed. Yes, okay.
Yes.
Big figures.
So what I'm saying is that there's no difference between Tinubu and Mbaka and Adeboye and Adefrasin and all these people that are the same. Even Nigeria big businessmen, Dangote and Elumelu, they are the same. These are the people that are holding Nigeria hostage, but we always concentrate on the politicians. But these people are doing more harm than good to Nigerians.
All right. Thank you.
So I think we need to discuss about them very well.
Okay. Thank you. The Black Stone, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph, and good day to everybody on the panel and those on the conversation. Yeah, what I would like to also talk about also is the hunger situation in Nigeria at this Christmas. And it's so terrible that most families are going to stay without food in this Christmas period, even to New Year, because they don't have no money. And on the other side, there are so many people that are also partying, activities, and then functionalities, everything are going on. People are see. So I wanted us to discuss about why this imbalance, right, in the country, whereby some people are just extremely poor, no food to eat. Some people are having so much to spend and to waste on activities that doesn't actually benefit. I don't know. I will use a benefit according to this just party and everything. That don't they see that the other group of people, set of people are just in perpetual hunger and things like that, and then why can't there be a little bit of balance, or maybe this weight that in the hand of few people can trickle down, at least in this to the society, right? At least I think one of the principles of developing in the country is when the wealth of a country goes round, not in the hands of the few people. So if we can talk about the hunger situation and things like that in the country, it would be nice. Let us talk about that, because many people are just going to stay this Christmas in New Year not having even a good meal or even enough food to eat. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, the Blackstone. I think we should begin with, let's talk about the Pope and the Catholic Church. Why I said that is I want to give another 1 hour before we get to the political stories out of Nigeria. So let's begin with the Pope and the Catholic Church and the controversy over blessing same-sex couples. I'll start with you, Mazi. Thanks.
Sorry. Can we talk about the police they sacked, the 2 police officers they sacked too?
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Okay.
Give me money.
Yeah, that was interesting. Yeah, okay, I did that. So let's start. If we can go quickly, we can actually touch on these topics, all of them at the same time as we go along. So let me start with you, Prince.
Okay.
The Pope.
All right. Good morning again, fellow panelists. The Blackstone, if you don't mind me, just no harm intended. Is it possible to call you the area father of Have Your Say talk show? Is that okay with you? Because you look very much, because you look very much like Charlie Boy now. So it's a good thing. Yes, you look very much like Charlie Boy.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
I said that, no problem. You can call me, no problem.
yeah.
I'll change my name to that next time.
Sure. So for me, when it comes to the Pope, I've always said it time without number. I live by certain things that I learned from my father. And why do I say so? Now, my father was kind of like, attends a spiritual church. However, he makes it a duty every week to entertain the Jehovah Witnesses. They will come, they will preach to him, they will give him all those times that they have all those watchtower papers and all that. He really devotes his time to listening to those people. And at a certain time I asked him a question. I said, Dad, what does that mean? And he said, to me, that he doesn't believe in denomination or particular religion, but that what happens is Christianity. It's very much in the mind of everyone, your heart, the way you treat your fellow human being, the way you kind of like empathize with things around you. And ever since then, truly, I try to emulate that. Why am I saying this? Religion was brought to Africa. We had our own religion. and which was kind of like today they call it idolatry or whatever they might call it. But when you really look into it, it's not really idolatry. It's just people, kind of like they come in the morning, the first thing they pick a white chalk and just say, oh, they mention the God's name and they start blessing every other person. Now, the thing is this. Yes, Pope is the head of Catholic Church. I attend Catholic Church. Not everything that people say, Reverend Fathers say that they practice. They don't practice all those things. They can say, they can preach it. And for me, I take the one that I can take and I leave the one that I can leave. Him soliciting for that, I'm not thinking that he just gave an express approval to that. He did not say that. However, the thing is, before we prosecute the Pope, what about the Lutheran Church? The Lutheran Church, they have lesbians as bishops. They do. And nobody has anything about it. And they even organize those marriages in their church. Nobody has said anything. When I look at the LGBTQ, whatever it is, I always tell people, take them for who they are. If you are part of them, you can, go extra mile, but don't judge them. I'm not God, so I'm not gonna judge them. So I just remain, would I say I'm neutral when it comes to that. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mazi, Prince. Paul.
Yeah, Doctor, thank you. Maxi Prince, I guess what you just said about your dad, that's the exact same thing with my dad. My dad with my mom, they attend two different denominations. But my father welcome everything. But I could remember many years ago, just on the soft side, my mom's pastor walked up to my dad and said, why you don't want to allow your wife to come to night vigil? My father laughed. My father said he doesn't live in a big house. And then for that, he said it's only night that he enjoys his wife. So the God that cannot bless his wife during the daytime, God should just forget to bless his wife at night, because night is his own time. That is the only thing I see my father kind of disagree with them, that night vigil thing. No, it never happened. Doctor, this thing, I watch it in the news and CBS News very well. Catholic will not marry same-sex couple. The Pope said you can give your blessings. And this thing is in the Bible. It is clear in the Bible. The good Lord said, it's rain raineth in a good and bad person's farm. His sun shineth in a good and bad person's farm. You bless everybody. It's just like our king today. You understand? The Oba of Benin, Tinubu, go there for his blessings. He bless him, wish him well to be president. Obi went there. He bless him, wish him well to be president. Atiku go there, wish him well to be president. He has his own person in his own mind that he will wish to be the president. But you bless everybody. That's exactly what the Pope said, you understand, because you can bless everybody. And Christ did the same thing. Look at the woman with the issue of blood. You understand? Back then, it's like a sacrilege. You understand? But so you just bless it. I don't see it. But I understand that people might say that it's just one step ahead to someday, sometime, some other thing will happen. But this culture of criticism, we're quick to condemn, we want the status quo to remain the same, it's not really helping us. I don't think it's helping us in terms of our culture. When we try to balance some of these things, the way we practice our culture back in the days and the way we try to practice it today, to some extent today, maybe a little bit better in some place today. Some place maybe a little bit wrong, you understand? But I don't see any big deal with that. I can tell you, no big deal. I'm not a Catholic.
Okay.
But I used to go to their bazaar and eat all the free food when I was growing up. That for sure I can tell you.
All right, thank you, Paul. Let me just say that for those who are in the at the backstage, we will get to you, and for those who are in the studio, I will move people around frequently, so don't think you are targeted. So I will get a lot of you involved. There are people who are trying to get in and they feel space.
Okay, Doctor, can you give me one small favor? Can I just lead you about Fubara then, so that I let the backstage people come?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So, Doctor, you see the Fubara and then that thing that Tinubu do that said he signed document and everything. What court Tinubu will carry that thing go? And even if Tinubu will take that thing to court, and Tinubu gets say Supreme Court 7/7, Fubara will still not leave. Is he not a governor with immunity? Does it really make any sense? Why are they hitting the politics? You understand? You that fights the system, you are breaking the same law again. It just makes me laugh. I don't know where we're going with this, but greater good is more important than any other thing we think. Like my good brother, forefather Wallace said. Thank you for now. I'll join later.
All right, thank you so much, Paul. Let's go to KJ. KJ, I hope you would address. Don't run away from the issue like Prince. Prince.
How many minutes do you have to talk? How many minutes?
Yeah, I'm trying to restrict that.
Yeah, because you have to be, because some people have to have I don't know, please.
Yeah, so let's give everyone 3 minutes.
No, does Henry have any problem with me?
No, because
No,
I know how they're going to kick me when I start talking. They'll go kick me out. That's why I'm saying it.
So Henry,
okay, I'm going to speak on 2 categories. Before I left the Catholic Church, I was going to be a priest. So I probably speak from an inside understanding more than much what I've heard so far. Look, the word of the Pope is infallible. If you're a Catholic, you should know that. When the Pope says something, it is how it is. It's either you take it that way or you leave it. And so if you say you're a practicing Catholic and you say what the Pope says doesn't mean anything, I don't know what are you saying? The word of the Pope is infallible as a Catholic. That's one of the reasons why, in the first place, some of us, when we discover these things, we decide to say goodbye. That is one. 2, we still had those of you who are still practicing, you heard the word. We don't worship Mary, we honor her. And the Bible is, or the question is, what's the difference between worship and honor? God said in the Bible, if I'm your father, where is my honor? So if you are saying you don't worship Mary, you honor her, God is asking you, where is his own honor? So now, coming back to what the Pope said, because if I expand it, I probably not have enough time to explain all. Okay, coming back to what the Pope said, what's the difference between a church blessing and church marriage? If you go to marry in the church, not blessing you're going for. And is the priest going to give you money after he finish marrying you? He's only going to pray over you. The same way you say, if you bring whoever they are saying that they want to marry in the Catholic Church, you pray over the person. That's the blessing. There's nothing else. No 2 kinds of blessing. It's not going to say, okay, God, this one is for these people. This one is not marriage. It's just to bless. And then this one, no. It's just the same blessing, the same prayer going to pray. It carries the same weight as whether you're praying for these couples or you're praying for the real couples. That is true. Now, I like what I heard yesterday, but I follow the news extensively. And those who are, you see, something comes out and we begin to play politics with the world. The world is real. This is why conspiracy theory has existed for so long. But nobody goes back to find out that all the conspiracies so far have become reality today. Now, the Nigerian church did something I like, and one other church. They refused that directives, and they said they will not follow it. Remember the same thing that happened with the Anglican Church when they woke up and gave all kinds of directives. And the Nigerian portion of it said, no, we won't follow that. So now the Nigerian Church is saying, we will not follow that directive because it's against the word of God. As simple and short. There is no, you cannot dress a pig and begin to call it a horse. It's a pig, is a pig. So, and I like that stand they've taken. And I hope and I pray that every other church, that in different countries will take that approach. It's gone too long for you people to get up and begin to try to enforce us to your own custom and tradition. If you want to be marrying men, it's okay for you. And just like this other guy said, Maz said, you can bear with it because you're not going to change the society. You're not going to make people do what they don't want to do. But it doesn't mean that I have to accept and then begin to practice what you believe is your own this thing. You don't. You came to Africa and said what we are practicing is a voodoo and all that. You gave it all kinds of names, and now you want us to begin to adopt your own voodoo to our own design. It's your own voodoo. It's what people practice. That's not our custom. It's not our tradition. Okay, and we will not take it. We will not practice that. I don't think anybody in his presence will begin to think God created only two people, male and female, and that is it. It can never change from that. And I'll have to rest there until maybe later on. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, KJ. For Henry, let me just point out that sometimes when we meet, if someone like KJ now has insights, not just because he was a journalist, I don't know whether he's still practicing, but also someone who was on the path to being a priest. So sometimes we give people who have different insights, who could give us angles that we may not all have. So that's why sometimes there are people that are allowed to speak more than the allotted time. KJ, we'll come back to you because I want to also point out that it's not just the Nigerian churches that are kicking against that. There are bishops in Europe who are also saying that they don't support that. But there are other implications also, because the church is also facing crisis, the Catholic Church. One of them is that they don't have enough priests. People are not joining priesthood. And they are also considering, what are we going to do? Are we going to allow priests to marry? So the church is going through a transformation. And some conservatives and traditionalists, especially in Africa, are finding it difficult to accept that what they thought they got might change. So we talk about that. Olumide, welcome to the show, and I want to hear your thoughts on what's going on in the Catholic Church.
Thank you, Rodolph. So it's a very complex and very sensitive issue, but I will always I will always link, particularly more importantly, I will always link this decision of the Pope or this topic we're talking about to where I come from, where we all come from, back home. So this brings us back to the society as a whole, at a large, that see, when we have a company has a policy of what they want to do, how they want to do things. So I would liken the church to a policy. I would liken the Christian body to a company, a gathering of Christians, the church to a company of Christians, guided by certain policies. What is that policy? The policy is the Bible, the Holy Book. So that book clearly tells us, gives us our opinion, forms an opinion for us of what a relationship should be between two people. If you want to, for two people to get married, it should be a man and a woman. Getting married. So there's no place there for same-sex marriage. The Bible frowns at that. But be that as it may, so I would not expect the Pope holding the position that he holds. I'm not a Catholic. I was formerly a Catholic, but no more Catholic. Holding the position that he holds to then go against that just because he wants to be more tolerant. You understand? So which brings back to the larger society as a whole. So the churches in Nigeria can reject to want to follow the Pope or obey the Pope. The best they might likely want to do is to pull out of the Catholic Church. If the Catholic Church fully embraces same-sex marriage as a policy of their as their doctrine, they might want to pull out. But what we frown upon is we want a more tolerant society. Fine, that is the church's stand on that issue. But what about the larger society? What about the constitution? Jesus says, give to Caesar what is Caesar's and give to God what is God's. Caesar is demanding 10% tax. Caesar is demanding 5% value-added tax. Caesar is demanding that we be more tolerant to people of opposing views. We don't then take laws into our hands to begin to kill people and because of their orientation, your sexual orientation, or take laws into our hands to hate them, to discriminate against them. You understand? Even the Bible says we should not judge. You understand? Even though I don't subscribe to that kind of sexual orientation, I will not judge. I live in a society that is inclusive here in Canada. I will not judge. They have a job. They don't discriminate against them in getting a job and living their lives. You understand? Even though I don't subscribe to that orientation, I won't make them an enemy. You understand? They only have God to answer to and not to me. So we have to look at that larger picture. And we bring us to that larger picture of forming and living in a civilized society where everybody has a place. You understand? Fine. I mean, the church, I mean, the best thing the church can do, or any church or denomination can do, is we're sorry, we can't bless that marriage. We don't subscribe, because the Holy Book, our policy, our doctrine, which is based on the Holy Book, says this and says that. And I'm sure they will understand that, but we don't want to discriminate against them. We don't want to. I mean, I will let the same-sex couple or a person who supports the orientation know. I talk to some of them daily or sometimes, and I let them know, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not of that orientation. I don't believe in that, because you understand. But I'm not going to judge them. I'm not going to take action against them because of their orientation, which is where our society back home has to move away from.
All right, thank you, Olumide. Let's go to the Black Song.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Yeah, my stand is based mostly on the Bible. Like Olumide tried to explain, the Bible is the constitution for the Christians. It's a guidebook, and that book frowns against man or a woman, a man doing the thing of the woman, or a woman doing the thing of the man, sexual orientations, and all those things, right? If the Bible is a guideline for us, we have to follow the Bible rightly, straight to the point. I know that the Pope has become more political in nature, right? In most of the activities, conferences, statements he has been giving, he has been more political, right? And then I don't know if it's under pressure from powerful countries, but I know that he has deviated. The Catholics actually have deviated from the principles of the Bible. They have a Bible. They have a Catholic Bible. They wrote it themselves. They translated it themselves. And in that Bible, is it written there that a man and a man can be a sexual relationship, or a female and a female can be a sexual relationship? Is that in the Bible? So if every religion has its own book which they follow, and the Christian religion, the Bible has been, the Christians have always compromised the Bible, bringing their interpretation into it. They have used many things, the different preachings, ideology, to try to interpret the Bible, all based upon the grace of God, right? But what is strong is strong. If you belong to a certain group of people, or a group of religion, or like that. So if the religion frown against it, so why must it then be practiced within that religion, within that belief? So I believe that it is not right for even like KJ said, there's no difference between a blessing activities, blessing a marriage in the church, and also conducting a marriage. It is the same thing. Either if you conduct a marriage or you bless the marriage, it's like you're accepting it that these people are not couples, right? So that's the problem. So I think the Catholics should stand up and fight against it, right? I know the Pope is the head, is their spiritual leader, is a political leader to them. So I think also within that, those that believe that they don't agree or they're not in tune with what the Pope have said, it's a simple thing. They can change. The Nigerian Catholic Church have transformed a lot, right? Even they know it in Vatican that the Nigerian Catholic churches have transformed a lot, and they are still going through that transformation. And so I believe you should stand. Every African church is to stand upon that. Even those who do not believe that don't believe in same-sex marriage should stand up and say that they are not in tune with the statement of the Pope, and they won't be willing to carry out that blessing, right? So I know in some countries whereby the government take care of the church or the Pope or the Catholic Church or the traditional Orthodox churches, right? That would be difficult for them to disagree, because if the state said we accept this, they can't stand up and say we don't accept it, right? So it's difficult for them, right? But those ones that have their own that they care for themselves, they take care of themselves and everything, they can stand up and say no, we don't agree with your principle, and we are not going to practice it.
All right, thank you, Blackstone.
I will see you guys later, so I will leave the panel and come back later.
All right, thank you. Wale, you're next.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. The angle I'm going to come in is it might be some kind of question and something to prop our thinking in this way. I know we're at school back in Nigeria, and I remember when we were used to observe the Los Angeles and sing the Hail Mary, Mother of God, those kind of things. But now I could remember at some point when I was having a conversation with one of my friend who happened to be a theologist or a priest. I said, well, there was a place in the Bible that says when Abraham, is it nephew or cousin, that went to Sodom and Gomorrah, and Abraham said, God said, you have to leave that place and do not take anything. But the Lord looked back and he turned to salt. Like, why? Why that happen? So that was my question then. But we all know, for those who read Bible and know about the story of how Abraham and the Lord and everything, we now know what happened. And I said, is God going to apologize to those people? So that was just the end of the question. I want people to kind of think about it and think, wait a minute, what is happening? So if Bible is what we follow, are we really following what God says? We all know when Moses went to the mountain and bring the 10 commandments, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not do this. It's not that you really want to steal God's money. It's not that you want to take God's wife. It's for us, we human beings, to be just and do what is right. Love your neighbor like yourself. But are we doing the right thing, or are we just hiding behind the religious to do evil? Because I used to look at why Nigeria is so religious, but then the crime rate is so high. Every nook and cranny you go to in Nigeria, you'll find the worshiping centers full of people. But then these people are still suffering. They are still, the crime, the kidnapping, all sort of things you can think of. Who are the people perpetuating this crime if we are that religious? And when I look at how Christianity, Islam came to Africa, what is it? I mean, we all know, for those who know what the history was like. Now, these people that introduced the religions to us, are they practicing it the way we were told to practice it? And are we, so there's a lot of things that doesn't really go well when it comes to religion and politics. People could be diplomatically correct or diplomatically, defend what you and I would think is a common sense, but maybe it's the way human beings tend to rule other human beings. Maybe it's just power. Maybe it's just something. Honestly, I look at it as just like, am I the one is the normal becoming abnormal or the abnormal becoming normal? We are living in a very, very confused world. And what our fathers told us or taught us now becoming like when you said it to some new generation kids, they'll be like, you are old school. Is there common sense in old school, or is there something to take home with the new generation? How do you match the two together? So I don't know. For those who want to be religious, continue. But if you're going to be religious, make sure you know the truth and live with the truth. But don't be hiding under religious what God says and doing the other way. Preach, do what you preach, or is it preach what you do, or something like that. But I don't know. I'm not religious, and I always look at people that if you're truly religious, are you actually doing what God asks you to do? If the answer is no, stop deceiving yourself.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paula. Thank you. Henry.
Put me at the back, I will be, so that I will allow other people to come in, please.
Yeah, once again, thank you,
Doctor, please put me at the back stage for now.
Rodolph. You see, most people, I think Christians, a lot of Christians are here. If you people believe the Holy Bible is if you call that Bible the Holy Bible, you believe in the Holy Bible. So, if people try to twist it to the other way, to support what the Pope said or to support this kind of atrocity, I think people are just hypocrites. That's all. Because if you accept it, that means God have to apologize to people they killed during Sodom and Gomorrah. God have to apologize to those people that they were killed during Sodom and Gomorrah. It's in the Bible. It's in the Scripture. If you're a Christian, me, I believe in God. I believe in God. I was once a Catholic, but I read more and I find out that it's just about Catholics. Just forget about Catholic issue. Forget about this so-called religion we're having right now, Christian religion, Muslim religion. If we have to follow the Scripture, what's in the Scripture, I think there will be less crime, poverty in our country today. Because Nigeria is one of the I think Nigeria and Afghanistan is one of the countries that pray most. And here we still look like in the year 1852. If you want to be true to yourself as a Christian, if you ever read your Bible, understand your Bible, you understand that it's written in the Scripture. It's never written in the Scripture when you said any man that find a man, I'll take favor from the Lord. It's never there. I have dogs at home, female dogs. I keep them female dogs in one place. They never want to make attempts to do anything rubbish.
Hey, stop.
No. What you see, that is the problem. We don't go straight to the point. We don't say it. We have to say it the way it is. We don't have to try to be pretending. In this country, we have here. You know how many times they apologize to young boys? They did a lot of things to the Catholic. Did a lot of things to. In this, every year, they pay the family of these people. They do something to the young boys. So these things have been practicing for a long time in any place. They could not even hide it no more. They have to come out from this Vatican to say something like that. It's still going on till tomorrow there in Vatican. There are a lot of crime is going on there. I'm sorry for those who said they're Catholic. I'm sorry, Dr. Rudolph. You don't like what I'm going to say. A lot of crime is going in there. Go do research about it. I've read about. I will not come here to say it. It's so annoying. I'm so ashamed. When that is why the so-called the Muslims sometimes they laugh at the Catholic people the way they see the way things are. We should try to condemn things the way it is. We believe in the Bible, and we work. The Bible is like the Constitution for the Christians, just like the Quran is for the Muslims. If we believe in the Bible dearly, what's written in the Bible, we should condemn all this kind of art. Forget about say if you hate them. Not like hate. There's not like hate there. It's not normal. For me, it's not normal.
All right, Henry, thank you. I will try to. I want to hear everybody, and then
you have to do research, Rudolph. You're a journalist. Do something about it.
We have a deeper conversation because I have questions for people like Henry and KJ. Questions like, these people gave us the Bible. They initially interpreted it. We didn't even have the Bible, and we are just following what it told us. So if they decided that their Bible, whatever is in the Bible, even the making of the Bible, most of us don't know how it came about. We talk about it like it's a book that dropped.
They should make new vision then, just like Old Testament, New Testament. They should make new one then.
So if the same people decide, if they have decided that we are trying to reinterpret this, and you are following them, you should also be willing to say, this is what they are telling you, because the one is from them. It's not from you. Didn't come up with it.
But
So
they should make a new. They should make a new one for us to see. That's the third verse of it.
No, you should be thinking of making your own. I think I want to hear Africans make their own instead of saying these things. They keep saying, they gave us this and gave us that, and you are complaining. All right, Henry. Sorry, Henry, stand by. Okay, we'll come back to you. Ernest, you're next. Yeah, unmute yourself, please. Ernest, we can't hear you. Unmute yourself.
Real, don't take me out to backstage. Please, I will be there. I'm going to do something fast. I'm still here, please. I'm hearing, please.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me now? I said, I think we Africans were not in touch with the reality. And what Pope did is not a new thing. It's just that is coming up to say it. And if you are following the Bible, we have two dispensations, the Old Testament and the New Testament. When somebody is talking about Sodom and Gomorrah, that was Old Testament. I'm not saying Old Testament is not good, but Jesus came, and the way he did his own, they were saying you are eating with the sinners. He is frolicking with the sinner, doing things with the sinner. That is what the Pharisees and the Sadducees were saying. But Jesus said that the reason why I came. So I'm not condemning, or I'm not saying that what Pope did is right, but we should look at it in both sides. So somebody who is approving Christians or asking Reverend Fathers to bless same-sex marriage in Christian doctrine is not right. But we should not condemn what Pope is saying, because what Pope did is what is one of the reasons why they made him Pope. This thing is just like a Western culture. They incorporated this into Western culture. So they have to incorporate it, and the Christianity we are following is from that Western culture. It's not African tradition. So in African tradition, it's taboo. But there are the people that brought this Christianity to us. What if before they brought the Christianity, they put this same-sex marriage then and give it to Africa? What will Africans say no? I doubt. So we are just saying no now because it was not there when they came. Now they want to put it. It's their culture now, so they want to put it into Christianity as part of their culture. And Africans are saying no. So I think we Africa, if we don't like it, we have to look back. Maybe we incorporate our own Christianity into African tradition and come up with something new. Because what Pope said, whether Nigerian Catholics like it or not, I think Catholics are going ahead with it. In fact, they have started doing it. So, and when I talk about the dispensation in Old Testament and New Testament, maybe Jesus would have said Christians should bless same-sex marriage, but at least Jesus would have been visiting them for what he did when he came, because they are sinners, and trying to win them over instead of condemning them. So I think we Africans, we should understand that this is Western culture, and Western culture, they want to bring Christianity too, came from Western culture, and they want to incorporate their culture. So if we don't like it, let us go back to our own culture, which is African tradition, and live their own. So there's nothing we can do about it. If African Catholics, if they don't like it, then maybe they will establish their own church, but they should leave Vatican. That's the main thing. So Vatican has come to stay, and what the Pope said, I don't think whether anybody can do anything about it. Thank you. So,
all right, thank you so much, Ernest. Let's go to I can't pronounce the name, but I'll butcher it in a way. Mbore. How do you pronounce it, please? Unmute yourself.
Mbori.
Huh? That's Igbo. That's not. Mbori. Did you say Mbori?
Yeah, that's it. Mbori. It's Igbo.
Oh, it's Igbo. Okay, I didn't know. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph.
How are you?
I'm wonderful.
Okay. Jenny from California.
Yeah.
Okay.
The name is Mbore. You cannot draw the O. Mbore.
Okay.
And it is a version of Mborie. Okay. It's just that Mborie means a girl born on Orie Day, while Mbore means this is the time all your effort becomes fruitful, manifest, and the rest of it. So it's not Mbore, it is Mbore.
Mbore. Okay. Good.
Hello.
Yeah.
Once again, Dr. Rudolph. Finally, I am in your panel.
Yes, I saw you in other panels when I wasn't on, but I'm happy to have you here.
And hello, the rest of the panelists. And Ngozi, hello. Ngozi, hello. Religiosity and what they showed us they are before, what they have been, and what they want to evolve into, or they are evolving. Whoa. I was born a radical. I really was. So that got me to reading the Bible like 10 to 12 times, sentence, word after word. It didn't make a better understanding. And I let religiosity be. Like a gentleman rightly said, in the metropolis and beyond, in Nigeria, almost every other home is church. The next is mosque. And we all know where we are. My focus is on the ability of each and every one of us, seeing that which, finding out who you are. And when you do find out, you will know that you brought into this creation, humanity, something with which you can make it more tolerable. What is that? Can we, with all the mirroring we have been shown from birth, you do your best to be like this, you do your best to be like that. Who are you? When will you start to look into what you see that you are and make it easier to the next person? That's just my submission right now. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Let's go to Bode. Bode, welcome to the show. Bode, we can't hear you. No, we can't hear you. You can join again. Go out and join, and we'll see if we can hear you. Let's go to Janaba. Janaba, welcome.
Rudy and fellow panelists, good morning, everybody. Good to see you again. My brother KJ. On the issue of the Pope giving a blessing, I don't think it is going to stick. It's a matter of time. The Bible we are using, they are the one that give it to us. So what authority do we have over it that to say, it's not going to work, or Nigerian can stop it? If Nigerian stop it, it's a matter of time. They'll create a way while they'll cease supporting them financially in one way or the other, and they're going to accept it. And if we saying it, on what is the rationale behind it? Is it to tame African population now? There are many political reasons to what they do. They don't just do things. They do it in controlling issues and mind. So the other thing is that if we disagree, over the years we believe we have existed from the beginning of the war. I'm talking about the black race. But whatever we have is what people give to us, or maybe take our own and give us. If they take our cocoa, they'll bring chocolate to us. And that is how our life has been. They take our crude oil, they bring a refined one for us. So we basically have no control that much of what to do because we don't have what it takes to resist it for so long. And then another thing is that what is going on in Africa? Do you really care that man to man is an issue than the problem we are having in Nigeria? That people are dying in the hospital, they don't even have a choice. So we have more greater problem whether we resist it or we don't resist it than what is going on. If we can build our own nation, our own continent, our own belief system and improve on it. If you said there was Old Testament and New Testament, then this will be another chapter then. This will be the third testament. So you don't have that much leverage. Leverage come by building a structure where you can say, I resist sanction and I can live on my own. So in the long run, this is not a big deal to Africa. Africans have bigger problems. They should take care of themselves. They should create an environment. They should reduce corruption. Pastors should stop taking their money and buy private jets. People can make their own decision. So what is the wrong thing? Is it that it's not wrong? The way people are being controlled in Africa, pastor put them on the floor, flogging them in the church by the altar. So this is not a big deal. If they don't like it or not, it's a matter of time. It will stay.
All right, thank you. We will run through this topic and move to the next topic. Yeah, Laba, go ahead. I don't know what's going on with the connection. I see you.
I'm here. Okonkwo, I'm here, please. When you have time for me, please.
Yeah, Rudolph. Good morning, Rudolph. Good morning, everybody. I have opinion on the topic, but before I proceed, I honestly have to address you, Rudolph Okonkwo.
Yeah,
it's very, very important about this platform. Okay. You grant me the permission to address you. I need to in front of everybody of these great panelists we have.
Go ahead.
Okay. Now, if we watch news stations, for me, if I watch MSNBC, CNN, or Fox News, I'll rate them 8 or 9 over 10 or something like that. When I watch Arise, I'll rate them 3 or 4 over 10. When I watch TVC of Nigeria, I'll rate them -5 over 10. When I watch NTA, minus in the negative. My prayer and hope for this little YouTube discussion panel we have is that at one day it will be better than Arise. We will get a 7 or 6. But Rudolph, how can we get there? Firstly, I want to indulge you and everybody on this panel to please, if they have time, it will only take you the first 3 minutes. It's a 1-hour program to watch Cuckoo, Spectacular Insight into the Life of a Con Artist, The Enemy in My Nest. That's it's a what do you call it, animal program. Just watch the first 3 minutes. And the reason I said that is that, you see, the cuckoo makes a point of staying out of sight. They smuggle their eggs into the stranger's nest. Instead of raising them themselves, no wonder they have very few friends in the bird world. They have offspring brought up by others, by what? By deceiving the other birds. What's really hard about this deception is that it's never revealed even smart birds like crows tolerate a cuckoo in their nest. Now, why am I bringing up the topic of a cuckoo? This was produced by Vocal Arts and Diaz News. Now, in my life, and I mean this, I have only seen 4 human beings that have the cuckoo tendency. One is William O'Neill. I don't know if you've ever heard of him. He was one who infiltrated the FBI, who infiltrated the Black Panther in the FBI with the help of the FBI to kill Fred Hampton. If people don't know, Fred Hampton was the founder of the Black Panther movement in the United States, and he was assassinated by the Chicago police. Now, the second person will be a fictional character known as Littlefinger in the Game of Thrones. The third person will be Judas himself against Christ. And the fourth person will be True Niger, aka Forefather. Now go and watch everything I'm about to say. Go and watch Thursday's program. Your program is not about censorship. I understand everybody have a diverse opinion, and it's important that our diverse opinion be stated. You understand? Now, for me, his own opinion is different from mine. He has a styling, communist, nationalist, murderous political opinion. He's entitled to it. You understand? And so is everybody on this platform. They are entitled to it. But to use this platform to deflect, misdirect, interject important point when people are landing important point, or to enforce censorship, to do the Nigerian thing. I have power and I can use it. Please, if you can, anybody, you have good moderators. Electricity is one. Jim, you yourself, let them take a class. 1 week class is enough on how to moderate in the public. But what I am addressing you about is the deception that is going on your platform that most people are not picking up on. But I am. You can fool some people sometimes, but you can't fool all the people all the time. And that is why I respect One Man to Mo and his channel. And I know you've been on his channel. One Man to Mo comes to you from his position. You know his position. He doesn't lie about it. He doesn't deceive about it. It's now up for you to come up with a stronger and better argument against his position. That's a man I respect, even though I don't agree with him. Now, for your platform, understand this. If it's a funding issue, I will totally understand. If people have to be judged to whoever is funding them, journalism is hard, I would understand. But what I would not understand is to come on here and claim neutrality. You claim neutrality and you become a poacher and push others behind and push your position. How is this happening? Every time panelists make a comment, this moderator would try to rephrase that comment and say, oh, that's exactly what I was saying, and then state exactly the opposite of what the panelists said. People are watching us. Do you understand? People are learning. We are building minds as we come up with whatever opinion or ideology we push. But what we shouldn't tolerate is deception. Now, last week alone, this Thursday alone, I want to give 2 examples and then I move on. We were talking about the issue of critical thinking. Me, Jagun, and AY made strong points on critical thinking. The moderator tried to come in and use technical definition to downplay the topic of the point of our critical thinking subject. Then he goes on to Google, read a definition that is not in line with the point we were trying to make to the public in terms of critical thinking, and then boosts everything. Then when somebody wants to land on a very important point, it totally cuts them off. Oh, it's time for a woman to talk. I have to ask, what is this medium for? Somebody is about to look. They are moderators. Even if you pass your time and they want to cut you off, what your moderator does is say, thank you, thank you. By the time you say thank you, like about 3 or 4 or 5 times, whoever is speaking would know it's time for them to wrap it up, land, and make their point. You just don't cut people up abruptly. It is rude, it is insulting, and it is censorship. That's one. Number 2, then the dangerous aspect is that the objective should be diversity, because when we have opposing views, but when we seek diversity, Rudolph, we're not seeking perverse idea or what do you call this idea? Depraved ideas. Free speech is totally different from hate speech. Now, go, I'm not just talking, please, if you have time, take time, go and look at Thursday's program. You understand? We have a differing opinion. I was cut off, kicked out. What's his name? Was it AY? No, not AY. OT. OT laughed. OT was cut off. That's utterly unprofessional. You make a point, I laugh, you cut me off. Who does that? You understand? Don't come here and play hypocrite. Others have complained to you. You're not taking this matter serious. If you want, look, this is what has destroyed Nigeria. This is what turned NTA into NTA. Because they moderate others, so they don't allow diverse opinion. They champion their own opinion. The same thing with TVC. This is what turned them into a nasty TV station that I wouldn't go into and watch. You know, I believe I made most of my point. Then again, when critical points, you understand, the moderator should not be the person that's the voice piece of the government. Why did I say that? We were talking about, there was a point about the refineries starting. Even when the guy who represented the government went on Arise to talk about the refineries, the guy said the refineries were not in operation 100%. Your moderator, forefather, said Nigeria now have 2 operating refineries. Don't push lies out there or propaganda to the Nigerian public. Our situation is too critical. Those of us who are educated to take this thing lightly, and for mediums like this, we need mediums like this to change our country. We need this discussion, but they have to be truthful and sincere. And don't paraphrase people's opinion. Don't talk after every panelist talk. So that you now do the cuckoo thing. You push your own position. It got so bad that I have to comment. It's very funny. You seem to agree with everything everybody says. But what he does is that he rephrase what that person says. Then he comes up with questions that are only pertinent to his own political, philosophical ideology. I'm an observer. I'm a scientist. I'm a teacher. And you are a teacher too. You understand? In everything we do in life, we should be evaluated. You understand? And when the evaluations are coming out that you're not doing it right, or it shouldn't be, if that's the Nigerian way, we reject it, because that is what has led to the hijack of the Nigerian state. Our media has been hijacked. Our government has been hijacked. This free medium now is going into the direction of a possible hijack. But you have to be smart to see through this. That's on that. If I still have time, I can comment on the topic of today. Because
yeah, thank you.
Lastly, people don't come here to come listen to his opinion. People come to listen to diverse view. So making his own opinion the paramount is the damaging. I know you're called Dr. Damage, but please don't let them remove the doctor and turn this thing into damage.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you giving me this feedback. And I know that most people might want to weigh in on this conversation. But to appeal to everybody, let's go back to the topic of the day. For those in the panel, I gave my my private number to you on the private chat. I will ask all panelists actually to, if they want to share their number with me, we want to set up a system where the feedback can happen off camera so that we can talk about this and find ways to resolve it. So thank you so much.
Did you get the document I sent to you and your other panel?
I got that. I responded to you. Thank you. Thank you so much. We are going to
Can I go talk on today's topic briefly and then get me to the backstage, or is I lose my time? You can move on to someone else.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead. 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Very good. Very good. Now, on we've not started on Emefiele. We were still on we're still on the church, right?
Yeah, we are just rounding up the church. Yeah. So
okay, the church. Now, just comment on the church. Now, the church has been part of Nigerian problem, particularly the Protestant movement that started in the early 80s. And in the early 80s and 90s, particularly around the Babangida era, and spread. What they did was exactly what the children of Israel did when Moses went up to the mountain to go get the 10 Commandments. Before he came down, they have carved for themselves a golden image. You understand? And they have twisted God's message to suit. If you ever read an article called The Nigerian God, I don't know who wrote it. It might be Pure Sadis on me. I can't remember. You understand? What the Nigerian church has done is they have recarved the gospel of salvation into the gospel of prosperity, thereby created the perfect fertilizer for corruption to thrive in that society. The perfect fertilizer. So instead of doing God's will, we do the mammoth's will. You know, somebody in the ministry will collect bribe because they see it as a blessing. God is blessing them. So they've done more damage. Now, on this issue of the Pope, the basic essence of Catholicism is to treat the least of whatever you do to the least of my brothers, you do unto me. That's what God says. Now, the issue of discrimination, why I don't support those people's lifestyle, the issue of discrimination is huge. And the West, along with the church, is saying that if this is not addressed, it will lead to more hatred. Nigerians are very superficial and fake. They will want to take out the pig in other people's eye or what other people do in their bedroom. And the evil they do, they wouldn't address that. As far as the Catholic Church, personally, Catholic, I choose and pick. There are some things the Catholic Church says that I don't follow. But I defer mostly to what the leadership of the church says, because they do a thorough thinking and assessment and make a global position on where the church stands. This decision to bless these people is based on avoiding discrimination, not on issue of marriage or no marriage. You understand? You might agree, you might disagree. Everybody has their own faith. Issue of faith are sensitive. I try not to talk about it. I try to avoid it. But the point is, our job is not to judge, but to love even our enemies. You know, the key ones you got to watch is that the other movement that are condemning it, that are this and that, what has been their fruit since existence in Nigeria? Their fruit has been corruption. See, that's all I have to say on that. You can put me at the backyard for that.
Thank you so much. But I will.
Hello.
Yeah, but go ahead. Go ahead.
So I will just say the Bible is not anybody's culture. I've seen people saying culture of the West or things like that. The Bible is clear that the Holy Spirit inspired the writings of the Bible, and it is proven that it's a sure source of salvation and sanctification to make us holy, because sin creeps into our life every time, and the Bible is a source of cleansing. It's not just by reading. There are a lot of BK Bible knowledge teachers who know the Bible, who read it many times, who are even Muslims or non-Christians. So it's not about reading it. It's about experiencing the spirit behind the Bible. So even the Jews, They don't. There are about 1.9% Christians in Israel today. They even, I think I heard that they outlaw Christmas. They are not following Jesus. They are. So the Bible is not anybody's culture or religion, a white man's stuff. The people that came to Africa also, who brought it, some say, oh, they gave us Bible and they stole our goods. Some came as missionaries, some came as businessmen. So we should try to understand the difference. We know the works of Mary Slessor, how he stopped the killing of twins in the Calabar area. There are people who are truthful missionaries who came from the West, who did not come to propagate the agenda of the West or the culture of the West. So people keep on mixing up these things, and I wonder, the works prove the fact. Now, the Pope represents, whether we are Catholics or we are not Catholics, it's a force in the world. About 1 billion people follow that religion. So we cannot take the words of the Pope lightly. Now, what I admire about this LGBT group, no offense, I don't have anything against anyone. Everybody has the right to choose, especially an adult, the pathway of their lives. Everybody also will be accountable for our lives. So, but they should stop going to United Nations, going to Catholic Church institutions to desecrate those places. Nobody is saying you should not do your job. Nobody is discriminating against LGBT for doing they do their jobs. They eat, we go to the same market, we buy food together, we greet one another. There's no discrimination per se. But somebody has like a religious body like the Catholic Church or the Christian group particularly. Somebody like Ernest said something about, I don't like, we should throw bombs on the platform, we should be able to get a feedback somehow. You say it's Old Testament thing, Gomorrah. No, Jude 7 says, it refers to Sodom and Gomorrah. It's a New Testament concept, and so many other scriptures in the New Testament that talked about that thing. It is written black and white. If the Pope, see, my problem with some, I don't want to mention a particular church, some churches that we don't take, or some of us that practice Christianity, we don't take I was part of that group before, the Word of God seriously. We don't even read it. We don't even know what God expects of us. We are doctors, we are lawyers, we are professionals. We know what to read to qualify. Just the Bible that can take us to heaven. Nobody takes a serious search on it. So if you read very well, these things are clearly stated. So if a group is coming, they go to this guy, they call themselves minority, they go to United Nations, they go and prevail. They have the effrontery. They go to Catholic Church, they go and desecrate it. Somebody has a constitution, this is my jurisdiction, this is what I want. Now, it's not about unforgiveness or not loving. The woman that caused an adultery came to Jesus. She came to Jesus weeping, pleading. Jesus said, I don't condemn you, but go and sin no more. Are these people coming to the church to plead, to ask for forgiveness or no? They are coming there to change your culture, your doctrine, to change you from the path of righteousness, the path of godliness, and we are accepting it. They are minorities, but they are dictating to you what to do. You, the majority, you say, oh, it's fine. So I don't get it. It has nothing to do with anybody's culture. The Jews, they circumcise. The church gathered in Jerusalem and said circumcision is not compulsory for Gentiles if it's against their culture. The Bible has never pushed anybody's culture. It's not a Western culture. It's not a Jewish culture. They don't even accept it even right now, some of those things. So if you want to circumcise yourself, it's optional as a Christian. If you want to circumcise, it's optional because the church said you can. You don't have to. So nobody has ever pushed any culture upon the blacks. It's just a means of salvation that if you try it, it works. If it doesn't work, then leave it, quit. But don't desecrate it. Don't let people creep in to change what it's meant for. And we're seeing people saying it's discrimination, is the world has moved on, is this one. These things, they don't correlate with the mind of God. Please, we should examine ourselves before we make statements about things that we are not sure of. If it's law, and that's your area, perfect. If it's medicine, it's your area, perfect. If it's the scripture or the word of God, try and consult with people who have proven themselves to be disciples of Christ. You know examples of Peter. You know examples of Philip. He goes around, he does the things. He raised the dead. Bishop Dausa in his time, you know what he did. So many other ministers all over the world. Nobody's talking about culture here. Let us do the work.
But thank you. Let's hear from other people. Ngozika, welcome to the show.
Finally, everybody in the studio. Good evening to our viewers. Please special shout out to watch people in the comment section. One name Okidalo, I am okay. I'm doing okay. So Dr. Damage is fine to go into any of the topics. I am on my way to a hike. We are going to hike and we'll sleep on top of the hill till tomorrow morning. So,
Is that part of a church or religion or
no,
part of?
no, a hike group. There's this, not a hike. No.
No, I know, but I didn't know about sleeping up there and.
Yeah, we do this sometimes. This is the second camping we're doing today. Just hike to the hill in the night, set up camp, set up our tents, do a bonfire, dance, sing. No, regular young people stuff.
So it's safe that you don't fear of any kidnappers or things happening.
It's a wayside town, so if kidnap us on top of the hill, what's the difference?
All right. So thank you for joining us, and you are still in Enugu, I guess.
Yes, I am in Enugu, and the hill is one of the hills in Enugu town. So it's as safe can be. I mean, this is the second time we're camping there in 2 months.
So this transport, I wanted to hear from people in Nigeria. I'll bring in Righteous Man very soon. Now that I just want to know, are people coming back to Enugu with having paid half the price?
No, I don't know anybody that is coming home that paid half the price. Let me say it again before propagandists will say that Ngozi have come. I say I do not know anybody that is coming home this Christmas that paid half the price. I do not know. If you know, that's your problem. I do not know. And as we speak, my elder sister is on her way to Enugu. She did not pay half the price, and she's coming from Lagos. So I do not know. And you can't make me know by force. That's on that.
All right, thank you. Do you have any opinion? I know that you're a Catholic, or you were. I'm not sure where. Do you have any opinion on what did they say in your church? Have you gone to church since the announcement by the Pope? Is there anything?
I haven't gone to church in weeks.
Okay, so are you concerned about that?
I am concerned because I am from a Catholic family, a staunch Catholic family, and I have deep-rooted Catholics as friends. What this is doing to them is not really, let me just say, it's causing more confusion than clarity. It's causing more confusion. How do you say blessed gay marriages, but that is not marrying them? It is causing more controversy. Not to add the usual Ndekede Maria versus Ndokaka fight. You know, this fight between the core Catholics, Ndekede Maria, and then the Catholics called the Pentecostals Ndokaka. So it has sort of resurrected the subtle rivalry in them, and everybody is going to be people that used to do this. Finally, your father, your Pope has said this, that you are supporting gays. And I feel bad for people that really hold the Catholic faith to heart. Personally, I choose and pick what I practice with the Catholic Church ever since I was a teenager. I read something that totally threw me off, and when I asked questions, they just shut me down instead of giving me answers. And so since that time, I choose and pick what I believe or practice in the Catholic Church. But I really feel bad for people around me and other people who are deep-rooted Catholics. This is creating a lot of inconvenience for them. It's like a battle of trying to reconcile what they've been taught in the church all their life to this new thing. And the whole part, and the most annoying thing about this declaration by the Pope is it's neither here nor there. You get, it is neither here nor there. He didn't outrightly say, "Oh, we are sanctioning gay marriages," and he didn't condemn them either. That's the most confusing part of it. If he had taken a firm stand or a more definite stand, I think it would have made it easy for these people that have been thrown into this confusion now. Personally, for me, it doesn't have much effect. Right. Everybody around me knows my opinion on homosexuals. I think that what two consenting adults do with their genitals should not be nobody's problem, as long as they do not constitute a nuisance or hurt or involve a minor. So long as it's between two consenting and adults, please keep it out of my face. I don't care. Do whatever you want. Or it's really the ones that are really into this whole rape thing that I'm really feeling sorry.
All right, thank you, Ngozeka. Thank you so much for your opinion. And let's Coco, are you in Nigeria? I know, I see you, Maz. Coco, are you in Nigeria?
Yes, Dr.
Okay.
Damages. I'm in Nigeria.
Okay. So sorry, electricity and Maz. Let's go to Coco. I'll come back to you guys. Coco, welcome to the show.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Damages.
So we're discussing, where in Nigeria are you?
I'm in Niger State.
Niger State.
The Middle Belt. Yes.
Okay. Are you a Christian or a Muslim?
I'm a Christian.
Okay. So do you have opinion on what the Pope?
I'm a Christian, Dr. Damages.
Good, I heard you. Do you have any opinion on what the Pope said?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I had opinion. Just like my sister just said now, Ngozika said the statement from the Pope is neither here nor there. So you should have clarified the issue. From my own understanding, probably if that conversation was having an interview, people were interviewing him, asking him, what do you feel about the LGBTQ people? He might say, okay, you can bless them because they are human beings like us. We are all humans. You can bless them if they require your blessing, but you can equally go straight and say, okay, this is my stand, that practicing it is bad or is good, which he didn't do. So it's a subtle way of trying to make it that it's legal, but in a he legalize it indirectly. But for me, I don't have any problem with anybody that want to do anything. Like, I'm a kind of a person that if you want to live whatever life you live, whatever you do, which surely come back to you. If you want to be a drunkard, the after effect of that, you get it. You want to be whatever I want to do. As the only thing I'm against, whatever you do, make sure it doesn't affect people in the society or cause nuisance or kind of. As long as you do it in your own secret way, that's your own problem. I don't have problem with that. That's for me.
All right. Thank you, Coco. And if you can hang in there, we'll come back to you. Let me quickly hear those that we've not heard from so that we can go to a different topic. But Mazi, you have 1 minute. What do you want to say? You wanted to say something?
So my question is a quick, an addition to what I've said earlier. People like Henry, you tend to classify some of us who are, okay, by nature, I'm a Libra. Okay, so it means I judge not. Henry, you've been in Germany. Do you want to tell me that despite the fact that you are so religious, is it everywhere that you can go in Germany? Can you go on trains and start preaching to people? Can you do that? Which obviously you say
you
no.
misunderstood me. I'm not that religious. I'm just telling you. I believe in God also.
No. Okay.
Yes, in Germany, everywhere you can preach in the train, in the public spaces. Yeah, they do it. People do it. Yeah.
Okay. In certain countries, you cannot. Okay, like in US, due to the work that I do, I cannot even talk to those kind of people and say, don't do this. It's not in my place. It's against the ethics of no matter how I believe in the Bible and all that stuff. It's a no. I could be sued for that. Apart from that, this thing that we're talking about is not only in Catholic Church. A few years ago, we heard about a big time evangelical pastor that was married and was engaged in such acts.
You are mistaking the topic right now. You are mistaking it.
How am I mistaken?
We are talking about what do you believe on? You believe in the Bible, right? What states
So
in the
what I
Bible?
believe, I'm trying
You don't
to
believe
tell
in the
you
Bible?
that.
All right.
Henry,
Henry,
when people are talking, allow them to learn. I'll give you your time to, give me a rebuttal.
Okay,
What I'm trying to
hold on, Maz. You see, that's why I gave you 1 minute, and you asked a question to Henry, and it drags on, and we have people who are yet to weigh in, and we want to go to other topics. So sometimes I try to stop this, not because I don't want this engagement. It's just that it makes it unfair to people who've been waiting, So when I say 1 minute, try to don't start engaging other people at that time, because that will drag us back to people who will be waiting. Okay, so let me move to KJ. 1 minute. Then
yes, I'll be very straight. Some people say this Christianity or what we are practicing now is a white man's religion. I want to rebuke that. I want to rebuke that. If you come to my community, where I come from, my people's culture and tradition is almost as that is written. For instance, till today we still do shift cultivation. You farm on this side, you let it lie fallow for a while. For 3 or thereabout years before you come back to it, which is in the Bible. For instance, since my late father died, I don't know what belongs to him. Nobody told me. It's only handed to his first son. His first son controls everything. Now, so the mere fact that these things we are practicing now seem to align with what we, it doesn't mean that they gave it to us. They choose to call it Christianity. We choose to call it Omenala. That's the way of our this thing. So let's not mix things. Okay? You didn't go to school just because to go and learn knowledge. You're already intelligent. You came with everything full before you went to school. Whatever you learn to learn in school is an addition to what you already have. Not that the woman created the education and put it in your head. No, it doesn't happen that way. So let's stop calling it. Every tribe in Nigeria have a way of doing things before Christianity came. And so if we are going to base on Christianity itself, somebody said that it's an old practice. Go and read the writings of Paul. He talked about homosexuality exactly. But that's how the Bible puts it. I don't like to quote the scripture because people say you're turning it to quoting. No, it is also captured there in more than 4 different places in the New Testament. People who misuse themselves with other things. So these things are not something that's discussed in abstract. All right, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. I like that. Let's go to electricity, then we'll continue with Jim. Go ahead. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your geographical location. So, thank you, Rudolph, for putting out your number there for anybody who wants to raise concern. But I think, in my opinion, you have.
Oh, sorry. On a lighter note, if I'm in Mars, will you be greeting me? Electricity. Just on a lighter note, if I'm in Mars or Venus, depending on where I am.
Since on this show, I believe you're on planet Earth. Chim, I would like to thank you for yesterday. I appreciate you standing in for me for that period of time. I wish you had not left. There should be another number for the general public as well, to beside your private number, where people can also raise concerns or make complaints, possibly another email. So that Alaba, I'd like to thank you for that as well too, because it was a bitter experience, but I won't go into that. Now, in respect to the Pope issue, listen, like what you said, Rudolph, if God has to apologize first to Sodom and Gomorrah if he doesn't punish the world, he will, because it's clearly stated in the scripture, like what KJ rightly said, that it's there in Romans chapter 1, First Peter chapter 3, and you find it in Matthew chapter 24 as well too. So it's about morals, and morals cut across board. Everything. If we condemn the suicide bombers, those who strap body, and we condemn them for the evil deed. So, but it's also a matter of choice that we have to make, if this is a path we want to follow or not a path we want to follow. And so, to me, I think I won't lose a night's sleep over it, because I've come to understand that this thing has been in existence even before now. So it is not a new thing. It's all down on the path of morals, whether you believe in the Bible or you don't believe in the Bible. It's neither here or there. And when God will judge the earth, according to 1 Peter chapter 3, he will judge the earth at a time will come. The way he destroyed the earth with flood and Sodom and Gomorrah. So he will. We just that we don't know when that time will be. So we're just going to wait. It may be in our time. It may be while we are talking, or it may be after we all have died. So I won't make a much big deal about it. We have to respect, because even the same people, God says, is not willing for anyone to perish. God still do not want them to perish, but to come to the knowledge of his word. So that is just it. Keji, I'm going to rebuff you for saying you don't want to quote the scriptures. If you're not going to quote the scriptures, if you have a problem, or anybody have a problem that you quote the scripture, then you're not going to reference to any book on this platform, because the scripture is just like a book as well too. So who does not like it, then let them go and hug transformer.
Supported.
I don't appreciate that. You can't quote Martin Luther and quote, you have to quote whatever you want to quote. Who doesn't like it, like I said, I will read before the record, let the person go hug transformer. It's called freedom of speech. So I have quoted it. So and I said, don't let us make issue about it. It's been in existence. Like Rudolph said, Sodom and Gomorrah, Lot.
Let me say I wasn't the one that said that. So
I said it too.
Yeah.
Well, God have to apologize to them if they have said something like this on earth now.
Let us. To me.
All right. Thank you, Electricity. I'm going to go to Righteous Man. I see you. Okay. Chim, hold on. Okay, let me go to Righteous Man because it's in Nigeria. Righteous Man, go ahead. Go ahead. Unmute yourself, Righteous
This
Man.
Righteous Man, you can bully.
Go ahead, Righteous Man.
Rudolph, good evening. Please, those of us that are in Nigeria should be given a preferential treatment. Please.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Use your time now before your data finish. Use your time.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I said those of us in Nigeria should be given a preferential treatment because it costs us more to be part of this panel than you guys enjoying over there. Anyway, Merry Christmas to every one of the panelists and wishing a prosperous new year. It was a sad one today. I'm reporting live from Alimosho local government. Many shops got burnt this afternoon. Cars worth millions of naira damaged and burnt to ashes. But the first time I saw Lagos State Fire Service responded effectively and they got the fire under control. I will send you the video. A lot of things, people are just wailing, throwing themselves on the ground, looking at the hardship we are facing right now. And the poor Nigerians are experiencing this at this material time. It was really a tragedy in Alemosho local government, precisely in a place called Council Bus Stop in Alemosho local government. So that is the sad news, but the good news is that nobody died and the fire service was there promptly and they did their work effectively, thanks to that action. Now the cost of transportation has not reduced. It has rocketed from Lagos State to Abakaliki is 45,000 naira GEO, Libra and other individual corporations. From Lagos to Owerri is 42,000. From Lagos to Calabar is 50,000. Airpiece charges 150,000 from Lagos to Enugu. So that is as at this morning. I don't know what is going to be tomorrow. And back to the issue of the Pope. This is a clash of civilization, and we have to understand it. It's a clash of civilization. As mankind grows, the mental reasoning and understanding changes. There were things that were not acceptable in the days of our fathers. Because of clash of civilization today is being accepted. Like in my own hometown, a woman that is married found without tying two wrappers will face the law of the land. But as I'm talking to you today, it's no longer the same. But I grew up to see that nobody contravened that law and go scot-free in my village. But since we are having this class of civilization, it's been ruled out. And that is why we are having much dishonesty in the society. We are having marriages, divorce and break. We have families that are not responsible. Children are no longer responsible to their parents. Parents are no longer responsible to their children. Dishonor and the likes is what have enveloped our society of today. So the Pope is a human being, and the question you have to ask, being a religious leader does not mean that he has the Holy Spirit in him. He may be a religious leader, but that has not qualified him to be a child of God. Jesus spoke about the Sanhedrin and the Pharisees, and he rebuked them that they are religious people, but they were not godly. So Pope, as a human being, can't say anything that does not nullify the authenticity and the validity of the scripture, which is the Bible. So he's an individual person who has his own opinion, and his opinion does not matter to me. I had it, the Nigerian Catholic Association have denounced that statement he made and said they are not part of it. So Pope is an European, and no European wrote the Bible. Paul was an European by adoption, not by birth. And so all the writers of the Bible are all Jews. No European, no American, no Western European wrote the Bible. Quote me anywhere. I'm a scholar, I'm a student, I have my degree in theology. There is no white man that wrote the Bible. The Bible were written by the Jews. And the testimonies of the Bible does not contradict itself, that God hates sin. Homosexuality is a sin before God. In the natural law, when a female animal sleeps with a female animal, that animal commits abomination. My father will ask us to go after that fowl and get it killed immediately. And women were not allowed to eat it because it's abomination. So if in any disguise, any individual is promoting what is naturally abhorrent, that one is left between him and God Almighty. It doesn't move me. It doesn't change anything about me. There is God, and I believe in the totality of God. I believe in the love of God, and he wants sinners to repent from every sin that is known, mentioned in the Bible. If you find yourself committing it, repent from it, because God hates sin, but he likes a sinner to repent. Thank you.
Thank you, righteous man. Just a question. The women will not eat the chicken, the fowl, because of what? And the men will eat it? Why?
I said in the days when my father was alive, there is what is called natural law. That natural law states that if a male fowl should not sleep with a male fowl, just like human beings, the natural law, God created man and woman, and it is.
Righteous man, it's not about that. I'm saying, why would they allow the men to eat the fowl after you kill it and not the women? That's the question.
My father did not give me an answer. Unfortunately, he's in the grave and I cannot answer.
About the answer, because you're a man, you eat it, and what's your problem? All right, let's go. No, Mazi, no. What's going on, Mazi?
No, it's just a quick this thing. What I'm trying to say is, I hope the bishops or whatever that is saying that they're not gonna follow the Pope stuff, they also gonna condemn the Reverend Fathers that sleep with people's wives. I hope they do that too. That's all I can say for now.
Adultery is adultery. If you commit adultery, it's a sin.
All right. Thank you.
Yes.
Let's go to Chim. Let's go to Chim. Chim, welcome.
Give me 30 seconds, please.
Thank you, Bishop. Thank you, Bishop Rudolph. I thank you for today's mass. We're having. Anyway, I want to come from the angle of science and education, because you see, everybody has spoken validly, but I sense that as human beings, we tend to want to say, "Oh, there's no scientific proof, there's no educational proof," and so I will try and bring in that perspective, if you may. First and foremost, what we're dealing with right now is culture, education, and modernity. That's what we're dealing with. Now, culture is the way human beings establish values, ideas, and norms. Education is a vehicle through which those ideas, norms, and values from education, from culture, are passed on to people who live in a society. So a society will say, this is the way we want to do things. And, to show that is, for instance, policing is education. Traffic light is education. Saying that you pay your taxes is education. Sorry, it's culture, I mean to say. All those things are all culture, because culture is setting values for yourself. So when the society says that every April in Canada, for instance, or every June in the US, we will do is tax season, that's culture. That's culture. We don't seem to realize that that's culture. But education is how you pass those ideas of culture to people who live in that society. Because if you don't educate somebody that he needs to pay his tax, he won't pay his tax, he will earn his income and he'll walk away. But you have to educate people that as you're collecting your income, you set aside a certain portion and pay it to the state as tax. That is what education does for you. Now, interestingly, both education and culture consistently clash. And they clash in the sense that education wants to always shift and extend the boundaries. It explores things and says, you know what, this thing that culture is saying is either archaic or whatever, let's move it a little bit more. But culture will always push back and say, no, I don't accept that. And that is where modernity now comes in. Now, the point I want to make is this. People always tend to think that everything that education pushes is correct. That's not true. If we allow education will push us into an extent where we will destroy ourselves. But that is why there has to be a moderate approach to things. I'm trying to avoid quoting scriptures. That's why I'm taking this stand. Because I read a book recently and it's talking about lateral thinking. Because when somebody was talking about lateral thinking, I had to go and I have these books. And when I read it, I began to understand that, you know what, nothing is new under the sun. Education is not bad. We've had scientists in the realm of education who have tried to push certain scientific discoveries that were harmful to humanity. But guess what? Society hedged and rejected some of those things. And that is why we have not gone into extinction. Because otherwise, if we allow it, I mean, the bomb is education. Bomb is research. It came from education, but you can see the effect it has on humanity. So when it comes to this issue of the Pope and what is it called, LGBTQ, blessing them or not blessing them, people have said a lot of things. But one thing I want to say is this, is that the Pope was being clever by half. I'm sorry to say, he was being clever by half. Because it's simple. If you say these people need to be accepted, come out openly and say accept them. You can't say in one breath, because when I read that and I said this man is just playing with words. And like somebody has rightly identified, you see, consistently there is a minority in the world who wants to dominate the rest of the world. They want to impose their own values, their own culture. They are trying to bring a counterculture to what society has accepted. And in trying to do that, nobody is even saying they shouldn't come up with their culture. Everybody is entitled to live by whatever values they so define for themselves. What humanity rejects is trying to superimpose your own values. The larger society says we want to live a life where certain norms are not acceptable. That's culture. This even has nothing to do with the church. This is social contract, the way society governs itself, says this will be wrong. That is why sometimes I always ask people when they say don't beat a child, don't punish a child. And then I've asked policemen this and they laugh. I say, so you say I shouldn't beat my child? Yes, okay. why then are you punishing me when I beat traffic light? Because traffic light is what adults do. When we get to the traffic light, we are asked to stop, and we stop. But some adults, in a hurry, they beat it, and then you penalize them. But you don't want people to be penalized. Sometimes you even throw people into jail to drum home the fact that they shouldn't break certain norms of society. You penalize them. But when it comes to certain things, we are trying to take away that penalty. We're saying, no, don't do this. And then we start bringing, what is it called? Modernity, in the sense of, oh, freedom of speech. And no, I'm not against freedom of speech. I'm just saying there are certain things that society says we frown against. A larger population of society. But a small segment, and trust me, they are so infinitesimal. The only thing is they certainly have a lot of huge economic power behind them, and they are getting into every sphere of society and influencing everything. They are gagging people. People can't even speak freely anymore and say we don't agree or agree with certain things. So in my own view, while I think it was electricity that said it, that I'm not going to bug myself, prostitution and homosexuality and any sexual vice you can think about have been in existence since the days of Babel, the Tower of Babel era. They've been there. People have quoted Sodom and Gomorrah. So do you know how long ago Sodom and Gomorrah happened? People think these are fiction. They are not fiction. But you see, there's something we also need to be careful about. There are certain norms that, whether you say it is God that gave it, or for those of us who don't want to use the word God and we say it's nature, there are certain things that keeps society running. It's just a given that when you desecrate those things, there are consequences with nature. Nature will resist and not like those things, and we start seeing sicknesses, we start seeing things. Yesterday, I was coming home with my kids. We went out somewhere, and one of my son was complaining of sore throat. And I said to him, when you get home, put salt in warm water and gargle. See, if you do this injudiciously, by the next day, you start coughing out whatever it is, and your throat will be free. And they all laughed. And I told them, they said, salt? Because they are new generation. I told them, I said, yes, salt. That salt is very medicinal. And we had a conversation in the car we were driving down. And I told my children, I said, listen, the problem with you is that you people go to this school, and then there are certain basic things that our forefathers knew that were medicinal, that were educational. You people think those things are archaic. And that's the problem we are facing right now in the world. Too many people thinking that certain things are archaic. Oh, let's move on. No. See, the sun itself will frown at certain things. Suddenly you have darkness all over the place because of certain activities you're carrying out. These things are scientific to an extent also. It's just that humanity and in the era we live, certain things we think are no longer modern, and we just flood them away. So the point in all my rambling is simply this. The Pope can say whatever he wants to say. Anybody can say whatever he wants to say. The truth remains that there are certain ways through which human conduct society is organized. And when you go against those things, whether you call it Omenala, you call it Christianity, you call it whatever you want to call it, there will be consequences. There is consequence when a man and a man sleep together. There are diseases that will come because it's not the natural course of how you have sex. It's not. It's against nature. It's against how we've been designed. There's a reason why the man has a kind of personal private part he has. Pardon me, and the woman has. There's just a reason for it. It should be common sense. This should be common. It doesn't even need Newton or what's that shaggy hair mathematician that we talk about to come and write any new law for you. It's just simple, basic common sense. It's so clear. Even the animals know it. A goat is going to see a female. In fact, a dolphin will see a human female and want to hug the human female, not to talk of this. So I don't even understand why people come up with some of these things. I think the Pope was being clever by half. I read that thing. Oh, bless them, don't marry them. And I'm like, what is this man talking about? What's this man? But I'm not surprised. Anybody who has followed the Bible, which we like to malign, I will end here, Rudolph, which we like to malign, which we don't want to hear, we'll see that we are told that there is a time is going to come that these kinds of things will begin to manifest. It will become more acceptable and all that. So I don't even think it should be a conversation for us to have today. Let's go back and talk about our politics and let those who want to dwell in that realm, continue to dwell in those things are basic and simple. It shouldn't be something for anybody to come and be bamboozling anybody. It's so basic that even an uneducated person who didn't go to school, my grandmother knows it. You know, so that's my point on this. But we must know that there is society has how it regulates itself, and that regulation includes what we refer to as culture. Not every culture is archaic and old. There are certain things that help preserve society. Those people who want to sleep with each other, let them produce children. Let me see. I keep saying this. Produce your children. Let me see. Produce it.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll rest there and wait for the next topic.
Thank you. I will only want to hear from maybe Oti, and then we go to another topic. But let me say this. I was just looking at everybody here, and I'm thinking 200 years ago, if we had a platform like this and they were discussing something like slavery, do you actually know that they might be sounding like us, making reference to the same Bible to support everything that, you know, it might just be exactly the same kind of conversation we're having here. Some people saying that it's wrong, some people saying that it's right, we can justify it, you know, and they will also make this reference to the same. And just think about another 200 years from now, if they play this video that we're recording here, this is what we're saying here, how the world will be at that time, and how we are going to sound to those who will play it. And actually, you know that.
But Rudolph, the Bible does not support. The Bible does not support slavery.
Rudolph, even 200 years
The Bible
ago,
doesn't support slavery.
people still condemned it. Our chiefs condemned it. The ordinary people condemned it. But you see, there's always a society, a part of the society that are greedy. They are the ones who perpetuated the evil of slavery, and they gain more. And because the people who wanted it wanted certain workforce, they insisted on doing that. You see, growing up as a boy, once I went to my village, I was showed one man. I don't want to call his name, he's late now. I was showed that man. They said, this man is, I should never go near their house because he rapes small children. Okay? And then within a very short time, the society gathered and said, look, we no longer want you in our society. Oh yeah, from today you have been expelled, because we have noticed that this is the activity you carry out in the darkness when nobody sees you. Children have come to say, this is what you do to them. The man was expelled from our community till his death. We never knew, but he was expelled. So the society, when they discover people who have those kind of character, don't keep quiet. They deal with it instantly. I'll give you an example. In my community, where most of my community people are Catholics, are Christians. Okay, one time my own uncle, I'm not saying another person who had lived in the north, had become a Alhaji, went back to my community. Okay, and one morning he came to his veranda, put his mat, and was trying to do his worship. He did his prayer. The next morning he came out and did his prayer. Then the third evening he was going to do it. Our elders came to him and said, look, we appreciate your deciding to be whoever you want to be. If you want to do it inside your room. We have young children who we are trying to bring up. We don't want them to think that this is our way. If you have gone to wherever you have gone to, have learned a new way, it's okay. Practice in your house. But if you are going to do this again here, we will expel you from this community. That was how the society regulated itself. And my uncle got it in his head. I'm not saying somebody else, I'm my own uncle. Okay? He got it in his head. And of course, he adjusted his brain, because you are now in a different society. Okay? So this is it. But unfortunately, we want to allow the minority to become the one who dictates what the majority does. It doesn't happen anywhere. It is only now we see it. And these agendas have been, look, Rudolph, we can discuss this another time because there's so much.
Yeah, we will. Because I've had that again. You said it and somebody else said it. Minority dictating the agenda. You have to also remember that Christianity, when it started, they were minority, and then they became the majority. So that's on the side, because that's how society also works. But let me go to Oti.
But Rudolph, before you go on, Christianity did not dominate any. Christianity any agenda for anybody. It's free choice.
All right. But it just. Go ahead.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Right. Well, of course, I don't hope to enlighten anybody on the topic we're discussing. No, but I really have to start by saying that this whole question demonstrates the problem we face in Nigeria, in Africa. I think it's essentially that of ignorance. Most of us talk about things we really, understand. We've not taken the time to study it. Then before we start, in kind of be confident enough to express our opinions. And first of all, well, I have to say, I will have to, kind of admit I'm a Catholic. Actually, I was in the seminary, so I would, I would have been a priest, but I left. So, so
there are two of you here,
and I'm still a Catholic, So, first of all, as far as I understand it, a statement was issued, and all the people, including myself, because I've not read the statement, commenting on this question. How many of us have actually read the statement? Okay, and you read it. Okay, now,
but Oti, let me stop you before you continue. People tend to say this whenever it's something that concerns them, but every other topic we discuss here, we don't ask people, have you read the statement from Emefiele before you speak? But when it concerns you, we want to go and open.
No. I'm not implying that they can't comment, but feeling so confident, right? Now, because this confidence, arrogance, if you allow me, is again, I would say is born out of ignorance. Because look, people with the Bible, they forget that's what is called theology, right? And before we come to the substance of what we're discussing, that quoting the Bible, carrying the Bible around doesn't mean that you understand. And I have to say, the Catholic Church, it does not practice democracy. There's no democracy there. Democracy is not everything. So, as far as I understand, I'm a Catholic, but I'm not a theologian, and this is not a subject I've studied, very deeply. But at least it is still a sin, homosexuality. The Catholic Church does not approve it, does not, has not said that it's something that's going to be accepted. Okay, so blessing. A bit of the statement, I kind of had a glimpse, I had a glance. Talking about blessing them, but they went into a kind of a theological, what is blessing, and it's not in any way sanctioning, approving, or saying that it's no longer a sin. And by the way, you see, with our people, all this preoccupation with homosexuality and all that, holier than that attitude, I would look. We have more basic problems, confronting us. We're not talking about it. We're not addressing them.
Oti,
let me stop you.
These are one of the problems, so don't go there.
Oti, let me stop you. Let's just round up this way, and I'll round up with you, okay? When the news came out that Tinubu said that the killings, the accidental killing of people in Kaduna was done by God, that it was designed by God. Mm-hmm. A lot of people came on different platforms and said he didn't say that. First of all, they didn't believe that he could say that. And when they saw the video, they now turned around and said, well, we are not interpreting it the way he meant it. So I want to ask you, do you think that Catholic Church has no problems? Do you think that in the next 20 years, 50 years, Catholic Church will remain the way it is?
Okay. No, I'm not saying that Catholic Church does not have problems, okay? And of course, there are questions of, doctrine, okay? But, you see, again, from this statement, like I said, it's not something I've read. I can comment quite, if like expertly on or with authority. But at least the bit of it I saw, there's something, a distinction between what is called law of God, as you might maybe find in the scriptures, and of course the church. Remember, the church is a body. That's a doctrine. There is tradition. It's not only the Bible.
It has always changed.
Yes, but there are things that cannot change. So there are things. Yes,
so you picked on this one and said this one cannot change.
No,
so,
I don't think so. Because look,
if they decide,
No, they can't decide.
Well, hold on. When you look at the marriage between black and white in America, for instance, there was a time you can't do that. Both the law, the church, every organization, they were all against that.
Right. Okay. Okay. See, there's a difference then. Okay, because look again, the church exists in the wider society, right? But and again, of course, the culture. You cannot. The church is not, even though it is in the world, but it's not of the world. But still, it still exists within the within the general culture. So there are things, law of God. Okay, we find it in the scripture. But what I'm saying, okay, the basic point really is this. I mean, the scripture where we talk so much about. Most of us, look, the original language of the scripture. How many of us really can, can speak Latin or Greek or Hebrew and all that? Just to begin to feel so confident and arrogant about these things. So
Rudolph,
wait,
sorry.
look,
Rudolph, please let me come in, please. Let me come in.
The church.
I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand you, and I'm struggling to understand you because, to be honest,
now you can understand this. You see, I'm not okay. I don't know. The church, the Catholic Church, the Pope, and by the way, it's not the Pope coming out and say something whatever he thinks. No, people thought about these things, deliberated on these things. Okay, theologians. I mean, serious discussion, thought went into all this before a statement was issued. But because he's the head of the church, is the Pope. It's not necessarily his. So all I'm saying is this, okay? It's not it's not so simple. It's not as simplistic as trying to make it. And the church has not said that homosexuality is no longer a sin. Okay, so that is the nuance. The public, I mean, of course, I can understand, may not understand some of these, the complexities of these things. It's not that simple. But a sin is a sin, and the church is the Catholic Church, the Pope. Nobody is saying that a sin is no longer a sin according to God's law. Okay, all I'm saying is we're just too quick and too confident to say, to condemn the church and this, and then be so, self-assured, talk about, so hypocritical, so self-righteous. And we have basic problems we've not dealt with. Witchcraft, greed, wickedness. So, a bit of tolerance. There may be sinners, but it's not really up to me to judge anybody, all right? So these are the things, and of course,
all right. Okay, thank you.
Rudolph, let me say something before you go now.
Please, I just sorry, give me a second. A second, please.
No, I have to say something now.
We can carry on. We're not going to finish this discussion.
The church position should be go and sin no more, like Jesus did. Jesus told the woman that was caught in adultery, go and sin no more. He said, I don't condemn you, but go and sin no more. So that's it.
So
then the priest, about the priest, I think the church should go the right direction to make priesthood optional, whether they want to marry or not, so that they won't have problem of not having enough priests. If they said, okay, if you want to marry, you have to read the Bible. Peter was a married man. The Bible says Jesus went to heal Peter's mother-in-law when she was sick. So the church should make priesthood optional, whether the priest wants to be, maybe someone like my brother was just talking, will not live in priesthood, maybe because he wants to marry.
All right, thank you.
Aside that, Oti, we are talking about a leader.
It's not allowed. I cannot say something.
1.3 million. I promise you.
1.3 million people. We're talking about 1.3 million. So, billion people. Put that in context, my brother, when you're talking. Thank you, sir.
All right. Chim, go ahead. Henry will have the last one.
All right. So, number one, I didn't really understand Oti's point. I'll be honest with you. Then two is, Oti, with all due respect, and I don't mean this in any mean way, I think it's also intellectually arrogant for you to come here and say people are saying things they don't know, they haven't read, when you yourself haven't even read that thing. If you can come here and defend or choose to side based on whatever level of understanding you have about that thing, I think it's fair. But to come to reduce everybody's level of understanding or whatever is, to me personally, I feel is insulting. That's one. Then two,
I would like to respond when he finishes because I need to clarify.
Don't worry, you can clarify later. You can clarify later. Now, and I don't mean it. I'm saying this before you intellectually. So now the other thing I want to say is this: you said the church and God's law. The church is there to do God's law. I don't see why the church should have a different view from God, because the police is an instrument for carrying out the government's activities. So, so sometimes when we sit down, let's always sit down and think these things through. The church is not the church on itself. The church is the church of Christ, the church of God. And whatever God says, the church is supposed to be there to say, this is the way the God we serve is. I don't think a guru will come against what their Hindi or whatever it says. Whatever the guru is going to be talking about, what the Hindi rules are all about. So I have no problem with the Catholic Church. I might worship elsewhere. I have no problem with that. What I have a problem with is if the Catholic Church does not want to make a comment on this, just keep quiet and go about your ways. But for you to come out openly in a communique, you were not, the Pope was not having a fireside chat with pressmen, and then he was gagged into this comment. He sat down, crafted a policy, and he made a statement. So when you have made that statement, it is subject to being interpreted, subject to being discussed. So people are at liberty to discuss those things because you have made it, you put yourself out there for conversational sake. So that's what I want to say with respect to some of the things you're trying to say. But honestly, when people come here, if you don't agree with what somebody's trying to say, you can just make your point without necessarily trying to make it look like some of us are daft. I took my time I may not have read the document in itself, but I took my time and I studied even other ministers from the same Catholic Church who probably have read it, and they were pushing back. There's one popular one, some Sarah from, I don't know where he's from. He's on Twitter saying clearly that the enemy of the church is inside the church and he's Catholic. So I don't think it's fair enough to come and say people don't know what they're saying.
All right, Tim, thank you so much.
Can I respond to him? Okay.
One minute.
First of all,
Henry, I will come to you.
Sorry. Okay. Look, I talked about God's law. Okay. I mean, as far by revelation, the scripture is a revelation, and of course, the church also has a doctrine, a teaching. Okay, and the church, as I said, is a human institution, is exists in the world. I'll give you an example, just to show you the difference. I'm trying to the dichotomy there. The church, for example, used to say that the world is flat. Okay, until remember the story of Galileo and all that. So that is of course the church then, the position of the church. But of course, with science and things change, societies develop. Okay. But then God's law, okay, as I said, as discovered, as revealed in the scripture, remains God's law, okay? But again, people interpret these things, right? So you have to really give room for that. In other words, there's that's element of progressive development, of greater understanding of the scripture, what it means. Okay, so, and by the way, from your understanding, are you saying you haven't read the document? Are you saying the church is no longer, says homosexuality is no longer a sin? Is that your understanding?
That's not my understanding. My point is that they sat down and came up with a communique around this thing, and that communique totally is divergent from what the church is saying.
No, but so this is a difficult matter they're dealing with, and then you said that the Pope is I don't know how do you put it? It's something by
I said he's being clever by half, and
you think he's just being clever? No, they're grappling with difficult, social human problems, and in good faith. So they don't mean to mislead anybody, but we as lay people, also have. Ought to be a bit, reticent and less confident in our proclamations and condemning people.
All right, thank you.
They're not meaning to mislead people, okay? Or turn black white, white black. A sin is a sin.
Thank you. Where Henry will have the last word. We'll move on to the next topic.
Can I say something? Because I don't interject, Doctor.
No. Henry, go ahead.
Well, I'm a minority anyway.
When it's so sometimes so. I have headache when people try to cover up, just like the politicians have to cover for their party, when things concerns their persons or their tribe or their religion. So it's in the scripture there. If the Pope want to say we condemn this act, he should say it. Not sitting like no. It's not making no sense there. And the question I'm asking, I asked I'm a Catholic. I was once a Catholic. I asked my priest. I said, where is it written in the Bible that the priest should not get married? He could not give me no answers. He said the answer he gave me was a Catholic tradition. Anybody who is a Catholic, can you prove it? Show me in the Bible where it says priests cannot get married.
So listen, it doesn't have to be in the Bible, but you have to understand the sense in it. It's a discipline. There's a reason for it. So that's the thing. You know,
There's
having the
an
understanding.
historical perspective to it. Please, let's not. Rudolph, can you end this topic and let's move on? Now we're going to
Henry, I've fulfilled
there's an
my
historical
promise.
perspective to them, not so who, but what is biblical or not biblical. This is how Protestantism started. There's an historical perspective to these things. Nigerians
They
don't
let
know.
me
Let's
finish.
leave
They
these things
take
alone.
on my side now, right?
Please.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Henry. Thank you, everybody. Let's move on to the next topic, and that will be
in the last quarter of 2022. I authorized the Central Bank of Nigeria to redesign the 200 Naira, 500 Naira, and 1,000 Naira Nigerian banknotes. For a smooth transition, I similarly approved that the redesigned banknotes should circulate concurrently with the old banknotes till 31st January 2023, before the old notes cease to be legal tender. In appreciation of the systemic and human difficulties encountered during implementation and in response to the appeal of all citizens, an extension of 10 days was authorized till 10th February 20.
All right, that was former President Muhammadu Buhari taking responsibility for the change in currency. But the story in the news today is that he had no idea what was going on, and that it was all done by Emefiele and Buhari's nephew, Tunde Sabiu. So let's have a conversation around that. What does that really mean, and what happens to Emefiele now that he's been asked to take responsibility for this? They mentioned in the stories I read a minister. They didn't mention the name of the minister who was also involved, but we are all thinking that it most likely going to be the Attorney General then involved in this. And the amounts they were talking about is 26.6 trillion, the amount of money that was mismanaged from the central bank. So let me start with you. You've said something. It's been a while you spoke. More. Let's start with you, Emefiele, and what he's going through, and the currency and the money, the amount of money we're talking about. He also had over 500 bank accounts in UK, in US, China, and everywhere. Unmute yourself, please. Bore.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Damage. I know very, my knowledge of what is happening in Nigeria is not vast, to say the least. I think it was my, consciously removing myself. You would say, boy, this woman removes herself from religiosity, relieves herself from, it's like.
What's left?
What is left might just be from where I am with what I can do. Am I really effective? But yes, Nigeria and its sham of government and the way it handles everything is, to say shambolic is for lack of a better word. The name Emefiele, I hope Nigeria as a whole can embrace Emefiele. But until then, Emefieles. I'm sorry for people who can't, whose it is not their language. I'll attempt. Emefiele means please don't go wrong. But Nigeria is always going wrong. And when that is the case, they pick and choose who. I don't know if everybody is hearing me with this blank. Okay, they pick and choose who they start straightening out what has gone wrong with. And I don't have any confidence at all. But their approach and what has been of old and how the government now is, I know what they call Abacha loot is coming in, and what is being used for, nobody knows. With the many bank accounts he has, if there will be, I am watching. In fact, I think my best bet is just to keep quiet and listen to others, because it robs me wrongly. It robs me.
So, all right. Thank you.
Somebody else can continue.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that input. Let's go to Chimionis. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Now we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so the internet is, I don't know why, if it's on your end, but it's fluctuating. Anyway, so I'm happy you played that video because I don't know what is wrong with us as a society. Sometimes last week we were having a conversation here and I said the Nigerian state, the Nigerian government, and of course the enablers of the Nigerian state and government, they give room for conspiracies. They give room for, some one-tom, I don't even know, for a battle, I don't even know what to use now. Maybe someone like KJ later on can help me. We were here when Emefiele launched that Naira, or planned to launch that Naira redesign. First and foremost, when he said it, the Minister of Finance at the time rejected, said she wouldn't go with it, and accused him of all sorts of things before their principal, Pope Buhari, Muhammadu Buhari, the 16th of Nigeria or 15th of Nigeria. Somebody beat me to the use of that on the comment section, because this is exactly what we're talking about. This is Pope Muhammadu Buhari, the 15th or 16th of Nigeria, whatever his position as president is, came out and defended it. They went to State House where they launched it. There's a signing insignia, this booklet they cover for the president to sign. There was a fanfare around it. And then even Bishop or Pope Bola Tinubu, the whatever he is, came out and said his Emilio Con journey was being threatened by the Naira change. Today now, they are shifting the goalposts. They want to punish Emefiele, but they want to free other people. And they want to say Emefiele was taking orders from a boy who he was not constitutionally empowered to do anything. He was not even a minister. He was just on the side, and they created this bigger balabaloo about him. They're telling us that is the person who approved the Naira change, just because they want to free Buhari from whatever consequences they're about. It shouldn't be surprising. Had Sariki, the minister, former minister of aviation, duped Nigeria, broad daylight 419 against Nigeria. Nobody has touched that guy. Nope. That guy is at large. Tinubu has not summoned him and put him in the gulag to say, come and explain how you deceived the entire Nigeria with this your Nigerian air, whatever. Nobody has touched him, but Emefiele is in this thing. I'm not defending Emefiele. I'm happy what's going on with Emefiele. Let him be brought to account for his sins. But you see, when I brought in this concept of conspiracy, because we're discussing this in last week, and I said, state is the biggest enabler of conspiracy. Tell me in which world will an American president an order to his minister or secretary or any part of his government, and then you hold the person who carried out orders and who gave and approved the order. I don't know in what state it is. So all this have gone to social media to say it is it was Emefiele acting with that Tunde, whatever his name was, and that Buhari was not in the know. Well, Buhari never knew. His slogan for 8 years was, I am not aware. He was never aware. He was either in a hospital in London enjoying himself, or if he's not aware. He ran the most divisive government. Inside his government, people were fighting each other. DSS and EFCC were fighting. And Buhari was still there watching them. So I'm not surprised. I think sometimes I love what's happening, but unfortunately, the Nigerian society doesn't know how to respond. Because if the Nigerian knew how to respond, APC wouldn't be in power. But because the Nigerian society doesn't know how to respond, and please, no one should come and defend and say the elections were rigged. That's not my point. I'm just simply saying, even if elections were going to be rigged, the Nigerian society enables it. Our docility, our docile level is legendary. It's so legendary that we don't respond to anything. We just move on. We just laugh about it. It becomes rumor. We will laugh about it. We will joke about it, and we go away. How do you tell me that the president of Nigeria, it's his legal tender? He didn't know the legal tender was going to be changed, and he made that. He made that broadcast you just played. He made that broadcast, and people are saying the man is exonerated. Well, I don't know what to say. I will leave it at that and contribute later on. Let me leave the floor for others to say. But like let me repeat by ending and saying again, the Nigerian state is the biggest enabler of conspiracy. The biggest enabler.
All right, thank you. Henry. Oh, Henry is busy. Forefathers, Eunice.
Yeah, greetings, Rudolph. Thank you for having me, and greetings to everyone on the panel, to the chat, and to the viewers. This matter of Emefiele, I think, Rudolph, you mentioned something about he put the funds in his account. From what I gather,
let me just clear. I don't know whether it's on accounts were open in his name or Nigeria's name. I don't know. But
yeah. Accounts. From the terms that they used was that he invested in the funds for Nigeria without authorization. That's the term that they use, and this is why sometimes we have to be careful. The terms that they are coming to color it, he has not come to shed light on his own on the matter. And the same stuff was done with Abacha, and we all bought into it. We don't know what is going on. Most of us don't know how nations open accounts. If somebody can open 500 something accounts, it tells you it's not normal. There's something that is going on, and it's on such a large scale that I believe people around knew what was happening. So maybe this is a way of operating. To use the term invested for Nigeria is an interesting term to use. It could be a process whereby they put money in foreign accounts, and with all the appreciation of foreign currencies, maybe they use that to back a kind of bolster the Nigerian currency. Who knows what they are doing? But he will have to explain why he had foreign 500 accounts overseas. And the gap in this is that there's no testimony from him on all this. It's just an accusation from one side, and it's like naming it, giving a dog a bad name before you do whatever you want to do with him. And I just gathered that he's been released from prison now because he is able to post a bail of 300, or somebody is able to post a bail for 300 million naira or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. So this is the situation we are in, and the way they are prosecuting him seems to be quite singular and personal, because this started happening even before Buhari left office. The DSS was looking for him.
without the authorization of the president. That's how crazy is that? Who authorized the DSS to do what they were doing then without the authorization of the president? So things were going on within the government that, you know, nobody is asking serious questions about. Who were authorizing these people to go and do stuff without the president doing it when the president authorized the CBN head to do something? And from what I see, the bottleneck here.
Go ahead. Sorry about that.
Yeah. From what I can see, the bottleneck here is because I learned that Emefiele went and consulted a foreign company, a UK company, to print the new Naira notes. And that is the true bottleneck. Because if that new Naira notes came true as they were meant to, we will not be here today. Most of the conversation we're having, the change of the currency and everything would have been successful. It's because he didn't have enough currency. And how he went and chose a company that cannot deliver, I don't know. And these questions need to be asked. Could this company could it have been leaned on not to deliver the change? Could this company be sabotaging the country, or could this company be incapable of doing the job while Emefiele kind of corruptly went and still gave them the contract? There are quite a lot of questions. That's where the bottleneck is. That's where the problem was, because the changes that Emefiele wanted to put in place, it's still lasting. Like they talked about how the cashless transaction in Nigeria has more than doubled since that time. So that is because of the effect of what he did. But that said, I think this type of discussion, we have to reserve judgment until we hear from him, because nobody has heard from him. And I've seen this happen with Abacha. I still don't like it, because the idea that Abacha didn't travel overseas, increased Nigeria's national foreign reserve, and did so many things, and yet this man stole the most money in the Nigerian history. Doesn't add up, and we just swallowed it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, forefathers. Let's go to Henry.
You see, Emefiele will just go free like always. You put an asking who is chasing Emefiele. You forgot about Tinubu who have a Binova in his house. Nobody investigate him. Who was the governor of CBN then? Who was? During this scarcity of Naira, Tinubu was crying. They did it because of him. People forgot that. So now he's your president now. So what you think going to play? What you think going to play? Now nothing going to happen. Nothing going to happen, because when Emefiele going to speak, Emefiele was a owner boy, his house boy to Buhari, the Kabas. He was doing the job of the woman boy, just the apprentice. People say he's smart. It's not smart. It's the foolish man I ever seen. So dumb. How can you open 500 different bank accounts all over the world? Is that smartness? Don't call that smartness. It's just so stupid. So it should be ashamed of himself upon this so-called smartness. They said he's smart. How can you do that? People are suffering. You take this money, put it in other countries' account. Who sent him? If they want to make sure this prosecution is going to be open to all Nigerians, they should interview Emefiele. They should play all the videos where Buhari was when they were taking pictures about the new narrative they want to present to you people. These are there. It's on social media. When people say he didn't sign, why didn't give the order? It's all crap. I'm just ashamed that they use those so-called intellectual, educated people, smart people to do this kind of dirty job. When Buhari is not going to be alive tomorrow, you're going to have a Buhari loot. So Nigerians are so I don't know. You are so patient enough. People are suffering. They are stealing your money, and some people will be coming here to climb river. They are targeting us. Now, who are you going to blame on this one now? If they use a family as scapegoat, you're going to be crying now. They don't prosecute the Muslim or the Arab people or the Fulani. No. If you feel what they try to force you to do, it's not going to work, you resign. They don't force you to be CBN governor. Now you have to dance on their scripts. It's all joke. This is going to go under the carpet. What of Magu? What of other ones there? What of Bawa?
What of all of them? All this, where are they? Do you know anything about the issue going on, investigation going on? Nothing. It's just they fool you people again, like always. After some years, Buhari is good. They're going to say Buhari loads they bring for you people. People will be here seeing discussion about it.
All right, Henry, thank you. Thank you so much. Janaba, you're next.
Okay. Thank you for having me. If Dr. Neka come again, I will ask her what Emefiele will be when he come back to this world again. So, so the issue is that I don't think anybody uses anybody. Everybody is clamoring for power, stealing of money. So he knows exactly what he's doing, Emefiele. And what goes around comes around. Power is sweet. Cheating is sweet. But when you get caught, I don't think you will like it. So, and this is Nigeria. So you are a thief when you belong to a particular power at the moment, and when you are no more there, or the power there that been is no more, then you become all your sin will be revealed. So we see how his own sin will be forgiven, because I think in the process they targeted their political enemy and all the stuff they are doing. And I think he's even living better than many Nigerians that he put in the mess. I think regardless that he's in jail, I think he still have a better life than millions of Nigerians.
Dr. Damages, I'll be back. Take me out and I'll be back.
So we'll see the end of it, but it's a normal thing in Nigeria. So I don't have so much to talk. The way I'm supposed to have strength to talk, you already cut me out as a minority. So I'll be waiting for the next time.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Alaba, go ahead.
We always have to elevate the discourse when it comes to our country. I believe we are all here because we care. And this is one of the key issues of our country, of a failed government, a non-functional government, a criminal government, a zoo, a lawless state. Now, this is, they do the smoke and screen show. It's Emefiele nonsense. This might have even been pre-decided way before now, and they're just acting out this stage. It was done before when they had the SDI, the way back, I don't know all their names, the Gambari and all the other thieves. You can see now the thieves, the criminals are united. There's no tribal issue when things is going on and the damage is happening. But now they're doing the screen. What is happening to Emefiele is a smoke and screen show. Nothing's going to happen. He ain't going to go to jail. Nothing's going to happen to him. Yeah, well, first of all, what should be happening is that, and what intellectuals should be saying is that Emefiele should get the Chinese treatment, immediate execution. Buhari and all his entire his cousin and all those involved in this great damage that is done to this country. They should be tried for court. Is somebody trying to talk to me? Somebody talking.
I muted that.
So, okay. Now, so Buhari and all his cousins, his entire family should now be locked up if it was a serious country. This is a joke. And we all come here, we talk, then maybe we should hear from Emefiele, maybe we'll do this. We come here and say, this is normal. Jesus, guys, come on. The damage Emefiele, Buhari, and all of them caused with the millions we are talking about. 9 months, lecturers were not paid. Lots of poverty, suffering, security problems. These are, but it's Nigeria, the zoo, where nothing, criminals are in charge. It's a crime scene. And they're doing a stage show. I used to watch a few of the Roman empires. Back then when Caesar was Caesar, if you ever watch Rome, they would usually have a stage show on the stage also where they would depict the leadership. This is a stage show. And here we are discussing it. We call a spade a spade. They all should be shot, including Buhari. Let's not waste time on this thing. Let someone else speak, please.
Thank you so much. Let's go to Bode. Bode, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So, can you hear me?
Yes.
There are many Emefieles in Nigeria. So, we have made that a tradition, a culture of missing billions. But I don't want to also understand the 500 plus accounts. I have about 6 accounts. I don't know how to coordinate them. I made some inactive. I only concentrate on a few. So, practically speaking, except it has a special algorithm that operates those things, I don't think it's practicable. It's true for somebody to operate 500 plus accounts all over the world. I'm not sure. I mean, that's how to be proven. However, the central thing is that there's corruption in that regime. So corruption is not new to us. Billions missing, snakes swallowing billions, all manner of stories we hear from our country. Because people, as I said before, people are used to free money. Even the money that we cannot spend, we want to have it. So nobody wants to be productive. Everybody's just, okay, there's money sharing there. You go there, you go and collect your own. So I mean, all this is crazy, because what you don't need, you're acquiring them. So it's not about Emefiele. I'm not justifying him. I'm not his fan, or I don't know him from Adam. So there are Yorubas who have been corrupt, there are Igbos who have been corrupt, there are Hausas who have been corrupt, there's Empire, I don't want to mention names. But if you focus on Emefiele now, as most people rightly said, all these things will fizzle out. We know that Nigeria has been a country. You steal 20 billion, you give 2 billion to the advocates, to the SANS, and the matter is over. So even the SANS will be doing one after you. That's their own breakthrough. That's their own way to make their own money from what your own loot. So this has been the system, the trend of things in the country. If you plot the graph, you see everything happening. You can predict the future. Then somebody says, shoot, Buhari, shoot everybody. Who's going to shoot? Is it the sitting government that will shoot them? So even as much as that Chinese treatment is desirable, but who's going to carry the first stone? So we need to redefine ourselves. I think this platform should look inward and offer solutions to some of these problems and sell that solution to inject it to the society. Because we need to go on that trend of role modelship. So I want to start talking about what Emefiele stole, what he didn't steal, why it is right or it is not right. So many people have stolen. We all know the stories. We know the truth about these things. So the question is, we know the problem. What's the solution? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Bode. And talking about solutions, if you read the stories in the news, so there are policies in place. So for instance, the central bank governor should not be able to do this and do that without the board of the central bank, without the approval of this and this. But as we know in Nigeria, we allow these things to slide and people cut corners and nobody complains. So when the Minister for Finance came out to say, I had no idea they are changing the currency, that's a red flag for the country. And a minister who is serious will say, look, this is not the process and I'm leaving unless we follow the process. But nobody will leave because they are benefiting, and that's why things continue to fail. It's not that we don't have policies.
I just found some information because I was asking why would a country open 500 accounts in foreign countries? One of the areas, the list is up to 8 of them: reserve management, international trade, transaction, investment portfolios, diversification of risk management, supporting monetary policies, interest rate management, financial stability, global economic relationships. So and you notice that in Buhari's administration, there are certain things he does that he kind of separates from other sections of the government. It's almost like the government is there are 2 different governments within one government. I think Chim highlighted that. That is why the CBN is doing something the finance minister doesn't know it, and that is why somebody sent someone to go and arrest Emefiele without the president's approval. It's almost like there are 2 governments towards the end. That's the pattern you see there, and it doesn't mean this money was stolen. And this is shedding light for me. It's being to shed light on the way governments work to an extent. And it might also reflect on what happened with Abacha's regime too, that most people just assume it's just corruption from the get-go. Because the money is so huge. Yeah, but what's he going to do with the money? It doesn't make sense. And this may explain it. But we will see. And I hope Emefiele is alive. It's not like Abacha. He's alive. And someday he's going to appear in court, except they sweep it under the carpet again. So nobody hears the truth. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Prince.
For that, next time, if you're in front of me and it's my turn, save that all those talks for your, for your own time, not taking my time. Okay. Pretty much, I have nothing against. You said the right things. One thing I just, things from my own view, I just want to say this way. It's neither here nor there. What do I mean by that? First and foremost, the government are the one arresting him. The government are the ones coming up with several allegations and accusations and all that kind of a thing. Now, from my knowledge of the way things are done, first and foremost, they should have carried out their investigation. Carry out an investigation. Even when you say you suspended him, you don't have to put him in jail. All you need to do is just to take his, probably, have him submit his passport to the courts, and then you start your investigation and all that stuff. Because things they've done prior to now have made the case so dirty that I don't even believe the government. Why do I say so? The same government that is after Emefiele is the same government that have someone who actually was the bagman for Abacha as the state budget minister. It's not even state, the budget minister. The same person who helped Abacha to spread all those money in different countries. I'm not sure that he's gonna do it again. Of course, something like that is possible. And then another thing is, just as much as I blame the government, I also blame the community where Emefiele comes from. The community where he comes from what I understood, he has a lot of buildings. They were showing certain buildings that he has out there. Emefiele is a civil servant. And I believe if it's my community, somebody will raise that question and they will ask you, how much do they pay you for you to have those properties? For you to live the way you were living? They will question you. And it's the almost, lies on the king, or except they're trying to tell me they don't have a chief or they don't have a king that can actually talk to him. But you will see that probably he must have given some of them money and they will all shut up. The thing is, it's so disgraceful getting to learn much about Emefiele. As a matter of fact, please, I just don't want to talk about that man. Like I said, they should just do the right thing. I'm not gonna solicit for him to be killed or whatever it is. He's a human being. All he did was to steal money. After all, most of them, other people who are gonna kill him, also stole their own money too. That's all I can say now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Prince. The Blackstone.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Rudolph, I saw that your video with that you were a pope. At least let's just make you the pope of this platform. On a lighter note, Father, you have been brought before the court of this platform. So Dr. Rudolph is the judge, so we are the lawyers. So we will defend you. So on the lighter note, so let me tell you what happened. Though I'm telling you. Okay. Going to the Emefiele issue. Sometimes in Nigeria, how we do things is somehow unusual, actually, right? I can't imagine that a single person, or I don't know if I put you want a single person with just embezzle or steal 26 point something trillion naira without anybody knowing or tracking that movement or that money when it was going on. So what are the security agents, right? I think there are some other bodies, organizations, institutions in Nigeria that track the movement of money within Nigeria or outside Nigeria, right? How did they move that money from Nigeria? Did they go through a transfer system or a wiring system, right? The countries whereby those accounts were opened, those money were moved there. They don't aware that this money were coming from a peculiar somebody or from a country, right? So I think that it isn't only Emefiele that is involved in this thing. It's a group of people in that central bank or in that government who are involved. Because I don't expect, I can't think how a single person will steal that huge sum of money in trillions, which is even almost Nigerian budget in a year. So if the guy that did the audit of the central bank, let it come out with a full names. At least if you put, at least every transfer had a tray, right? I don't think they move the money with their private jet and go to the other country, open the account, and just dump the money there. So let them follow the tray. They said follow the money, right? Let them follow the money. Every transfer has a tray. Let them follow that tray and let them see who are involved, who did the transfer, how it was transferred, and who opened those accounts. Because if you open an account, you must submit documents to open an account. So Nigeria should be able to do this rightly, not just coming up and start talking, bring out information that are not actually approved information. Let's see I think maybe this is the preliminary stage anyway, and I also believe that at the end, what will happen? A plea bargain. I will give you this. Let me go free, right? So it is the system of Nigeria, the government, right? Buhari have done his own. What is it going to do? Like Prince said, one of the ministers in this government was a person in Abacha government who were moving money. So what do we expect? So I said it last time when the name was announced, I said it in this platform that a minister in this Tinubu government was a part of the people that was moving money for Abacha. And it's even it's also in a good position and managing the fund of the country. So I think that's what I don't just understand. You're just like it's like in something like a web, everybody in the government are always involved, and that is why you see that when some people are condemning the government, other people are saying no, those people are saying it's okay, they're not doing something wrong. So what I say, the devil has supporters, the good people have supporters, and the bad people have supporters. So those that support the government will always have their way out, and they also have their gain, And I also want to say that when the forefather makes reference to Emefiele trying to print the Nigerian currency, right? They gave it to the Meet and Print Nigeria, and at that time it was the head or the manager, the DJ of that ministry was that institution was Asha Buhari brother. He is the director of that ministry or the Meet and Print in Nigeria. So they printed that money and they did it the way they like, So these are some of the things that happens in Nigeria. So those in power always have their way through, and they put in their people there, And you know, so I wonder what we are going to see after 4 years of Tinubu, what we are going to hear. Thank you.
All right, thank
The
you.
Blackstone, I gather that they chose a UK company instead of a Nigerian company. That's
No,
what I saw on the page.
That was printed in Nigeria. That what was the quality was very bad. It was printed by Nigerian Meat and Print, or the Print and Meat Nigeria. So that was printed in Nigeria.
All right, thank you. Wale.
Yeah, thank you. I know you start timing me now, and I know after 2 minutes.
I time everybody.
I know. Quickly. Mr. Chim, I have a question for you, but I'm going to ask the question in the next 1 minute because I just want to hear your honest opinion on it. Okay. But before I start, we always come here every week, and I always repeat this all the time. We should make this gathering a productive one. We shouldn't make it like we just come here to rant. I expect a strategy. How these people that, I don't know, these people that oppress Nigeria, they are still there, irregardless of where they come from, their religion, their tribe, or whatever. They are there planning 24/7. How are they going to even win 2027 election? How are they going to be in power in 2050? Is always on their pipeline. And there's something that I always think of, like strategy. We have culture for breakfast. We might have different culture. If there's no strategy, we just going to continue to talk and talk and talk. Anyway, about Emefiele, sometimes I used to think that, do we forget what happened in the past and we just treat what is happening at the present? This is someone who was, if I could remember very well, planning to contest for presidency with their 100 million A4 paper form they are buying in those times, and how, everything that happened. Have we forgot so soon? Anyway, if we have, maybe we should just continue, to deal with the same thing, designing, boo-boo. What about the guy that brought the Ethiopia airline? All those people that they are just there. Nothing will be done. So anyway, we will continue the way we are until we actually think of what we can do. And this is something that every single one of us need to look inward and say to ourselves, am I part of these people? If the answer is yes, then don't worry about making Nigeria great or not. Sorry, before I conclude, the question I was going to ask Jim is, if you happen, I know you are not old enough to be my uncle or my dad. If I've been an orphan from old age and you happen to be my uncle, you have a business, you send me to school, and I told you that I want to be a judge. So one way or the other, I managed to become a judge. But I discovered that you are my uncle, you are in government. The money you, one way or the other, embezzle, maybe, I don't know, maybe you embezzle the money to train me to, Harvard University to become a judge. Now, many years fast forward the line, and now happen to open the book of those who embezzle the country's money, and you happen to be one of them. And I have to pass a judgment that anybody who was involved in that scenario should be sent to jail or killed. What would you expect me to do? You are my uncle and you are guilty.
You rescue yourself. You rescue yourself and let another judge have judgment.
I put that question to
Was that for me?
And ask. I know I have my time to, yeah. Chief, please, what do you think I should do?
Well, you should address him properly.
Two things. There are two things. Oh my goodness, this internet is getting bad. But anyway, quick one, because I know people are waiting to answer. Can do for me. It is one is either you recuse yourself and say, oh, that you have an interest in this, and you declare what the interest. My uncle, who is one of the accused people in this case, is involved. Then I recuse myself, and another judge will come and do the job. That's one. Two, you can choose not to recuse yourself, and you want to prove that, look, you're a man of virtue. You pass judgment blindly. You are a judge. The judicial symbol is that you are blind. You are blind. You didn't see your uncle. In fact, if you do that, people there will probably respect you more and say, you know what, this guy is somebody we can trust. So it depends on which of the two you want to go with. But what the third one you cannot go with is to shortchange society. That's the point I'll make.
Thank you very much. I know who to direct my question to, and I know where to get the honest from, because I know if I ask Dr. Damages, he would try to be political around it. Thank you, Jim.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's go to Coco.
Rudolph, please, before Wale goes off, Wale, please, with all due respect, I just there's a statement you made which kind of like you stated of us coming here every Saturday to rant, adult rant. That we are having a discussion is that we are sharing ideas. It doesn't mean that there must be a big solution.
Sorry, I don't mean it that way, because I'm here every week.
I'm here.
I'm here as well. But it's just some of my friends. This is what, as much as we want people to get involved, some people look at me like, are you all right, guy? You just go there to rant and everything. And I don't want it to look like, I want to change their perception.
Yeah, we also, like I said, I'm not taking words from you. Like for some of us, when we hear other people talk, then as much as we contribute ours, I also learn and also try to, develop myself. I'm just saying that.
I come here to learn as well. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Coco.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Damages. And the issue of Emefiele, let's not deceive ourselves. We'll go back to history. Have you forgotten about Dasuki Gate so easily? Everybody know what's happened in Dasuki Gate. Hello, hope you are hearing me.
Yes.
Hi. He went and asked and he just froze.
All right. Thank you. I will come back to you. You wanted to say something for fathers?
Yeah, I just wanted to correct what I said to this in the Blackstone. The contract was given to the Nigerian printing this in press one company, but they couldn't deliver on time. So we Emefiele went and awarded to a UK company instead, and they couldn't deliver too. So that's the mess.
Hello, please. I'm back.
All right, go ahead.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. I said what is happening to Emefiele is equivalent to Dasuki Gate. So the government, they just want to play on our, just like what happened during the Dasuki Gate. They brought the Dasuki issue, use it to divert the attention of the people on what is happening. The government, we are not serious about fighting corruption. You know what happened during the time of Buhari about Dasuki. Everybody talk about Dasuki Gate. Up to date, we've not had the final conclusion about Dasuki. Either he's guilty or he's free or what. Everything they accuse him about for over 8 years. I'm sorry, I have not heard anything about that. It's just house arrest, allegation. You understand? So it's, and I'm kind of looking at the same thing will happen to Emefiele. They'll use Emefiele the way they use Dasuki in this government, because the first time Tinubu made statement after coming to power, the first thing he said, that the two things I picked from his presidential speech, first inaugural speech, two things I picked. One, he said that it's going to be house sweeping in the financial, that is in the house sweeping in the CBN. So I quickly turned to a friend and told him that I didn't know what Tinubu is saying. He's telling you that the first person he's going to arrest is Emefiele. I asked him to write it down that the first person this new government will arrest, the first person that will be arrested will be Emefiele. And it happened. And the second thing that he said, by saying he removed subsidy, I said, okay, fine. That is the only two important message I heard from him on that day. And I take note on that. So the issue of Emefiele, to be precise, they will continue they will bring so many conspiracy theory on and on, so that will make us feel, yes, they are fighting corruption, they are going after the bad guys. But if Emefiele alone, Emefiele alone cannot carry out this all these things that are accusing him of alone. Him alone cannot carry it out, and every one of us knows about it. So it's high time we forget about these people and think of another way. If there's any way we can to the support or bring out a suggestion on what to do to help Nigeria. But this issue of Emefiele, thank you, Dr. Damages.
Thank you, Coco. Olumide, you're next.
So thank you, Rodolph. So this is one issue that that if everybody's looking at right now, this is one issue where it should be devoid of any ethnic or tribal ethnic sentiments. So the issue with Emefiele, I mean, it brings out a lot of issues or talking points that we can look at from any angle. Me, I will go back to the policies that the CBN tried to implement shortly before the election of February, with the change in currency notes and everything, and the hardship that they put the people through. So, and it belies the fact that the same party will implement that policy, and the people will now come again to come and vote that party into power. So it speaks a lot about our election, that was it really truly fair and fair? Because I don't see the people being put through that kind of mess and then coming around to come and vote for them again. That's one. Then two, I don't think it's proper to, nowhere is it done in the world where you want to prosecute a man because of his policies. You understand? The man responsible for the policies of any agent of government implements is ultimately the president of the country. So if you're going to prosecute a man because of the policies, then go after the president. You understand? So that is why we have a process whereby if the people are not happy with any of the policies that was implemented, we vote them in or we vote them out. We bring in another government that can implement policies that we feel will better our lives. That's true. But if Emefiele has done anything criminal, then it should be prosecuted according to the law so that younger generations can learn. Those who are serving in government can learn. Others can learn. Potentially who will be in government tomorrow can learn not to do the same thing, knowing that if they do break the law, they will face the consequences. So that is what they should be doing. This speaks to our institutions. Our institutions are not independent. FBI will investigate and form an ironclad case against you. Scotland Yard will investigate and form an ironclad case against you. We have a police department, for God's sake. You understand? Let's assume that EFCC is an arm of the police department, but still reports to the Attorney General of the Federation. That is why we have people who go through school, who go through education. The government should use the resources of the country. We have people in the Ministry of Justice, Attorney General's office, Prosecutor's office, who can investigate this case. All of this money that this man was in control of, has he stolen anything? Has he used it to personally enrich himself, to launder money for his own benefit? You understand? So somebody talking about, oh, Emefiele had houses in the village that cost this so much. The guy was a bank executive before he left for government. he earned so much money, he earned so much retirement money, and we know how much well bank executives are well paid. So for me, that is not an excuse that he has these houses. Yeah, let our institutions that we have in the country, the police, the Ministry of Attorney General's office, Ministry of Justice, Office of Prosecution, or whatever they call them. Let all the agents of government. That is why these people go to school. They are supposed to be. They don't just get salaries for nothing. Let them be independent, so that even if the president has anything personal against him, so we will know that yes, truly, the president felt that, oh, this guy misused the people's money for his own personal enrichment. Or if he was angry about the policies that he implemented shortly before the election, that is not enough ground you can't do that to him. That is persecution. It is his boss that you should go after, who gave him the authority to do that. If he hasn't broken the law, free him, release him. If he has, form an ironclad case against him. What are those evidences? All this media trial, all newspaper trial, it doesn't help the country. It doesn't lay a good foundation. It doesn't lay a good legacy. That is why people like us keep saying that country is a shithole, because they don't obey their own laws. They don't follow the rules. So this is not about whether he's from this part of the country, he's from that part of the country. If he has stolen money, laundered money that should have been taxpayers' money that should have been meant for purposes of developing the country or bettering the lives of the people, and if anybody else around him has helped him to do that and benefited from it, all of them should be called, invited by the police, give their statement, get a lawyer, go to court and prove your innocence. That is how we run a country.
All right. Thank you, Olumide.
Thank you.
Yeah, should we promote subscription? It's 4 hours.
Yes, I think it's important. But I think right now we have Steph and KJ. I think everybody else weighed in on this topic. It doesn't look as if it's popular topic. So let's finish.
Forefathers, I like you. You are trying to keep your job, while some of us are trying to get you out of that job.
I don't know, man. I just think it's the right thing to do.
All right, Steph, let's hear Steph, and then when we get to after that, we'll take a break. Go ahead, Steph.
Good panelists, and good day, the host. Second.
We can hear you very well, Steph. Can you sit up and maybe come close to your?
Can you hear me now?
Okay, it's better.
I said I'm greeting Pope Rudolph II. And
thank you.
Forefathers, it's amazing how you always remind the Pope to go on commercial whenever it's my turn to talk. You did it last week, you did it again today. But there's no problem. I think we are together in this particular topic. I think that what is happening is retribution. And we all expected it. And what these guys did now is just to divert our attention a little bit and give us a talking point to spend our holidays. Take our mind from the real issue. Emefiele is not different from the people that are persecuting him or prosecuting him, whichever one you want to take. I don't believe that Emefiele is going through whatever he's going through now because he's corrupt or because he stole money. I don't think so. He's going through whatever he's going through now because he dared a particular interest sometime last year, and he was too audacious. So we all knew that if the man in question became the president as he is today, that he has so many questions to answer. You understand? So don't be carried away. If you have a company that's owned by more than one person, I don't think there's one person that can open an account for that person. So for you to think that Emefiele opened the 500 something account all alone by himself, I think it's ridiculous. The first thing we heard was he was caught with arms, right? A gun. The Second thing they say.
Steph, people are not having difficulties hearing you. So maybe you can check your system. Let's go to KJ. KJ.
Okay, thank you so much. Sorry, I had to break for some shots of Ola and bitter leaf soup with
Wow.
a lot of okpomo. You see, just to digress a bit, this is what we should be producing it. Nigeria should be producing Ola. You know, we have the yam, we have the market. Look at, we are giving it to the anyway. We can go talk now. The Emefiele or Emefiele, the man decided to make for where, you know, and somebody was asking why didn't he resign? How many people have resigned in the Nigerian government since get to know the government? I can only count them by the fingertips. When we were growing up, we had of Paul Nongu. Okay, late Paul Nongu, who was a minister then of power and something, minds and power. Okay, we heard of Obichi Oki, who said I will sleep on that when he was offered a position after being vice president, and they want to bring him to be a minister. We heard of Ngozi Kojiwala. I heard of Kemi Odeosho in just recent time. After that, how many other people have you heard who resigned from some such job where nobody asks you to give account of your stewardship? Nobody. They are all there. They rather take the nonsense, and eventually after they leave, they go celebrate themselves. You know. But here's what I wanted to say on a more serious note. I thank God that Rudolph was able to dig out that video, because when I heard this, I was asking myself, either I didn't watch the video that Buhari was saying, I have authorized this action to be taken. Yes, it was there. But normally we'll pander to who we can be able to arrest and suffer. Let me tell you something. If you go into most of what I've been accused of, it's unlikely that you have 500 accounts open on behalf of, that he owns, or he opened on behalf of Nigeria. It's unlikely. Remember, I said here on this platform that I dived into the issue of Desani Alison Madeke, which they accused her of having a golden bra, a golden pant, a golden wristwatch, and all that. And when Bawo came into office, one of the first things he did was that he said he had gone through all the things seen from this woman. He couldn't find any golden bra, nothing like golden bra, nothing like golden pant anywhere. All he was able to see was one gold wristwatch. Okay, every other thing that was being said there was was just makeup. You made up those stories to make the people look so bad that you don't want to touch them. I'm not exonerating Mr. Emefiele because he played to the gallery. But I want to say that there's no way a central bank governor will take orders from Tunde. Before now, this government are looking for how to deal with Tunde, because Tunde was the one who stood on behalf, against Tinubu picking the nomination paper for APC. So I can understand why he has been roped into this charge that it is him working with. Why didn't they rope in the carriers, those top cabals who the president's wife complained about? Why didn't they say, since he was taking direct orders from them, why didn't they rope them in? Why didn't they rope those people who had bought shares or bought the company that NDIC took over? Why didn't they rope them in? What is happening to this? The man who just played everybody 419 in Nigeria with Ethiopia Airline. Why is he not? Is the money he stole not money? Doesn't it belong to government? Why can't he be arrested? And just like someone said here, I don't have much to say. At the end, I said this earlier on when I made my first comment. It's going to be the same Nnamdi Kanu story. Today they bring him to court. Tomorrow they take him back. When he wants to come back, they amend the charges and ask for more time. And they keep doing that until whenever it suits them, or maybe until the government leaves office. Look, if he had done wrong, prosecute him. But he's not the only one. Let's gather everybody, including Buhari, and prosecute them all. That's what I would say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anybody who didn't weigh in, who didn't get a chance?
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me now, Rudolph?
Oh, okay, Steph. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the point I was trying to make is that I don't think that Emefiele is being prosecuted or persecuted right now because he's corrupt. That's not the reason. It's because of some actions that he took which some interests believe that was detriment to their own ambition, you know, and that was the reason. Do I think that anybody that have held public office in the past does not have any question to answer? Most of them do. If Emefiele did not take some of the actions that he took close to the election time, will he be going what he's going through now? The answer is no. So we know what the issue is. And those guys just want to keep us busy, talking about Emefiele, talking about corruption, how he's corrupt, why we keep our minds away from the main issue to question what is going on right now with the government. That is where our interest should be. Emefiele is not the most corrupt person in Buhari's government, and we all know that. He has his own dark side. He also has some good innovations that he brought into the financial system during his tenure, and it is evident. And for the people, the man who gave him the authority to do most of the things that he did, to be exonerated, and the one who is carrying out the action to be the one who is being persecuted here and there, I think is unfair. And like AJ said, what I foresee is that this issue is just the beginning. You may think that you have heard it all. Tomorrow they will still give you another more talking points. The first time they arrested him, they said he has a gun on him. The second time they said he was financing terrorism. Then at the dying minute now, they are telling you about 500 or something accounts. In your company, can you alone open an account for your company? You cannot, not to talk of a country. So I don't really think that all those things is just media trial, just to divert our attention to something else. We know it is retribution. It's just retribution. I think it may be good to us to, just like I advocated for some other people that have gone through the same thing in the past. Let's not buy into it. Let's not help them to magnify it. If you think that you have a solid case you've built around him, why can't you bring him to court? Why can't you lay those charges against him officially? But they will not. They want to try him in the media, the way they've done with some other people. And God help us if it's going to end even in the next 2-3 years. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Steph. Yeah, buddy. 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you. Steph hit the nail on the head. I buried my dad in March 3rd. It was a cashless policy. Buhari had a policy that he was going to give every contestant a level playing ground. A particular candidate is supposed to be a money bag who might influence everything, pay off all the delegates, you know, and then get to power. So Buhari tends to want to be fair to say no. And Emefiele, the scapegoats, decide to do the needful by operating a cashless policy at that time. It was hurting, not to the individual that was targeted, and then at that statement that the person made that Naira or no Naira, we will win. You know, so it was hurting to that particular individual. So Steph is not far from the truth, saying this is a retribution, and that's why I came my first summit that Emefiele is not the only corrupt person in Nigeria. We have many examples of corrupt people. So even that corruption has to be substantiated actually. So across tribes, across religious interests, there are so many deeply corrupted people in the system. So we should, like he said, we should look at more, like Wale also said, more productive things. What should we do? How do we get out of this syndrome? So for personally, I think it's an infringe on the freedom of Nigerians to, because of an individual, for Emefiele also to inflict that kind of hardship. If I had to take a bike that time, I came to Nigeria to bury my dad March 3rd. If you want to take a bike, you pay by transfer. You have to transfer. If you buy apple from a wheelbarrow pusher, you pay by transfer. I could not spend money freely the way I wanted to bury my dad because somebody has to be targeted. All those things are unfair on the society because we are playing games according to, you know, what we think is right, you know, or what we think is not right. When Buhari was doing his own election, did they the CBN governor at that time, did he say money should not flow freely? Did he say money should not flow freely so that we can have it free? So these things are give and take thing. There are so many ways of saying, okay, if somebody is carrying money around anyhow and it's questionable, there are other ways of handling it than to inflict hardship on Nigerians in that cashless period. I felt it. I traveled away from the United States to go to Nigeria to bury my dad, and I could not move easily. I could not have access to Naira the way I wanted to. So, but that being said, summary of it is that this thing will Emefiele thing will fizzle out with time. If he knows how to, if you go and appease, as it were, the so-called elite, political elite, he will get out of the doldrum. That's the system in Nigeria. He will get out. Once he rub my hand, I rub my back, that kind of language. He will get out of it eventually. But the question is, what is right to do beyond Emefiele? What is right to do beyond whoever is sitting in government right now? Are we in that direction? Are we moving that way? That's what I think we should be addressing. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm happy that Wole is here because he mentioned something when he was speaking. I did not ignore it, which is about this platform. And people have a lot of dreams of what could happen, what they could transform, or what could more like results that will come out of these conversations that we have. So, and I saw in the comment section, someone actually put out something and was saying, for those who think I don't read the comments, was saying that we should maybe start a petition about something. How many petitions came out of these conversations we always have? So this is what I'm trying to throw out there for Wole and anybody else. I'm trying to get, for the panelists who care about having conversations outside this platform, I will suggest, if you care and you want to be part of it, you can put your number and name on the private chat. So we set up a kind of Facebook page. I'm not going to be involved. I'm just helping to facilitate that. So there could be conversations beyond what we talk about on the platform, and which is where people probably, if people care, they can take it to the next level. If you want to start a petition or investigate something more, and come up with position paper, and there are many things that could be done, but it has to be from people here. It's not something that we have to stop the show to do. But the show could bring people, like-minded people together, and conversations that could lead to that. So I just wanted to say that. Well, yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Before these skip my mind, I just want to quickly say, I think one of the things we can do is to, how would I put it across, is to kind of, first of all, gather data. Let me put it that way. Maybe from every region, wherever we are, maybe it's 10, 20 people we can say, okay, is there a form where people can put their opinion, see what they think, enlighten them, create that orientation that, do you actually like what is going on in Nigeria? No. What do you think can be done? Then it's just a way of gathering that intelligent information from people, try to see what people can actually do to make our country great, or how we can move forward. Change of mind. I have a question I was going to ask earlier on. Sorry, I'm going to be very, very brief, and it might go back to religion thing we discussed earlier on. Like, all this wealth, all this money people are gathering, they are stealing and everything. Do they actually think, what does it profit a man that owns the whole world and loses his soul? Maybe they've sold their soul to the devil. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe devil is black or white or green or red. But is this something that tempts people to continue to steal without even thinking of the repercussion or the consequence? So anyway, that is their own thing. From our own gathering, what I would like us to do is, the people who are very, very committed to this call, and they can anchor program, they have the time, because time is very precious. So what I would like each and everyone who anchored each section or each program to do is see how maybe bring 2 or 3 people to this. Let them give them the. If you see someone for the first time, give them, hear their opinion. Maybe Dr. Rudolph, you can put a form there, like Mr. Ferreira did. What do you think? Let's try to gather that information and see how people can come up with different solution, and then we can gather those information and say, okay, this idea is very great. What could be the downfall or the weakness? What could be the strength? If we make it this way, do you have someone who is in power? Have you ever talked to them?
Okay, well, I don't go far. These are the things we take offline, so that we don't stop the show and be talking about this. We take it offline, and you can have that conversation. So people who are interested in being part of that, you can share your contacts on the private chat. We set up something, and then we have that conversation, so that we don't go far away from the conversations we want to have. So
also, what Wale, sorry, just not less than a second. The Bible says, where there is no law, the people cast out restraint. That's just simply what's going on in Nigeria. If the law was being implemented, nobody would see that much. But we refuse to implement the law that is set out to deal with such things. And that's why the country is driven towards every direction it can go to. Thank you.
I asked a last question about law.
Okonkwo.
Yeah.
Please, can I say something? John, there's one John Abba who I think we did not include. He wanted to talk. That guy, I don't know if you can bring him back. He had things to say, which kind of didn't give him audience. And secondly, and finally, for now, I'm not part of Facebook. I like to be a part of that backside discussion. Facebook, I find it a bit corrupting. So recently, I deleted that on me. So maybe can we do Google Chats instead of Facebook?
No, I was thinking about WhatsApp for those. The WhatsApp.
WhatsApp. Okay, yeah. You said Facebook. WhatsApp is fine.
That's a mistake. Yeah, I don't mean.
Okay. WhatsApp is fine. Thank you.
All right.
Thank
So
we can also have Facebook. Facebook is more widespread, so can also ask Facebook, so that people can also comment. Who are in Nigeria also. Nigeria use a lot of Facebook, so you can use WhatsApp and Facebook together because they're also linked together. Also,
when you guys get there, you can open everything if you want. Let's
no, it's not left for you. Yeah, you are the Pope. You are the Pope. So
let me just appeal to people to please subscribe to our channel and our sister channel, which is Iroko Post TV. I've made the case. I've said why we need to have this, just in case we have a lot of challenges with YouTube. And one day we might wake up and see that Dr. Damage's channel is out of the way and they close it. So we need to have an alternative. So please, you can just click on it and subscribe. That's very important. When we come back, we will take a break. When we come back, we will talk about Tinubu's Christmas gifts to Nigerians, which from the reports we're getting, a lot of people are yet to benefit from that gift. That is, they didn't get the 51% cuts that they were promised. So we're going to talk about that. And of course, we're going to talk about Wike and Fubara, how the matter was settled and why a lot of people are still not happy with that. A lot of people are protesting in Rivers State. So we will just take a break, and when we come back, we'll have that conversation. Please bear with us. Have issued a statement that said, thank you so much for watching. The Catholic teaching does not change. Yes, Benny, that's what we're talking about. They said that marriage is between a man, a woman, and his side chicks. Now they added that if the man is a priest, well, he would have to make do with the Reverend Sisters and any other woman in distress. Sasha, who wrote this crap? Who wrote this crap? I swear, I didn't write this. It is all in this document issued by the Catholic Bishop Conference of Nigeria. Look at the document. Look at it. Well, one bishop who disagreed with the Catholic Bishop Conference of Nigeria, Right Reverend Gideon, Otundo, the Bishop of Hayes Island, had this to say. Watch. Blessed be the Holy and Undivided Trinity, now and forever. Amen. Pope Francis has permitted us, Catholic priests, to bless same-sex marriages. For some brethren, it is the greatest Christmas gift. For some, it did not go far enough. For others, it is the last straw. More than any other group, African Catholics are caught in the middle, where we, African Catholics, form a new church and install our own pope. Or will we finally walk away and join the Pentecostal churches with Lagos Ibadan Expressway as our new Vatican? Or are we going to abandon foreign religions and return to the ways of our forefathers? As for God, what will he do now? Now that his pope has evolved, what will he do? Will they follow him? Will God permit his biographers to revise and update the Bible to deal with this matter? What will we Africans do? Africa, who did this to us? Who did this to us? Blessed be the Holy and Undivided Trinity, now and forever. Amen. Oh, now, if you're a Catholic, we would love to know what you think about this situation. Please address your emails to adiolafine@gmail.com. Yeah, if you're a Catholic, if you're not a Catholic, it doesn't concern you. You understand? Africa, who did this to us?
Christmas is coming, Baba, buy two for me. Oh, la, la, oh, la, la, oh, la, la, yeah, boom. Hello, my dear, you know, when Christmas is already coming, dear, and I know you want to buy a few things for your parents, but because Boji Jackpot, hello, my dear, even though you are not in Jackpot, you're not wondering, who will help mommy in Beijing to, buy all these remaining tomato, beans, egg, yam, rice, noodles, and cocoa. Do not worry. I'm here to introduce to you Help Me Waka. Hey, waka, waka for me. Amen. Now, what these guys are going to do for you is they will help you to deliver anything that you want to your parents, to your husband, to your wife that you have left in Nigeria. Kodaga, you that are giving Baba Bejo that is doing the work of former, according to former in your collection, your marrying. That's fact. So they can help you to build your house, they help you to buy cement, block, paint, tiles, that is, and so on and so forth. They also do personalized gifts. Look at this. For example, it has my name on it. And it has exciting and personal items. I love class. You already know that. They won't put clock gun to remind me, wait, I should not be using another person's clock to run. You understand me now? So anything that you want whatsoever, they are in Nigeria, they are in Ghana, and Cameroon. Don't worry, just go to their website. I'm gonna put a link in my bio. Follow them on Instagram. Gbogbo Ishoro, Gbogbo Aile, Gbogbo Nile, Gbogbo Riro, Gbogbo Bibo, Gbogbo Kiki, Gbogbo Shisha. Any problem or any ills that you are having and you want it to be resolved, help me to waka. We help you to resolve it. You want to joke, you think I will cut and I will not pack all these things. I will pack it and be washing me eyeballs to iceballs. So you can come to my house and come and take it. More cut me. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm not welcome.
Yes, I got your call. Who sent this to you?
Your brother from America.
Wow! So excited! Hurry up! I'm so excited!
Ta-da! Surprise! Surprise! How are you guys?
I'm
nice to see you.
I'm live!
With Help Me Waka, I came to your house. From your brother in America.
Wow!
Are you happy? Help Me Waka, the people who do what? Run errands for you in Nigeria and in Ghana. Say Ghana. Ghana. Say Ghana.
Ghana.
Nigeria and Ghana. Say Help Me Waka. Say Help Me Waka. Say Help Me Waka.
Help Me Waka.
Help Me Waka, the people who run errands for you. Welcome back, everybody. And So we want to move to the next topic, which is Tinubu's Christmas gift to Nigerians. The details are very sketchy. There was press statements and reports on how they arrived at that. They told us that they had been thinking about this, that it wasn't something they just all of a sudden pulled out there, that they spoke to these transporters and they agreed that this is what they are going to do. So what they did was for interstate routes, and they went to the main transporters, the luxury buses, and they said, whatever you are charging people, we're taking care of half of that cost to help people. Also, the railways, the trains are free from 21st of December to January 4th. The goal is to make people benefit, to go home and see their people, because they understand that things are difficult in the country. But just like everything about this government, it didn't turn out well. It was not well planned. A lot of people have been reporting that they go to the bus stations and they are not being given the discount. We don't know how the government is going to pay these bus operators, whether they will submit names of people they charge half the price. We don't know. Anyway, you guys help me. Let's start from people who just joined us. And AY, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph.
Yeah. And Pansat, welcome to the show. So I'll start with you, AY. What are you hearing? What is your take on the Christmas gift that Tinubu gave Nigerians?
You mean the 50% transport?
Yes, and free.
Well, I would still say it is a good thing, to be honest, because the complaint in Nigeria now, the price of stuff, price of transportation is relatively high with the complaint of the people. But however, I still want to emphasize this strongly that is not all we need. If I were in Tinubu position, rather than doing all this, giving money to state governors to loot the money is not really getting to the people. We know we have people that really need the money, right? Like, for example, maybe elderly people that don't have anybody supporting them. Yeah, they need it. But I think the main focus should be on the economy in such a way that even if it takes 2 years for people to pass through their pain, they know something is coming. That should be the main focus. They should give us a direction that let more people have jobs, pay people living wage, not this $30 minimum wage. Pay people living wage. We know the living wage in Nigeria. What some of the state governors are paying, the same governor, I'm sure their children, when they go to restaurant, they spend more than that just in a city. So the minimum wage in Nigeria now can't even buy a bag of rice. And so these are all part of the problem, things leading to our corruption in the country. You pay somebody 30,000 minimum wage, they have children, they are taken care of, they pay rent, they pay tuition for students, for their children, feeding. So you see that, and you are telling the people not to steal. So that's another thing the president I would have seen the president address. We need to address these issues if we must get rid of corruption completely. But however, it is still a good thing, but they should focus on the main thing that will still alleviate situation of the people. I see even the wife of the president give us some money. Some state governors are giving us some money, like River State, Borno State. I think Boya saw that they're giving out like some of them giving out 100,000. It's a good thing, but this is not sustainable. This is not what we're gonna be doing, right? So we should provide an atmosphere where people can earn a living, even if you want to do business, so people can be dependent. Because one other thing this also causes is, for example, during election, people are not able to decide for themselves. They follow this money and vote for the highest bidder. So if they are contented in form of they having reasonable income, I'm sure they will be able to say, you know what, this is the direction I'm going. But now they can't because they depend on these people to survive. Thank you.
All right, thank you, AY. Ansat, welcome.
Thank you very much. Let me say hello to everybody who's on the show and those listening to us. You guys been talking about a lot of stuff. I know that Steph, in his last submission, made inroads into the discussion that should be had, right? Because it's not like we don't know. We come here every time, we're just talking and talking. It is clear that Nigeria is a land of goons, right? So you want to tell me that Tinubu is going to be prosecuting people? I mean, criminals. Tinubu and these thugs that came in with him, who's been there, even in the last administration with Buhari, right? So these are Southerners. Go and look at it. Look at the history from Jonathan to the Chief Justice on again, right? They put them in office, and after a little bit, then they're disgraced out of office, and their stuff taken from them, along with their oil. The only time Southerners are one, like they mention like they are a tribe, is when they're dealing with Igbos. Aside from that, a bunch of clannish little playthings for these Fulanis to play with. How are you going to be judging Emefiele? Doesn't he have due process rights and constitutional rights? So whenever these people, especially the Yoruba press, they've been doing that in those days before social media. You come and you disrupt people in the press. How much is Nigeria's budget? If you're accusing Emefiele of stealing 500 billion or whatever it is, how much is the budget? Nigeria's budget is $20-something billion a year, right? So these Fulanis, including Buhari, they print money, they take any amount of money they want, and they exonerate themselves in the press. They don't go to court. But when it comes to Southerners and Igbos, yeah, you can accuse them of anything, including the lady, the Ziani. You take all their money, you plant all kinds of nonsense in the press. He is as innocent, Emefiele is as innocent as you and I, until you convict him beyond a reasonable doubt. You know, I know that KJ mentioned that first of all, he should have said it with more oomph. He's a press man, he's a journalist. So you go and you accuse somebody of stuff because you want to believe them. You want to believe that these Southerners, where that oil that's sustaining the Yorubas, every single person that goes into the office that come out of South, it doesn't even matter if he's president. You destroy them when they get out of office. Somebody like Chief Justice Onegin was removed without the two-thirds supermajority needed in the Senate. Buhari just fired him. Falana agrees with him. Jonathan barely made it home, even when he left office as president. Desiani was oil minister. So even as she going through cancer, Showere, all these Yoruba press, even those who we respect, they will gang up and start making all these people look like they're guilty before they're proven beyond a reasonable doubt, a moral certainty. Meanwhile, Buhari, who was regarded as a saint, everybody knows right now that he's the biggest crook in the entire continent. And all first of all, how do Fulanis make money? Are they inventing anything? Are they winning any Nobel Prizes? If there's any Fulani that has more than $1,000, it's a crook. Because how do you make the money? You don't work. You don't even dress to be like a mechanic. Go to work. So all Southerners, every single one of our public servants, you just pay them anyhow you want, right? He's entitled to due process. I recall when the former mayor of Kano, Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, he accused Jonathan of stealing $50 billion, not Naira, maybe 40-something billion, $49 billion. So Jonathan asked him, hey, look, the budget is 20-something billion. How did we pay the army, civil servant, if I stole 20-something billion? And then the Sanusi Lamido says, okay, it's 10 billion. He's pulling out of his ass, right? So, but look at all these Southerners, especially people from South, because they're a bunch of clannish idiots. Once they finish removing the Igbos to say, look, we're not Igbos, we're Southerners, we're Ikwere, we are Ijaw, we are this. And then when they bring the catch home, then you notice that a bunch of clans, stupid clans fighting one another. They want them, so the Ikwere wants Emefiele gone, or the Ijaw wants Emefiele gone. How are you going to accuse somebody out of a bunch of thieves? Right? He's just a CBN governor. Now, let's forget about that. Let's talk about policy. There are people who say Emefiele his policy is wrong. The Naira policy he made. Well, Emefiele is an independent agency, analogous to the Fed we have in the United States. He has independence. He could have a bad policy, right? He's not subject to the executive or the legislative. His monetary policy is entirely in the hands of that CBN governor. He could have a bad policy. So if you come in here to debate whether his policy is good or bad, well, that's subjective. But legally, he's on solid ground to implement his policy the way he sees it. It's not supposed to be like, I believe it's KJ that said the evolution of the charges against him, it started with that he's a terrorist. Imagine terrorists accusing one of our sons, a Christian. You couldn't be a terrorist unless you're a Muslim. They're accusing him of terrorism. They're accusing Showore of terrorism. Look at if Nigeria wasn't a Goonish country, right? Look at the people who are being prosecuted, especially for terrorism. Showore, Nnamdi Kanu, Emefiele. Guess who's accusing them of those things? Buhari, the grand wizard of terrorism. So now who's accusing Emefiele of fraud? Tinubu, right? So we're goons. When you sit here like a forefather, look at his face, forefathers, right? He's a Southern. One of his brothers is being painted as a criminal without proof. Then he's not upset. Just mention an Igbo person's name now. He'll come out like a tiger. Look at all the servants from South, especially Chief Justice Onagin, a real Chief Justice. They removed him and put a Pawan Tapa, Muslim Sharia, I guess, quote unquote, jurist. So let me conclude by saying this to you guys, right? I came out here the very first time I came here. I said the solution to Nigeria's problem is war. And that's what it is. Because first of all, they have absolutely no respect. They're overdoing it. There's something you would do, okay, and then we can manage it until we have some sanity. But what they're doing, it's there's no way. These people are out of order. They're out of order. Our lives are in danger. If you're going to have such a man as Tinubu running all over, roughshod all over the whole country, imprisoning our people, It is known, even here in the United States, that he is not a good actor. But because our concern is not doing the right thing, none of us here want to do the right thing, because if we did, it would be totally different. I can assure you that. So please, as you describe now, Rudolph, there was a segment I was busy earlier that you did about religion. What I will do is I will exit and I come back if you give me a chance to address that issue, because it's you who apparently you don't believe in the Lord, right? You don't believe in God, right? And I would want a chance to address some of the things that you raised, but I know you're in a different gear now, so I would sit back maybe towards the evening session. I do want to correct a lot of things.
Thank you.
Just like what you did, put on that big Pope's hat there.
Yeah.
And
thank you, Pansat.
I don't think it's fair.
Thank you, Pansat. I pulled you.
You wouldn't do it with Muslims. You put on, that's the Pope's hat that you put on there.
Yeah, thank you, Pansat. I wanted to check if you bought your military uniform for the war, but it wasn't a military uniform. But thank you so much. We'll come back to you. We'll come back to you, Pansat. Let's go to Steph. Steph, you're next.
Let me tell you, the pen is mightier than the sword. All right. Look, Rudolph, the pen is mightier than the sword. I want you to know that. So, uniform is good. I put on one before.
All right. Thank you, Pansat. And anytime, remember that there's an offer for you to be our guest on the show. Anytime you're ready, we will have you. That will give you a chance to weigh in on everything.
Rudolph, how are we going? We started from AY. How are we going?
Okay. You want me to come to your side?
I don't know. I'm just asking. I'm asking because I've realized in this world when you don't speak up, they said the patient dog doesn't eat the bone anymore. So that's why I'm asking.
All right, Tim, go ahead. Tim, go ahead.
Hello, Tim.
Steph can go ahead. Steph, go ahead. No problem.
That means you agree to be the last because we are good.
Okay. Bishop, thank you. Bishop Rudolph, thank you for giving me the opportunity again. My brother Pansat, I greet you. I share your emotions, but I still want to emphasize that in as much as I believe that there could be sentiments in so many things that happens in Nigeria, but for Emefiele, I don't believe that whatever is going through now is because it's from South. I don't believe it's because of any other thing other than retribution. Had it been that he did not do what he did, that somebody interpreted as being against his own interest, even if he stole 500 trillion, nothing would have happened by now. But because somebody believed that he took it upon himself to frustrate his ambition, that is just retribution. Even if he's a Yoruba man, he would have still suffered the same fate. So having said that, Tinubu's Christmas gift to Nigerians in question, he may mean well, but I think somebody like me is tired of hearing of presidents that mean well for the country. I want to begin to see presidents that are actually doing well for the country, not meaning well. For 8 years, past 8 years, we keep hearing that Buhari meant well for Nigeria. People before him meant well for Nigeria. Let's start seeing it, not just meaning, the rhetorics. How can you come out with such gifts without planning on how to give the gift? It just created another opportunity for people. At the end of the day, when you hear the amount of money that was spent on that, it will be like the trillions that Buhari shared as a social, what they call it, social reinvestment, or what do they call it? They were with the trader money and stuff like that. At the end of the day, they want the social. I don't know how many people that benefited from that money in my village and in your own villages. But when you go back and ask them how much was spent, even though it's still shady, it's in trillions. You'll be surprised how much they will tell you they used to, assist people this Christmas with their transportation. It's going to run into trillions. And like somebody rightly said, which was the first doubt I had when I heard it, is how are you going to implement it? Is either you are creating room for government officials to steal, or you're creating room for those transporters to steal. You can't come out with a policy that you know is going to be hard to implement. What do you mean you want to give them 50% rebate? Who's going to account for it? The transporters will tell you the number of people that flew their distance. What do you put in place to monitor it? How do you agree on how much they're going to charge those people? Assuming they're supposed to charge them 10,000 per trip and decide to say, okay, since government is going to pay half, let's charge them 15,000. And say, okay, government pay us half of it. How many people flew it? So it's just a way of creating corruption and enabling corruption. I don't believe that it's going to help us in any way. There are so many other ways they could help people. By the way, the people that you want to help to reduce their suffering are the same people you were looking for 6 months you entered into government. You watched how many companies close. Why didn't you know? Before a company closes, the government knows ahead of time. Why didn't you go into closed door meeting with those companies? What are actually your challenges? Knowing fully well the number of your citizens that are going to be unemployed and the multiply effect it will have on the economy. They didn't mean well. I'm sorry. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to More. You can unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Thank you, everybody. The first day, that's 2 days ago, when I said, I am here to learn, I still mean it. And I thank you. I can't stop thanking you, because when you sit back, or in those days that I used to be employed, if you're not at work, you are there giving everything that everybody wants you to be in your unit. Is she on today? Oh no. And then I ask myself, was I like this back home? Yes, I was. And I ask again, another question. Was it appreciated? Yes, it was. My salary and the others were held on to for 6 months, 1 year plus. But a patient will see you. It could be in Aguata, in the village. Oh, come and see the nurse that made me have my baby. I was almost, they said I was going to have a C-section. And she, what a reward. I'll be asking myself that question, and I'm doing one thing or the other in the nursing field as I should do. And it will just be gnawing in me, why is Nigeria the way Nigeria is? Somebody had said, written a letter, and one of us here had let us know that they say it's not all talk. To me, the talk is giving me what I don't know, what I didn't know before now. The government of Nigeria, how it has been, how it is, and how bleak it looks time to come. the little few years I've spent on earth to be a great grandmother still gets me to incline towards not being afraid to die, but to say, if my death was as a struggle for law and order to be in Nigeria, please, I don't chop everything where I want chop for life. Make I just die. So that my daughter will not be afraid that when she steps into Nigeria, an officer will point a gun on her head and say, I'll kill you, and nothing will come out of it. Nothing will happen. I have my own thought of what I think it should be. The other person, we all do have what we think it should be. Whatever that will get the cabals and caliphate, it seems that, ooh, you can't mention that name. Ooh, you can't go there. Ooh, I don't care. Even if Peter Obi went, he wouldn't have been able to do SWAT. Look at who helped Abacha, where he is, and a whole lot of them, or all the others, in the hem at the corridor of power. And of course, the religions, endless religious bodies in Nigeria, in Jesus' name, Malala rubbish. Arrant rubbish. So, we can analyze it till forever. Who is ready to go? When will it be? If you want to know, that's why there's no hair on my head. I pulled them all off. Yeah. Are we going to? Let's discuss. Who are you discussing with? If you really are hurting, I'm not hurting because it's me. I'm here. Like I shared with them the first day I came in here. I went to Nigeria because all my life I have always put things together so that I can go and help and make sure the underprivileged, like I was from birth, don't go through what I went through in life. But when you go, you will be tied head to hand to leg and your throat slit because you didn't bring the money as fast as everybody wanted you to bring it. America gave you some money that you came here to giving free basic medical health. No, the money they give him, he keep him, he never bring him out, kill him. That is the thought frame. Oh, there is another baptismal name you have given thought frame. I remember it. That children in the village have. So, what will it be? God, no, so long as the cabals and caliphates are where they are, even if any of you enter, you know if you do nothing. I submit.
Thank you so much.
I beg, make no vex. I won't go chop. I'll still let somebody else come. When I'm done, I'll just be where if you want to bring me up, you bring. But for the next 10 minutes, I can swallow.
Hold on. What are you eating? What do you go chop?
I tell you, nah, bole. We be plenty. where I come put obo inside, come put some broccoli, you see them, and chicken. Thank you.
One more thing. You said you are great grandmother. Is that correct? Or
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Great grandmother.
Which means say my granddaughter
don't born.
Don't pickinize.
Wow, that's amazing. Congrats.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, Tone, you're next.
Rudolph, this longer throat thing is getting out of control. People who are eating keep asking. You keep asking.
I'm not eating breakfast. By the way, I may have to leave. Our guest for tomorrow is trying to connect with me so that we can test his system. But when that happens, I will hand it over.
After Tone, can I speak? I have guests coming to my house so that I can go and buy the drinks for them.
Yeah, okay. After Tone, I'll come that way. Yeah.
You mean the whole chief don't have?
Hey. Where you they go?
Chief,
just came. Just relax. Yes. Go ahead, Tone. Go ahead.
First time I'll be hearing broccoli going with bully. Anyway, that's by the way. Greetings, everybody. Right. Okay. Where can I start with? I missed the other part of religion, but anyway, that's a part of it. Well, I keep saying, and people sometimes some people will shut me down that I'm talking that I'm going to cause some platform to be taken down and all that. Listen, we all still have fear. We all still have fear until we are fearless, because we keep telling people in Nigeria they should go on the streets. I'm talking to us now in diaspora, but we're afraid for our channels to be shut down. We all have fear. I know that. Pansat comes. I know Uncle Pansat. You know who he is. We've accepted him for who he is. But I tell you, the only thing that these people will fear and will get the attention is force. We can talk from now till tomorrow. We can write whatever we want to write and all that. It doesn't move them. They are there to run down the country. Tinubu and his gang are just not. They don't care. They don't have conscience. They don't just care. They are going to continue doing. Is 50% travel? Is it talking about how to get back the economy back to where it is? The man is confused. All his goons, they're all confused. The only thing they are good in is just stealing money. Going about all this while they've been burning fuel, polluting the atmosphere, flying around the whole place and all that, saying they're looking for investors. Do you look for investors? If you create an atmosphere where investors will come, I know they will. It's a natural thing. Everything will fall into place. So let's just not delude ourselves. As for Emefiele, let him deal with what he's facing now. Emefiele doesn't give a shit about you either or any of us. He's part of the corrupt the corrupt law that we are talking about. And let's not forget there was a time that he even wanted to run for presidency. Where did he get the money from? Have you ever heard of that sort of thing? You're central bank governor of a country and you want to run for presidency. Have you? I mean, it's just these people are just a bunch of idiots. And we are here, we're talking about him, we're crying tears for him, or we are sorry for seeing that Wike is trying to chance him. Let them destroy themselves. And whilst we put pressure on them, that is the only language they will understand. This Tinubu is not saving Nigeria. Tinubu is ruining Nigeria. And they're already planning for this second phase of the ruin in whatever time that the next election is going to come. That's just what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Tone. Thank you. Let's go to Chim. Chim, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I have visitors coming. It's that time of the year when you are either going to other people's home or they're coming to your home. So I need to go buy some drinks. Anyway, let me start by saying, now statistics we go shop. Say now it's coming down to roost. That na statistics we go shop. Suddenly, statistics is necessary for policy making. The policy or decision to rebate transport fare for your citizens is not a bad one. Ordinarily, the man should be commended. But you and I know, and as much as everybody on this platform who wants to be fair, and I'm not knocking Tinubu because I didn't support him or whatever views. No, this guy just did not show any aptitude and seriousness for the office he was coming to occupy. He didn't allow himself to be interrogated. He shunned every press and media parley that would have made him explain his policies and everything. And he mediocred statistics. He says na statistics. It is saying na statistics we go shop. Well, now he wants to shop statistics. Typically, this is a policy that you sit down with data. Of course, you and I know that Nigeria does not have data. So again, that country that has chosen to always manipulate census figures, that does not want us to know how many we are, doesn't want us to know how many businesses we have, not or buy or whatever. This is where that statistics would have been useful. Because what you would have simply done, if I was in his shoes, what I would do, even if we can't, I know it looks nonsensical to say you are rebating by 50%, but even that rebating, on what basis? You could say, for instance, oh, okay, how many transporters do we have in Lagos State versus Abuja? Let's take the key cities. And you know, these are the centers where movement move out of, to the hinterlands during Christmas, predominantly. I'm not saying there won't be people from Kanu or wherever, but you could just say, let's take our core major cities as an example, because you don't have the data to cover the whole country. And this is something that as far back as August or July, you would have started doing. Call them for a parley, sit down with them, ask them, see, look, guys, genuinely, we want to make life easy for our people during Christmas. How much do you typically charge? What informs your pricing? Oh, it's gas. So if we have gas, like petrol available, then our prices won't go beyond X number of votes. Okay. So if I tell NMPC to provide specific number and you can guarantee me, you show me that, oh, I provided gas for you, are you willing to do this for my government? Very simple. And the thing will work. And then you monitor implementation to make sure they are not scamming. Perhaps you could say, I want to see the manifest of how many vehicles you, whatever. And then you use that to determine how you pay them. If you come and meet me and ask me to rebate, why will I rebate to you? I mean, a government that is not known for keeping its promises. A government who will promise his footballers and his athletes that went for events in 1996 that they will build them houses. And then 10 years down the line, you have not done anything. Why would anybody want to trust you? So it's not as if the policy in itself is bad. But the problem is the fact that our government in Nigeria are not serious. Rudolph, when price of gas globally went up, I live in an oil province like Texas in Canada. I mean, the equivalent of your Texas, Alberta. We produce oil. What did our premier do here? They suspended the tax that we pay at the pump price. They said, you know what? We don't want people to pay beyond a certain amount of money for gas. So they said, we will take the hit as government. That particular tax where the gas station will take for us and remit to government, they suspended it. So in other words, the government was taking the loss for it. So you go to the gas station and you buy your gas exactly as supplied. And it was not the same thing in the next province and in the next province. But my own province, who owns oil, says, since oil is our mainstay and we own oil, we're an oil province, this is what we're going to do for our citizens. They also called the electricity company and said, suspend this amount of money so that people will not pay unnecessarily for heating. This is how government does things within their control. Things you can easily calculate. Yeah, you don't have to go through too much processes and then it will give room for fraud. Because listen, human beings are the same everywhere. I'm not one of those that will tell you the Western world people don't have thieves. They have it. If you give them room, they will steal. But you know what? Government knows how to do policies that will eliminate those things, and then the people will not be. You don't put bottlenecks. You want to go You don't have vehicle transport as government that runs from Lagos to Onitsha or Lagos to Ibadan or Lagos to anywhere, and you are saying you want to rebate transport by 50%. You're a joke. You're just a joke. And it's showing that this man is not ready for governance. I kept telling people, I said, see, what is happening today? If I go back to one of the forums where I belong to, I was ridiculed. I told him, I said, the shege that this government will show you people. He hadn't won election then. I kept saying, I said, the shege. I even said that it's one of two things. It is either God that we know some of us don't want to believe in, wants to punish Nigerians if Tinubu comes in, or that Nigerians themselves genuinely just want to be punished because the man doesn't have the aptitude. So personally, you are cutting me short. Other people talk longer than this. But I will summarize and say this. Ordinarily, it is not a bad policy. But the process and way they are going about it is not well thought out. Last week, I said here, research is how you implement policies. Whether it's the private sector or government, you do your own. You sit down, and then for government, you sit down and look at the things that you really have control over. You have control over taxes. You could say to these people, that tax that we would have collected from you, let it be our contribution to make life easy for people during Christmas. We will not ask you to pay tax or whatever. I don't know. I'm being hypothetical here because I know that in Nigeria, nothing is exactly scientific. But in countries where they know how much companies pay for taxes, that's the way these people will be able to do that rebate. You say, we're going to suspend your tax for Christmas. Let that tax be the cost you will incur, ordinarily have incurred if you rebated transport fare for people who want to travel. But you know what? Like I've come back. Now statistics we go shop. It's beginning to tell. So when people begin to make steps, let them take time and realize that Obi was not stupid when he was doing statistics. He may have sounded like a showman. I get it. He looked like one smart Alec and all that. I get it. But that he was being scientific. That's the way to run a society. So, well, before people start asking me that I'm being too theoretical, it is coming home to roost. If the government is serious, they can make life easy for their people. But when they're not serious, it's very evident.
Yeah, Jim, thank you. I actually wanted to support your position about trusting government. There's this story that most of us missed when it came out. In 1994, the Super Eagles, they won the African Cup of Nations, and they were promised a house each. And the government delivered it in 2022. So I'm just supporting your point that eventually they will deliver on the promises. It might take almost 30 years.
After somebody has gone to heaven, you are fulfilling the promise.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you so much for that contribution. Yeah, Alaba, what's going on? Go ahead.
I'm just maybe next or something like that.
Right. You're passing me now.
I'm just saying.
No, I'm take you.
Did Blackstone go before me?
Yeah,
I think I'm next.
Let me just because I want to log out. I want to log out for now. Let me just give my contribution. I will be out for some time.
All right.
Is that okay with you?
Yeah, Blackstone, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Regarding the so-called 50% reduction in fare prices for the Christmas, I see it from different angles anyway. First and foremost, even the Nigerian Railway Corporation, the director came out that will they provide diesel and will they provide the money to pay the cleaners of the train, because that will tell you that they just came out, make an announcement, never even plan or discuss. So if the Nigerian Railway Corporation come and make that statement, that means that how will they be able to discuss with the public transport owners? So like what Shin said, it is true, because for any program to work, you have to have a proper planning. And I believe that they will have gone through the Nigerian Road Transport Workers Union to make their plan, because most of the transporters are registered with the Nigerian Road Transport Union. And probably the Road Transport Union organization will go to have a template how they will be able to slash the price for the travelers. But that is not done, because I believe that this so-called 50% reduction is like trying to give a Christmas present to their cronies. They even bring out the money. They know, because what you do not plan for is not going to work. And once the money is released, the people they release it to will embezzle the money. Right? I see it as like a Christmas present, indirectly giving Christmas present to their cronies. Right? And that's how I see it. Jim, you talk very well anyway, but one thing I will ask, all of us that are talking of proposing solution to Nigerian problem, how many of us here have gone home to go and propose or to see our legislators or our local government chairman present our ideas to them? That's just one thing.
Are you being rhetorical, or do you want an answer?
I don't want an answer. Just giving it as a general.
Okay, so that's why question, right? Asking. That's why I asked if it's a rhetorical question.
I'm not. Yes, it's a question, right? So because I see that sometimes we just talk and talk and talk, but don't put action. So if we have very good ideas, let's reach out to our local government, to our state politicians, local government. At least we find somebody who will be interested, or we show interest. Okay, I will take it to this so and so person. This is the idea, right? They may not accept it, but for you to just hold on. For you to make an idea, present something, at least you have done your best, even if it isn't accepted, or if you didn't put it to work. At least you have done something. You can write it. You can probably beat your chest that I went home. This is what I did, but it was rejected. You know. So when we are talking and proposing solutions here, it's like we're just talking to the air, because we are not putting any effort. I like what you are proposing. It's very fine. People are proposing it very fine, but let's put it into action. Individually, we can do that. Right? Individually, we can do that. So we can try our best, even that even going in a group. But we can also reach out to, because we can be able to reach out to our local government chairman or some politicians in our constituencies, or from where we come from in our state. That is a step, at least a starting step. So let's try to do such things, right? So I know that sometimes it's difficult, but we can try. And when we try and it's not accepted or it doesn't work, then we know that we have done our best.
Thank you. Thank you, the Blackstone. Yeah, Jim. Yeah.
So just I wanted to hear him before I leave. Blackstone.
So you're waiting for me before you leave. Please go and buy your beer.
Oh yes. No, I will go and buy my beer. So please, again, this is not my contribution, and I love what we're doing, but I don't want us to keep coming here and making it look like we're talking. Listen, there's nothing I have said here now that the eggheads, at least there are one or two eggheads in parastatal and government that they don't know. This is not rocket science. That's one. Then two, I happen to have a classmate who has come, not one, not two. These are people, flesh and blood, that sat in class with me, drank Gary, that have appeared at, I don't want to mention their names, I won't give out clues, who have appeared. I have sat down with a few of them to give idea. Listen, the truth about the matter is, Nigeria is a national cake, and people are waiting to get to the level where they go and eat their own cake. People are not interested in things working. There are a lot of people who are giving ideas, giving thoughts, that have been doing even before I was born. But those who don't want to listen, don't want to listen. So there is the problem in Nigeria is very systematic, and it's going to take a huge shift for it to work. I'm not saying anything that I have a big knowledge on, that is exclusively me. Many of the things I say are so base and simple that even those in government know this. So it is not fair that when we come here, we make it look as if people come to talk. We're only talking because we just have to say it. Otherwise, someone like me, I won't bother. I have classmates who have been ministers and commissioners. I don't want to boast about this. And I've been privileged for people to pay my hotel bill, and you give them ideas, and they don't go and do it. I won't mention names for civility. So listen, the problem in Nigeria is that Nigeria is seen as a national cake. People are waiting for their own chance to go and get a pie of what they are eating. And I'm being serious about it. I know people I have met. I have somebody who has become Speaker of Nigeria. I was in close contact with him. So let's just leave it there. Let's just leave it there. It's not everything I'll come here on air to say. I don't usually don't like coming to pander or throw names because I think it's too banal and so it shows you are looking for attention. No. But there are people I have come in contact with in government. They don't want to change. They see it as their time to milk. My state governor just found out that there's somebody who is a medical doctor who has jackpot, is earning salary. This is not the first time I'm hearing it. This is not the first time I'm hearing it. But guess why it's possible? It's possible because we don't want to respect data. We don't want to be able to have functioning data we work with. If somebody leaves the civil service in US or Canada, they know the person has left. You can't be paying salary of somebody who has left. How is that possible? And we talk about ghost workers. So please, Blackstone, let's make our contributions. Don't forget about all these people come and say, let's stop talking. I want to come and talk. I want to talk. Why? Because I think it's good for us to keep throwing it at them. Let them know that we know what they are doing. But to say we come here to talk it's not nice. Let's not do that, please.
Thank you.
Guys,
thank you so much. Sorry.
Hold on, guys. Tim, hold on. I like what you said now. It's very important that we say that. I keep hearing that we just come and talk. I've said to you, everybody here, that a few weeks ago, I think 2 weeks ago, I went out and people were repeating what most of you are saying here to me. So the ideas are spreading and hopefully it will reach people that should hear them. And also it will reach people who will come to support these ideas of how to change the society. You can't change the society simply by deciding to go down there. The Blackstone was talking about local government chairman. In most states, they don't have elected local government chair people. So how do you change them? How do you influence them? If they were appointed by the governor who takes the money, immediately the money comes from Abuja and gives them something to pay workers. How do you control, how do you tell them to do things when they are not accountable to you? So that's very important that we understand how complex, like Chim is saying, the issues in the country. And it's not that the ideas are not there. Newspapers are full of editorials that are giving them solutions to things, all the problems we have. So it's not that it's not there. And I can tell you, if you have been around these people in power, every day, anywhere they go, people give them proposals, hand them proposals on this issue or this issue. And when they come abroad, if you pay attention and see them, there are people who are collecting it, proposals about every issue you can think about in the country. And at the end, they don't implement that. So it's not really about the ideas, but I can tell you that what we're doing here, it goes far, and we're doing the most important thing, which is educating people, informing people, sharing ideas. And I've learned a lot from a lot of people who are here, and a lot of ideas from here. It goes on and it spreads. I do go to other platforms, and people mention things that people said here. So it's not just, don't underestimate the importance of having conversations. All right.
Thank you. I just wanted to say exactly what you have said. It's a talk shop.
No, you cannot say. When your time, you will say.
We don't have any office anywhere where we're going to call people. It's a talk shop. And we keep talking. We'll still talk next Saturday. We'll still talk again. So please, don't come with a... We are not... It's a talk shop. Oh, it's a talk shop, my brother.
All right. Thank you.
Now, my son. My son. Yeah, so maybe because I'm an educator, I believe in education. I believe in keep talking. Dr. Rudolph, or anybody who have gotten those things that I sent out, anybody who gave my email, please send it to other people. Particularly that second article about not the one with the list of possible topics, the other one that education and talking and discussion, and how all these illegalities we're discussing were learned socially. All this problem in Nigeria, we learn it from 1960, 70, and it progressed 80, 90, and got us to this stage. And the same way we learn this bad habit, it can't be unlearned. It can't be unlearned. That was the point of that article the second article that goes with that 2 documents that I sent. Please, anybody who has it, share it with others you have emails with. Let's read it. Now, on this topic of Fubara, I don't like talking about people, but I want to say that like every one of you know, I believe that the problem is we, the educated people. Out of 10%, 9 of us, out of 10, 9 of us are oriented negatively towards progress. The other 1%, we have played the role of we have apathy towards the problem. We don't want to partake. It's too complex. It's too dirty. It's too annoying. Too stressful. I remember, was it Gani firing me when during the time of that June 12 or whatever, or the military fight against the military. He was in his 50s, I believe, and I was in my 20s, right? So he was saying how he wish he was still in his 20s. And I heard that statement, and I was like, what does this man mean? How we are in our 20s, leading student riots, demonstrating, fighting on campus. Students were the conscience of the nation back then, which today students don't even partake in national discourse. They go and say, on your man, we shall stand. So back then, he said if he was in his 20s, there are things he could have done. And I was wondering, what does it mean? Time runs so fast. Now I'm in my 50s. And I reflect back to when that man said that. Now he's dead, he's gone. He laid his impact on that country. He tried his best. Him and Fela and all the others, they tried their best, but the country is just they get bad and more. So that's why I get involved, and that's why when I'm on this medium, I get so hard on us, because whether you guys like it or not, the people you see, the ones that can change that nation, it might not be the change they will see, but they can plant the seed. So if we can get it right among the people here, if I can convince those of you here talking, if I can educate those of you here talking, if I can give you cool ideas on how we can navigate this stuff, then we would have a change. We might not the promised land, but I can assure you our children in that promised land. Just think about it, Gani. I was in my 20s. Gani said he was in his 20s and he was in his 50s then. Now he's gone in my 50s. That's the thing. So that's why I get so hard, and I will continue to get so hard on this platform that I'm missing the point or not understanding the degree the mess in so big. That's why we cannot sugarcoat things on behalf of those who have put us in this situation. We can't. We have to call it for what it is against them. No matter how we feel they might help us or we are close to them, we might see them as our people or our brothers. But let's be real, they know they are our enemies, even though they are our blood and clan. Until we see them as that, we won't call what it is with them. We won't be frank and truthful and honest and straight to the point with them, irrespective of who it offends. Do you understand? We can get those of you here, the educated ones, right. You can see how diverse our views are, how divided we are, how we fight each other. There's a reason for that, because we have imbibed a culture so long. It's not easy to get rid of something you've known for 60 years. Come on. It's not easy to get rid of something you've known for 50, 40 years. And then you're talking the thing was right. Now, yes, for the grab right now. But we have to begin to change those attitudes. Tone 2 was right. We don't need a catastrophic thing to change things in that country. Hopefully, it's not going to be that bad. But those who lean hope and prayer, let me tell you, hope is not a plan. Prayers is not a plan.
Oh,
Actions is what is needed. That is why these discussions are important. These discussions are important. Also, I want to hit on the top. Doing business as usual, very dangerous. That is how we do it. And that is us. That is Nigeria. Doing business as usual on these predicaments that has befallen us. It's not allowable. It's not tolerated. It's not going to be. I can't say it's not going to be tolerated, but should not be tolerated because it perpetuates the insanity we are all discussing. It makes it worse because you're already been desensitized to it. You just take it as business as usual. The politicians are just doing this. They're doing it because they can get away with it. But if we continue to talk and let them know, we see you. What you're doing is bad. You understand? They would not, we won't prick their conscience. It's not going to change. It's that catastrophic event that will change it. We are nation for that change to come. You guys understand? So we keep talking, we give up, but I don't engage in the discussion of madmen. I talk about I only talk about ideas, philosophies, and all those things. Please keep talking, guys. We're doing a great job. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Sorry to stop you because your connection is not very good. I don't think you knew about that. But we had most of what you are saying. Before we continue, let me just introduce our guest for tomorrow, who will come to 90 Minutes Africa. He's one of the most colorful attorneys we have in Nigeria today, a human rights activist, radical. His name is Malcolm Omirobo. He's going to join us tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa. Some of you must have seen the challenge when he posed a challenge to the judiciary concerning a case. We'll discuss that tomorrow, but it's one of the most colorful and radical lawyers in Nigeria today. All right, Forefathers, you're next.
So it's regarding the Christmas this thing. Okay. I think on the surface, it's a good thing that they did that. If there is an issue with the process, I wouldn't be surprised because you can see how some people could say they are traveling, they get the DC 50% discount, and then they don't necessarily use it. So, and the bus operators could get a little bit funny about it too. So how do you verify that the individuals actually went where they said they went to? So those things in the context of Nigeria can be very, very tricky to implement. I guess maybe the government has had some agreements and some serious commitment and from the transporters, but they also know the groups that are most likely to be affected by this. So maybe it's a way of saying, people that are of Christian background, of certain region of the country, should take a little bit of a bonanza of whatever is going on in the country, that the resources of the country. But we don't know how much it's going to cost. And I've asked the question, and there is no projection. I guess until the entire process is complete, that we know how much it will cost. For all you will hear 1 trillion naira, and then you'll be like, "What just happened here?" And so those type of things is the areas one will point to. But helping people, I don't see anything necessarily wrong with that. Depending on the amount, I will say that I would rather spend funds on things that are more productive. We should be going headlong into value-added manufacturing and being able to manufacture stuff. So I don't sympathize with the idea of just handing money over because it doesn't necessarily, because we have little resources in terms of cash, and when you spend it just on transportation, and yes, people will have money and they will spend the money, you do a lot of things, but the export business is not going to grow from that. And in the context of Nigeria, we really need to be pushing all our resources in shifting our economy to be able to start manufacturing stuff. But on the surface, it's fine. Regarding, for me, I just wanted to comment a little bit on the Pope business, where he was talking about, they should be able to, work with same-sex couples. I don't know. I don't know. Somebody may educate me on this. Does the church also support polygamy and stuff like that? And there is this trend that is going on where they will support everything else other than some of the most ancient form of partnership and family structures. And there are groups that believe that that are saying that they want to accelerate the fall of the current dispensation. And I say this because people don't understand that the world we live right now was constructed at some point, and some groups are out there accelerating it so that it fails, because it favors them at this time to do that. And some of all these things you see happening is part of the process. They will say a man is allowed to marry a man, a woman is allowed to be this, and all the rest. They want to crash it so they can be in charge of restarting it again. And but that is a topic for another day. So, but the only question I always ask people that do that is, do you support polygamy? If you don't support polygamy, then I don't support what you are saying, because societies have a right to choose what is best for them. I don't believe that Nigeria should be in a position where they will just start, embracing what the West is doing. Maybe it's good for the West, but the position where Nigeria is right now, and most African countries, Black African countries are, that kind of policy doesn't favor us. But I don't have any dog in the fight, as they say. Because according to what Ngozi said, what two consenting adults do is their business. And but it's good to call out some of the hypocrisy in the process, whereby some of all these people will be dead on against polygamy, and they will be dead on against other cultures determining whatever is best for them. And that kind of hypocrisy is not, it shouldn't be welcome. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I'll go to Jagun, but before then, let me just rephrase so that people will remember what we're discussing. We're discussing the gift that Tinubu Christmas gift to Nigerians. Now, the issue is it to all Nigerians or to few Nigerians? Because if you don't travel in one of the luxurious buses, you are not going to get this benefit. And what if you are not traveling? You're not going to get this. Only the people who intend to travel. And it's a question of why was it not budgeted? Why we don't know the figure or any estimate of what's going on. And people are reporting that transporters are not honoring this new thing. And it's actually, you think about it, if you were in government, it's something that should be positive if it goes well. It's in their interest to promote it and show that it's working and people are benefiting from this, but they are not even trying to, and the stories out there is just that it's not going well. Jagun, you're next. Unmute yourself, please.
Thank you very much, guys. Good evening. I'm not sure about the subjects and how much I can speak on them, but I do want to really salute Ferreira for his utterances today. I've been listening very carefully in the background and reading comments as well. And Chim also, I think he spoke very well today in terms of just pushing and assisting the psyche of our people to think objectively, think differently, think critically, in order to make moves that can actually push our society along in so many ways. So I do wish to thank them and the platform for those submissions. I haven't been around for a while, and I've been busy. I've done a bit of not traveling abroad, but traveling around London and the UK on all kinds of bits and pieces. But in the break and in listening sometimes when I'm on the break and being a bit perplexed at the levels that we're speaking at today and the other 2 days that I've been listening, I've seen a sort of marked improvement. Maybe it's the young lady that's come on board to push all the men in a direction that makes some kind of sense. I don't know what it might be, but it's been intellectualizing. It has gravitas. A lot of what people are coming to the sense of. It seems that there's more agreement than just blatant disagreement for the sake of it, which I've enjoyed. So there's been some kind of salient and ongoing points being made that are pushing our narrative, and that I think helps particularly with the psyche of Nigerians down in Nigeria. I think these are more what they want to hear from us, and indeed the psyche of us in the diaspora, because we've got to form some kind of partnership. We all know that Nigeria is great, but we just can't confirm it, as it were. We can't boast about it anymore. As Nigerians, it's very difficult for any of us to boast about Nigeria, being a Nigerian. And I think we, although we hold a lot of pride within ourselves and we hold a lot of dignity within ourselves, which we really try our best to champion, there is so much rot that we are very much aware of within our politicians, our leadership. It's very difficult for us to find leaders at all. So when you speak about what's going on with the whole situation with River State and Wike Fubara and what Tinubu might be trying to do, I would just like to make a personal submission. The last time I was kind of dealing with Nigeria in such a way that I felt economically I was going to make ways for myself and for the community was when Goodluck was there. And I felt a lot of good hope when Goodluck was there, even though I didn't necessarily like his presidency. It's not that I didn't like him or what he was trying to do, but somehow I didn't feel he had the full grip on things to get them done. I felt that he was a very willing individual. Since then, Buhari's government, I haven't even attempted to put anything. We were speaking earlier about giving advice to government and politicians that people might know, and how the corridors of power within the country are accessible by ordinary people, especially people that have plans and good ideas and such like. I didn't ever try to partner anything with Buhari, and I can't see myself partnering anything with Tinubu. Peter Obi, again, I maybe sound like a bit of a man, but Peter Obi coming in, if he was able to come in, I felt that he would have been the greatest partner for the people of Nigeria, and to begin a serious turnaround. Indeed, with those statistics, as made mention by Chim, and the benefits of an individual who is thinking scientifically about how to change Nigeria, is thinking critically, and with better minds in the country called Nigeria to assist in that critical thinking, I could have seen a way forward. Him losing, obviously, for me, it was quite depressing. I think sometimes we don't really know when we're depressed or frustrated, but I think it's been a great frustration for me personally, him not coming on board. However, I do see some kind of awakening taking place, not just with the platform, but with Nigerians on the ground, with our psyche. And I just want to end on saying that if we can use this platform to keep talking definitely and to keep trying to adjust our psyches, most importantly in Nigeria, but always reflecting on what we're doing outside here in the diaspora and what powers we can galvanize, I think it's a great way forward. So I didn't want to say much, but I just did want to say that. So thank you, guys.
All right, thank you. Let's KJ, go ahead. 1 minute.
Okay. Let's begin from the beginning.
the person who made the announcement is Dela Lake. Dela Lake is not the Minister of Transportation. He's solid minerals and all the rest. That's one. Two, I think this is my opinion, he has been missing the media, not able to be in the media for a longer time. So he decided to come up with this brilliant idea that's only known to himself. Because so far, from other media and people who we have spoken to, because our people are going back to the East, none of them have been able to enjoy the rebate which the government said they've sent. And the companies don't agree that anybody has spoken with them. And so we begin to wonder who they spoke with. And then one of them says it starts from 1st of January, 1st of December, but we're already in the second week of December before these announcements were made. So were they giving it in absentia without the transporters knowing and the people operating the train knowing that these things are on? So and then other people, other media that have spoken, like Arise News, to say they cannot confirm because nobody else. They're also looking at people who have enjoyed it, who have been given this free transportation. Nobody has come up to say, "Oh, we got it." So it goes to say that Igbos have a proverb that whatever snake born must be very long. So this is just the same continuation of these tricks we have seen over the time. You make an announcement, nobody is nothing is on ground to implement it, and you guys just go ahead and celebrate yourself and pat yourself on the back and say, "Oh, we're doing so well." Unfortunately, I don't know how we have become so docile as a people. We just take anything they say, and people even come to argue on behalf of government. They are doing very well. They're doing very well. Very well for who? Anyway, the other thing that's sweetening or gladdening my heart rather is the action of the River State Governor, who decided to, for the first time, decided to share some of the money they have been sharing among themselves with the people. Maybe because he has been under a lot of tremendous fire. So 100,000 naira will be going out to each government worker in River State, and I think that's commendable because some of them that's about their 7 months salary. That they'll be getting in this month of December.
They are what? 7 months?
Yes.
100,000?
Yes.
What's the minimum wage?
Who pays minimum wage? What are you saying?
The government, at least, state governments are paying.
No, I'm serious. Go check. How many of those state government pay minimum wage? I'm serious.
Kogi cannot pay 20,000 either. Kogi cannot pay 20,000 either.
Yeah, some of them.
KG, I don't think it's correct. I don't think it's very accurate, bro.
I'm not.
How do you know?
This thing.
Kogi
Check
cannot even pay salary.
How many states are paying minimum wage?
Salary either.
Please don't tell me.
But KJ, the last minimum wage was it not 21,000?
The last minimum wage for which labor is fighting for is 30,000. Which they are trying to move to.
I know. Before the 30,000, it was what?
It was
18 or 21.
Yes, it was 15 or 13,000. Yes.
Yeah, one of those. Yeah.
Yeah, 15 or 13,000. I'm not certain now. But what I'm saying is about 7 months is because you don't even get it on a regular basis, and this man is throwing it out to you in one sweep. That means Christmas will be good in River State. Okay. But again, I'm just trying to do this because I thought by now we'll be discussing Donald Trump, which
that's the next topic. I really
so now why he threw that in is because the game is on. Remember that I want to comment on the meeting with Tinubu. Remember that thing was already written and concluded and handed over to them. So it wasn't like there was a meeting. And I'm quoting the elder that was in that meeting, who gave an account of what happened. They walked in there, they were given that thing to sign, and they were threatening that if they don't sign it, that this is a presidential fiat. That's the word he used, a presidential fiat. So it must be implemented. Even when they asked, what about the members who say they should go back to the assembly, who are now members of APC, should they also return to PDP? The president's answer was, these are my children. They ran to me. Should I drive them back? So the question is no. If you read between the lines and the underlying statement that's not made, you find out that just a question of time, they will go back and impeach that guy. Once he gives them the place to sit, they will impeach him. There's nothing stopping it. So if I were him, I will continue to play the same way because now it's a game of game of death. If you remember Bruce Lee's one of his films, so it's a game of death. Whoever blinks first is going to go. So I'm Wike, who want to control 2 states in Nigeria. Also, remember on this your platform, we talked about what Wike was coming to do in the FCT before he came. We said this is what he's going to do. So he's doing exactly what the puppet masters have asked him to do. And so don't expect anything different. Don't expect those who are thinking Nigeria is going to develop in 4 years because Tinubu is in power. They should think again, because this is going to be how it will continue to go back and forth till the end of the 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you, KJ. Let me just point out that the whole public service, civil servants in Nigeria, their number is 720,000. So you can imagine when you hear these stories that the government is paying 100,000 to civil servants in Rivers State, it may not be up to 10,000 people. I don't know what the number is. So it's not a lot of people. And also you have to think about people who are not privileged to be public servants. What happens to them? What are you giving them? How do you take the money of the state and just give out to...
What about ghost worker? Rudolph, ghost worker. There are a lot there too. Don't forget about that too, man. Ghost workers everywhere.
All right. So what about the people who are not part of that?
That is a surprising figure, 700 something thousand for a country of 200 million. Why the UK has 1.2 million civil servants? That is surprising. I thought Nigeria, everybody was, feeding on the national cake.
No.
That has been the debate of the civil society when we were still doing that. We asking, when you come out and make policy for less than 1 million people in a country, while the rest of us are private owners and private businessmen and all the rest, you make policy for just a little number of people and you beat your chest that you are doing so much. One wonders where the rest of the money is going. That's just, remember in this same Nigeria, when we used to be there, when we were growing up, our parents used to have car loans. You either qualify to get a Peugeot 504 SR or GL, or you get a Passat, or you get a B2, depending on your rank. A car loan from government. I'm not saying, and it wasn't when Nnamdi Azikiwe was a small boy, it was in my time, okay? But today, you can't even pay basic salary to the people, and everybody keeps quiet as if we have to beg them to do what is necessary and what is right. It's so painful.
Yeah, but we are still arguing for a smaller state. But these numbers are really shocking to me. America has got about 3 million civil servants. The UK has got 1.2 million. UK is 66 million. We are this in 200 million. And they have more civil servants than we do. And many of us today will instinctively argue for a smaller state. That is surprising. I don't know. I didn't know that number. I was shocked to
Forefathers, the question is,
okay,
the one that you have now, what are they really doing?
That's what I'm saying.
Those countries you are mentioning, you see there's actually work for them to do.
That's fine. That's a good point. But also, forefathers, I am not sure the figure I'm looking at. I don't know if the military, they are part of it, or the police, and I don't know.
No, they don't include the military. Definitely, if they include the military and police, it would be more than 700 something thousand.
I hope not. All right. All right. Let's hear from please help me. I don't know what to pronounce. How do you pronounce it?
Amy.
That's just Amy. Yeah. Okay. Amy. Okay. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damigis. Good evening, everybody. Well, so I just said I should join the discussion, and of course, I think I came a bit late, and I heard some people anyway, Chim and some other guys talk about the weakest, the former CBN governor story, and I don't know where you want me to start from, but I think maybe from the.
We prefer that we stay on the topic at the moment, but you can weigh in on other things that we already spoke about.
All right. So what's the topic of no? Sorry, just to ask again, because.
All right, we are talking about right now. We're talking about the gifts, the transportation costs. That.
Oh yes. Yes. Well, my opinion on that is just one of the ways we tend to waste money in the country in order to we just want to show that we are working. The government wants to show that they are working and that they have the people at heart. And they just begin to make decisions that eventually you just have to question yourself. How do you even quantify the value of these decisions themselves? And now, as what we've heard now, you see that maybe they even had the plan that it has to be from the 1st of December. Now this is December 23rd. And maybe it's only 1,000 people that would have benefited from this, if there is even a number to quantify that. But eventually you realize that it will be a way to embezzle money again. And I won't be surprised in the next 2-3 months, the humanitarian minister will come out and say, oh, during that December period, we over 1 million people were, transportation for 1 million people were catered for, closing to a so amount of money, maybe in trillions of naira. So it's just going. This is just part of what we are talking about. And for me as a person, I disagree with that. I would have even appreciated if they if they really had planned towards this like long ago. Now what people really need is food. People want to eat food. I don't know if they could have converted that such that a bag of rice could have been brought down to maybe 14,000 naira. Because if, as the Yorubas we always say, if feeding is out of the equation of problem, then there is virtually less problem to tackle. You get the point. So the thing is, if this has been converted to food, that would have been better off. If there would have been a kind of state of emergency on feeding, that okay, no matter what, nowhere in Nigeria should a bag of rice be sold for anything more than 14,000 naira. Of course, we would have said, oh, what of people who are in that business? Fine, there should be a way that maybe the government could have come in if it means to buy from these people. Or if you are, you get this, there should be a way that if it is buy from all these people, even for the farmers that have done this, sell it to the government, let the government buy these, and then the government can sell as a subsidized rate for everybody, so that at least people can eat, because people are really hungry this time around. And I don't know hungry people how they'll be traveling. Of course, Nigerians, a lot of people always find a way. There's this ruggedness, so we can cope with almost everything. But the truth is that when you have a 200 million people, trust me, maybe 150 million are really hungry as at this time. And if you see the activities of the 50 million, you think the whole country is bubbling. But the truth is that a lot of people are in their house this time around praying and asking God for where the next food will come from. You can imagine a person that can't even, how much can you even buy a cup of rice this time around? Eggs, all the basic things now are so much expensive, and I don't know how people are coping, and they've not even gone to the street. I felt this is what they should have even gone to the street to fight for, that in this December, we can't tolerate this new year. We must not make sure that the food expenses and inflation get to the new year with us. We must tackle this head on. Because how will you accept you want us to tighten our belts? You are spending money on vehicles, you are spending money on different things, and it shows that you are not ready to tighten any form of belt. And yet you want people to go hungry, and there's no plan to even say, okay, in the next 6 months, this is what we are going to do with food. This is where we're looking at. You get the point. There's nothing. Everything is just on floats. So which means that, and entropy always goes to the maximum every time. The food price will continue to go higher and higher and higher. So how do you want people to cope? So I'm bothered with food. I don't know why they went for transportation, because who are the people going around traveling actually? That's the point. So food should have been catered for, in my own opinion.
All right. Thank you.
I think we should, if there's a way, we should suggest, if there's a way that this forum can come together to put things together and send a message that rather than doing any other form of philanthropy, food should be tackled head on. There's no reason a bag of rice should be going for further than 14,000 naira in that country as at this time again. That's a fact.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Rudolph.
Yeah.
What he said, what the last speaker said, yeah, because I mean, he denied that he didn't vote for Tinubu, but I know he's not saying the truth. He's saying half truths when he first started coming to this thing. These are the same people that were hailing Tinubu that he was a city boy and all that kind of thing. Now, if I bought a bag of rice, I've hustled and bought a bag of rice for 40,000 naira, and you're now asking me to sell it to the people for 14,000 naira, then the deficit, who is going to deal with deficit? A country that has no record, nothing. See, listen, my brother, I'm not attacking you, but this thing doesn't work. Let's just acknowledge it's a disaster. The only thing that will solve this thing is force. The only language that they will feel if someone has to pay, that's it. It is force. Thank you.
Can I say something, please? Let me just come here. Number one, I didn't even vote for Tinubu as you advocate, as you just said. I am pro. I love change, and I wanted Peter Obi. In fact, to my persons at home, I have supported Peter Obi. But let us even forget that is politics and now governance. But when you talk of governance, too, no matter what, the government always have a way to make sure that the masses should not suffer too much. So I don't want to, but there should be that's why they are the government. We've given them all power. We've rendered all our powers to them that they should make our behalf and make the good decision for the number of people to benefit from. So I don't know if you mean people have gone to buy a lot of people are in this business. Yes, no big deal. It could mean that they should take an inventory of people who are in this business, but make sure. And you see, I don't even blame them. I blame the people. I blame everybody. That's just the fact. We are too docile. Look, this December should be that everybody should be on that street and start shouting. If bag of rice is less. I mean, it's more than 14,000 naira. Everybody should have been on that street within 2 weeks. Look, within 2 weeks, something drastic would have been done. Wherever the creativity would have come out from, it would have come out from there. If it means to order importation of, there will be a million of ways to solve that problem. And the larger number of people will benefit from it. That is it. Because how do you say people should look? Anyway, I think that's just my point. Let me just cut it there. But I didn't support. No need to even talk about it anyway.
All right, thank you. Let's watch this before we continue. We'll change the topic from here.
Say something about the topic.
Can you sign here? You look at it, you know what that means, but you sign because you are getting your cut, isn't it? At times, some clients want you to lie for them. They just buy you. You know, that's what it means. They buy you to do what they want. As soon as you do that, they have no regard for you. You're so cheap before them, they have very little regard for you. But if you refuse and stand firm, and a time comes later when they want somebody honest to perform some job, they will be the first ones coming to look for you. They're the first ones coming to look for you. Sorry again to use another example. When I was in the High Court in 2005 in Mombasa, I made some orders which irritated some people. I restrained the coming in of sugar, worth more than 30 billion shillings. So these people, the owners were frantic. They wanted this sugar released immediately, so they went looking for a lawyer who is my friend. You know what they asked him? Tell that judge to quote his price. This lawyer knew me. He says, that man has no price. He says, no. There is no Kenyan who doesn't have a price. He says no. And in fact, that lawyer was very annoyed. He didn't want to be involved in that kind of thing. What is your price? What I'm saying is, are you ready to be bought? In some places, you may not be the one making the decision. But if you agree to be used, you're just a doormat. We are more than that. We are more than that. Sons and daughters of the living God, we cannot afford to be doormats. I want to appeal to you, young people. Be integrity champions for our church. Be integrity champions for our church, for yourself, for your children.
All right, Henry, I thought you were the one that sent this to me, so I thought it would be good to play it before you speak.
I sent it to you. I sent it, Doctor. Thanks for
Oh,
playing
okay,
it.
Tone, yeah. Other people also sent it, but I was thinking, so sometimes we try to do some some things. I was thinking I'm helping Henry by playing it before he speaks so that he can cue in. This is how production is done, but Henry was angry.
I thought you wanted to close the.
Henry was angry that I didn't let him talk before.
No, I was thinking you're gonna.
Okay, all right, go ahead, Henry.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I didn't forget.
So okay, let me go to the Tinubu 50%. It's like when they say 50%, it's like the government is the one running the transportation company in Nigeria. A good government that care for the people, you make sure this festive time they have to make sure if they don't have enough rice, cheap import rice there. People have to eat something. People are hungry, and they should try to fix the electricity problem. People are going to buy petrol with 700 and something, or how much they pay, I don't know. They should make sure they go back to this 190 or 200 naira, because this they don't have light. First of all, they don't have light. Electricity is not there, and people are still using that same money to think how to feed themselves, how to buy, to have electricity, to have life. You see, when the ANEC president said 50%, it's just a joke. You see, I'm just looking at Nigeria. Nigerians are so patient in the sense that. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Nigerians are so patient. I never seen this country so patient like Nigeria. They are suffering. They are still quiet. I was thinking this time of the year, they would make Nigeria to stand still. No movement, nothing. No police will stop anybody. No soldier military will stop anybody. They should come out in mass. So you know what? We're not going to accept this no more. Put our demand. At least demand. They have to start from demand before we leave the street. Nigeria could not even do that. And the so-called our coward military men, they will say they are brave soldiers. They are not the brave soldiers. They are a bunch of cowards. How much are they paying them? How much are they paying them? Things are not moving fine in that country. When people come out to demonstrate for perpetuity of their family or for the nation, they will start shooting them. They will start beating them. How much the lowest military men receive every month? How much do they receive every month? You have once a military man. How much is their salary? Change. But now they see the country is going backward, down the range. They could not even come out and speak like other militaries on that country they did. They are a bunch of cowards. They should not come say they are military. These are not military men. The country is dying. The country is going down, and we are here saying 50% for Nigerians. It's a joke. You see, they have a solution. They have a solution. The government should sit down, fix the electricity problem. Like, Nigerians are hustlers. They can provide job for themselves. The Nigerians are providing job for themselves. Feed to those who have factory. They don't have so these feed are so expensive now because they don't have enough factory in that country. Because the factories, the churches, they take over the factories in that country. Instead of them to build factories, they're building churches. The government should make sure they have stable electricity. The gas, you have to come down to maybe 200 naira or 250 or whatever. For say 50% of transport, are they the one controlling transport system in that country? Not like in Germany here, when they have the government will say they would say, okay, We want to reduce flight transport, train station, train ticket to maybe all Germany. You want to pay to travel with Germany, the whole Germany. Maybe they reduce to for you 39 euro or anywhere in Germany. They make that for a year. They do it here. Those who travel with train, they put it down. This is a company that is functioning. Nigeria they don't have their own public transport. Say all public transport, not government. Government is not controlling anything there. You're saying 50%. It's a joke. People will be clapping. Tunde is working 50%. 50% for a year. Bring anybody who come out to say they pay 50% for their transport. Bring anyone come out here. Anyone. Rudolph, it's your job. Bring anyone who said they collect 50,000, they pay 50% of their transport fare. Yeah. No one. It's a bunch of lies. I was waiting for our military to do something about it. If it to move this man off, come out in action, or let the people come out and demonstrate and support them. Not to kill them. Let them demonstrate. Shut the country down for 1 or 2, 3, 4 weeks. You see how the government, all these so-called criminals, will not hide their face in shame. They scare people. They are a bunch of cowards, our politicians. They are scared of us. The only people we are afraid of, the police and the military. They are our major problem in that country. And I don't want to go to like a Koran barrack in Benin City. I went there when I went to Nigeria last. They live in like a lunatic where they stay. A dog cannot sleep where they stay in a Koran barrack in Benin City. They are barrack there. The roof is holes everywhere. They are destitute. Where they are so-called camouflage, beating civilians who are hustling every day in the street. This is their time to support the civilians to come on the street to shut this country down because the things are not working. A bunch of coward military we have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Henry. I was looking for a video to show you guys. In my hometown, people, and I think this is happening across the country, there are people who are providing food, basic things for people in those villages and towns. So sometimes when we say things like what I hear on this platform, that people should be angry, and most people, they just depend on other people to survive. They don't have the energy to do what we who sit abroad expect them to do. And you have to also acknowledge that they've tried in the past and nobody really wants to die, as Fela puts it. So we want to move on to the next topic, which is, where is KJ? It's actually one of the reasons why I want to raise that issue.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay. Okay, JC, I forgot. I was looking for the empty bed. I didn't know you came back. All right. So the topic is Donald Trump. We want to go to America. Before we'll go to Wike and what's going on in Rivers State. Donald Trump and the efforts to stop him from being the president. I mean, there are implications and things that we could learn from American experiment, because experiment in democracy in America is exactly what we copied in the 1999, though we started with 79 Constitution. That was when we started picking up the American style. So there are efforts by some states to disqualify him and stop him from being even in the ballot, because essentially there's fear within the Republican Party that nobody can stop him from being the candidate of their party in this next year's election. And if he becomes the candidate of the party, chances are that he's going to win the election. So the one wing of the Republican Party, they're doing everything to stop him from being the president, being on the ballot. What are the implications? So what I will do now is I will start with, I say, Maska, welcome to the show. Let me start with KJ. Maybe he will help us to lay the foundation from the Trump camp, what he thinks is going on, and then we take it from there. KJ. Oh, KJ is frozen. KJ, can you hear me? All right. So KJ is frozen. Let me come to Forefather, see if he knows what's going on in America. Forefather.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think I heard about one of the states tried to bar Trump from running for presidency. I didn't know that was a thing in America, that it was even possible. But from what I gather, it seems to be failing, that it's not going to be possible to do that. I think the politics we see in America is not so. I've never really seen them as that different from from other nations. People that they have different cabals in different countries, if you want to use those type of terms, and there are groups that don't want Trump to be president. And let me see if I can move this guy. Yeah, there are some sections of the country that don't want the country Trump to be president, and they are trying to block him, while others don't care. And from what they are saying now, he might actually go on to become president because a lot of people are not happy with Biden, what he is doing, and with all the wars he's going into, and not focusing on the people. So you can, for me, it's not too surprising to see that, because if you look at the West, there's a lot of things that has been unmasked lately. You look at how they are censoring the media like crazy. If you say certain things about the war in the Middle East, all hell breaks loose, and you see them censoring themselves. They even the press people cannot even ask questions. And we think Nigeria, you can't even believe that you look at Nigeria, you say, oh, the government is influencing the press. Here in the West, they are scared to ask questions. You can even see it in their eyes. They are worried about asking certain questions or annoying certain officials, because they fear the repercussions of that, whether they are going to lose their profession. There are journalists that lost slots of their show. Somebody asked a question, he asked a pertinent question to an official, and he lost his slot. So in the West, they have those kind of dynamics that we hate in Nigeria. And this is why I always ask that question. Most nations have the pitfalls we see in Nigeria, but why is it that they are functional still? Because Trump he could be in jail and go on to become president. But in Nigeria, you will never be able to do that. You see what I mean? So because they believed in their own West, I think that's another big difference they have with us. In the West, the people is sovereign. They can choose to elect whoever they like. Even if it's somebody's in a psychiatric ward or is in jail, they can make him a president. But in Nigeria, you can't. That's one big difference that they have. But there are other differences. But in the end, it's not our country. And the only thing I think Nigeria should take from it is that some of all these things we see in our country is not unusual. I think this is a human trait. You always have cabals that want to stop the other cabal from getting to power. And it's not about the people. Trump doesn't care about the people. Let's face it. He never cared about the people, just like our president don't care about the masses. They care about themselves. They are fighting amongst themselves. So I think I will just leave it at that. It's up to Americans to decide what they do with Trump, really. What do you think about it?
All right, let's go to an American, KJ, who is in Trump's camp. Let's hear his analysis of what's going on. KJ.
Man, Prof, you are. Anyway, now, let me put a disclaimer here, because it's very important. I support what is good, irrespective of where I stand with the individual. I try as much as possible to deal with my emotion outside of what is going on in the system, be it politics or governance. Okay, having said that, I took a study of what actually, I didn't really understand, and I did part of international politics. I didn't really understand what they mean by third party influence in America until I got to this point. In other words, there is always that where everybody converges, but in the open, they are either Republicans or they are Democrats. But in the actual sense, they are not any of those. They are in the middle. And they are not, like somebody said earlier on, liberals. No. Now, I will not go into that much, but I just want to say, bear in mind that something like that exists and is real. In the case of Trump, some people think it's because he makes some made some assertion that he's a Christian. That is why people seem to support him. No. You see, there's something we read those days in theater called the protagonist and the antagonist. Now, the antagonist is always the masses always go for the small man who is being beaten by the big man. And in this case, the government is the big man beating the small man. Everybody's emotion will go to the small man who they feel is being oppressed, who they feel is being maltreated, who they feel is not being treated equally. So when you bear that in mind, then you just oppose it to what's going on even as we speak. Because if Hunter Biden is what's his name, the son of Donald Trump, he will not be walking the streets of America. Talk more of him making comments. Talk more of even defiling the subpoena that was given to him by the Congress. Let's put that apart, because people like Steve Bannon were sent to jail. People like there's one other guy, they were all sent to jail because they defied going to the subpoena that was issued to them. So, what am I saying here? Coming back on the issue of Donald Trump, some people sometimes we just say these things, as black people, that Donald Trump hates black people. I want to bring your attention to one thing. Mike Tyson, the person who gave him his first break, is Donald Trump. Donald Trump, you go watch this thing, go back to the history. Donald Trump was also there when he had his fight. So I'm saying that to say that I don't want to go into that direction. When we will need to discuss on his life, I will come back to that. But in this case now, what the government, now the state of Colorado, simply had just passed that 3-4 ruling, saying he's been barred from their state, from being put in the ballot. But is that correct? It's not correct. It is against even the American Constitution, because the people that determine who should be and who should not. By the way, the law they are quoting against Trump was used first against the insurrectionists, the people the Confederates who fought American Civil War. That was when this was brought to try them. But even if you go back to that history, you find out that even the people who led it, who wrote the charter for which they used in fighting that war, okay, were later elected into the House of Assembly, into the House of Representatives, and even one of them became speaker later on. I mean, if you give me time, I can get all that out for you. So it didn't make sense now to say that you are banning this man, because no court of law has found him guilty. And nowhere has been accused. Even all the cases going on against him now, no one charged him for insurrection. You cannot stand up as just an individual and declare somebody has become an insurrectionist when they have not been found by a court of competent jurisdiction. I think that's the law in America. And it doesn't stop because you have Donald Trump. The law will apply as accordingly. Now, I'm saying that to say, coming to this point now, I'm saying, now, majority of people who I have followed over the time, especially a center called American Center for Law and Justice, ACOJ, they took time to explain what this is all about. Some of them don't like Donald Trump, and they don't agree with him. In fact, just this man, the professor, who he has never voted for Trump and is ready to vote against Trump, okay, he still analyzed this and said, no, even though I don't like Trump, this is totally wrong. Okay, this is the people that will decide. You are the Secretary of State. I mean, as the General of a state, cannot stand up and say this person is not worthy to be on the ballot. You are taking the powers that doesn't belong to you, and so that is how it is. We know that eventually it will not stand, but there a lot of effort to be made, because why? They are afraid, and I don't want to go ahead, I don't want to go ahead to say the reason why they are fighting him. But if you want me to give you all that story, my number is there. I can give it to you in private.
Hold on, we can come back to you and hear what you think is the reason why they are fighting him. But there are some things you said here. I will also come back to you. You talked about Biden, Biden's son, Hunter. I think the story you told is not exactly how he was willing to go and testify. But he only said that he wouldn't do that in private, which is what the Republicans were asking him to do.
No, but you forgot that just some 3 years ago, when they were having the same January 6th trial, the Democrats insisted on doing private trials. They made sure that it was not public, and even at that, they invited the people they wanted. They didn't invite the people who took part, who wanted to be there. So you see, they say it's what goes around comes around. I keep saying this thing all the time. You cannot dictate to me how I want to interview you. You can't come to is that how it's done? You can't tell the representative how they should interview, whether they want to be in the public or not.
No, just what I'm saying, KJ, I'm not taking any side. I'm just saying that you should, if you had said it that way, that he was invited to come, and he didn't say he won't testify. He said I won't do it in private. So that will be clear. I'm just trying to point that out.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it's not done or it was done before. All right. Prince, JJ man, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. Can you hear me, please?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, greetings to everyone in the house. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year in advance. Yeah, I'm very happy to be on board. I've been commenting. I said, let me join the house and also contribute because I know that this program is going very far. The whole world is tuned to this program. And it's important that we hit the nail on the head. I know that you are the topic in hand now is where we are is Trump, right? But can I choose other comment on other topic, previous one?
Yes. Yeah, but brief. We don't want to go back. We don't want to go back to that those.
Yeah, why I'm asking because we've been talking about Nigerian issue. President German, as you know, is a member of IPOB, proudly won.
Oh, okay.
And I always stand up for the activity of IPOB and Mazen and Kano. Okay, so I just want to let that background. Yeah, you see, talking and talking and talking and talking. When we are in a meeting and people continue to talk from morning till night, any meeting that lasts that long, there's no truth in that meeting. Okay, the issue of Nigeria, the way Nigeria is, we need to define it in a way that everyone needs to know where they are coming from and where they are going to, because the history has been hidden from us for a long time. The history was removed from history book, and we thank God that today we are being enlightened. Thank God for people like Mazen and the kind of Dr. Damages and Mayegu General. So what I want us to know is this. The previous speaker said something that what is obtained in America is also is similar to what is obtained everywhere. I disagree with that in a way because Nigeria case is peculiar in the sense that it's only in Nigeria that we are told that terrorists have repented, and not only that terrorists are being repented, they went further to enroll them into our army, Nigerian army, the police, all the security apparatus of the country. It's only in the Nigeria that has happened in the whole world. And for that reason, where we are today, even restructuring cannot save anybody. Everybody's life is in danger because you see the army bombing. Their bombing now is not precise anymore. They go to village up to 16 times now. They bomb and miss and bomb villagers, and people are dying needlessly. Okay, you see Nigeria, the way Nigeria is structured now, it's structured to kill destiny. See the youth, everybody, people go to psychiatrists at Yabana. Everywhere is food or psychiatric patients. Nigeria can't continue like this. People are dying of hunger, and it's deliberate. All this evil against our people is deliberate. Oh, okay. So the way forward is that Nigeria, even the army, people are resigning today because they've seen the truth that you cannot restructure with the terrorists in the army and the police everywhere, And in the forest, they have not also evacuated all those who are in the forest. T.Y. Danjuma told us they are colluding. They are colluding. Said it 3 times. It's not missing word. You understand? For a military general to tell you that, it goes a long way, not minding that he has led that force. So we have to tell ourselves the truth. The truth is that Nigeria should be dismantled anyhow, anyway. Nigeria must be dismantled. These people that are gathered themselves are a bunch of criminal and terrorists managing the life of innocent people. We have professors, we have all engineers, people that are learned, people like Dr. Damages, that can contribute to the society. Dr. Damages can rule Nigeria without blinking. You understand? But look at the kind of people we have there, irreparable damages, and we are managing now, and they are telling us that we're going to move forward. Where are we moving forward to? Hellfire. We can't continue like this, my brothers. You see, talking and talking and talking cannot help us. We should direct the missile to the right place and let everybody go back, because Nigeria joining together is a concussion, and it has expired 2014, the amalgamation. So let's begin to talk on how, because we can see that we can't stick together. We can continue talking and talking and talking. Look at what is happening recently. How can people are saying that land that the people are building houses illegally in Lagos? And both Sowolu is a ballet, the Oba is a ballet. All the people chiefs, they are all ballet. They sold the land to the people who bought it, and they are also collecting money after selling the land. When you are building from foundation, they come to you, collect money to build from foundation. When you do your German floor, they come and collect another money. So at the end of the day, they'll come and say that you build illegally, and they will destroy it. They don't produce wealth. They don't know how to create wealth. But when people suffer for years and manage to be a landlord, under a second, you bring it down. Nigeria can't continue this way. Dr. Dameji, thank you very much for bringing me on. I just want to say this so that the world, who do glues to this platform, should know that we are tired of anything called Nigeria. We call it zoo, but it's more than a zoo. Jungle is even better. The animal they eat, they kill when they are hungry. But in Nigeria, they kill people anyhow, without no reason. Thank you very much.
All right.
That's why I will submit it. God bless you all. Oh?
Thank you.
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year in advance.
Thank you, Prince. Merry Christmas.
You're welcome.
All right. Pansat, I got a message for you from Dr. Alexander Gomez. He said he's on his way to Hollywood. He wants to, in 2 hours, he will be near your neighborhood. He wants to have dinner with you. So that's a message I just got on my phone. So I should pass it on to you, Pansat. All right, we go to Maska. Maska, you're next.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Mr. Rudolph.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening.
We lost your audio. We can't hear you anymore.
Is it Nigeria? Is it Nigeria network?
Maska, we lost your audio. Let me give Pansat a chance to. Maska,
Rudolph, is he from Nigeria?
He's in Nigeria.
This not Buhari.
Pansat, you want to respond to Dr. Alexander? No?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I got you sent me his phone number anyway, so I would I'll check with it and see what his agenda is. And
now you want to talk about Trump? Let's go that way now.
I told you.
Or you came to talk about Pope? Which one?
Okay.
Which one?
Let's. No. Let me talk about Trump, and then.
All right. Go ahead.
I don't know if I have a feedback. Do you have a feedback with me?
No. You're good.
So. The thing is that Donald Trump is an enigma. We know that Trump came down an escalator. in 2016, I think it was. And he confessed. He says, look, I used to be one of these guys. I used to give to the Republicans. I used to give to the Democrats, Clinton and the Bushes. And I mean, he couldn't tell a lie. He was somebody who took some kind of gas to tell the truth. We know his activities in business. As a Christian, when somebody makes a confession, I forgive them and I start judging them from that day, what they do, what from then going forward. So in the case of Trump, we saw him coming to office, and he's an American. You have to remember that. His presidency is for American interest, not Africans or blacks even, or something like that, right? So he said he wants to make America great again. And his constituents at that time were primarily people who were fed up with the Democrats and the Republicans. Not just really independents, but people who were just fed up, and then of course Republicans. Some extremists. At that point, he made a lot of promises that advance United States interest, which is to rebuild the economy, return the manufacturing base, stop the wars that were peddled by what they call here in the United States neocons, a right-wing agenda. So he went about doing exactly that. Came into office, he did that. He's a back puncher. When you punch him, he'll punch back. It doesn't matter if you're the Pope or a woman or whatever. Most people wouldn't do it that way, but that's his mannerisms, idiosyncrasies. So a lot of people, especially people from Nigeria and others, Africans, they look at him based on his utterances and those idiosyncrasies. But at the core, he's somebody who wants to do the right thing for the United States. And when we say the United States, we mean Western tradition, Christianity, Judaism, and anybody who is not into terrorism. Therefore, good Muslims, right, are involved in that. So that's the history. I'm looking at his first 4 years. He ran for office, re-election, and he lost. And it was weird the way he lost. A reasonable person could say some of the things that he says, but he needs to bring evidence forth. So, but that's not what I'm concerned with now. What I'm talking about is that Trump made a couple of mistakes that were actually probably unforgivable for a fair guy. I'm a very fair guy. A police officer knelt on a man's neck and killed him with 8 minutes, duration of probably over 8 minutes. Instead of Trump being like a past American presidents, come out and say, look, I support the cops, but this one is not one of them. He's not a cop. I'm going to deal with him, right? According to the law. He was talking nonsense. And that cost him a lot for somebody like me who supported him, right? So that's unforgivable. That is unforgivable, what he did there. Now, the other thing he did was that the prince in Saudi Arabia sent some people to go into Turkey and killed somebody, a journalist. Now, because you have to understand, without Trump making these two mistakes, he was a saint. As far as I'm concerned, there's never been a president like that. He's the best president any country could have produced. So Democrats are corrupted by the Saudi money. That is one of the problems we have in Nigeria. That's Saudi Arabia. He's got us in OPEC. He's bought all these ambassadors in Nigeria and those in the State Department. They're all corrupt. Saudi Arabia is the biggest problem we have. Why northern Muslims are doing what they're doing in Nigeria is because they want to corner us into an organization of Islamic countries. Now, we don't have anywhere to go now because Democrats are corrupt and Trump with all that nonsense he's talking about, he made an exception, which is Saudi Arabia. Now, he was good telling NATO, pay your fair share. Telling people over here in North Atlantic Trade Organization, I mean, the what do you call this trade organization here with Mexico and Canada and the United States, that we need the jobs here in the United States. So he's able to tell the allies the truth and fought for the United States. But he made an exception with Saudi Arabia, which means the ambassadors that were left in Nigeria under Obama, one of them coming from, what do you call it? He left those people in place to ruin our country. And also, now I know this is a little complicated, so just allow me to land this point.
2 minutes.
Britain made a deal, to, as far as I'm concerned, with the United States. They could support America. If America wants to go to war with Iraq, Britain will support them. The only thing they asked for is that there's hands off in Nigeria. So they could do what they're doing to us. Pick our leaders, set out prices for oil, do everything they can, anything. They could do anything and get away with it, because United States would have been able to help us if that wasn't the case. It just makes no sense that somebody, when let's say Buhari would contest against Jonathan, that Britain would support Buhari. It makes no sense. This is a man who was a military thug, a dictator that committed a coup d'etat. They supported him. Okay. Now, the last election, they did the same thing. Instead of supporting Peter Obi, who would have brought us forward into a new generation, they dealing with us with ruthlessness, because the American presidents, including Trump, are corrupt with Saudi money. So now you have to do a comparative analysis, right? If it's just Trump running against everybody else in the world, then you could try to find somebody who's better than Trump. But as far as Trump is running against, if it's a binary choice, Trump against Biden, it's not even close. Now, what we then have to do is to organize here in the United States, instead of having all these meetings, especially the Igbos, have a lot of meetings, meeting here, meeting, talking nonsense. We should organize and then do diplomacy, help elect somebody who could look Muslims in the face and say, hey, look, we have to modernize. We don't want all this violence. People have to go to school. We have to have a secular country. We can't keep doing what we're doing. We're going to need somebody to back us up, because that's the name of the game. Unless you could fight Britain, then you can't do anything, because it left for Southeasterners to fight Fulanis and even Hausas together. Even the Yorubas added to them. We would defeat them in no time. The problem we have is the problem we had the last time. You have to be able to fight Saudi Arabia, Britain, and all these people, including Russia, the whole international cabal that wants that oil. So we need to do a legwork here in the United States now, before this election takes a hold, to support somebody who could say, we don't want persecution of Christians, because that's what it comes down to. There's no other problem we have in the world, and we cannot make any progress unless this issue is tackled. Because I remember here about a month ago, I engaged Masca in a debate. I said, is democracy haram? To my surprise, he admitted it. He said it is. And subsequently, he added some caveat. But the bottom line is that we cannot pick our leaders in Nigeria, because there's a specific council that Muslims use to pick who's going to be the leader. It's not a democratic thing. It's against the tenets of that religion. So if you go and you invest 400 billion naira like we did to institute a technology, BVAS, they'll just turn it off. There's nothing you're going to do about it. So we have to do the legwork in the United States, help elect. I'm taking too long here, so let me try to round it up this way. Elect somebody such as George Bush in the past. That's who knows how to deal with Islamic countries that want to go fundamental, that are against democracy. George Bush scared the pants out of them.
So Pansat, who is running now that is like George Bush? Quickly, 1 minute, so that we can go to somebody else.
I didn't hear that. Say that again.
Who is running in the Republican Party that is like George Bush?
Trump.
Oh,
Trump is almost like George Bush, except Saudi Arabia.
Trump cannot be like George Bush. Forget about it.
Let me tell you why I say that. Trump is the kind of person that speaks the language they understand. And that is, if you mess with us, we're going to let you have it. Okay. Now, remember when Obama was in charge, you had ISIS running all over Syria and Iraq in that area. And the Obama administration, with Biden as vice president, were treating them like they were almost equal to the United States, like an intractable problem that cannot be solved. It took Trump 30 days to clean out all that mess. Now, when Bush was in charge, I have some Muslim friends here, right? So in 2000, thereabout, when Osama bin Laden went and knocked out Twin Towers here in the United States, New York, and people were arguing, oh, it's Osama bin Laden, it has nothing to do with Saddam Hussein. Bush didn't have time to figure out the difference between those two. The Iraqis who were here, Shia, you have to know a little about Iraq. Iraq is a multi-tribal and multi-religious country, albeit it's Islam, but you have the Sunnis who are a minority. We have Sunnis in Nigeria as a majority, but in Iraq, the Sunnis are a minority and the Shia are a majority. Saddam Hussein is a brutal dictator that took over Iraq as a Sunni and was oppressing the Shiites. He was gassing the Kurds. He was menacing the United Nations, taking hostages, lobbing missiles at Israel.
Mr. Rudolph, I don't want to stop and sad. This is how we get to come.
Let me land.
Rudolph,
So,
no,
because
let him stop now. It's enough now.
That's a comparison to Nigeria. I'm trying
Yeah.
to set up that background because I know you're too lazy to figure it out, right? So I'm trying to tell you, Mr. JJ man, who is that?
It's me talking now. You
Yeah.
so you
hold
just
the
dancing around the bush.
Henry, you've been here talking the whole day. Let me land. So
You've
the
been talking
relationship to Nigeria is
what
this.
you're talking about.
This Saddam Hussein was a powerful guy. Like, let's just say Tinubu is that powerful, or Buhari is as powerful as Saddam Hussein. I doubt it. But even if they were, there was the Iraqi Shias who are in diaspora here in United States under one guy called Mr. Shalabi. They organized and went and helped George Bush and the neocons. And they were able to convince them to escort them home, that they'll do the fighting, just escort us home. So the opportunity came when they knocked down those two twin towers, that Bush escorted them home. And within 2 days, they were able to defeat that Republican Guard, which is a Sunni Islamic terrorist state, like we have in Nigeria. Make no mistake about it.
All right.
What we have in Nigeria is a
Rudolph,
terrorist
this is a
Islamic
question
state.
for you.
Pansat, thank you.
Rudolph, this is a question for you. Ask him later. When last he went to Nigeria? When last he went to East? This is Pansat where he's talking now. When last he went home?
I went home and I voted in that last election.
When?
Mr. Rudolph, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear Masker. Masker, let's hear from Masker now.
No, let me conclude there before you go to Master. Let me conclude.
What you will never conclude because your argument are disjointed arguments.
It's an uncomfortable conversation. Let me conclude.
Pansat, hold on. Let Masker, maybe after he let him speak and then you conclude. All right, Masker, go ahead. Because I know he wants to in after you.
Okay. So you can hear me guys now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. So I was saying good evening to Tone, my consistent supporter, even in my absence. Thank you. Mr. Steve, Henry, my good brother KJ.
Buhari network.
We lost you again, Pansa.
Buhari network.
What's going on? Try
May I continue?
This is evil against my brother Masker. This is evil.
Masker, try to speak again. And Issa Pantami is no longer the minister for.
What do you expect for clueless president? What do you expect? What do you expect?
All right, Pansat, round up now.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. So anyway, to bring it all home together, what I'm saying is that, Rudolph, let's not kid ourselves. The war has been going on for a long time. Many countries have had the same problems we've had. Many countries, same problems, same issues. There's nothing new. Don't be cowardly. Let's tell ourselves the truth. Because you couldn't come as close as we did this time. Nigerians were cajoled and shamed into going and getting their PVCs, and they registered in their numbers. I mean, these people, they believed us, who were pontificating from here. I participated in many forums where I told them, go and get your PVC and vote. Now, but if somebody's gonna go through all that, get their PVC and actually cast their vote, and somebody just turned off that beaver, come on. How are you going to do it? We have to resolve these issues by telling the truth. As much as it hurts to talk about, it's not comfortable. Believe me, I don't have time to talk about it. So
we should stop blaming other. We should stop blaming other
Iraq
people
model
when our governors fail our people.
It's a complete state capture. There's nothing you can do. In essence, the courts are captured, the legislators, the banks, okay, have been printing money. There is no statistic you should trust from Nigeria, none. Somebody
but Pansat, you said something about the Bush family. They are the ones that know how to deal with the Arab world.
Yes, I do. I did.
Are you aware of the close ties between the Bush family and the House of Saud?
I said that is the problem we have, right? It's unfortunate, but the Saudi money is so big.
By that standard, there is none of the candidates are suitable. Bush family neither is good enough, and Trump is not good enough. So who else?
No. Listen to the point, because it's very intricate, right? You really have to listen.
No, your audio is gone.
All right,
you're in America, for crying out loud.
Let's move to someone else. I wanted to go to Ndobisi, but he's always out when it's about the time to get him in. Let's go to Henry. Steph.
You called my name already.
Yeah, but I discovered that I skipped him, and I don't want him to.
Is it Henry or me?
Yeah, go, Steph.
Yeah, KJ, I understand all you said. And I'm not surprised because you are speaking for your candidate, Trump. And you've made it known to us in previous meetings that you're also part of the election deniers. You know? So the only thing I would add is that I am not against Trump and I'm not pro-Trump. But that some of you guys don't really have any reason why you are rooting for Trump. Somebody contests the election. If the person loses the election, the person should be honorable enough to accept the outcome of the election. And if you claim that there was fraud and you cannot bring out any evidence to support the fraud, and even your own appointed judges come to the conclusion that there was no evidence, and your own appointed attorney general told you that there is no evidence of fraud, even your own chief of staff told you that there is no evidence of fraud, and you are still insisting that the election was fraudulent, then it calls into question the kind of person you are. I don't want Trump to be president. I don't want Biden to be president. But unfortunately, like in Nigeria, we here are going to still end up having to choose between the two people. It's unfortunate that the Trump may end up becoming elected again as a president by the Democrats. Because if he's going to be president, it's because the Democrats want him to be president. If not, how do we even got to the point where we are now, when a president, when he should be talking about insurrection and be mentioning the name of a president? It has never happened in the history of America. One made a former president go that low for his name to be associated with insurrection, whether he participated or he did not participate. It's so embarrassing. And that is a shameful thing. Very, very shameful. But having said that, I wish that Republicans were honorable enough and have the courage to do their house cleaning and come up with any candidate. Because I know that any candidate that is among the pack today can comfortably beat Joe Biden. But unfortunately, it's going to end up being either of them, which I don't think is going to be good for America, unfortunately.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Steph. KJ.
Yeah. Sorry, Henry. Let me respond. You see, I didn't want to drag us into election matters. I wanted to just deal with the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court of Colorado's judgment. Because if you drag it open, I have more information than you ever will have imagined. So I don't go and pick up things from just what you see. Okay, I'm a newsman. I source for news. So I mean, when you say those things, you make it look as if someone just comes and says something. I'll give an example. If you talk about election denial, didn't the Democrats deny elections when Trump won? Didn't Hillary Clinton deny when he won? Didn't Stacey Abraham deny that she didn't win? You want me to call more names? See, let's leave this thing. The election denial started from the Democrats. Even the House of Reps, people went there to present they took a motion to say that Trump did not win the election and they didn't want it to be certified. It's there on the records. I don't want to go to those places because if I had it on my phone ready for this, I would have showed you right now. It's not a question of what I said. I'm following what is there. It is they first started denying. In fact, some of them could not even address Trump as president till he left. So what are you saying? Right from the day go, right from the very first night that Trump won, if you want, go back to CNN report of that day. You see that they said that from that day, they kicked off the one of his impeachment. Look, I don't even want to go there. All I'm trying to say is this. Some people are mistaking what is going on. And I'm not a supporter of Trump. Remember what I said here. I stand on the path of truth, irrespective of who is, who's out is God. And that's the only reason why I stand there. And that's the only reason why I am into journalism. I like the truth. If it affects me, I say it. I'm wrong here. Don't make it look as if somebody is. Why should I be rooting for Trump? Do I know him? Do I even vote for America? Do I vote? Okay. No, what I'm simply saying that the rules have been set. Follow the rules. The same thing I said in the Nigerian election. When I came here, I first told you guys, why am I not supporting P2B? That's what Offer asked me. I said, because I know he's not going to win. Even if he wins, they won't give it to him. So there's no need for me to exercise my emotion, my time, trying to look for what is not going to work because I know. All right? I don't engage in, try to follow my...
But you want a better country. You don't want to participate.
So what I'm saying is, in essence, is simply this. The rules should be followed irrespective of who is there. Doesn't matter whether you like the person or not. Simple. And let the court decide who is wrong. It's not for us. 74 million people voted for Trump, guys. These are 74 million Americans, not non-entities. Okay?
KJ, why I don't want to talk about
I
don't want to talk about the Supreme Court issue.
I don't want back to back.
Excuse me. American Center for Law and Justice is a well-known organization. You can research it. They defend countries, and right now they are in the UN, defending or trying to get the people hostages out of this. So that's how big they are. You listen to them and listen to the explanation. They are all lawyers. What are you saying now? I beg, leave that and I beg.
AJ, thank you. Let me go to Henry. I'm about to round up and hand it off. Henry, go ahead.
Meanwhile, if I were to be in America, if I have to vote for America, I don't vote in America. I vote in Germany. I would never give my vote to Donald Trump. You see, okay, the 4 years he ruled in America, since I was born, I never saw what happened in America when they tried to overthrow when Donald Trump was talking to the people, his supporters. They did a lot of riot in the capital. So if this happened KJ, this for you, if such thing happened in Nigeria, what you going to say? Now,
my brother, if you go back to let me finish. If you go back to that video, if you go back to the video of Ahmed, that video was doctored. It was edited. That's one. So. Hold on. Yeah. There are more than 20 agencies of the FBI in the crowd.
It's okay.
I thought you don't want to and fro.
It's okay. You see, when people just sit here and try to, because this is America, so Donald Trump can do anything and go without punishment. I call this hypocrisy. If such thing happened in Nigeria today, most of you here will be condemning those things so badly. If it's a country that is working, if it's in Germany, Donald Trump will not go. They will be impeached Donald Trump for a very long time. Such thing can happen in Germany.
What are you talking about? So if someone wants to go and take over Abuja now, you say they are criminals. What are you talking? So if someone goes to Aso Rock now because of
you don't get it right. Donald Trump lost the election.
Will you call them criminals?
No. Donald Trump lost the election. He knows by himself he lost the election. He knew this. It's just like Tinubu now. He didn't win the election. If the opposition is going to take over Aso Rock, they have right to say it because we have proved that he didn't win this election. That's it. But Donald Trump didn't win this election, and he knows it. This is what I'm trying to say.
All right.
So Donald Trump by now is not supposed to go to this. It's not supposed to. If America is a country that is working, is practicing democracy, Donald Trump should be kicked out in this election. That's it. Biden is not. Don't come in. Biden is not an option either. Biden is not. Don't come in, KJ. Biden is not an option. They have to look for somebody else from a Republican. It doesn't matter which person they brought in there against Biden. That person will win. The Republican will win because Biden is no go. Biden is zero, nothing for him.
Okay, but you have to deal with reality, though. The polling is showing that Trump is winning the Republican field by.
That's what I said. If America is a country that is working, Donald Trump should not be in that ballot. Period.
All right, Henry, thank you. Let's close one person and go to the next. Tony, you're next.
I've got nothing a lot to add. I'm not American, and I'm not an American. I don't live in America, but I'm not saying that Trump is a saint either. But from what it looks, if the Republicans say he's the best man for them at this time, who am I to oppose or argue or debate about it? So be it. That's my stance.
All right, thank you, Luisi.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, everyone on the show. And concerning Trump's legal battles, he put himself in this precarious situation with his conduct after the 2020 elections. I don't think no president has ever disputed elections before in the US the way he did. I could remember when Al Gore contested the Florida result with George W. Bush, and it was resolved amicably at the courts. and Al Gore accepted it the way it was, and Bush was pronounced was sworn in as president. But Trump, people who know Trump from his business dealings, even before he became, he's a very controversial and divisive figure. So people are wondering why he should be doing that. How can you call a rally the same day the Congress is trying was to certify the election results, and you are asking them to march to the Capitol? What do you expect? And all those radical people who are his supporters, they all went there. And from reports, they said even he was watching this thing from where he was, and some of his officials were telling him to call this thing off, ask them to stop. It took him hours before he went on air again and said, okay, it's okay, you all can stop. America is supreme. American culture is supreme, and all that. Before then, a lot of damages has been done. Some people died in that process, both his supporters and some law enforcement officials. So this is not good. Well, above all else, Mike, I don't know, the law should take its course. If I know he's going to contest this ruling by the Colorado Supreme Court further in the U.S. Supreme Court, so let it be tested and let's see how it goes. So that's my take on that.
All right, thank you. Righteous Man.
Yeah, Dr. Rudolph, good evening.
Yeah, nice to have you again.
I've been on traffic for 4 hours now. Just getting home.
Oh.
4 hours. So, it's terrible.
On Saturday?
Yeah. I'm just entering my house. When I switch over to the panels, this thing. I was driving. I was in the traffic. I think you could see me. You could see the lights. My motor was in the traffic for 4 good hours. 4 good hours. It's terrible.
It happened in America too, in California sometimes too.
All right. Just man,
shouldn't be a frequent thing. Yeah.
Hold on. Okay, let me play these videos you sent to me, and then you can tell us what we're seeing. What was that? I just meant.
Yeah, it was the fire outbreak this afternoon. It was terrible. The second part of that video, you will see where people's cars were burnt. You know, expensive cars were burnt. It was a terrible sight this afternoon, and for the first time, the Lagos Fire Service responded immediately, promptly, and they were able to put the fire under control, and at least to reduce the damage it would have caused. But even at that, people have lost hundreds of millions of naira this afternoon. It was a terrible sight. People were just crying, rolling on the street, and I was very close to my office side. I have to rush down to the place and make a coverage of it. And I remember in the afternoon, Nigerian time, when I reported this case, the first time the panel was on. In the comment section, I saw some people saying I was running propaganda. Damages, can I ask you for a favor, please? Because if you listen to people's comments, even my friends, my colleagues that are interested in this program, they've always said they are preferred people in the comment section that you don't want to vet, and you are not interested to do something about it. Either those people are paying their $5 or 5 cents regularly, then they become untouchable, because I don't see the reason why somebody will consistently be using negative words in describing individuals that have nothing in common with him. and you go through it and you keep quiet, and your moderators go through it and they keep quiet. Somebody calling me a propagandist, somebody calling me an evil person. Can you just imagine that? He doesn't know who I am, I don't know him. And this is continuous action, continuous writing. And it's not only me. This clap of a man, I will take him off spiritually, whoever he is. I am telling you, I will trust. No, I am going to go spiritual because it has come. I have warned him, he doesn't know me, and I'm going to take him off spiritually. I will fish him out wherever he is, as far as he's breathing under the heavens. I will tell him man past man. Apart from money, there is other aspect of life. Why would this man be rubbishing people's image and you let him to continue to do that? Small time he will post $5 and everybody you will pinch his comments and his money. I mean, he's so abusive. This is very, very wrong. He should be a disciplined man. And if you think he's a man, he should show himself here. And I will talk to him, and then I will face him as a man. We face a man. Please.
All right. Thank you, precious man. Let me remind everybody, we have... I think it's man. We have a system of monitoring the comment section, and we have some guidelines. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And so we will continue to do that and reform it if it's not. But we think we are confident in what we have in place for now. Let me welcome Igbo Basics. Igbo Basics, welcome to the show.
I just wanted to test out to see if this system actually works. I got one of these MTN 5G, whatever they call it. But anyway, I'm glad to see you guys. I'm trying to learn like Dr. Damages. I just wanted to say hello and to be sure that the location where I am, that I'm able to log in. Yeah, I see I can log in. Good evening, fellow panelists, and may God be with you all. I beg, make una take I'm suffering so that you won't have a heart attack. Because so far, so. We don't throw challenges. Anybody who wishes to go and hug a transformer, well, you're welcome. It's Nigeria. My experience so far, it's that of collection secretaries. Collection secretaries. I've had some experience today, and I thought I was going to count the number of checkpoints. At some point, I just said, forget about it. Don't
No, Igbo Basics, start from the beginning. Where are you, and where are you going to? We need to know, because you're talking from the middle. I don't know where you are.
I'm somewhere in the east. As a matter of fact, I went through KJ's territory today. Hi, KJ. I thought I was going to catch up with the Ilosa Uzuakoli. I saw them in action. Pretty much a very good cultural activity.
Igbo Basic is not Ilosa Uzuakoli, it's Ilosa Ndempa.
Well, that is Ndempa. I'm talking about Uzuakoli.
No, now, it's different for Uzuakoli. Come on, what are you saying, Chim? Go and sit down.
So anyway, folks, I had some experienced people traveling with me today, and I particularly wanted to know about the rail lines that cross to Uzuakoli. And I don't think there's no rail line passing through there. If anybody tells you that a train passes there, no, that's not correct. I also saw the Methodist College Uzuakoli, whose sign had been repainted recently. All in all, I wanted to piggyback on the submissions of Mazi Ezoke. Sometimes let's be real. From Port Harcourt to Aba. On a serious note, you left Port Harcourt by 11 o'clock and you got to Aba by around 12 something, about 1 hour plus. That's where I had the experience of the collection secretaries. So I'm not going to bore you guys because I really wanted to take a time out and edit some of the things that I encountered so far. then I'll be able to come on. I just wanted to test out today to make sure that I can be able to log in and see how you guys are doing. So far, the experience with a place called Ethiopian Airlines. Ethiopian Airlines. I have one shirt, one pants. They've done it again. Sometimes we have to call these folks out. They made my journey, as a matter of fact, a living hell, ranging from JFK. So that's as far as that is concerned. That's a story for another day. I would have Dr. Damages, I wasn't even ready for that yet. We're getting there.
I was thinking you have this, and the Ethiopian airline people, that they were not afraid of you. I mean, did you show them this picture?
Dr. Damages, that is yet to unfold. The Ethiopian Airlines, they will get it from us, because I gathered over 35 to 40 names of the people they disappointed. And they took us to Cote d'Ivoire. And then they took us to Lagos. And when they took us to Lagos, almost all of us did not come with our luggages. I remember a guy from my town who was going for the something I'm going, Ibotomma. He did not have his luggages. He slept in the airport because his connecting flight was for 7:30 a.m. with his wife. So that's as far as that is concerned. I would rather put together a comprehensive report and then be able to report back to this panel the realities. And thank God that I have been guided by some people who have been truly, truly experienced in this place called Nigeria is our country. That is what is going on so far. So I'm just going to say hello to you all.
Thank you.
And then we will be talking soon.
All right.
Welcome to Nigeria. We're going to meet next year. We're going to be there.
Which Nigeria? Do you know where I am?
Your country, Nigeria. You're in Nigeria now. You're in the east.
Which Nigeria? Which part of Nigeria? Don't let me start with my experience last night, when I thought it was almost a civil war going on in Port Harcourt. So don't go there.
Wow.
Really? So
I will explain because at some point I was recording booms and booms and booms and booms, and I was asking what's going on. Did we have another war where people have to show off, waste our bullets to shoot in the sky or shoot wherever? No, don't go there. Just leave me alone for now.
All right, let's leave him alone for now. He's actually just getting in, and he has his bags are not with him. So we'll come back to you, Igbo Basics. Thank you so much. Anytime, any day, all this weekend and all this day, we'll be on and we'll get reports from you. And anybody who is going home from abroad and wants to connect with us when he gets home, just he or she, just let us know. We want to hear from you. It's very important.
But for now, be careful if you're going to fly at Ethiopian Airlines, because Professor Carlo Njoko, the founder of Igbo Village in Virginia, told me that after flying 13 hours of Ethiopian Airlines, that his legs are swollen as we speak. So everybody has had their own experience to report. It is something to put together, and then we'll talk about it. I just wanted to say hello, continue with the good job, Dr. Damages.
All right, thank you so much.
Yeah, can I just add something to what he said about Ethiopian Airlines? Recently, barely 3 weeks now, there is a shipping agent in the UK too that is having issues with Ethiopian Airlines. He said that whenever they ship something, they will tell us, you paid, and they were supposed to deliver it, say, this week. They are not going to deliver it in next week or 2 weeks after. So it's affecting the Nigerian people's business. And he says Nigeria doesn't have an airline, so we are vulnerable to Ethiopian airline right now. Any other one is even more prohibitive. There's a lot more expensive to use. So I just thought I should highlight that to support what he's saying, that Nigerians are having issues with Italian airline recently, because it just jogged my memory that somebody testified to that to me just a couple of weeks ago.
All right.
Nigeria should ban the Ethiopian airline. Me, I never used Ethiopian airline. I used Lufthansa.
No, that is once bitten, twice shy.
They should ban all Nigerian.
Ethiopian Airlines did this to me in 2021. I came home with one cloth, one shirt, one pants for 2 weeks. So now, from New York, JFK, In spite of charging everybody exorbitant, they took $325 from me, market down. They insulted me in New York by tumbling my luggages right in New York. That's a different ballgame altogether. So we just have to take this time around. Oh no, never again. Never again, never again. But it's something that is being put together carefully, and we all have to address it so that these folks will realize that we are not stupid.
And they don't treat other people like that. They cannot treat British British flights like that. They can't do that nonsense. It's only all they treat like this.
For real. They don't respect Nigerians.
But I also think on this Ethiopian airline thing, I also think it's more straightforward if you're flying from Europe. So you're in UK, you fly straight 6 hours, British Airways, Virgin, or whatever. It's same thing from Amsterdam, same thing from Germany. But when you're coming from North America, it's a whole different ball game. You have to do at least one stopover somewhere. That's why we're having some of these challenges. In addition to the fact that we as a nation don't really have a strong national carrier per se, or airline from our country. It doesn't have to be a government-owned one. We don't have a strong airline that that crisscrosses the world and can really even Air Peace cannot fill that void. So perhaps these are some of the things we should also put into consideration.
And to add to that, because what you said just now also reminded me of, because when the shipping guy said he couldn't do shipping and they're having issues to ship stuff to Nigeria, I said, okay, DHL is very expensive. Let's try how DHL behaves. And when you send with DHL, they will tell you 2 days, but when it gets to Nigeria, it takes more than a week. So maybe there's something in Nigeria that's causing problems for any institution that gets to Nigeria.
Like the guy from British Air said, is they bribe. They have to bribe a lot of things, true. But the thing is that even the Nigerian government have refused to support our private airlines that can do it. If you can give Dangote money to build refinery, why can't you give to the airline operators to increase their flight to do what we are not able to do? I mean, that's how every nation operates. Obama gave money to Ford. That's how Ford became revived. Okay? Why is our own different? Why is our own different?
You know why? In Nigeria, there's no consequence for this negligence. If they have punishment already from Ethiopia Airline, they will stop. If they pay people compensation a lot, like in Europe, you cannot do that in Europe now.
Yeah, thank you.
You're going to pay compensation a lot. You're going to lose a lot of money.
Thank you, Henry. Nobody pays compensation. The doctors don't pay. The police don't pay. So why do you expect Ethiopian Airline to be the first that will pay?
No, we should be able to address this, but it's not going to be a subject for now.
Yeah,
it's going to be and articulated this time around. Like I said, once bitten, twice shy. I've taken it personally, and I gathered over 35 names and all the rest of it right out there in Lagos. The people are angry, and it's not a matter of money. You can't keep insulting people anyhow at this stage. You can't keep doing that to Nigerians, customers. So we'll address the airline.
Yeah, I definitely would like to talk about this later on, because I think I'm beginning to think that there's something in Nigeria that is causing this problem.
Right.
There's something
in Nigeria. It's not in Nigeria. It's not in Nigeria.
DHL doesn't deal with people, but yet when it shipped to Nigeria, it takes more than a week.
Ethiopia, they don't respect Nigerians. You're supposed to know that.
And you
it's
guys,
not the fact.
Dexter here, he hasn't said anything. He's been around for you guys are just jumping in. Dexter, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Damages and everybody on the panel. I've been listening to what everybody is saying. If I just address the last Igbo basics, I think in Nigeria we complain too much. Somebody is saying when DHL came to Nigeria, it takes 7 days for your parcel to come. Do you have an addressing system in Nigeria? Sorry, let me learn for further. Our foundations is crap. In Nigeria, we are excluded. What happens in the West is that service is driven by competition. That's what happens in the Western world. The moment somebody delivers a poor service, it's an opportunity for another person to take up that same service delivery and bring something better on board. In Nigeria, we are complaining like kids that want to be fed. If Ethiopian Airline is doing crap, who cares? Why can't a Nigerian LP, somebody, set up an airline service that will take all the passengers away from Ethiopian Airline? Why are we complaining? Why do we spend our time complaining about it? Complaining takes nobody anywhere. This life is like a game of chess. You know, you have to decide what you want to get. We are complaining about Ethiopia. There are better services. You can write a report. Let LPs take over.
We are not complaining about Ethiopian Airlines. There is a standard worldwide.
We're talking about this. It's about the service delivery. Then going to the things we have been talking about. I know I've been talking about Trump. I see some people casting aspersions on Trump. Whether we like it or not, the things Trump has achieved, they are great things. So whatever the views are, I'm not a campaigner for him. But Trump has walked the talk. He has walked the talk. Now, let us bring it to ourselves, Nigeria. What are we walking the talk for our own country? Trump has walked the talk for America. He wants make America great. He has done something. His name is written down there. Whether you like him or not, his name is written down there. Among all the presidents, his name is written down there. But the question we should ask ourselves now, what are we going to walk the talk for our own country? The Western countries have walked the talk for themselves. You know, and I think at the end, the problems are well known. You know, the problems are very easy to spot. The problems are in our faces. We all know the problems. Everybody can reel out 100 problems. The question is, what are the solutions and what are we putting together? Because the Western world didn't just arrive there in overnight. But what they started doing is that they started putting together the solutions and honest solutions. One of the problems we have in Nigeria, you cannot come to a solution without truthfulness, justice, and fairness. It doesn't work. The moment you throw away justice and fairness, you can never come to a viable solution. So the question in Nigeria is, first of all, are we ready to promote justice and fairness among ourselves? Even in this panel here, as we are talking, we still have people who, the objectiveness of truth is not even in the analysis. So how do we as a people come together? America had a civil war, but for them to be a great country, they came to an objectiveness of truth. This is the truth. This is justice. This is fairness. We don't care whose ox is God. We have to deliver it. But in Nigeria, can you try it? Even among the panelists here, you find out that people will start trying to, once you have to be objective and truthful, everybody wants to change the story. Everybody wants to try and rewrite the history. Everybody wants to try and change it somehow. So where are we going to go to? So except we want to end up talking, then maybe our children will come after 50 years and be talking too. But if we actually want to make progress, we want to move forward, first of all, there must be justice, there must be fairness, and everybody must be truthful. That's the only way Nigeria will work. Come to the table, sit down and tell the truth about things. There's no need to lie about it. But if our fathers, there's this guy, there's this guy I normally watch his kids every morning because he just makes me laugh. He said that maybe we are the ones causing ourselves in Nigeria when we sing the national anthem. He said the labors of our heroes past. You know, say 50 years from now, our children will be singing the labors of their heroes past. Who will be the heroes? The present leadership. Okay, the present leadership will be the heroes past. So he said, are we causing ourselves? So why are we singing the labors of our heroes past? Because the heroes, who are the heroes we are talking about? But if we, even in this panel, if you just put it some objective things to discuss now in Nigeria, let people just be fair, be truthful, and let justice prevail. That is the beginning. These are the basics found every society. The founding blocks, the foundation blocks are justice, fairness, truthfulness. They don't care whose ox is God. But until I think that's what we should be doing. After all our discussions, I think we should come up with suggestions like that.
Dexter, do you appreciate the fact that it's difficult to pinpoint in today's world what is the truth? Even Trump were discussing, they came up with the alternative truth, or alternative facts. You know, now you have alternative. If I raise an issue now in Nigeria, will we agree on this is the truth about that issue? How do we define the truth? I think that's the problem. I hear people say that nobody wants to talk the truth. But people don't even agree on what is the truth.
But Dr. Damages, we always have history. And one of the first problems we have in Nigeria is that we try to retell the stories of the past. And we try to distort the facts. The West is not where it is today. Yes, you're right about what you're saying. But look at the foundations of the countries that are great today. It was based on an objective truth. Everybody could identify it.
I'm not doubting what you're saying. I'm just saying, how do you help us to come?
So, Dr. Damages, we have to decide for ourselves. I need to go now. Thank you very much.
You see, Dexter, you see, if you have not tested Nigerian Airways, Pan American Airlines, Virgin Atlantic, British Airways, name it, line by line, from the historical perspective, you could take it just from the surface. When it was Nigerian Airways, and Nigerian Airways almost had a hangar in JFK. Some of us who flew Pan Am, we know the difference. Up to Arik Airlines, name all these airlines we've come across. What I'm trying to say is that there is a fundamental human rights for each and every human being that flies regardless. It is better for you to go and say,
I agree with you. I agree with you.
What I found out is that the place where British Airways will land their people is much a different terminal than the place where Ethiopian Airlines. Who is Cote d'Ivoire? Cote d'Ivoire, for Nigerians to fly from Cote d'Ivoire. Last time they flew us from Lomé, and there was a rumble in Lomé. We publish it at basicsexpress.com. It's there, go and see. Where there was a serious fight at the airport. And I thought this time, if I went a different route to avoid Askar Airlines, as they said that was their problem, then I'll be okay. But I can assure you, it's the same thing on Tampines. My dear brothers, you're talking about solutions. It's we, Nigerians,
that
have to make the difference.
You mentioned Nigerian Airways. You mentioned Nigerian Airways. You mentioned Arik.
Yes, I did.
Can you tell me where those airlines are now? Are they in existence? So you can't expect somebody outside to treat you better than the person in your own house.
That's not true. I used to transfer to America.
You are talking of people that already have a culture.
What of Pan Am? What of Pan Am? Pan Am wasn't a Nigerian.
You're talking of people that already have a culture.
Atlantic was Nigerian.
See, you're talking of people that have a culture of excellence. When people have a culture of excellence, they will uphold it wherever. Now, when people don't have a culture of excellence, when their service delivery is based on who you are, then they will treat you the way you have been treated at home. It's simple. This thing, okay, what happened in Nigeria? An airline landed in Asaba. The pilot says, "Welcome to Abuja." They were in Asaba. So where is the culture of it? See, Nigeria, we don't breed excellence. Let us not lie to ourselves. We don't breed it. We don't promote it. You say a child will get 360 in JAMB. We will come out with a first class. We got 360 in JAMB. That same child will not get the best opportunity. Somebody that got 120 will get a better opportunity. We don't look. The countries that have promoted excellence, they have built a culture of excellence. Let me give you an example. There used to be a pharmacy where I live. I get drugs for my kids. It was run by Lloyd's. Service delivery, very good. They make sure that there's no queue on the line. People come, there's a queue. They make sure that the queue is dispersed quickly. You feel at home when you get there. Very recently, Lloyd sold up his pharmaceutical branch. Now, one of these branches was bought by a Nigerian. When I got in there today, you could see that there was a difference. The service delivery was poor. There were people loitering around the pharmacy. There was a long queue. The people at the counter did not even have the presence of mind to know that there is a long queue, that you have to shorten this queue immediately. They were busy chatting about doing other things. Meanwhile, people were waiting to receive service. We don't have a culture of excellence. Let's know. Look, these things, we cannot. You cannot plant a lime tree. You can't plant a lime tree and then you come and you want to pluck orange. Then you now start complaining that what you are plucking is not sweet. It's not sweet now. Why?
All right.
We have to bite the bullet. I think we have to bite the bullet in Nigeria at this time.
Dexter, thank you. Let's go to Steph. Donald Trump. Unmute yourself, please. We can't hear you, Steph.
I'll speak later, please.
All right. Thank you. Janaba.
I'm talking about issue of Donald Trump.
Yes, you're in Texas, and your vote doesn't count.
Because you think I'm a Democrat?
It doesn't matter what you are. It doesn't matter. If you don't vote, if you vote, it doesn't matter. Trump will win.
We mean the ring election here. Why it doesn't matter?
Trump will win Texas.
Oh, it's a red state?
Mm-hmm.
It's not the way you used to think, though. I mean, it will, but the demography is changing because of the immigrant moving this area. So it's not used to build before you know it. Now it's too close to call. So, but anyway, I think that Colorado Supreme Court have taken him off the ballot, but he will appeal. I think whatever they come out with, that is between their judiciary system. Insurrection that they are using against him due to the January 6th incident that took place in Washington. I think that's what they use. And I don't think the one that they sue him in Washington, I've not seen him being indicted of any charges so far. So
indicted or convicted?
He's not been convicted, please,
okay.
of any thing so far. So we'll see how it play out. It's not too much of issue. There is institution here. I think if we get to between him and Joe Biden, it's gonna be close. It's not gonna be that close by the time they go to the final, because he have a very loyal followers, but they are still not enough to put him in the White House. So even if we talk about the swing state, and then you talk about places like Michigan, Florida, and some become a toss up in even the so-called blue or so-called red. But then the base, I don't think they're enough. And by the time the campaign switched to that, something, and it's American politics, anything can change overnight. So American politics anything can change, and the momentum just shift right away. But the good thing, they have a system. So it's not something that we should worry so much, but I don't like his policy towards the I-30 when he was a president. So and that does not sit right with me. But there is a system. This is America. So I know I have people who they are concerned one way or the other. They talk about Biden age and all of that. And Trump rhetoric sometimes is very insensitive with it. But there is a system. So if there is a system of holding somebody accountable and the judiciary are doing their own, you just go and cast your vote if you can vote on your election day. But I don't think some of his rhetoric is not healthy. It may be used against him, not in the court of law. I don't bother about that. I'm talking about people that you can sway to Democrat or Republican. But I also think the war going on in Ukraine and Israel and Hamas, I think are all going to play in. but now it's too early to tell. But whatever the Colorado have did, and if they appeal, they win fine. Me, I don't worry so much about the president of America because they are not just a dictator, even though I don't like the sense of it that is going out the window now. But I think end of the day they will get themselves together. We have it's a good thing to talk about it. Well, most of us are in America, but we have a bigger fish to deal with. This is a beloved country that that we are talking about. Then what even brought me here was to talk to my brother. My brother, righteous man, and all of those things. As a senior citizen, I see things differently. I hope. Normally, I resist myself from talking about people, but it's not in a negative way. There's no need of being thin-skinned or thank God, my brother is back. So I don't want him to use that word of go after. I know he's a human being, does spirituality. No, you have to understand that you have lived in abroad, and in America, it's a different bargain, freedom of speech. And I told Rudolph when he started colluding with these British people before bringing all kind of restriction. I told him that we are not in that area. However, we are not in Nigeria. And sometimes what matters. Me and Passat on the stage the other day, backstage, I went off on him, but I won't come off on him like that on normal on stage like this. It's not because I'm a coward, but I think that I use for public consumption. If I strip off here right now, not that I don't get strip off, but if I strip off, it's not appropriate. So there are things we don't use in the public domain. We can complain on the private chat. Rudolph will go through it. So we can be a little sensitive to what we put out so much. And I know we are all human beings, we get upset. But let us try to control it. And not in the process of trying to correct something, you may do more damage than the thing you think you are correcting. So we should be sensitive to all that when we come on this public forum that people are watching all over the world. So that vulnerability does not come out so much. So let us learn to endure things and respect people's view. It costs out, of course. Nobody want to be cursed out. Even the people that steal, they don't want to be steal from. So there are many things that is not fair, but we just have to endure one another and make this place continue to improve. And Rudolph will put a system in place to check them and talk to them privately. But if we have all those air where our view can be directed to Rudolph, I think most people here should have his contact, and then they will have their meeting, review it, and then talk to those people so that it take that a normal Nigerian few thing to the backstage. So at least we control ourselves a little better here. So that's what I came in to talk to him. But I think I have your number, my brother, righteous man, and the Ben William is making you sleepy now. I told you, don't do much of it.
I'm not, Jonathan. I'm not sleepy.
All right, thank you. Jonathan, thank you so much. Let me
please, Dr. Damages, can I respond?
No, hold on,
righteous man, can you save your energy, please? I will piggyback on Jonathan and say,
numbers 15, 16 million people into our country. When they do that, we got a lot of work to do. They're poisoning the blood of our country. That's what they've done. They poison mental institutions and prisons all over the world, not just in South America, not just the 3 or 4 countries that we think about, but all over the world. They're coming into our country from Africa, from Asia, all over the world. They're pouring into our country. Nobody's even looking at them. They just come in. The crime is going to be tremendous. The terrorism is going to be, and then we built a tremendous piece of the wall, and then we're going to build more.
All right. That is Donald Trump, the incoming president of the United States.
Can I say something?
So, can I say something?
Yeah,
Um, uh, it
then
should be my turn now.
Forefather, remember the forefather background.
Seriously, it should be my turn. I've not spoken for ages. I think Donald Trump and Biden is just pick your poison, really. For us as a people, we shouldn't necessarily see any of them as beneficial to us in any way. My reasoning is that Biden is more calculating and more strategic and very dangerous to our communities in America. They are the kind that lure you to a false sense of security, that illusion of inclusion, where they make you think that you are part of them, but they are killing you slowly. Because if you look at what happened to George Floyd, and this man said he was going to do something about it, zero done. I said about nothing he has done for the African American community, other than when he said something about removing tuition fees or something like that. And that is not specific to African Americans, it's for everybody anyway. So the guy is extremely dangerous, and he's gone around the world doing dangerous things. And Trump, the only difference between him and Trump is that Trump also wants problems, but he doesn't want it based on this thing, strategic reasoning. His own is based on race. If you look at the countries he just mentioned, Africa, other countries, he never mentioned Denmark or any other countries, because his own, he thinks from the point of view of race. Hence why he's comfortable with Putin, but not comfortable with China or any other group of people like that. And within the nation itself, you can see the racial tension he creates. So both of them are not good for us. And I've always said this to African Americans, that if you are choosing to support them, you have to vote them strategically. They have to tell you what they want to do for you. If they're not going to tell you what they do for you, then vote for a third party candidate. Then whoever wants to wants to win badly will have to promise you something to get your vote. Because if they feel that they can get your vote, like the Democrats always take the African American community for granted, if they feel they're going to get their vote, they're not going to do anything for them. They simply don't do anything for them. Trump got into office because of African American vote. Not one thing is done for them. This man went ahead to pass a law to favor the Asians. He passed a law, the hate speech law for the Asians, but nothing for us. What has he done for Africa? Not one thing.
You mean Joe Biden?
Joe Biden himself. Yeah, he has not done one thing. Nothing strategic. Everything they have done is to keep us exactly where we are. As a matter of fact, he's doing more for Middle Eastern nations and this in other parts of the world than or Japan or anything, than even Africa at all. He's not discouraged the French from doing what they are doing in Africa. So all of them, you just pick your poison. And the way I look at it is that the community, our black community in America, they have to be very, very calculating, because that's how the Jews behave too. They will not give you your vote until they know you are going to do something for them. If you have to promise, something and concretely deliver. If you don't deliver next time, they penalize you. You should not side any party because you just think that that is traditionally what you normally support. If Trump promises African Americans, say, okay, this is what I'm going to do for you, and this is what I'm going to do for Africa and all the rest of it, then you can support him. Something tells me he's not going to do that. These people, every single one of them, treat us with disdain and they patronize us. What we are supposed to be doing is organizing amongst ourselves to put ourselves in a position to influence them. Because if you have money, if you have power, you can influence political office holders. That's how it works. And if we don't do something by ourselves, because soon it always have to come from ourselves. That's exactly what Dexter was talking about when he said something about our culture and all the rest. Within ourselves, we shouldn't expect it to come from outside. If they see you becoming conscious of yourself and you are strong, they will be promising you heaven and earth. They will give you everything that you want suddenly. And then you don't even need it, because you'll be doing shakara. Go your way. And that's why I say none of them, we should say this one is our man until they tell you what they're going to do for you, and you are ready to hold them accountable for it. The community should be organized to be doing this just like we in Africa should be organized. African countries, Nigeria especially, if you are going to support any of the candidates or you want to deal with them, you have to know what they are there to offer. If they're not offering anything to you, what is the point? It's totally wasted relationship. Relationships are supposed to be transactional. They're supposed to do something for you. Why are we giving them something? They are not giving us anything. Look at our nation. We are starving to death. This is not even, it's barely functional. And we are listening to IMF telling us what to do, World Bank telling us what to do. When I check the OECD nations, their public sector, 20% on average of their population, their working population works for the this in the private this in public sector on average. But in Nigeria, 3%. And why? Because all these IMF will keep telling us austerity measure, cut spending, cut spending. You kill our country has become anemic because of these people. And our leaders are not questioning them. I believe that none of them mean us well until we start becoming conscious before they will even bother offering you anything like the way they are offering to India right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's hear from KJ and then Okija, and then I'll take my lead.
Okay. Thank you.
I thought I was meant to speak before.
Steph, you are back. Okay, yeah, I didn't know. Okay.
Okay. Now, Rudolph, I posted one of the few videos I have on election denials. I still have more. And that was at the House of Representatives, where they were presenting papers saying that Trump was not legitimate. Now, people get up and say these things and make it look as if it's reality, but you don't bother to look behind to find out whether something had happened before that time or not. Some people denied Trump presidency until, like people like CNN, until he was removed. Right from the very first go, they said they have entered into their second agenda, which is to what? To impeach Trump. It was said on the very first day Trump took office. They went into their second mode. So when some of us are saying this, it doesn't be because we support Trump. No, they made sure that his presidency was held. For the first time, unelected bureaucrats were dictating what happens and even questioning the authority of the president in America. Has it ever happened before? Now, if you go back, the days of Abraham Lincoln, the same thing happened. They rose up against Abraham Lincoln. They even removed him from some of the states, okay, because they hated his politics. But today they celebrate Abraham Lincoln as one of their best presidents. You see, why I'm saying this is not because I love Trump, but I'm saying that what is fair is fair. I don't care who the person is. I don't care. Trump is the only president that has not led America to any war for the 4 years he was there. But when some people try to test his will, he showed that he's the president of America. He didn't waste time. That's what they don't like. He calls off their people's bluff. They don't like it. Okay? And so I know also people don't like people who call off people's bluff. But having said all that, all I'm looking for is a place where everybody can live in peace. Remember, I stand with the Igbo adage, Egbe boru, ugeberu. Let the kite pitch. Let the vulture also pitch. If you say the vulture shouldn't pitch, show me ask him. That's why I stand. So okay. Now, having said that, I agree partly what forefather have said concerning the policy and all that. But the question is, nobody will treat you better than you treat yourself. We had complained about the former airline. Our own government officials went to meet them in Ethiopia, bribe them or conjured with them to dupe us. And you expect that the same airline coming to us will now treat us fairly? It won't happen. Even in this one we're talking about now. If we have a country that can represent its people properly, we have a better deal. That's why it's done. Look, when my dad was alive and I was in primary school, when people come to my house to complain that I fought and I this, what he first do is to defend me in the public. Then he comes back and say, "Oh boy, what happened?" And most time when I explain, if it's not my fault, it's okay. Next time don't fight, just make sure you report. So if we could keep going outside and telling our people outside, the governments of other nations, just like what I began that did the other day, people shouldn't be, when you go to people's country, respect their law. Who does that? Who does that? Okay? And so people are free. some days ago, I was reading the was, I'm trying to remember the country. They murder some Nigerians, and nothing's going to happen about it. Nothing. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that's what I'm just simply saying. So if we are saying Donald Trump is wrong, let's also say everybody is wrong who have done that. Let's not just pick some people and say they are wrong and these people are okay. No, there's no sacred cow. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, KJ, the only area that me and you differ is this. I'm not talking about what Donald Trump did right, whether he was the best president or not. He was a president, and like any other president, he might have done some good things and some bad things. But the area that I strongly disagree with Trump, it doesn't matter whether any other person had done it before. It doesn't matter whether it's done in other countries. Whatever happened in 2020 was wrong of a president to do. And whether what you said about Hillary Clinton or the Democrats during that time, whether it's true or false, does not invalidate the point that what Trump did, his conduct during and after that election was very bad. It's not setting a good example. It's not taking away the good things he did as a president. But from that point, I strongly disagree with him. That is what I'm saying. And presently, I don't think that either of them deserve my vote, both Biden and Trump. Either of them. And if eventually Trump wins, it is the Democrats that gifted him the ticket. They gifted him the presidency. And it is the Republican, if the Republican loses the seat, then it is the Republicans that dashed the Democrats the presidency again. Two of them shouldn't have been in the ticket. But it is what it is. Concerning the Colorado State Supreme Court, whatever, it is not final. He's still going to go on appeal. The system is working. That's just the point I'm trying to make. I'm not going to sit here and say the state Supreme Court have done the worst. It is not the Colorado state. Somehow it looks as if it's the Democrats, right? But who took the case to the court? It was the Republicans. So that is the point I'm trying to make. In summary, two of them are not good. I don't believe that two of them. Trump is so toxic. Joe Biden is not going to be competent for another 4 years. That's just my own opinion.
All right.
And since we have no other third party or third candidate, we may have to deal with it.
Then you get your first black president, a female president in America then.
All right.
I wish they would give her the ticket. I wish.
Let's hear.
I would gladly vote for her.
Let's hear Righteous Man for 1 minute and then Okija.
Yeah, I'm not in the US, but the politics of US also affects us here in Nigeria. If no one likes Trump, I only not like him, but I love him. I love Trump, and I wish there is liberty to vote for whoever you wish, irrespective of the country. I will continue to cast my vote for Trump. He's a man of boldness, a man that confronts what other people are afraid of confronting, a man who stood and told the president of Nigeria, be very careful and allow Nigerians to practice their free religion. He was not afraid. He did not consider the investment of Americans in Nigerian oil industry. But he stood and told him that they are putting Nigeria on the table. Then the Benuans, the Plateaus should not be killed again. churches should not be burnt down in John Abbas' village and city. And so Trump is the man. The reason why most blacks hate Trump is because of his truthfulness. He said Africans should go and repair their homes. That's why they hate Trump. If Nigeria is good, I bet you many of us in this platform that are in diaspora, especially America, will not be there. After all, in 60s and 70s, Americans and Britons were coming to Nigeria to work. Indians were teachers here. One of my class teachers in chemistry was an Indian. Where are they today? They have all gone. And that is why we are having many Nigerians leaving the country because it's bad. And Trump is telling you, don't run to these countries where their citizens sacrifice to make it work. Go back to your countries. When he called Africa shithole, I supported him. He wanted to wake us up so that we can face the reality that Africa is backwards. Other continents have something to leverage on. What can Africa present to the world? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's rigging election and lack of judicial, having judicial rascality. Let me use the word of P2P. Judicial rascality and madness everywhere. That is what Africa is giving to the world. What, like a forefather said, we have never had leaders who have thought of making Africa a proud continent. Rather, we have people who steal our resources and invest it in this Trump's America and Britain. And you say tomorrow that Trump should not have reason to say that Africa is a shithole. Whether the blacks like it or not, 2024, Trump will be the next president of the United States of America, so that he can whip Africans again and whip us again, so that we can return back home and repair our country instead of living in countries where people pay the price for it to be well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okija.
But Bele want us to join you.
Righteous man, Trump didn't call you a shithole country because to ginger you to go back and do something in your country. He called you that because that's what he thinks you are. You are nothing. You are a piece of shit. That's what he thinks you are. So he didn't call you that to ginger you. So forget about all those nonsense. I was in Nigeria.
Okija, if somebody tells me that my father's house is smelling, indirectly leave the land.
Righteous man, you've talked. Let me yield, please. I went to Nigeria and I was speaking, with a cousin of mine. I think that was after George Floyd situation, and he was like, black people, they're taking too much in America. Trump need to stop them. I was taken aback, and I was like, does he know that I'm black? That I live in that country? That, we are taking too much. I don't know. I came to US long ago, so I've lived under many presidents from Clinton to Joe Biden, and we've had peace. We don't like every morning you see a president just like talking trash, like market women, quarreling with one person or the other, always on TV, always in your face. We have president that do their job. Clinton, he was apart from the Monica Lewinsky situation, he was just there doing his job, and the economy was growing. People were buying houses, people were doing things, great things. The IT sector was booming. And we had George Bush, with all his issues. I didn't vote for him, but apart from the wall, but he was like, doing his job, not fighting with anybody. We had Obama, a classy,
and then we had this, quarrelsome, cantankerous, human being, every day, like you are fighting with teenagers, you are fighting with somebody who is disabled, you are fighting with, a woman. What is that? What is president supposed to be doing all the time, in our face? Can't he just, do his job, go and, sleep with his wife and, whatever, every day. And it's insane. I don't know. The Americans, the trauma they went through, the mental issues. That 4 years. Psychiatrists, they made a lot of money. On Americans because people were just people were fighting each other. God. And then so someone myself I was fighting the war too. And he was started, all of a sudden he banned Nigerians, from bringing their family members, because and some one person I saw what he was posting and he called me, asked me for money. I said, you are supporting Trump and you want me to send you money, and that I can't bring any of my family member, and you want me to bring you money. And now someone is telling me, to ginger you. He doesn't think, he thinks that you are crap, a piece of shit. He doesn't have any good thoughts about you. So, cut that out of your mind. It's not a what do you call it? It's not a compliment. And I'm scared that we're gonna have him for another 4 years, But I'm hoping that he will not, because I don't know how what is gonna happen this time around. He has been telling you already, that you are contaminating the blood of Americans, and you hear that. That's what when Hitler was saying that, people were like, he was, he's joking, he's joking, he's not serious, he doesn't mean it. And then he came, and things happen. And then all of a sudden, he started with some people, Romans, then Jews, then Polish people. You just, you ginger him, tell him, he doesn't mean it. He doesn't mean it. People like KJ, here, he just came to America. I was looking at videos of insurrectionists, looking for KJ, but I'm still looking, hoping to find him. I think that one of the problems we have, people. I'm gonna say this: people, especially Igbo people, who think, Igbo people, Igbo Christian people, who think that Trump is, one Messiah, that he's going to liberate, Christians, that he's gonna give some instruction and the Biafra will be free. That's their mentality. That's the way they fashion it. If you see people that support Trump, it's not because his policy, because they can't articulate anything that they about anything good about his policy. I have a friend of mine, a co-worker, I worked with. He asked him to talk about what has Trump done. Because he hates Latinos coming to America. That's his hate. He has someone in standard, somebody who supports what that thing he believes in his head, because he believes that Latinos are taking over his jobs, and that's why he supports Trump. Just like you see a lot of Republicans, they vote because they are Republicans say, we are pro-life. They don't have money. They are worst of the worst. The deplorable. They don't have health care. Democrats are giving you health care, but you just want to vote because anti-abortion. Pro-life. You're shouting pro-life, you don't have health insurance. You go to hospital, they don't treat you. One country militia, he didn't have insurance. He died. He couldn't go to hospital. No insurance. You're telling me that Trump came and he wanted to Obamacare that gave a lot of people, so many Americans gave them health care. That before, if in America, if you are sick, you didn't have insurance, and then you go to get insurance, they tell you no, pre-existing condition, you can't get insurance. Obamacare, just finish all those things, took away all those things. And somebody telling me, what Obama did to black people? Healthcare, the most important thing somebody can have. He did it for everybody in America. People. Trump came, he wanted to take it away, and he's still fighting. He's still, when he comes in again, he will fight to take it away. And someone is telling me, you have to vote for Trump because, because, he's this, he's that. When a lot of Americans, people don't have health care, you can't protect, you can't say, let me protect that health care. I mean, what would Jesus do? And sometimes I ask, America, between Joe Biden and Trump, who would Jesus vote for? What is so Christian about Trump? What is Christian? Just tell me one thing that is Christian about him. Nothing. You know, I forefather here, you know, saying, he's here, he doesn't have anything for us. What should he? The economy is good right now. The economy is good. A lot of people, you know, like there are so many jobs, except if you're not looking.
Really? Really?
Done for black people. But no, bro. If you don't know where to look, call me. Okay, we'll talk. I will hook you up. So, but if it's not working for you, find out. You know, look around to see what you can do. It's not like, you know, like what he's gonna do for you. You want Joe Biden? What does he want you to? What do you want him to do for black people? You know, go to their homes and, you know, bring them, you know, take them, you know, to people. If you don't want to go to school, he will take you to school. Give you pocket money so that you can go and get a job and, you know, do the right, the exams for you too. America is a land of opportunity. You know, if you work hard, you know, you make it in America. Yeah, there are issues in America. There are, you know, racism, whatever. But not everyone is like that. There are people, when you're in America, those people that, you know, you see, yeah, Democrats, they have issues, Republicans, they have issues, but who are those that are working to change the environment, change the playing field, to change things? Those are the Democrats who do it diligently and with their heart, not people who are, you know, hypocrites, you know, tell you one thing and do the another and do another.
If you believe Democrats are helping you, then if you look, they will tell you they are helping you. But when you look into the data and everything they are actually doing, a Democrat was in office when Nigeria was trying to fight Boko Haram and they are killing us.
ChatGPT, hold on. I don't care what they do for Nigeria. I don't care what they do for me here in America. I'm here in America. I don't care what happens to Nigeria. It doesn't concern me. What do they do for their own people? Let Nigeria do things for their own people. Your president bought a yacht for his son and his girlfriend. You know, you are here blaming America.
I'm not blaming him. I'm saying that we are willing to pay money for something, and they were blocking it. They were blocking it. While when it comes to Israel, they are not blocking it. So
manufacture your own.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying now. But you are making an argument that they are good. You are making an argument that they are good, but they are not.
Rudolph need to guide this conversation.
Enough scientists to manufacture arms. Go and manufacture your arms. Don't depend on other people.
That is true, but you are making a different argument that they are actually good.
Forefathers. This conversation is not about whether Trump is good for the world or for Nigeria. It's for Americans. People living in America. That's the conversation.
Neither is it for Black Americans that I care about.
No, don't say that.
Why not?
On official sleep very much. I don't know why.
You see him caring for Europeans, but you are telling me not to care about.
Come into this conversation.
What I'm saying is that both Republicans and Democrats, they are the same.
Steve, Clinton, America, under Clinton, they had African.
Why is it that I'm the one that is being muted when I start having to and fro? We are not even arguing heavily. Other people have done it here.
I muted everybody other than Okija, who was speaking.
I meant it's happened before, but they didn't mute anybody.
Under Clinton, African Growth Opportunities Act was established for Africans to package their whatever they produce in Africa and bring to America. And from my research, Ghanaians are taking good advantage of it, while Nigerians, they are not doing anything about it. Ghanaians, they are matching their people, which, like if you ship something, what about maybe probably, let me say $100, they give you like about $10, something like that. I don't know how much it is now. They are helping their people to, establishing zones where people process their food. I was trying to buy what do you call it? A tiger nut, okay, online. So, and I sent message to the seller. So I want to buy a tiger nut, but that I was trying to get from Nigeria, but it's too expensive. The man called my phone number. Said, do you know where I get this tiger nut? I'm gonna sell to you now from Nigeria. How do I get it? I sent it to Spain. They clean it up in Spain, and then they bring it to America. And once it goes to Spain, it's no longer African Growth Opportunity. It doesn't match. He said that I don't have anywhere to clean it in Nigeria. You don't build opportunities to help your people. You just come to complain. They do this for you. They do this to you. I mean, what do you want people? What do you want the Democrats to do for you? What do you want the government, U.S. government, to do for you? They are doing for their people. Find a way to do for your own people. Stop blaming any people. Stop blaming saying that they're not doing for black people. They are a lot of black people prospering in this country. Okay, prosper. Not everybody will make it. There are people that will make it. People who know what is going on will just get into the system and make it.
Okay. Can I just respond to that, please? Because he came at
I don't know you're a Democrat.
I'm me. I'm not. But what they are mostly they'll support Democrats, but if they piss me off, if somebody candidate pisses me off,
no, I don't. You just have to look at the.
Let's go.
Let me say $100. They give you like
something
like that. I don't know how much it is.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. So.
Oh my God. I was trying to.
Please mute yourself, Bob. See, your argument is that the Democrats are doing for this in America. The black people in America control basically nothing. Whether under Republican or Democrats, they don't control any power structure. Israel coughs, America say, take this, please. And they give Europe everything they need. They give Japan everything they need. How can you be part of a club? You're not getting anything from it. And you actually think that anybody will help you. The only area I agree with you, Okija, is that we have to do for ourselves. And that's what I said earlier on. None of these people mean us well. That's why we are not doing well around the world. Until we start getting our act together and stop necessarily calling ourselves names when we are just sharing opinions, and start uplifting ourselves instead of trying to tear each other down. If we don't uplift ourselves, then no matter who you elect, we are all going to fail. Trump or this in Biden, they are just all as bad. They are just the same. When you look at what the Planned Parenthood has done to the African American community, one African American was in floods of tears when he talked when he was reading the numbers of this Black American children that has been aborted, because they flood that area with abortion clinics, and they flood the area with alcohol and all the rest of it, not to mention drugs that African American don't grow. Where do you think it comes from? These people, they think ahead and they plan ahead. They strategize to control our population, and we've not done anything about it. And part of it is because we left African Americans to their own fate. They are basically behind enemy lines, and they know it. We in Africa have not gotten our act together, and until we start seeing these people for what they are, Democrats or Republican, they are all not on our side. We are only on our side. When we fix ourselves, then we can afford to say, okay, this one, what are you going to give me? If you're not going to give me anything, I'm not going to be bothered. I'm not going to play your politics. I'm just going to focus on my own community. Period. Thank you.
Forefathers, there is a Burger King, next to my house, near my house, and Burger King, is nice. And I avoid Burger King because I've made determination to avoid Burger King. So there are alcohol shops all over the place. There is, there are Planned Parenthood offices. It's up to you to go there. If you don't want to, nobody takes you there and tells you, just go there. But also to tell you something, African Americans, when they had in the 70s, when they had an opportunity, it's just about people being practical, being creative, or they had opportunity to fight for those in Congress, to fight so that they have a special visa for Africans to come to US, but they didn't do that. Now Latinos, are coming, coming from everywhere, coming everywhere to America. They become, the largest minority in America. African Americans, they didn't do that. There was no coordinator. Jesse Jackson, all of them. That's what they should have done. Find a way, work with African leaders. Bring Africans here. They didn't do that.
All right. Okay, Joe, thank you. I have to go, but let me just point out some conversations going on here. Sometimes, especially people who are outside of America, like Forefathers. Forefathers said something about abortion, and it sounded like talking points that you hear everywhere, and alcohol. So let me tell you something about alcohol that you may not know unless you're here. Poor people, not just African Americans, poor white people, they go to liquor stores and buy alcohol. White people, majority of them who are rich, they have liquor stores in their own homes. So that's why they buy it in drums. They have it in their own homes. You don't see them going to stores looking for it. So the idea that they build it for the black people to drink themselves to death, the people who are alcoholic in this country are more white people than black people. Percentage.
But there's Planned Parenthood, there's drugs that you know full African Americans don't grow.
Rudolph, before you go, it's important that point you emphasize in trying to divvy a la carte to this of our people who are in Britain, UK, and other parts of Europe. They have no clue what it is to be in the United States, right? They have no respect for us here. You know, we are in a country where the economy is 30-something trillion, right? Forefathers in a country where they have like maybe 3 trillion at best, and most of those it comes from us, right? They have no respect for Black Americans because they really don't know. I go to a lot of forums and I see that, right? But before you go, I want to say that, can we settle once and for all? Right now, there's nothing that's ailing Nigeria that would, any platform, market women will tell you that Nigeria has the potential to become a better country, right? By addressing corruption, improving security, creating jobs, investing in infrastructure, and tackling poverty, right? That's everybody knows that. So when I come on a platform, I stick out like a sore thumb because I'm talking about what the real issue is. If you ask me, how do we fix our country, right? That's a very poignant question. You have to identify what the problem is. Else we're going to be here 365 days a year talking about improving security. We are being sabotaged from doing any one of these things, including security itself, right? Or education. So when, look, Janaba is from the north. He could be a friend of mine if he comes here and he admonishes his people, right? Then I'll get along with him. If you're coming here to preach to the choir, tell your people to go to school. Northerners, Muslims, stop your terrorism. Allow people in the southeast to bring out their genius. They can manufacture. They go into school. Open up the country. Let's do the right thing. Why you, Rudolph? Why are you averse to discussing these things in detail? Why do you want somebody who's going to tell you, hey, we want security? Any market woman that's selling ayaya in a area market, we'll reel them off. Those things that I just mentioned a minute ago. So, but it's the Muslims and Northerners like John Abba, they want to come here and speak in highfalutin terms, abstract, right? We're going to nail it down. We have an Islamic problem. Do I want to talk about that? No, I don't. But that's what it is. You could be, every time I'm talking about it, you want to cut me off like I'm a pariah, something like that. That is what the problem is. You could go and invest in technology to vote, and they're going to turn off the machine. They're supposed to pay for that. We are supposed to make sure they paid for doing that. So, look, I just said I could come here, I'll talk about security, we'll talk about infrastructure development, but you're talking to a bunch of people who are known all over the world not to build a cohesive, peaceful society. So it's our turn. Every other country, I don't even know a country who hasn't gone through that, right? So they've gone through it, but at some point, we're going to have to, as men, stand up and defeat them. You could smack all you want. It's not coming here every weekend talking about improving security and infrastructure or building roads and bridges when you have a bunch of terrorists capture a state, and then our adversaries from the West, like the United States. Yes, America has a great constitution that's thrown down from heaven, but the administrations make a difference. That's a variable. Their constitution is good. The American people are savvy and they're fair. American people. But they don't even know what we're going through because these people, since 2015, did such a beautiful job by putting at the United Nations a lady called Amina J. Mohammed. Beautiful woman, looks like Queen Elizabeth, but a Fulani woman, right? So our plight doesn't even get discussed. They could go there and wipe out 1,000. CS. It's not going to be brought over to the United Nations. And then over here, they're corrupt from the State Department. Very corrupt. It's not representative of the American people. So at some point, you have to get, we're going to get hard on these people. And if they don't want to listen, we ought to take war down there. I'll be there. We're going to have to solve this problem. We can't go on forever talking about infrastructure and security. If you made Nigeria great and give them weapons, they're going to be used to bomb IDP camps. If you give them precision-guided missiles, they're going to use it and bomb people in the southeast. So anything you do to improve them, bring them up to date, you're giving that arsenal to the enemy of our country. They have captured the country. There's nothing working. Don't believe any of the stats you're getting from there. Because first of all, I will know if they're serious if they're going to school or making their kids go to school. They're not doing any of that because they plan on capturing and enslaving us, and it's not going to happen. All right? So that's what I'm saying. John, you want me to be a friend of yours? When you come here, you should say, look, Northerners, get with the goddamn program. When you start doing that, then you're going to be a friend of mine.
You can't do that to me. I'm too big for that now. You can't command me.
Sir, thank you. I just want to point out that on this platform, we don't advocate for war, for violence of any type. YouTube, take notes. Don't mind Pansat. There's something that was mentioned here. Someone said about the size of the economy, and I saw a comment on the GDP of countries. So United States is number one with about 26 trillion. China number 2 with 17.7 trillion. The next one, number 3, is Germany with 4.4 trillion. Japan is number 4, 4.3 trillion. India is number 5 with 3.73 trillion. And UK was mentioned is 3.3 trillion. UK.
That's what I said.
Yeah, you were right. Somebody was saying that UK was 20. You know, sometimes Pansat is right, so don't think it's all the time that he's not right.
I'm gonna get you one day.
Rudolph, why won't you play the video? Because some people are saying that people didn't argue on election denial.
Right. I will play that, but when I play that, I will leave. But I want to say thank you to everybody who joined us today. And I have to eat breakfast. I've not actually eaten anything today. I want to thank you all for joining us. Hopefully tomorrow we have a special guest who's coming. If you can join us, that would be wonderful. And those on the comment section, thank you. Those watching at home, thank you so much. And I will hand it over to forefathers. But I will play the video that KJ actually sent across because it's important to him. And let's watch.
Objected to the certification of President Trump's victory 4 years ago, along with many of his colleagues. You'll remember it was Joe Biden who had to gavel them down.
I have an objection because 10 of the 29 electoral votes cast by Florida were cast by electors not lawfully certified.
I object to the votes from the state of Wisconsin, which should not be legally certified.
No debate.
Mr. President, I object to the certificate from the state of Georgia on the grounds that the electoral votes were not.
No debate. There's no debate.
And I object to the certificate from the state of North Carolina.
I object to the 15 votes from the state of North Carolina. I object.
I object to the certificate from the state of Alabama. The electors were not lawfully certified.
Is it signed by a senator? Not as of yet, Mr. President. In that case, the objection cannot be entertained. The objection cannot be entertained. Debate is not in order.
Even with the
There is no debate in order. Is it signed by a senator? There is no debate. There is no debate in the joint session. There is no debate. There is no debate. There is no debate. Please come to order. The objection cannot be received. Section 18, Title 3 of the United States Code prohibits debate in the joint session.
I do not wish to debate. I wish to ask, is there one United States senator who will join me in this letter
There
of
is no
objection?
debate. There is no debate. The gentlewoman will suspend.
Thank you.
That is interesting. I think he's gone. Thank you.
CJ,
Let me play this.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, CJ. I've watched the video.
Hold on. Can I just introduce this thing? Please also subscribe to Iroko Post TV. The link is out there. Also subscribe to like and share so that more people can see the video. Dr. Damages doesn't always like to do these things, but if the channel is supposed to grow, then he needs to be promoting it a bit more. Please go ahead, Steph.
Yeah. The video you showed now. You see Joe Biden displaying leadership, strong leadership. And having been aware of that video before, is that not a reason why you should condemn in strong terms what happened on January 6th? That's what I'm saying.
And Steph, sorry, and what happened?
Watching that video gives me more reason to even be more critical of what Trump did. It's wrong. I'm coming. Why it was so appalling to me? I'm coming. As somebody who came from Africa, Nigeria in particular, watching the incident of January 6th was so appalling to me because I saw it as a kind of degradation to where I came from. It's not a good sight. It's not a good optics for America. You can't support it. You must condemn it.
There was once
That's wrong.
There was once who had a story in the theater which we wrote as a play. It's called Man Bite Dog. Because it's always said when dog bite man is no news, but when dog bite man, it becomes news.
What are you talking about?
I'm coming. Now, listen to me. Now, if you listen, you hear what I'm talking about. There's nothing you can tell me. A denier is a denier. The same role that Joe Biden played at that point was the same role that the vice president played. So what are you saying? What is the difference?
The difference is this.
Oh my God, KJ, you should be better than this.
But when a dog bites,
does he make it right?
You should better.
Does he make it right?
You didn't see the video.
You went to the Congress. You went to the Congress and stopped the business of the Congress. That never happened in the history of the United States.
Show me by a video where he went to the Congress to stop. Show me by a video
and gave him rabies.
Show me by a video. Show me by a video.
No, KJ, you are saying that there is no insurrection in the Capitol on January 6th.
Okay, listen to my argument, John Abba. An insurrection simply means taking up arms against the government to
what
try
to.
And what for you? Leave me to talk. If you want to answer the question, you can answer it to Okija. You can answer it. You've been speaking for more than 40
minutes. No, I asked you, said what is arm? Just follow.
Okay,
so
let's KJ answer this. And KJ, take 1 minute to answer so they can come back. Please take 1 minute to answer.
No. Let him answer. When he's satisfied, I will come back. I don't want to.
You said arm, so I said, what is arm? That's all. That's what I said. What is arm?
My brother, no me will can't teach you what arms is if you don't know it. Yeah. But I'm saying that insurrection has a meaning. Insurrection, in accordance with what has been written in the American Constitution. You go check it out. It's not the first time it has been used. The first time it was used was after the Civil War of America. That was when it was used after the Confederacy War. It was used to try those. And in fact, the only other time it was used against an American was when one American, I've forgotten his name now, who was selling information.
The definition of insurrection here says a violent uprising against an authority or government. So it didn't necessarily.
Thank you, forefathers.
And there was a.
I'm not quoting Google. I'm quoting what the American.
But the constitution that said that there was arm in the hands of those people, though.
Hey, my brother, don't you see?
Okay, let's go to Bob. I don't know.
Yeah, Bob hasn't said anything,
Yes,
to be
please,
fair.
let
Yeah.
us be fair. We'll get back.
Bob, please go ahead. What do you think about what you've heard so far? You are muted, by the way.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
All right. Yeah, by my time it's 5:30 p.m. here in Wisconsin, the swing state of the United States of America. So for those of you who are having high hopes that Republicans will capture Wisconsin, you are daydreaming. Wisconsin is in the pockets of Democrats and its neighboring states, Illinois, Minnesota, Indiana, Kentucky, and all the rest of them.
Indiana is a question. I'm not
I
so
know,
sure.
I know. Just relax. I know where I'm driving at. Righteous man. I was listening to him when he was talking with so much emotion, sentiments for about Trump, what Trump has done. When you come to a place, question you be asking yourself, what is the gain I should be getting from someone who is projecting himself to be the president or a representative of you? You know, majority of us here in America, we are immigrants. And what bothers us is who gives us our best interest, who represent us well. Believe you me, many Africans here, when I speak about Wisconsin. 4 years when Trump was there, many people who had their immigration, wherever, hanging on air, nobody looked at them. Nobody looked at them. And when you have a Democrat come in and the window opens up, people who have been hanging for 3, 4, 5, 6 years, their cases are settled. Why wouldn't you say, I'm going to vote such a person in again? Yes, you might say, after all, is it because of immigration? It is part of it, my brothers. It is part of it. Believe you me.
You see, hold on.
Let me finish.
What you're saying now, hold on. What you're saying now was the presentation they did. I'm telling you the truth. I will not argue that. What I'm saying is that what is good is good. If that is what you are saying, based on the fact that he was good for immigration for we, great. Because somebody must have a reason. It's a great, valid reason for me. But don't say because this happened, this person is this. No. I will not accept that.
That's just one aspect of it. On the issue of insurrection, my brother, if not because Trump has been a former president of the United States, America didn't want to drag itself on the mud, so that it will be put out there that a former president of America was put in jail. What Trump did qualifies him to be in jail. I'm telling you. You see this 2024, Colorado have started it. Supreme Court of Colorado have started it. Believe you me, in the next couple of months, other states will follow suit. Let him. He said he's going to Supreme Court of America to trash it out. Let him go to Supreme Court. If he wins, good and fine. If he doesn't win, my brother, other states will follow suit. Trump is not qualified to be the president of America. A man who asks people to go to the Capitol House and bring them. Four people died. 4 people died. And so many people who supported him are in jail today. And we are saying that such a man is qualified to come and run for office.
The problem with America is that they don't have any law against any of the things you are talking about. Even if he's in jail, they can elect him a president even when he's in jail. They can elect him a president while he's indicted. They don't care.
You see,
that is the thing.
One of the things I don't like, you see, that's why most times I don't come to this public debate to open my mouth wide. You people just say what they hear from the news media. He has quoted that 4 people died on that distance. The only person who lost her life is a Air Force officer, a retired Air Force officer who was shot by a policeman. Go search the records. I'm not saying this thing. You go back and search the news. Okay? The other man who claimed to have been killed, eventually he was even seen. And the new videos released after this man, got out of the way, the former speaker. The new video showed the man even living his life, even inside the Capitol there. I don't engage in hearsay.
We don't have proof of this. Do
Okay.
you have proof of it,
Okay. Let me
KJ?
round up. I don't have much to say. All I'm saying is that
You can use myself, my brother. They tell me these things. Look, I don't stop.
so calm down, KJ. This is we are all here sharing ideas. Okay, opinions are free, facts are sacred. What I wanted to wrap up with is that Biden, insofar as the institution of America is very, very strong. If you put a goat there, maybe I don't think it's gonna bring down the whole world. Biden till 2028. After 2028,
Why would you
Trump,
choose Biden? What has he done for our community?
Trump can come up after 2028. Okay, he can come up after 2028. Righteous man, your Trump will come back 2028. Okay, not 2024. Biden.
Bob,
2024, Trump is becoming the president of America.
Bob,
There is nothing, there is no hatred that can stop that. Nothing.
Can I ask Bob? Can I ask Bob a question?
We love you. Nigerians love you.
See, can I ask you? See, because Democrats, Republicans are they are partly responsible for the redlining and discrimination of against the community, ensuring that our community can serve, but they can never control anything apart from music and sports and all the rest of it. They are both responsible for it. And why are you taking sides that okay, this one is better than the other one? Because sometimes the people you should fear more are the ones that pretend as if they are your friends, but they are actually more dangerous because you lower your defenses against them. Don't you see that?
Father, let me say something before then we move to another thing important to us. It's a matter of time. Election will be here very soon and it will be gone. So let us not stress ourselves too much about it. No matter what it is, American system is better than ours. We will be fine here. I know, but Bele, my brother.
No, you won't. No, you won't. What makes you think you'll be fine there?
Come to Nigeria, come and stay with him. Well, I'm not coming. He can go back to Germany or come back. So I think that will play out on its own during the election. But I believe that the message will shift after all said and done if Trump becomes the nominee, for sure. There is so many to use against him. And Righteous Man, the book that you read, where they tell you, say Trump will become a president, we will come at that time.
Jonathan, go and read the prophecy of Nostradamus.
Oh my God! Are you serious? Are you serious?
We are better than this, please.
Come on! I think that Nostradamus is don't even bother. Those things are the things they used to brainwash us before.
Yes.
Man, our people, some of us are still on that drug. Man, that guy is
these predictions came to pass.
No, he didn't.
There we go again.
No, he didn't. It's just that most of them they make it look like he did. He didn't.
See, forefather, my argument have always been this, and as a person who I worked in the media, or I'm still working in the media. I have a 17 years experience. I work everywhere, almost in every African country. I reported for ABC News. So let me tell you, if you want to get a real fact, do not take what you see in the ordinary media. You go behind the news, and then you can get facts. For instance, Okija has posted a link now, which I checked, which was written in 2021. Go back to independent investigations of what happened in the Capitol building. You get another different information, which the people are not reporting. They are not reporting. Yes, let me talk now. Hey.
Post it.
Enough of all these conspiracy theories.
And my brother, you see, that is the thing. When the truth is being told to your face, you will say it's conspiracy theory.
There's no truth. You were in America 2020. Were you not in America?
Hold on now. Hold on, Oga. When we are growing
You're making this sound as if we are reading history.
In Africa, what a thing called Space 1999. And they were telling us what was going to happen. And then those people that time were saying it was conspiracy theory. Now, everything that we watch in that movie is all played out. We are now having a cell phone which I can call you and we talk and I can see you face to face. So every time you want to know what is going on Earth, go to Hollywood. Watch Hollywood and watch the stories they are putting forward. Then you know where we're going. So if they choose to hate forefather, no matter what you do, they will still publish evil against you, even if your yes will be good, because they will edit it to fit their narrative. I work in the news, so I take what I want from you, and I cut off the shit that they don't want from you and put it the way I want it. That's what was done with the January 6th tape of Trump saying, "I know you." I'm coming, sir. He said, "I know people are going to march out patriotically. You're going to the capital. You are going to march patriotically and peacefully." But CNN took it peacefully. Okay, go watch the full. Well,
but to be fair,
Oh my God, KJ, forget all those things.
let's allow Jago to come in. Jago, you want to say something because you have not said anything all day. Can we allow Jago to say something? He hasn't said anything all day. You're muted, Jago.
It's quite all right. I'm here listening and approving. I will speak when I have something to say, as it were. Thank you.
Thank you.
KJ, I have a question for you. Assuming that what you said now is true, even though I know it's not true, because we are talking about a period in history that you and me and some other people that lived in America that are conscious of their society lived. We lived that history. It's not like they're telling us story of what happened maybe some years ago, or in another country. Well, okay, assuming that what you said now is the truth, I'm not considering that it's the truth. As a president of America, you told them to go to the capital and march peacefully. And in your office in the White House, you were watching the activity streamed. Your the intelligence is telling you what is going on in the capital. And you waited for 3 hours plus to take a decision. Does it not invalidate what you said now? That you told them to go and march peacefully?
You guys are making a lot of mistakes, but I will not jump into it because you see, apart from the fact that I'm a journalist, my first degree is in theater arts. Okay, that means that
they acted movie in the capital. Oh, that was a movie set. Okay, that's right. I understand that.
Let's just give him time to just.
It's a theater, yeah.
Let's say because please take 30 seconds. Just tell us what exactly happened. Is it that they set them up? Or they didn't go there to fight? What exactly happened?
Forefather, and I'm telling you this. When you later you have time, go and check. The reason why Tucker Carlson was sacked from Fox News was because they were going to release the truth.
Just tell us what they did then.
Hold on, and that didn't stop him from still releasing those videos.
See, just get to the point that did they set up so we know what direction to go.
I didn't know KJ is a conspiracy theorist.
Your audio now is beginning to play.
I am a boss. In fact, even my life is conspiracy. So don't worry. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm only asking you to places where you can go get the truth. I'm not telling you anything about it. I'm saying go to these places and get the truth. I've called.
You tell us what the truth is now. You're not making it clear.
No, Father. Of what use it is.
They set it up or not? What did you tell us? So we know
what you want. What is the truth there?
I didn't make up my mind though. I want to know what you are saying.
No. I don't know what the information I have.
I want to know what you are saying so that the viewers know. Ferrari, hold on. This is important because there are 300 people. Hold on now, Ferrari. There are 300 people watching. They will probably want to know what KJ is actually saying. What are you saying? Did they set them up, or did they edit the videos or something?
Forefather, in that crowd, there were all kinds of people. They were the true Trump members. There was another set of people who changed their clothes, who are members of the Antifa, who changed.
Hold on now, Steph.
They know all. They know more. That's why they're laughing. Maybe I'm stupid. Now, there's a video of them changing even before getting to the White House. See, there are FBI agents who were inside that crowd who also motivated the people. And I'm telling you, these videos, if you want to know this, they are all online. I don't even need to direct you.
So then what are you saying those people did then?
So now listen, there was a videographer. There was a man who does videography and who does reporting, okay, who was in that crowd. And the person who actually activated it, he was taking a picture. He was talking to the guy. The guy came to him to say, we need to move into the capital. I said, no, that would be criminal. That would be crime. Okay. And he was still shouting Well, let's move into the guy said he started calling him Fed. What does it mean? Federal agents. Okay? And the whole crowd they started shouting Fed, 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 Fed. But eventually the man found his way, leaving that crowd, went to another set of crowd who didn't know that was there, and then shouted. And then go watch the video. The people who opened the barricade, go and watch the video. This thing was not shown on CNN. If you're watching CNN or Fox News, you won't see it.
Listen, I just gotta stop this.
So you are saying that you are okay. Let hold on, Ferrari. Let me just conclude. We need to conclude now, please. Hold on.
No,
see,
no, no. You're giving me.
Can you hold on? Can you hold on? See, are you saying that there were agents in the crowd that instigated the behavior we saw?
That is it. In fact, if you let me so that I don't speak everywhere. Go back to the dissertation from the House of Representatives with Christopher Wray, who is the FBI director. Go find out the questions he was being asked. How many FBI agents were in that crowd? Go look at it. It's online. I'm not calling. I'm calling names.
Okay.
I'm telling you videos.
Okay. So let's say that is true. Let's say they were agents in there.
United States.
Hold on now,
Stop
please.
asking him questions.
Can he? See, so let's say those people were FBI. So they instigated the crowd to charge the building, and Trump voters decided to charge the building. So if they did that, then are you saying that we should hold the FBI agents alone accountable, or and leave the French Trump supporters free?
Listen. For those who do not hate Trump, who are independent minded like us, who do not care who becomes president, we're only looking for the truth. You find out that 3 days before this, there was an intel report to the president saying they were going to go to the capital and there may be an issue. And he wrote to Nancy Pelosi, who had the authority of administration over that house, and said, do you want me? I want to send 10,000 National Guards. And she said, no. If you go to online, you will find the chief of police of the Capitol. His videos online saying that why he was never called to testify on the January 6th, and telling the story of what he witnessed as a person and why all this happened. It is online.
Okay, at least he's had his say now. He has had his say, because sometimes it looks like we are censoring him.
If your narrative is correct,
let me counter.
When Trump eventually called off the riots, did they obey him?
Steph, can you guys please let me counter?
Okay, please counter then.
I jumped back on when I started. Jay, you're a professional journalist. You cannot come on here and spread conspiracy theories. I will come hard on you. Listen. Do you live in the United States like I do? Say yes or no. I need to know whether you're living in London.
That is of no consequence. Anybody who cares to monitor anywhere, please stop that.
Listen.
You are a teacher. So I tell you how to hold the chalk.
Yeah. Okay, you've had your say. Let me have mine. I have to come hard on you because I don't like conspiracy. I jumped up from where I was sleeping. That no, I gotta get in and respond to this. This is insane. Are you even aware that some people have been convicted for insurrection? Are you even aware? Are you aware how many people
by Trump appointed
boys,
judges?
what do they call them? What's that group? By Trump, are you aware? This is the United States. They don't joke with issues of law. They don't. You don't matter who you are. If FBI were involved in that insurrection, they would be in jail. Do you know how many people have been convicted? Not accused, not accused. Convicted, sentenced for that
by Trump appointed judges.
So why are you spreading conspiracy theory on this medium? I mean, if FBI or anybody was involved, they picked them up one by one. They went through all videos in the capital. What are you talking about? This is the United States. They don't joke. It don't
My
matter
brother,
who
leave
you
that
are.
thing. And when we know they and now we say they
Came
don't
and
joke.
knock
Yeah,
on the
leave that
governor's
thing.
office.
Leave that thing.
Okay, one at a time. One at a time, please.
Yeah, please. Can you go forward? It's okay.
Okay, so sorry, Ferrari, KJ. Next time when you want to make such a controversial point, it helps if you have links so that I can share it here, so you can have this thing evidence to back your claims.
Listen, I have the link, but I'm not going to share it because people you know so much. So when people know so much, you allow them to continue to keep their truth. You keep your own. Simple.
KJ has the link, but that they are in his head. You know,
Correction. I'll take that as an exception, Mr.
Bob wants to say something before we go to
just
Jonathan.
30 seconds about the number of people that died on January 6th. The 4 numbers. Dr. Damages just posted the link. And if you permit me, just give me 1 minute. Let me read them out. As a pro-Trump protest on January 6th last year, on the violent attack on the Capitol Hill, 4 people died. Ashi Babbitt, Air Force veteran, Kevin Greason, Roseanne Boyland, and Benjamin Phillips. 4 people. You can go ahead and make a research on that.
I don't need research. Let me tell you something. What I'm going to do is, in fact, if I knew you were going to drive this discussion to this point, I would have brought all this, evidence.
KJ, let me help you out here. KJ, I think what you meant is that very day, only 1 person was shot, but later on, other people died. Is that what you're trying to say?
No. You see, the policeman who later died, who was
why are you being all rude like this? Why are you so passionate? It's like you guys were there in the riot. You don't know. Maybe he has a point.
No. You see, it's okay. It's okay.
We have to move on to something else. No
let them hold their position.
It's okay, my brother. You are wearing sweater and your jacket you are sweating, you keep blowing. Whether you take the jacket off or you we talk, don't worry.
I can't hear you, Steph.
How does that come in? How does that come
I said you are already sweating, so let them leave you alone. They should leave you alone.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I can hold my own. I can hold my side.
You already explained yourself. Let's move on to something else. It's okay. Hey,
I'm going to write to 30 of your place so that they will give you a chieftaincy title.
I don't need it now.
No, you need it.
You want me to come back to Nigeria, and I'm not coming. I already escaped.
I was in Benue a few days ago.
That is what you say every day. You never go there.
Precious man, is he drive around Nigeria? He's a strong man.
Again, I want to make one point, which is, again, I'm going to leave you with this link. For those of you who care to know the truth, go and look for an organization that operates around the world. In every part of the world, they have agents, and they are here, stationed here in America. They are called American Center for Law and Justice. American Center for Law and Justice. If you go look them up, they are all made of lawyers, and they represent people. In fact, I don't want to say other things, but in fact, they represent people, and they stand in against injustice, whether it is for me or against you. They stand for both Republicans and they stand for both Democrats. That is what they do. It is a free organization. They are publicly funded. Go and look them up, okay? So that you look them up. They have a site. Go through their site and look at all the cases they've handled and what they've been able to do. All right? Those of you who know too much, like Steve and Okija, you know everything in this world. You have all the knowledge. You're going to go check. Those people are lawyers, so they are lawyers of international repute.
Okay, let me just share the video of what Trump actually said, because it appears he was a little bit more confrontational than maybe KJ understood. But let me just share it quickly.
Let's move on which video
hold on, let's just see now.
See, this one you are sharing is not the truth. Look for normal video.
Oh my God.
And after this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down anyone you want, but I think right here, we're going to walk down to the Capitol, and we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women. And we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them, because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to be strong, and you have to be strong.
Hey, NBC News viewers, thanks for checking.
I don't know whether that is very controversial. I was sent the link that I should share it. So from what I can see, it looks like he was trying to show off power there.
Let me tell you something that AJ will not tell you. You know that Trump himself wanted to march
Okay.
to the capital with just
Yeah, your audio seems a bit different, Steph. It's not coming through very well.
Forefather, why don't we discuss about what you need to do?
His audio. Trump has taken his audio.
Yeah, so I think the Fubara one, we did talk about it yesterday or so, and or 2 days ago we talked about that Fubara matter quite a lot. There is this thing that there was something that Dr. Damiji said about the workforce in the Nigerian state that I found a little bit surprising, actually, because I thought everybody was in the trough in Nigeria trying to make money from government. But compared to the size of other nations' public sector, Nigerian public sector is extremely small. The OECD nations, which includes the UK, America, all the fancy countries that we love, on average, they have 20% in their public sector.
Before you go, we are not the federal workers, the federal employees, or
yes, federal. I'm going with federal. I'm not going with general. So the federal this thing is about on average 20% or so in terms of the size of their workers. And like in for example, like the UK one now is 1.2 million federal civil servants, as you call them, civil servants. But in Nigeria, we have 700,000, when the UK is 66 million, while Nigeria is 200 million. So you can see that by that standard, Nigerian public sector is very small. But it appears from the way Nigerians look at it that it's bloated. And I don't know, I didn't know that. I was surprised because when we hear Tinubu appointing people, it makes it look like the government is bloated. And some people are arguing that we should reduce the size of government further. Should we be arguing the opposite instead of arguing that we should bring it down? Because America has about going to, I think, 3 million public federal employees, while Nigeria has 700,000. America, the head of capitalism. By Nigeria's standard, looks like. So I don't know. Should we be arguing to reduce our public sector or just improve the quality? Maybe that's what we are suffering from. Maybe because we have such inadequate amount of people in the public sector, just like in our security forces. That is why the public sector doesn't function. Somebody told me the other day that FEMA was supposed to be responsible for fixing roads. But if they are so small, how are they supposed to do that? They can't be everywhere. Nigeria is bigger than the UK.
Forefathers.
Yeah.
Forefathers. You said this thing before when Rudolph was still here, and I think I told you something. You are mixing up the argument. You are comparing percentage. What you ask yourself, the number you have now, what are they really doing in the offices? We are not providing service. So you don't need that number of people to do what they're doing now. For instance, I know so many people that are in the civil service, federal civil service, that go to work and they don't do nothing. And most of them can afford not to go to work for 3 days. And nothing is because there's nothing to do in the real sense of it. So maybe because the country is not actually providing service.
Yeah, see, okay, the same thing can be said for our military.
No, the FEMA, for instance, you said, what's the budget? Do they have enough budget to keep them busy around the year patching potholes? Then they will need engineers to be doing it. It's just one-off this thing. Maybe around Christmas period, the NAM budget, they want to do some quick fix. That's the problem.
But maybe from what I can see, let's say we started from today and we had this type of size of public service and they are functional. Generally, you perform less and less because you are competing with nations that have bigger and bigger ones. Because it's not only about us alone, it's about the environment we are operating in. It's like when you go for a 100-meter race, it's not only you that is running, the others are running. And when the others are running faster than you,
it's not a bragging right now. Assuming that what you have now, they are crying that the work is too much for them, then you keep employing more. But they're not even doing nothing.
I beg to differ to an extent. They are what we see happening now is it's not like Nigeria, nothing is happening in Nigeria. Somebody's maintaining the road too. Somebody's maintaining the airport, somebody's maintaining all this. It's not like nothing is happening.
For perhaps to see that report said that just been reduced. The federal government have reduced the number of civil servants to 720,000. They reduced it. So I have to find out why do they reduce it?
Of debt. Often it tends to come from debt. When IMF, and this is one of the things IMF and World Bank tends to do. When they want to give you loan, they'll tell you to reduce spending. Guess one of the first place to reduce spending? Human resources. You have to cut down on the number of people you are employing and reduce salaries. Those are the key areas. And in the context of Nigeria, salary is so low. What else are you going to do? You cut the civil service. And when you cut the civil service, you are hollowing out the state. How is it that our own state seems more capitalist than even the head of capitalism? That doesn't add up.
Can I add in just, do you know when you talk about personnel of the Federal Civil Service, believe me, those numbers you are quoting, if they tell you how many ghost workers are a country that has no data, how many ghost workers that are embedded into so many civil service, both federal civil service and various state civil services. The ghost workers.
That data was collected from the IPPS, the integrated payroll system. You understand me? Yeah. So there cannot be ghost worker involved. I don't think there will be ghost workers involved in that IPPS, the integrated payroll payment system.
Everything is possible in Nigeria. Everything is possible in Nigeria.
If it's even possible, but it will be that so high. So that's that.
Okay.
Because I think they should know their worker. They should know who are registered, who are employed, at least to some extent at this time. I think that at least almost all the pastors should be having their own database.
The moment the Nigerian government begins to look into Nigeria having data, that will be the time Nigeria begins.
I think we have data, we do have data. It's not like we don't. We do have data.
They have data. If you talk about central data, it's quite different from different ministry data. You understand me? So I think each of the pastors have their own data. They have a payroll now. They have a payroll. They have a employment and everything. You understand me? They have a HROs and everything. So they should be able to have their own personal data. But central data for the whole nation is not collated into one database. That's the problem. Nigeria say Nigeria doesn't have data.
Well, sir, I disagree with you. You know why? If you have data from various places, you can actually clean up that data and bring it into one. So
that's what I'm saying. I think
within months,
brought into one single database. So that's not wait.
Within months, you can bring data to one collated database.
Yes, because the government have not set up that database. That they have to bring all the data together into one database. So that will have to be.
I must say, even in the UK, I'm not sure all the data is in one database too.
It's possible, but they have not done that.
I don't think you need the government to do that, sir. You can contract it out. You can contract it out. There's open AI, open source.
Excuse me. Wait, let me ask you a question. Do you know what you call data mining, or how people sell data? Do you know your data? No, so every data excuse me, every data in every country is managed by the government, not by private.
But hold on. Let's slow down here. There is data in the banks. There is data in payroll. There is data in phone lines. There's data in so many different sources. You can collate the data and have an average. This is a reasonable guess of what where this in an educated guess of what the population is doing and what is going on in the country. I don't think data is the problem of our government. The government, everything we are doing is too small for a big nation like Nigeria. It's too small. That's what. Okay, how can you expect Nigeria to function? And like the UK, when Nigeria is spending $27 billion for their national budget, while UK is spending 1.4 trillion, that doesn't seem right. You can't expect the same result.
No, sir, the problem with Nigeria is this. I have a friend that works in the bank. He's been very far in the bank. So I was talking to him and I told him, look, with a population of 200 million, he said I should shut up. Nigeria's population is not up to 200 million. All that is fake data. That's why the government cannot. Look, the truth about it is that the period whereby we could pad these things have passed.
Yeah.
So right now, people can get data, real data, and you can clean it up. Before, in Nigeria, people go and count cows as human beings and put it down. Now,
Chad.
it will be very difficult to do all that. So that's why the government cannot even go back and collect the data again. Because, example, let me give you an example. Buhari said he had 150 cows when he entered office in 2015. By the time he was leaving office, they said he still had 150 cows. Are you seeing? Does that make sense? If you give that to a statistician, he will tell you there's something wrong there. That is either they lied at the beginning or they're lying at the end. Because you couldn't tell us you had 150 cows. In 8 years, there was no mortality.
You just American people, what is wrong with your...
maybe there's a balance now. Maybe there's a balance, or they are eating every time it goes past that one. Maybe whenever I go past 160, eat that one. They could decide to eat anyone that is over 160.
You know, science has proven it's not possible. Anyway,
he's selling them now. What they give birth, he said them. What are you
exactly?
He said them. He said businessman. Now what are you talking? I bet that's how they go.
Yeah, maybe when it goes past 150, they eat that one or sell it. How are you sure?
He was selling them.
You see, if we are look, the world
Buhari no a cow. You know the number.
But why are we talking about his cow now? Even why are we talking about his cows?
I'm giving you an example.
Don't trivialize the conversation. These are serious issues. You can't. A statistician will tell you.
I just said one thing before. Wait, excuse me. I said one thing before. You know when people begin to is arguing with me that it's not the federal government that will take care of data, say it can be private company. How can you handle a nation data base or database to a private company? Are you sure that private company will not even compromise it?
Okay, you will have agreement.
But there is data.
I beg you, forget agreement. No, forget agreement.
In the UK, Ipsos Mori, Ipsos Mori is responsible for taking data.
Hold on now. Hold on, Dexter. I think we have to try to elevate the conversation. I understand a little bit of difference in opinion in terms of data. However, the question is why. The fundamental question is why is our state so small? And at the same time, is it because our state is very small? That's the reason why we don't produce as much, even because our national budget is 27 billion. Like I said, how can you expect anything else? The UK spends 1.4 trillion on their economy on their country every year, and this is the country they have to show for it. It's not like it's heaven. 1.4 trillion every year.
Comparing oranges and apples.
Hold on now, let me finish my point. No, because it's very serious. If somebody is spending $1,000 on themselves every day, and some other person is spending 15 naira, you can't expect the same results from that. And what we are seeing in Nigeria right now is what we have created, what we have so far. And sometimes we make it look like the government, they are stealing everything. But we don't even have enough to start with. So the problem is bigger than no. Nobody is defending them. I'm saying that we have a bigger problem that the governments have created. All the government before now, they all created this problem we are facing. And maybe the people too are also complicit in it because they don't seem to realize that our situation is so bad that is so bad that another country that is smaller than us by 3 to 4 times is spending, I don't even know how many, from 27,000, 27 billion, 1.4 trillion. I don't even know the multiplication of that. How can we live like that?
Let me ask you a question.
Can I answer your question?
Wait, please hold on. Let me ask you a question. Maybe you can also answer. How does what generates income for Nigeria?
What should generate income for Nigeria, or what generates?
What generates income for Nigeria, and how much do they generate as income in a year compared with that of the UK?
In terms of foreign exchange, it's
not foreign
$40 billion or so.
Wait, not foreign exchange, generally altogether. Because
within the nation, if you go with the GDP,
compare a rich man with a poor man. How a rich man generates his income is quite different from how a poor man.
That's why I said apples and oranges, and I can explain if you let me.
Let me answer him that very one first before you explain. Hold on, let me answer him that one first before you, because I know you're going to try to dispute the point. The economy is about 3 trillion. The Nigerian economy is about 500 billion. That is 6 times more than the Nigerian economy. But their spending is way more than that. From, let's say we are spending 30 billion, which is less, 30 billion per annum. They are spending 1.4 trillion. That is more than 20 times more than what we spend. So that is what I'm talking about, that the gap is too massive, even based on the size of the economy, which is what they generate. You see what I mean? Please go ahead, Ferrari.
You see, you're comparing apples and oranges. First of all, their spending will be high because they have various institutions, infrastructure, companies, and things that they spend on. They have a system going whereby it involves manpower, usage of manpower that is also counter-producing income and generating income. You know, they have monitoring, you know, let's say, for example, good example would be, let's say the judicial system. They would have a system within the judicial system that monitors the judicial system. That's one. Let's say the police, right? They would have internal affairs that monitors the police. Do you understand? So they, like the state, I work for the state of for the state government in Illinois, the state Illinois Department of Juvenile Justice. They would have a, you see, somebody monitors somebody who monitors somebody, and there's the level of productivity is high because the monitors get monitored. So there's no freelance. Somebody got to evaluate you. Somebody is evaluating something. Somebody you don't know, and whoever is evaluating you is being paid.
Yeah, but how does that translate to making so much money?
Listen. Yes, okay. because they are actually running a system of government. Government is actually running. Are you with me? Unlike us, where we are building house on water, nothing is running. Everything is assumed. Our data is assumed. Number is assumed. This is assumed. You understand? Politicians just come, throw out numbers. You understand? There is no system in place in which one checks the other and productivity is monitored. So when you come and compare UK numbers to Nigerian numbers, you're comparing apples and oranges. You have to understand how the Western system works. Let's take the military alone. Someone is monitoring the military. It could be a private firm. It could be this. There will be an auditor. There will be an internal auditor, external auditor. There are things. I can't even go into details. If you know what layers and layers and layers of governance is in the United States.
I get the fact that they are running government
alone within the city of Chicago. So there's multiple activity going on, and don't just think those activities are going on in ways as they are being they are also generating income for the governance, so that the circle thing goes round and round in circles.
I think if you argue that they can generate internal revenue, that's they take tax a lot from the people to be able to spend so much money, maybe I will. That makes a little bit of sense, because if you look at the numbers, I did the division between 1.4 trillion divided by 30 billion. That is 46 to 47 times more than what Nigeria spends on its annual budget. That is what they spend on theirs, and the country's population is about 4 times smaller than ours. That is some crazy stuff we are talking about here.
Father, you're comparing what you are weighing together is completely, as in, is disproportionate. You cannot, if you are looking at what the UK is spending and looking at what France is spending, then that's fine. I mean, stop comparing Nigeria and UK.
But they are in the same world. You see, that's my thing. We have come to agree that we have come to accept that we are in a nether realm, a kind of sub economy that doesn't exist in the real world.
No, you have to compare
the computer they use
and Ghana,
Nigeria
and Cameroon.
You can't do that because it's the same computers we are all using. It's the same market it's the same dollar we all use.
Even children going to
school in the first place.
They are the one that gave you all those tags. You are worrying about it.
It's not terms. It's just
oh God.
It's
just hard.
Economic strength.
Why? You see what you are doing? You are selling yourself short as a human being because you are in a different system.
Father, even in a class, you divide the children according to percentile of performance. The children performing at 80% and above are in a different category from the children performing from 80 to 70, different category from 70 to Nigeria is at 20. We are not.
But that's okay. Isn't that what I'm talking about? That is what I'm talking about.
That's where. Father, that's the truth. That's
Father.
No, I agree. That is the truth. That's what. But you are not seeing that. That's what I'm complaining about. That we are so low that we don't even seem to understand it. We've just accepted it, and then what we go on to do is start criticizing our own people. That when it's all of us that have screwed everything up. No, because the economy is nowhere. Our public sector is nowhere. Every institution in our country is not fit for purpose.
The economy is nowhere because we have not dealt with the fundamentals of the society. We have rule of law. We don't do check and balance. We don't do this. We don't do that. We have not attacked the fundamentals. You have to face the fundamentals first. That's the key issue. You can't just go, we're spending it. And that's why we can't even
the reason why I raise the issue, the reason why I raise the issue of the public sector is because how do you start dealing with the fundamentals when your mindset already is in the opposite direction? Most of our people let me finish my point now. Let me say the reason why I think our mentality is going in the opposite direction. Most of our people always start the argument with let's cut down on the public sector. When that shouldn't be the question you should be asking. Because they're already too small.
Who does that? Who are those that push that argument?
They say that all the time.
It will be the same. It's the same.
They say government is too expensive. They're just there to eat all the money and all the rest.
It's the same.
But that's what I'm saying.
Forefathers, when they say calm down the president, they're not talking about the federal level. On the state level, that's quite different. Okay? So
I've had many of our people come here to say they need to reduce the public sector.
Yes,
the government shouldn't be in the business of anything at all.
Father, can I ask you a question?
Much of that in Nigerian politics.
Father, can I ask you a question?
Yes, they will say the government is too large.
Let him finish, then you can ask.
In Nigerian context, you understand? You see, in America, they will say, "Oh, the government is too large." The Republicans will say they want a smaller government. That the arguments are different. That doesn't even apply to Nigeria. Nigeria, we are saying we don't even have a structural government. We don't have things in place at all because
we have structure. We just don't have enough size. We have structure. We have structure. We just don't have enough size in everything we do. Everything we do, our security forces are small. Everything is too small. You can't run a country with everything being so small.
It can't small because there is no resources to expand it because somebody is sitting on half the money they need to expand it. Let me tell you one thing about
Ferrari says something. Let him just finish.
Yeah, let me tell you one thing about departments you all don't know here. Here, if you are appointed as an head of a department, as a CEO, you are expected to leave that department better than you met it. That's a fact. And you're being evaluated on how progressively you're moving that department forward. We don't have all that because the guy in charge has already taken half of the money he needs to expand. Nobody is questioning him on expansion. And now you're talking about, no, I have never heard of anybody talking smaller government in Nigeria. This is the first time I'm hearing you say.
I've heard of people complaining all the time. Many of them are complaining that Tinubu is even appointing people at all into different institutions or parastatals.
No, that one he is, because those ones are just being purely wasteful.
Forefathers, that's an entirely different thing now.
What is different about it, please?
When they say, no,
okay,
let me answer forefathers.
To ask a question.
Can I address forefathers' concern? When they say cut down cost of government, what they are saying is something that 10 people can do. Why would you get 20 people doing it and paying them? That's the question.
Okay, that's what you mean.
That's what it means.
We're having this conversation because I know of people that.
So assuming that Tinubu employed like 45 advisors, and people are saying, what do you need 45 advisors for?
So you'll be happy for the federal government to recruit 10,000 doctors?
Why not?
Okay, let's
good.
Why not?
Because some people will not be happy. They will say, why would the government be into that? The government should not do that. They should just leave it for the private sector. I've had many Nigerians come here to say that. That's what they know themselves.
I've not heard much of that. You see, the difference between the one about Tinubu appointing many people and, let's say, I've just used a Federal Road Safety Association of Nigeria, whatever they call themselves. Now, if you're having a Federal Road Safety Association as an organization, you have to employ engineers, you have to employ architects, you have to employ people who will run that system. You understand? So that even when you give a contract to a private firm to do road, your own engineers will go see and assess the impact of what the private sector is doing, because you have your own professionals running things and double checking, not depending on the professionals that you're giving contracts to. That's how it works here. And that's why the government, when they say they have a Department of Road will be so loaded with expert professionals, engineers, architects, doctors, advice. It's unbelievable. That's what that money you're saying Britain is pumping into goes to, as opposed to Nigeria that had an empty carcass and yet call it Department of Road. But there's no, if you look at it, there might be no engineer, there might be no somebody, there's no, you understand? So you're comparing apples and oranges. You see where I'm going? So let me explain that to you.
Let me allow, please, what's the question?
Yeah, forefather, do you believe that Britain is a poor country?
Depends on what you are measuring.
If you compare Britain to US and China, Britain is like a third world poor country. How can you compare 28 trillion with just 2-point-something trillion? They should be ashamed of themselves. Your country, that place you are living is a very poor country. After they colonized and stole our gold and took the of our country.
Righteous man, take it easy.
They are still struggling with 2-point-something trillion. Do you know the number of gold they made away with from Africa and Caribbean and Middle East? And up to today, Britain is struggling with 2.5.
They are cost.
Cameron said we are fantastically corrupt.
They are cost.
They are cost. Very cost. In fact, I am surprised you are comparing Nigeria. Look, we're a virgin where this Britain is. That's the country I will never live there for a day, because they brought pain to humanity through slavery. And that was why those who escaped their slavery religious persecution in Europe escaped to the new land called America and fought them and drove them away back to that a country that lives in diplomacy. And you are here, you are trying to, after the slave and cost problem in our country, you are trying to compare 2.5. In a 2 years to come, when we take over.
by everybody.
But that is not the question, though. I see the reason why I'm comparing it at all.
Father, where are we at right now? Because I don't understand.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get back. The reason why that's what I wanted to add. The reason why I'm comparing it at all is because that will inform our discussion when we are discussing these things on that kind of suggestion we make for the state. Because whenever we talk about these things in Nigeria, we never talk about increasing the size of anything. We never do. We always talk about downsizing all the time.
So this is my question.
Well, apart from corruption, actually,
I just posted a video. Please.
The New York Fire Service, if I'm correct, maybe KJ will be able to put me right. He lives there and is a journalist. I learned that the fire service budget in New York is more than the budget of Nigeria, isn't it?
I can't confirm that. I don't have.
I cannot intellectually discuss that. I don't know.
How many fire outbreak? How many fire outbreak happen in New York in a year? Well, why would it be bigger? They're not only doing fire service.
I am quoting the former president of Nigeria, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, when they interviewed him.
Okay, fathers, I put out a video, please. I wanted to discuss this.
Righteous man. What I know about that is that fire department, listen, the fire department is under city, not under the state. Okay. The fire department, the schools, they are all under the city. Which one is under the city? The police is under the city. They're not under the state, and they're not under federal. So whatever the budget, let's say the city of New York or the city of Chicago or the city of Plainfield, whatever city, they would have their own police. They will run their own schools. They will run their own fire department. While the county will run the prison, some prison. The state also run prison. So each one has what they do: local, state, federal, and things like that. So
Ferrari, let me show you. Let me show you something. Let me show you something that we need to be seeing. You see the question I asked there: how much is lost to waste in the U.S. healthcare? Look at the numbers they are giving. These numbers are multiple times more than that of the Nigerian entire economy. And my concern is that when we lose sight of what it takes to maintain an average nation out there, we miss the fact that even from the get-go, we are not big enough. And I feel like we need to be thinking from that point of view whenever we confront our politicians. Because when we confront our politicians, we tend to confront them from a low point, where we start from the petty stuff we have. In other words, they could respond to you and the country doesn't change much. So you need to know that this stuff, like the Nigerian economy now, if I'm dealing with the Nigerian politician, I won't be saying that we should be going to 1 trillion. I'm saying that we should be going to 2 to 3 or 4 trillion. That excludes that of the US, UK, because
impunity. You can't do that now. You have to clean up the impunity aspect.
But there is impunity here now. This is almost 1 trillion lost. Ferrari, there is impunity here.
All these discussions, it will not work. We are not ripe enough.
It will not work. I don't know. It's like you are speaking as if you don't know Nigeria. Wait, is it the woman that says, is it the woman that sells pepper and Titus fish that is after knowing how many billions or trillions that America or Germany or China, is having as their budget? Or the poor woman on the street that is hawking pure water, we confront Nigerian politicians who wants to crush them with their sirens.
I hear what you are saying, but
I don't understand where this.
Hold on now. You want us to be discussing Trump? Let me just finish. This point is important. I'm saying the direction we want to. If you are asking me the direction, I'm saying that we need to understand what we are seeing in Nigeria shouldn't be surprising. I'm saying that when we are dealing with our leaders, we should have a direction. Because how are you supposed to have a direction if you don't know the direction, how far you need to travel? You don't know where the destination is. This destination, look at how much people are wasting on healthcare budget. That's about $1 trillion sometimes. They are wasting
you're reading that on healthcare alone. Let me explain. Anytime you read an article talking about it, it's talking about the type of requests doctors make for this test, for that test. They're arguing that some tests are not necessary before a diagnosis can be reached, and therefore it's making the hospital system lose that somebody is just throwing money away. They're saying that some doctors just conduct any test, just they just run tests. But clearly, I'm not in the medical profession, so I can't speak for them. They just run these tests that limited amount of tests could be done to get to the diagnosis, so that the cost of medicine would be reduced. Are you with me?
See, what you see, it's a very simple thing. It's a very simple thing. You know the word wasteful spending. You can't spin your way out of it. The point is that they are wasting money that shouldn't have to be wasted.
I'm telling you how the healthcare. Ask anybody in healthcare in the USA to tell you. That's what wasteful spending is.
But the same thing is happening within our healthcare system. See, this goes back to the question that I was asking before. When I asked that question, I said most of the vices we have in our country is present in all other nations, but the difference is that they are. Hold on! Oh my God!
You're reading that actually in error. It's an error.
It's not error. It's wastage. Wastage is wastage.
They call it wastage.
The wastage in Nigeria is stealing. That's different from the wastage I just explained.
How do you see? You are missing the point what I'm making. What I'm saying here is that, however way you look at it, you want to call it theft, you want to call it waste, you want to sanitize it here, you want to blow the other this and use a different language to describe it here. Point is that they all have the same problems. Hold on now.
Dealing with it, they will arrest
wasted or theft. Hold on. Wasted or theft makes no difference. Hold on now. It means that it's not needed. Let me finish my point now. I let you talk. Let me finish my point. You are not letting me talk, Ferrari. Let me respond so we don't start shouting over each other. People are viewing.
You argue too much.
I'm not arguing. He's the one making it an argument. I'm just trying to do to and fro.
Everybody disagree with you on this point.
Okay, you can disagree with me now. Let me hear my say now. The black stone, you have to extend courtesy to other people. So my point is that if they are describing it as wasted, it means the money shouldn't have been spent on that. Whether they stole it or not, it doesn't matter. It's still waste. And there's also theft. You've heard of the drug epidemic stuff that happened in US, where they are literally giving people heroin to take as health. These are actual drugs, until they found out that was addicting their people and killing their people. They stopped it. My point is that they have vices in their nations that waste a lot of resources. The difference is that because there's a bigger cake that they have, it doesn't show. You have 40-something thousand people losing their life to gun violence alone in the US, but because there's a bigger cake, nobody cares. It tells you that our problem is magnified because everything we do is small. We don't have enough to go around. Don't you think that is one of the greatest difference we have between us and them? Because they have problems too, but their problems don't stop them from functioning.
Oh, Father, I don't think it's a problem. I don't think it's a problem because there's enough activity in Nigeria to generate the kind of economy we want. But is the government ready to put money in those areas, to develop those areas, to generate the money, the kind of economy they want? The answer is no. We'd rather spend the money on luxurious goods, on mansions of houses, on going to foreign trips, on sending people abroad to come for trainings. In fact, so that is the thing. That is the thing. Yeah, and entertainment.
Yeah, but that is us now. Is it not only the government? Though, that is us, isn't it?
So if we take,
that's what I'm trying to change. That's what I'm saying. We should change.
Or if the people insist that it shouldn't be so, we have many times here laid out on how we can develop Nigeria by first picking the low-hanging fruits. Because in every state in Nigeria, there's low-hanging fruits. You don't even need to go too far for those industries to be put in place. Cottage industries doesn't take more than 3 months to put it in place, and it will you can begin to have.
The low-hanging fruit is the cottage industries.
Sorry,
what is the low-hanging fruit?
Low-hanging fruit, for instance, in Benue, you have fruits there. A cottage industry will take you less than 3 months to build. In Plateau, you have fruits. You have what do you call potatoes. You have all that. You can bake them, prepare them for export. Okay? In Nigeria, you have these places. You have low-hanging fruits everywhere. that you can pick and develop and turn it to a cash crop.
How is it that what if we export the first season? Then when we get it back, we use it to go and do and do all the things we used to do, like you described, that we go and waste it. Then the next season, we are not going to be able to invest well. That culture, that aspect needs to change.
But that's what I'm saying.
Listen, what I won't let you get away with is the definition of waste in the US and definition of waste here in Africa, in Nigeria. No, I won't let you get away with that. Those are two totally different things. And I will use two industries to explain. I've used health earlier. You were not listening. I'm going to use road again to explain. Now, what you calling waste for the US is not waste. It's inocuous, excessive spending. Yes, excessive spending. Now, when people are saying, for example, their roads will not be damaged, but every year they come and destroy it and repave it again, because the money is there, contract maintenance. It has already been allocated. Not with the road. We see it, the highway. They will come, break it, grind it back to sand, and repave it. That means that does is one. It keeps employment going for those in those fields, in engineering, in road construction. They have job every year. Now, to people, that's wasteful spending, because okay, that road should have been there at least 5 years before you come. No, they do it like every 3 years or every 2 years. They break the road down and repave it. That's not wasteful spending. Now, if anybody does wasteful spending as you are speaking of, I swear to God, they will be arrested. If the states don't get you, the local government, police will get you, federal will get you, somebody will get you, because it's public money. They don't joke with public money. Let's say you're in the health sector now. That waste you're reading, that headline you're reading, you go and waste their money like that. Whoever you are and your cohort, they will be in jail. In fact, a lot of Nigerians are currently in jail here in America because of the fraud they did on Medicaid and Medicare. You will be in jail. So that's not the same waste. The waste we're talking in Nigeria, we're talking about
now, hold on. Apart from that waste that you're talking about in terms of the spending waste that they do, in terms of fraud, they are losing about $100 billion too.
And they are persecuted.
Which is almost, hold on now. If it's increasing, they're not clearly they're not catching enough. All of them. Are you telling me that? Hold on now. Come on. Okay. When you finish talking, so we don't shout over each other. The point I'm trying to make.
Let us know, because I don't have access to the article to buttress my point. You're doing.
But I have to bring evidence now.
Your position as being all right.
Of course, I have to bring evidence. You are saying
fraud, they are prosecuted. Do you agree they are prosecuted?
Not everybody is caught.
Yes or no?
Of course, if they catch you, you'll be prosecuted.
You're going to get it.
No, if they catch you, you'll be prosecuted. But if they don't catch you, okay, you want me to search how many fraudulent activities caught every year?
There's somebody observing something.
Okay, Ferrari. I'm trying to have a civil conversation with you. Okay, I know you are telling me now. Let me ask you a simple question then. Let me ask you a simple question. Do you want me to search how many fraudulent activity is actually prosecuted in the America every year? That way you know how many.
Your point, which doesn't educate our people that are
but you have to speak. See, hold on now. See, I'm trying to let you understand something, but you seem to want to dogmatically hold on to it. Because if I search that how many fraud cases, how many of the people get away with fraud per annum, if you get the numbers, that what that would tell you is that this is how much America is losing to criminal activity. Just like in Nigeria, Nigeria is losing money to criminal activity, which still makes my point stand that it's not because criminal activity is not present somewhere else. It's because the criminal activity that they have so much big cake that it doesn't affect them that badly. That is the point I am making here. Because if they are losing $100 billion, which is 4 times our national budget, to fraud alone in healthcare only, that should tell you something that is why they are able to. No, look at it now. Medicaid is right on the screen there. It's in CNBC. This is not a Nigerian channel. They are the ones telling you how much they are losing per annum to fraud. $100 billion.
Google how many people have gone to jail on Medicaid. Google how many people have been arrested and prosecuted on Medicaid fraud. You can put arguments out like that. It doesn't make sense. The Nigerian situation is that somebody take the entire budget of the Department of Health. That's different from what you're talking about.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying? Don't push arguments out there like that. There are people listening to us. You're going to make the wrong impression, and we won't be.
Majority of healthcare fraud offenders were sentenced to imprisonment.
We cannot even deal with the low fruit. We have to deal with the low fruit first, which is whoever director general that steals the money, we need to put them in jail.
Okay, yeah, I get your point. I'm not saying they should not put them in jail. I'm not saying, don't make the mistake of thinking that I'm not saying they should put them in jail. Everybody that breaks the law deserves to answer for justice, go to jail, executed, whatever needs to happen, as long as it's by the law, they should face it. The point I'm making is that we have too little a cake. We need bigger ones, and we need to start thinking that way when we confront our leaders. Because if you allow them to bamboozle you and say, let me do something, and they don't increase that cake, you are still in the same position. Nothing will change. That's the point I'm just making. How much healthcare fraud is caught? It's caught. Fraud, but investigators say it's likely much even higher. Oh my God. They're even saying that it's more even higher. Let me see whether they catch them. That it may even be a convicted fraudster, a convicted what is it now? Where is he gone? Okay, yeah, a convicted fraudster tells CNBC it's easy to steal from healthcare programs because there aren't enough agents to keep up with the various schemes. This is a country with 3 million civil servants, and Nigeria has 700 and something thousand. Now, this is kind of problem that is highlighting what I'm trying to say here. Every direction we look in Nigeria, I tell you what I see in Nigeria shouldn't be surprising to anybody. We have to start knowing what to ask from our leaders, because if you don't ask those things, you are not getting to the end of the solution. We have to be more ambitious and demand more from these leaders.
What do we ask from our leaders?
Number one thing you have to demand from your leaders. Number one thing you have to demand from your leaders is security. That is what other nations have, because if you don't have that, all of us here will not go home and feel safe at home. Many of us will not. Do you know how much many of the diaspora control? We just send about 20-something billion to Nigeria every year. If all of us were in Nigeria, that's a lot of money, and we are going to drag all our Western connections to Nigeria, to business expertise, not to mention foreign direct investment, not to mention business activity that will grow in Nigeria. You can't even start.
Can you let the others on the stage so they can have their input?
Okay, thank you for your patience, and all the other guys. Yeah. Go ahead.
Godfather.
I'm not Godfather. I'm not into Godfatherism at all. Oh. Don't bring me into Godfatherism.
Forefather, I mean grandfather, whatever. Sorry.
I'm going to take that father away from there at this rate.
Okay, forefather. Yeah. See, you are talking about security. We should be asking for security. The people that came out at the NSAS at the Lekki toll gate, what are they asking for? Is it not for security?
They did get it to an extent. They didn't get it. Actually, what they are demanding is to remove a security apparatus, which was SARS.
Listen, forefather, that is a starting point, because when if they come out and said they need security, they'll ask the government will be like, are you out of your sense? You have the police, you have the military, you have the air force, have everything. They are doing their best, they are working hard, they are doing their best. You should tell them. Just like recently, the chief of army staff come out to the national television, say that most of the military, they are doing their best, they're working hard, and they lost their life. Instead of Nigerians to appreciate them, they talk down on them. You look that kind of a thing. And now you are talking about, let's ask for security. Listen, forefather, the question, the argument you brought this night is something like, you are just bringing an argument that we shouldn't be
the discussing. I don't even see anything you should talk about. When you talk about the civil service and the Nigerian complaining about the government is employing more. Nobody has ever complained in Nigeria. I've never seen it. The only complaint that people give in Nigeria is one, the appointees. Listen, the appointees, that is the political appointees, that when people get to political office, they appoint people into political offices, all these ministers and others. And when they appoint them, they over appoint them, and they spend more money on few individuals. Do you know how much federal civil servants are earning? Do you know the salary of a PAMSEC in Nigeria? How much is the salary of a PAMSEC, which is the highest, almost the highest card and the civil service commission? How much do they earn as a salary, monthly salary? Then if Nigerian government increase their civil servant, service system, nobody will complain, because there are a lot of unemployed people. People are crying for employment. They need employment and they are not getting it. So the only thing they are against is when the government, a particular government, come to an office, they call their friends, everybody just give them a portfolio under the political appointment, paying them millions spent.
Can I ask you a question? Have there been any time when Nigerians have said, government, you need to recruit more people into our security service so they can protect us? Has there been any time?
Why would they say that when government has not even giving them food? How would they? You're very funny.
Hold on now. I'm just saying. I'm just asking. No, I'm asking a question.
Forefather, you know, the issue, the Nigerian issue is very, very complex. So sometimes when you just bring out one part of it, start comparing Nigeria with US, UK, and others, I'm telling you, there's some fundamentals in Nigerians that we've not even solved. Before we get to this, even this point that we are discussing, after discussing it, even though you take it to the government and tell them they should employ more people, they will ask you, how much are they making? You understand? You see, they are borrowing. If they are actually making more money, they will employ more people. You understand? But the issue that I keep saying, Nigerian, we need to go back to the foundation first. Many people will tell you this, but it's very difficult for some of us to kind of accept the truth. It's bitter. It took me a very long time to accept this truth, that we need to go back to the foundation. I'm in the school of thought in those days that, okay, and if Nigeria can come together, we'll discuss about our progress. Let's change this thing this way. Let's look into the service, the Nigerian Service Commission. Let's check the politicians. Let's do this. But sometimes I sit down and think. I keep thinking, okay, when so many people have come out and said that they'll do, some politicians will come, some government will come, they'll do it this way, it doesn't work. Do it this way, it doesn't work. What is the problem? What is the root problem? We need to tackle the problem of Nigeria from the roots, from the basic.
So my thing is, if until you it doesn't have to be the masses that demand these things, but the elites that understand nationhood, you would think there will be a time they will all gather and say, you know what, we need to change our position here, because they should know better. Like if I post this quote here that was said for about 500 years ago, it says, where there are good arms or security, good laws inevitably follow. This is a statement by Machiavelli. See, it's okay. I don't know, man. I don't. It's okay. It's okay.
It's going to Machiavelli. Father, just become this your own agenda. You're trying to win convert and call it a day. This is a waste of time. No time for this rubbish.
You want to win an argument. I want to present my own argument. It's argument versus argument. If you want to surrender, you surrender. It's not. I accept your surrender. It's all right. Okay. You are free to surrender, Ferrari. Okay.
Even me too, I'm wondering now. Those in the comment section, I want to address a bit of them. If you think you have something to say, you are free to hook on to the platform and make your point known. Calling someone names and all kinds of stuff that you are calling there doesn't make you a better person. That simply means that you have no ability to be able to absorb, just like those of us sitting here can absorb all the nonsense you are talking about. And if you think I don't, maybe what I discussed, I don't know about it, you are free to search for my name. I can give my real name, so you search for it. And I still stand by what I say here. If you want, I can give you more information. I've already dropped some, but if you want, I can drop more. So it's not a question of when you come here because you're back there, you insult people and write all kinds of nonsense. If you think you have something to offer and you can stand the heat, come to the platform and make your contribution.
You see, when I was arguing this a long time ago, and now when you mention Machiavelli to Nigeria, Nigerians, they are obsessed with Machiavelli. These same people, they talk about Machiavelli all the time during the time of Abacha. When I was growing up, I didn't know anything about Machiavelli when I started arguing for our national security, because when I study other nations, how they are. But when you quote it to them and tell them, this is your problem here, some of them will be like, no, I can't take this, let's run away and let's... But this Machiavelli guy in the Western Hemisphere is one of the few political scientists that most people recognize because of... And if you look at his theory, based on the nation today, you see that the nations that do what he's saying are the ones that are performing well. This is not theory. This is real in the world today. And still, fellow Nigerians will be like, this is too much. I have to go away. Guess what? This is why Fela is correct. We are the problem. Our mindset is wrong. And there's a reason why Fela sang this song. Our Pan-Africanists and visionaries of the past, what they did was they codified the message into songs because we don't have them. How many politicians talk like this in Nigeria? You see that in some other countries in Africa. You see that in America. You see that in even in the the Caribbean and other areas. But you hardly see that in Nigeria because all of them went into music. For Fela to understand this, that who teaches the government? If somebody came here to... Pardon?
Are you giving a lecture?
Yes, I thought you didn't get it. I thought you were struggling. You're struggling to understand. I don't know why you can't understand. I'm giving a lecture.
You have to talk to yourself. Nobody's you're talking to yourself.
Why are you asking then? If you have something to say, I'm not going to stop you from saying something. But these things are important because it matters to our people, doesn't it?
No,
I believe they are important.
Any Nigerian that is above 35 years old, does not know about Machiavelli theory, because that's what Babangida used for so long. Okay, so it's not a new thing for for those of us who are above 50, because we have seen it being practiced and it's still being practiced in Nigeria. So it's not a new theory. Okay,
see, KJ, the one we practice, we always tend to learn the wrong lessons from things. We know that nobody mentioned. If there had been somebody mentioned this part of Machiavelli to me, I would have said, okay. All they tell me about Machiavelli is about being cunning and being brutal to your enemies, and that's all they talk about. Nobody actually talks about the fundamentals. Machiavelli is actually technically arguing for the people, but the way it comes across is like he's arguing for the elites and he's arguing for them to oppress the people. That's not what he's doing. But people misunderstand it. Here, Al Mustafa was here about 7 or 8 months ago, and he was talking about how they went to Libya to go and learn how Gaddafi survived the sanctions. And I said, but why did you go and learn how they survived the sanctions in terms of sanctions, economic stuff, when you're supposed to be learning how he survived? Because they required bombing of Libya to get rid of Gaddafi. But in the case of Abacha, they penetrated and he lost. He is the one in charge. He lost Abacha and went on to lose Abiola. I said, but you didn't learn how Gaddafi survived. So in other words, he went and learned the wrong lesson. He's busy worrying about sanctions when he should be worrying about how did Gaddafi organize his security to survive the Western pressure and all the rest. I feel like that is what we tend to do. I can read the same book with you. I will understand something totally different from that same book. It tells you that just reading a book doesn't give you knowledge. You have to have a way of viewing that book.
But are you not making a mistake, Father? We are all looking for different things. You are reading a book with a
Yeah, that's true.
The next one is reading with a particular mindset, depending on where the person is, what the person's aim is. So we cannot all get the same knowledge from the same book. You get what is your
But which one is the objective truth? Is it not the one that is tied to the real world?
All of them are objective truth, depending on your circumstance.
No, but no, actually, there has to be one that is more real than the others, because the one that is real to the others is tied to the real world. That is how you know.
The point you just made of Mustafa going to study how Gaddafi survived the sanctions. I think if you look at it very closely, Mustafa learned everything because Mustafa survived also. How Mustafa survived. So they are saying he did not learn how Gaddafi survived. He learned. Because how Mustafa is still alive today.
His commander-in-chief, so he lost his commander-in-chief. In other words, he didn't protect the head of the commander-in-chief.
Wait, forefathers, was it the one guiding him?
I will come back when we finish this.
You see the question the Blackstone just asked now? What kind of question is that? Is he not in charge? He's the CSO. Was it the one guiding him? What kind of question is that? He is the CSO. He's supposed to organize the security, even national security. He's supposed to organize it.
How did Abacha die? No, how did Abacha die?
They poisoned him now. He said they poisoned him. He said it here himself. He didn't mention it. I think he didn't mention the exact name, but he said
he said it's Abiola the poison.
He said no. He actually said both of them were killed here. He said both of them were killed here. So in the end, what I told him was that under your watch, we lost 2 significant Nigerians. It tells you that he didn't learn the right lesson when he went to that place. And if the same thing happened to Murtala Mohammed, when he came into office, he reduced the Nigerian military size by 100,000, which almost like slashing it by half. And ironically, which is a tragic event, when he was assassinated, only one person was with him to protect him. I don't understand some of these. If you are a good leader, you are supposed to keep yourself alive, because in the end, good leaders don't come around very often. And he might be the only leader, like Mao Zedong now. If Mao Zedong was very careless with his life, China would not be where they are today. You see what I mean? So security is very, very fundamental for a nation's this progress, and the leaders have to also be protected. Their lives are not this is forfeit, because if your leaders are protected, chances are that they're going to protect the nation too. No. My point is that some truths are better than others, are actually more real than others. You know, because they are tied to the real world. If it is tied to the real world, it's more true than the one that is not.
Help me answer, forefather.
Don't mind
the Blackstone.
Excuse me. No, quite seriously. No, quite seriously.
Your postulations are a little bit flawed.
No, so excuse me.
Then floor them. Floor my postulations. I would like you to take them down. I'm not hogging it.
Quite seriously, forefathers, I listen to you sometimes. I'm amazed at you. I just wonder. I mean, and people are sitting here listening to you. I don't know why you find it funny. You think you're making an argument, you're making a point.
Nobody's listening to him. Nobody's listening to him.
I don't understand.
You're just letting preach.
Excuse me, I've said it before. You really have to get the basics.
Okay.
You know, because there's no point postulating and pontificating when simple things, you don't get it. And you don't learn, you come here, you don't listen to people, you don't learn anything, you think you're making an argument, you're making research. It's all nonsense. I'm serious about it. What are you trying to, what do you think you are doing? And, you know, now, for example, this comparison you're trying to draw, the situation in Nigeria, maybe corruption and wasting resources. You want to make a comparison? You don't understand what's going on in Nigeria? Somehow you want to not necessarily defend it, but to make a comparison. How do you begin to compare? I mean, the inefficiency of government, that you have a structure. What is okay? Look, hold on. Excuse me. Can you just keep quiet? Just keep quiet for a moment.
I've kept quiet, but you're just being quite disruptive. If you want to be disruptive, there's no point of being here.
I just make a point, you know, and then allow you to look. We live in the real world. okay, if America and Nigeria, if we're kind of we're on the same playing on the same field, playing by the same rules, because that is in the end, that is the essence of the argument. That Nigeria, we are playing the same, playing by the same rules. So why do we have Nigerians running out of the country? If you think we don't have a basic problem, you have to understand that basic problem. So what argument are we making? This is adults. We can't come here and then waste our time. And they think it's an argument? For what purpose? People are
what do you think is our basic problem then?
People steal money. I mean, it's unimaginable. It doesn't happen anywhere else. There's no way you can defend it.
Which people steal money?
Nigerian politicians.
Nigerian politicians. Okay.
And then
okay. Do you think Fela is wrong? Are you looking at the quote on this this?
That is nonsense.
Do you think Fela is wrong? Do you think Fela is wrong? I want to hear you say Fela is wrong.
Anybody can be wrong. And you too. Anybody can be wrong.
I just wanted to. I know I'm nobody, but I just wanted to hear you so that Nigerians will hear you say Fela is talking nonsense. Please tell Fela is nonsense. Come on, be brave.
Forefathers. The quotes, the Fela quotes that you brought out here, goes back to the fundamentals that I've been telling you, which is the problem of Nigeria. Now, Fela is telling you that the culture and the tradition is the teacher to the government. Now, when you know the diversity of Nigeria, we don't have the same culture, we don't have the same tradition. You understand? So now, when a particular person from a particular region is in power, he's ruling the people with his own culture and tradition, and refused and did not want to incorporate other diversity into his method of governance. Do you think a house that is divided on itself will stand? When there's a division in the house, do you think that house will progress? That division, you see, the division in Nigeria has been the main problem until the day we come out and accept our diversity. That Nigeria, the north is different from the south. Any day we come out, the government deliberately, the ruling class deliberately come out and tell you that there is difference, and that difference has to go into our constitution.
No,
and let every diversity be accepted and acknowledged in our constitution deliberately. I'm coming, please. I'm coming. Just a moment. And when that is done, then everybody will be able to do what? Accept that, yes, we have a country. I'll be a patriotic citizen. But still, there will still be bad eggs amongst us, no matter what you do. But it will go a little way to cushion the pressures, the tempo, do you know the way the Nigerian works? When somebody from the north is in power, the rest of this side of the country, some of them will be finding fault whatever he does, either good or bad. They will criticize. Even some will not even come out with a constructive criticism. They'll just criticize because he's not from their side. When the power shifts to another side, you see people from the other side that has not been talking. They'll start talking, making criticism, not even a constructive one. So that's actually tell you the ethnic division. And when a house is divided, there's not going to be progress in that house. So we need to go back to the basic. If we really want a country, we should go back to the basic. Before we start discussing about all this issue, comparing us with America, UK, what have you that I want to talk about. Please, Nigeria has never been Nigeria is just a contraction to me, because it's not working. Let's go back to the basic.
Sorry, Coco. Okay. Well, I mean, while I may not disagree with going back to basics, but look, that is, of course, people can interpret that, understand it in different ways. No, but what you said, and I will kind of to follow up on that. I will recall what Dexter said earlier. Okay, he's still here. He talked about honesty, okay, and fairness and the equity, right? So And when I talk about the basics, these are the basics of any kind of human relationship, be it, I mean, any association, any organization, including a state, people, diverse origins, diverse outlooks on life, diverse, religious and all these things. And that honesty has to be there. I mean, which also what they're talking about going back to the basics. So people have to, but we are not there yet. Or at least when we started, we kind of missed our road. We kind of with the coup, okay? That is, let's just name the problem. When it started, right? It's not that there weren't problems, but at least the march, the direction the country was heading there was an military interregnum. Something happened, and then from that point, since the country, on the foundation on which it was built, on which it was developing, was kind of was put away. So somehow we have to really go back to that foundation that was people invested thought into it before they came up to a formula that could work. In which is, you talk about diversity, it's the same thing. I mean, people know this. It's a kind of a recognition of that diversity, right? And maybe regionalism or whatever you want to call it. But again, or more autonomy to the regions or to the various diverse ethnic groups. That's the only way it can work. There's no other way. This is not. It's not something mysterious. But the only thing is this: the people that have power currently, these people is there essentially for their own selfish motives, self-aggrandizing. They are stealing money. They are not thinking about developing the country. I mean, somebody who stole an election can't come to tell you that, pretend that he is there to develop the country. That is not true. That can be true. If you don't believe in the simple things, the first order things, the first principles, are you with me? At least people have to be able to elect who governs them. If you deny them that right, what else do you think? What else can you grant them? It's not possible. It's not. It's all falsehood. It's not gonna work.
Yeah,
This is the basic
Okay,
problem.
I wanted to share. I wanted to share something.
Grandeur.
I sent in a video for you to play. You didn't play it.
You sent a video. You see this guy? I don't know, man. You're being very sore today, the black stone. What is it with you? I don't know what I killed your cow today or something like that. What kind of trouble is this one today? He just keep coming after me. So this thing. So I was asking, because I know the UK, they are also divided. Because when I say this, it looks like I'm just making it up. Look at this thing now. When they say, why are Northerners poorer? If this was Nigeria, we were not going to hear the end of it. They said, although there have been attempts to attract investment into the north, many businesses are choosing to set up in the south. This creates a large, not small, a large wealth divide. And those living in the north of the country experiencing significant different social and economic conditions from those living in the south. So, but if this was Nigeria, if you ask me structurally, Nigeria had deliberately made. Okay.
Let me tell you why. I'll give an example with Germany, right? Bayern is the most racist part of Germany, but they are the richest, where there's no single company in that part of the world that's not established in Bayern. How did they do it? They give very good atmosphere, business environment, ease of doing business. They make it easier for investors to come in, even though they are racist. So every state or every country or state have to have an ease of business under their own terms, by their own terms, not by the federal government level terms or things like that. You understand me? So when every company that's coming to invest in your country or in a state, what they look at is, what are the rules and regulations? What are the taxes? What are the incentives? What are the ease of business? So in that case, they will always come there and invest, right? So in every country, some areas are poorer, some areas are richer, due to the investment, the potential investment and ease of business that companies can always come in, right? Like in Frankfurt, All the banks in the world are in Frankfurt. I don't know why. Right? They call that the bank hub of Europe.
The financial center, for Germany.
Yeah. So every state have to carve out a way to attract investors. Everything should not be done by the federal government. The state has a lot to do themselves. The state government, that's why you are a state governor. You have a lot to do. You have to say, okay, for example, when they were talking about Obazee Edo State, yes, a businessman, he work with this, but in all these years of 8 years, there not been any single foreign investors coming to Benin, to Edo State. So where is all this knowledge that he gained as private person working in different, say work with the Dangote, work with this, that knowledge, where does it not keep them when they become a governor? So these are the problems. So when we are talking about investment of state rich or poor, it is the first thing you have to look at is the laws and regulations or the amenities, the incentive they are giving for investors.
The original context is about division, because that's what Coco was talking about. Regarding how exactly that. But some people will not agree with that. They will say Nigeria is more divided than the other people.
The national division is based on race, by people, on tribes. That is why it is more pronounced. You understand me? That's why
the UK, they have different tribes in the UK too. It's not like they don't call them tribes. That's the problem.
But if you get there, you will never feel it. Right? But in the UK, the government will not talk about it. They don't use it to campaign.
Do you know it is funny? It's only in Africa we use the term. Let me just add this. Do you know that it's in the UK we use the term tribe? Other people don't use it. In Africa, we tend to use tribe, but in India they will say they will call Dravidians or these different names. Then in the UK they will say Scottish, but it's only in Africa we use the term tribe. It's in a way we are considering that we are somewhat backward and primitive. They don't use tribes in other places, so that's quite interesting.
I don't think you can just make your conclusion based on the postulation. Your data is very, very vague. I don't think it's a crime to say tribe. I mean, if you are,
I use the word tribe. I don't find it,
But is it not peculiar though? Is it not peculiar that other people don't do it?
Forefather, when you call
forefathers, it's not peculiar.
Forefather, why
is it only us?
Forefather,
it's not only us.
Okay, which people use it again? Which other people do you know?
Okay, let me explain it to you.
I can explain to you why. Because
in America, in America, they have the Indian American, the Native Americans. Among those Native Americans, they have tribes, like the Navajo tribe and stuff like that. So it's not really about what you say. How are we? Not that we call it tribe, that is the reason why it's affecting us. It's our mindset.
No.
Whether you call it tribe or you call it race or you call it whatever, it doesn't make sense. It's just what is in our mind. That's the problem.
No, I agree with you on that. It's just that the people that are called tribes tend to be the ones that are almost due for extinction or something. They tend to be the smaller people.
Perhaps the usage of the word tribe in the context of Nigeria and maybe other countries in Africa, because again, I don't think there's no other place that is as diverse in terms of as diverse as say for example Nigeria. So yes, of course you can describe any of the tribes as ethnic groups, but with this diversity, with this multiplicity of peoples, different nationalities, and then you have tribalism now become more relevant, more a cogent issue for that country, and therefore tribalism. So tribal, you can see the linkage there, the connotation. You can be saying you want to describe them as nations, for example. If you want to maybe refer to the Ijaw nation, of course you can do that, or maybe the Igbo nation, yes, the Yoruba nation, yes, but they are tribe because of the context of the.
But China has 302 individual languages there, and you don't hear them calling themselves
But
tribe.
even if they have, what is their population?
1.4 billion.
Right. So is that to compare to 200 million? Can you see that?
No, my point is that they don't call themselves tribe, and even in India, the same thing.
It doesn't matter. I mean, China does not speak
What is
English
really
language.
wrong about tribe?
China does not speak English language for the start. So tribe is an English word, is it not?
The reason why I'm just raising it, it's not, to be fair, it's not the main argument. The reason why I'm raising it is because sometimes when you look at when we use these terms and they hear it, like in the West, when they hear it, they have a kind of way they code it. It's like an encoded language. When you use those terms, they'll say, okay, those are one of those backward people because it's associated with the backward people.
What is more important is the way we present ourselves, our self-confidence, what we can do for ourselves. Doing the right things, developing our country. It doesn't matter how. Look, the moment we begin to look, remember when Nigeria was, had money,
in the 80s,
doing well.
In the 80s, in the 70s, 80s.
What are you talking about? So that we call ourselves tribes. People, Indians were coming here to work. Europeans were coming to teach our universities. Do you think it mattered that we describe ourselves as tribes?
No, I don't think the tribe is to be fair, I don't think it's very significant. Like I said, that's not the key point. At the top of it for me is the fact that we, like what Coco is saying, that we are so divided. I don't think our division is a problem. I don't think that's it.
Listen to me. The tribes, the diversity is not a problem by itself. It's just the way it is mismanaged. Okay, and of course, it requires skillful politicians, statesmen that actually want to develop their country, their peoples, to bring the diversity together. So it's a failure of politics. That's what it is. It's the diversity.
So Oti, if you get there now, you're not gonna start dancing the dance these politicians dance. If they put you there, and your family members and start telling you where is my share, what are you gonna do?
It's about the situation. I mean the system.
The reason why I'm putting it like that, I'm trying to bring the individuals in, because when do the politicians turn to those politicians that we call those corrupt politicians? They were once individuals like us.
Hold on, is that an argument? What you're saying?
It's not an argument. I'm asking, when do they transform?
How is it advancing the discussion?
No, I'm asking a question. When do they transform to becoming the corrupt politicians from being people like us? Because some of all those politicians were once complaining like us too. So when do they transform?
And look, I don't know that. Excuse me. Good. You see, the way you approach a problem is this, okay? You start from where you are, right? Now, somebody is the president of Nigeria today, okay? Okay, so what does he do? The ministers, those that occupy offices, Wike of this world, what do they do? You have to judge them at what they're doing now. There's no point, thinking, how did they get there when they were, not in that position? What were they doing? No, but some people are there now, responsible. What did they do? Are you with me? So that is the way you begin.
You see, it's like a conveyor belt, isn't it? When you have a conveyor belt, and you know that what ends up at the end of the conveyor belt is terrible.
Okay,
you want to make sure the things you put on the conveyor belt is good, is of better quality. You see what I mean?
Yes. Okay,
that's why I'm asking that question.
Listen, forefathers, and then for the sake of sound argument, okay, for the sake of good argument. Now, you ask us, after all, some people are there now and making a difference. Are you with me? I'll give you an example. The governor of, at least for now, the governor of Abia State, right? So he is there now, okay, doing a good job as a governor. And therefore, you really have to start where people are. I don't have to start wondering how did he get there? Of course, you have to get there through the right channel, okay? You have to play by the rules. You have to respect the rules. So he is there now, and then you can only judge him from what he is doing now. Are you with me? And then again, look, there's nothing more important than moral example. They're showing good leadership, moral leadership. Okay, so if you're a governor or a commissioner, people, those that that you lead, invariably from your example, you can expect and demand that they actually do the right thing.
I get what you are saying, but you are using OT now as a good example. But the original point was that because when Fela says the people themselves create these leaders, basically that's what he's saying. They are the ones, we are the ones creating the government. And we forget that we are them. And we have to start thinking, how do we carry ourselves? What should we believe in? So that tomorrow I don't end up there and people start saying you are just as bad as the others.
Look, but of course, by having it's part of, look, that is what this is citizen, civil, civil society, citizenship or citizen engagement as part, part of what we're doing here, So that is part of the process.
Okay.
I mean, good governance is not only the business of those that are politicians, those that are in power, those that form the government. The citizens are
thank you. Let's bring Masca in. Masca, we are all praying that your mic stays intact this time, and don't worry about greeting us, because when you are greeting us, you lose time, so you can dive straight in. You can dive straight in. What do you think about?
Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear. Loud and clear.
Okay, I think the first place I would want to start is agreeing with you on a couple of the points you made. I totally agree with you. Security is the first and most important thing. Even as a human being, the way we are configured, we are meant to make sure we preserve ourselves. Self-preservation, it's basic. And in retrospect, I see you're absolutely right, because I've always push forward the argument that Nigeria has had good leaders. The problem is that these leaders were killed. But now in retrospect, you're right. If they are really truly good leaders, then the first thing they should do is put at least a security apparatus around them that will ensure that at least, even if the people must have suffered to kill them. But you're right, Murtala was killed by the roadside in the middle of town. I mean, it's ridiculous. That shows the naivety of our leaders. So I totally agree with you on that. I think it's important, and it's essential that we as a people begin to understand that first and foremost. Before you talk about economy, politics, social issues, you have to preserve yourself, even as a leader and as a society, as a people, as a race, as a continent. So I totally agree with you. I also want to disagree with you on a couple of the issues you have not disagree with you. You're right, but I think the premise of the argument is misconstrued. When you are comparing numbers for, say, US or the UK and Nigeria, there is what is called nominal numbers. You are using nominal. You are looking at your premise is a nominal premise. What I mean by that is if you take $10 billion in America and bring it to Nigeria, $10 billion, it's going to be massive. So $10 billion in America is different from $10 billion in Nigeria. So you have to look at the relative parameters also. I'm talking about the wastage you are referring to. Yes, in Nigeria, there's wastage. In America, there's wastage. But the question is, what is the percentage of the wastage? In Nigeria, almost everything is wasted. So what you need to look at is what is the percentage of the budget, of American budget, that is wasted? What is the percentage of Nigerian budget that is wasted? And that will make you understand what the other people are trying to say, that you can't compare apple to an orange. In fact, what you're trying to compare is an apple to a banana. In fact, not just an apple to a banana, to an American apple. I mean, it's I don't know if you know that
the percentage argument, I'm supporting that argument you just made, is because they have such a large cake that the percentage, the amount doesn't make any difference.
You are following, see, forefathers, what you are now a victim of what is called a tunnel vision.
I think
you've entered a tunnel.
Okay, don't worry, I'm traveling through the tunnel. Don't carry on.
You are not seeing anything outside that tunnel. So what I'm trying to say, I agree with you. that the problems in America are the same problems in Nigeria, true. But you cannot look at nominal numbers to make an analysis. You have to look at the relative time. Okay, let me give you a joke so that you can understand what I'm saying. Now, there's this joke. I can't remember the joke exactly, but it's, I think, about an Indian, a Kenyan, and a Nigerian politician. But the bottom line is that a Kenyan politician takes 10%. So there's this joke that he opened the window and said, you see that they were asking, how did he get so much money to entertain them? And he now opened the window and showed them a road. He said, you see that road? They said, yes. He said, it's 10% of that road that you people are eating. But the Nigerian politician, when these same friends came to Nigeria, he opened the window and he said, you see that road? And they couldn't see any road. You know why?
Your audio is gone. I think the heavens did not help. They kept you on for a long time.
I'm sure you got the gist of it. The Nigerian politician used all the money from the road to entertain his guests.
About the nominal value he was mentioning, I think that they have this purchase power parity that they have that you can use to measure how it's basically the purchasing power of individual countries versus other countries, and it's still similar.
I think what he's saying for nominal value means
we can hear you now.
Yeah, can hear you.
All right, fantastic. So you see, it's not what I mean. It's not purchasing power parity refers to exchange rate issues. I'm saying that the point I'm making is not about the value of currency or anything. I'm saying that the Nigerian politician will collect the whole money. The Nigerian politicians spend 100% of the budget.
Yeah, but if that is the case, we don't have roads at all. We don't have airports functioning. We don't pay politicians and civil servants at all. So clearly, they must be doing something with the money.
Fathers, do you think we have roads?
I don't know which road is
seriously, we don't have roads now. How are they going to give people 50% discount then? What road are they going to travel on?
Fathers, what do you mean by roads?
Forefathers.
In UK,
you are in UK, you are not in Nigeria. Let me educate you on something.
See, I was in Nigeria. You know, I'm in Nigerian too. You know.
Wait. Forefathers.
I'm still in Nigeria. What do you mean?
Let me tell you something about the Nigerian road. Do you know which of the Nigerian road is called A1 road? Do you know it? A1 road.
I don't.
Okay, now you don't know. You got to talk about
you guys are just doing gotcha here. What is A1 road? Please educate me.
Come. Now, the road that runs from Lagos to Kaduna, Kano to Maiduguri is called A1 road. Then the one that runs from Lagos, Onitsha, Port Harcourt is called A2 road. That A1 means that is the first most priority road in Nigeria, in the federal government system. If you think I'm lying, you can use your phone, go to Google Map, enter Nigeria map, check their road system, you see it A1. And this A1 runs from Lagos to Ibadan. From Ibadan, you go through Ogbomoso, Kwara, Niger, Kaduna, Kano, down to Maiduguri. But do you know that now, that road, as important as that road is, that means in the federal government portfolio, the first road they will see, the first road that will be in their in the Ministry of Work is that road. You understand? Because that is the road that connects the south to the whole of the north. But you know that today, that road, you cannot travel from that road from the south to the north. You have to take a diversion to Abuja before you connect to Kaduna. Because from Niger State to Kaduna, even without the bandits, you can't even travel on that road. I'm telling you, I stayed in Niger State. I'm telling you, I'm not just giving you.
When you say diversion, what is the other road that they use?
Okay, the other road that they use from Niger State, they have to connect to Abuja. That is to the capital territory.
And so they drive from Lagos to Niger, then from Niger to Abuja.
Then they'll still come back to Kaduna instead of going straight from Niger State to Kaduna, because Niger State had a border with Kaduna State. You understand? Now, and even when you want to connect from Niger State to Abuja, the road is still very, very bad. Do you watch this lady that was this Netherlands lady that is Ichi Boots that is on a tour that's actually exposed to corrupt.
That road was shiny. Oh. That road that she was on was shiny. I saw the road.
Calm down. Go and watch
her video.
Go and watch the season 7 episode 63, 65, 64. You see when she ply the road between Niger State to Abuja, she opens her mouth and says, this is the worst road she has ever plied on. That is a road that is bad for a very long stretch. Not that is the worst. Understand? But if you ply a bad road, maybe about 10 kilometers or 15 kilometers. But when you ply a bad road for about 100 kilometers at a stretch, you imagine that kind of.
Okay, but for what you are describing, it appears that the southwest is where most of the problem is, isn't it?
No.
Because what he said you drive from Lagos to Niger, then from Niger you get to Abuja, then everything seems to be okay from there.
It doesn't matter. It's still the federal road.
I agree with that, but I think
you're taking things like a simple tone. Actually,
I'm not taking
that. Don't reduce this.
Why do people like to insult me now? Jesus Christ, I don't insult anybody here. You are saying I'm a simple.
You are being tribal. You are being tribal now.
I'm not being.
Stop being tribal. Don't reduce the argument to tribal.
Doctor says Southwest is not tribe.
Father, let me come in. The road that she plied while coming, she didn't actually ply the normal A1 road from the southwest. She was taking other routes, to be honest with you. But when she gets to Niger State, she have to ply the federal road, because if you want to ply the federal road from the west, from Lagos to Ibadan is still okay, and from Ibadan to all the way to Niger State, that is between Kwara and Niger, is very okay, to be honest with you. Then from that Jeba Bridge to a town called Mokwa to the Bida is very okay. But when you lift Bida, as if you are going to Lambata before connecting to Abuja, the road is very, very bad. You understand me? So, and that distance is about 80 kilometers. If you apply
this point that he's making came from the fact that I said it's not like all the money is being eaten, that the government is spending some money. Please go ahead.
Fathers, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
So, all right. So, of course, you should understand that when I say 100%, obviously it's not 100%, like complete 100% I'm referring to. But people will take more than 70% of the money and work it. Go and Google how much OBJ Obasanjo said he spent on NEPA. Go and Google it. What do we see on ground for NEPA? So yes, I use road as an example. Maybe it's a bad example, but even the road, what you need to understand that if you see the road, you need to go and dig how many years have they been budgeting the same road. Probably you see a road will be in the budget for 10 consecutive years, and it still is going to be.
Your audio is gone.
The road
is gone. I'm just trying to be objective about. I try to be as objective as possible. I know I too have the same feeling that Nigerians have, that everything is getting stolen. Yes, they steal a lot, but we have to also understand that some of it is also spent on the states. Yeah.
The Lagos Ibadan Expressway. How long have they been doing it? For more than 8 years. A road of land, but 120 kilometers. To the 8 years, and it's given to Julius Berger.
Do you say Legacy Ibadan 8 years? They started it when Jonathan was president.
Yeah, I've been going on for a very long time now. Yes, now almost 8 years.
It's more than 8 years. They started during time of Jonathan.
So a road about 120 kilometers and given to a well-known construction company, Julius Berger.
Mm.
And every year they budget money for it. Billions.
You see, this is the reason why I used to tell people that what they say about forefathers is not true, sure. But this is the reason why some people believe that he's a government agent.
No, I don't blame them. I don't blame them. See, I'm not going to come here and act like a crusader against only the government. I have to try to be factual because for me, I consider them total failures because we are poor people. We are living on scraps. That's my point. I actually indict them just as bad as people, but just from a different point of view.
What you have to understand is that this is the mindset. This is the mindset of Nigeria. Why does Nigeria love flashy things? You are not working. A civil servant that receives less than 100,000, he'll be riding on the SUV.
Yeah.
Where did he get the money to buy it? He'll be like living on duplex, it's a personal house.
But the Blackstone, this thing is a recent phenomenon. When we were young, Nigerians were not like that. People.
Yes, sir, that is true. Decent. Yes, I know that.
Yeah, civil servants were a lot better before.
A lot better now. So
got out
this is
of
the
control.
problem. So I think what I think that from the reign of Babangida opened Nigerian eyes to corruption.
Mm.
He opened he set the principle for this modern day corruption that's going on in Nigeria, and Nigeria is always improving on it.
Wow. I'm trying to look at how much
you
get spent on.
There's a video I watched. They were interviewing a white guy. The guy said that Nigeria is so smart. Nigerians are so smart that if they can spend 30% of their time, they spend in crime and use it for something good for the country. Nigeria will be better than another country in Africa. It's just 30% of their time.
But do we need to blame the Nigerian people? We don't need to blame the Nigerian people. And I'm back because of my friend Masker.
KJ, go back.
We need to blame the Nigerian people.
You have to blame everybody. No, KJ, it's everybody. It is everybody.
State of government. You will have read the speech of Malam Aminu Kano when he was warning Nigerians about the dangers of allowing civil servants to award contracts. Go to his history. He talked about it. He said the day they will discover the power that they are sitting on, that's the end of Nigeria. What has happened today? That same thing he talked about many years ago. We're living, witnesses to it today.
Well, who should award contract then?
How does contract get awarded in other nations? There is what you call best practices. Why can't it happen in Nigeria?
Is a tendering process kind of?
Well, still by civil servants.
Well, even if there is a process, there is best practices.
Transparent and independent.
I agree with you. I thought they have already started doing that kind of stuff in Nigeria to an extent.
When Ezekwe left office, he left with her. Nobody tenders any longer. Nobody defends anything any longer. You see, we cannot keep doing the same thing and expect different results. Even when we have people in government who do not have a vehicle, once they get to the rank of director, you carry SUVs and give them, and give to their wife, give to their houseboys. Why do you think they will not want to perpetuate themselves in that position? But if they are being paid a reasonable salary, and in fact, let me tell you, the general problem of Nigerians is housing. If government was giving house, corruption would reduce drastically.
And transportation?
Yes, transportation and housing. Nigerians are not greedy people. We're not asking for so much.
Forefathers don't want people to build houses.
Okay, KJ.
You see, don't start now. Don't start steps. Don't start with that one now.
No, excuse me. What about the housing scheme?
Oh boy.
The housing scheme they are propagating every year. The housing scheme for the civil
every year there's budget for housing. Every year.
And also there's also the federal mortgage bank is also there.
When you try to talk about it, they'll tell that government do not provide houses. Is that true, really? Is that true? Where you live, don't government have their own houses? Some are called local government houses. Some are called town halls, houses. So the thing they tell us is different for what and they do is different from what they do.
Sorry, can I? Sorry, KJ. Let me. Sorry to maybe a bit of. I think you guys were. Who is collecting the phone numbers or email address? Because I think I was not on when. Because I think we really have to kind of take things forward and not just have a chatter chattering
But
house.
I don't know. It was I think it was Rudolph.
Has anybody taken charge of that?
It's good luck.
So.
I mean, it's
Rudolph was
for those of you who want to be part of the solving problem in the country.
So where do we put out? Is it on the private chat or phone numbers? Is it?
Yes.
Private chat, yeah.
The private chat.
KJ, you'll be the secretary now. You are
no. I don't. I can. I'm just going to talk.
KJ, why are you running away?
No.
Wait for your fatherland.
I no longer want to be in that stock.
No, KJ.
You don't want to help your country.
KJ, you said that the people have to be blamed. You understand me? If they budget money for the federal government budget money every year for the housing scheme, you understand me? And that money are not seen. Where does that money goes to? And also they have a federal mortgage bank. You understand me? Right? So whose pocket does those money goes into?
Those workers.
So raise your hand.
You see,
so raise your hand.
No, I'm not a ghost worker. I've never worked for government. I've never.
Blackstone.
So how much did Obasanjo spend on?
Patriotic.
Because I'm trying to find information about how much Obasanjo spent on health, on electricity. How much did somebody? Hold on now. Let me just. Yeah, but they say it's not 16 billion though. Somebody that reported it said there's no way. There's no government that's ever spent 16 billion on our infrastructure.
Now you are coming back to what I was talking about. This figure they throw out there. You see, on paper they said Obasanjo spent 16 billion, but in actual sense, it's about between 6 and 8 billion.
Inflated budget, the rest is just went into private accounts.
Never got to that point.
Okay, so but KJ, the question is: so even if it is 8 billion, do we see it?
No results.
No, I'm not
supposed
to see the 8 billion results. You see,
I'm not even sure it's up to 8 billion from what this man is reporting here.
Okay, so even if it is 2 billion,
even if it's one,
okay, that's a fair point, because even I think that's a very, very strong point there, because for me I find that weird, because if I go online now and show you how much a mobile power plant costs, mobile power plants can power up to 100,000 homes depending on how power consumption of the area. If they can power up to 100,000 homes and it costs about $20 million to buy one of them, and it can be deployed very quickly, I ask myself, why are Nigerian capitals still experiencing power failure? You shouldn't have one at all, because all those plants need is gas to power them, or coal or something.
There's no money after the government now. It's not the private. Well, we should ask $10 and it's cool.
You could buy 100 of that.
No,
and it's not even going to be up to $1 billion. You could buy 200, 300 of that.
Forefather, that was what was used initially to power Abuja. At that, those of you who know Abuja, at that Julius Berger roundabout, you have large number of them stretched out there, and that was when the light never blinked in Abuja. But after the civilian government started, after the exit of Abacha, the whole of that generator was taken away one after the other. Where they took it to, I don't know. Who took it, I don't know. But it was totally dismantled and taken away. So we have these ideas. These have been tried before. It has produced results, but they don't want to continue with it. Because
this is my point now. Nigeria can be lit up within a year. It can be lit up, all the capitals, because remember, we already have infrastructure now. It's not like we have zero infrastructure. So all you have to do is support the infrastructure. Whenever there's power outage, these power plants kick in to maintain it, so that when they go off, then what's that? Go ahead.
This is the truth. The Nigerian citizens, in their mind, there's no infrastructure. They don't have infrastructure in their mind. Their mind is It's always destruction. You understand me? So if they have mad infrastructure, they'll be able to provide, they're able to maintain infrastructures, you know. So that's the problem of Nigeria. So they don't have mad infrastructure. Their mind is empty.
All this Nigerian
Father, the infrastructure you are talking about Nigeria having, is the infrastructure when Nigeria's population was about 50 million in 1970. That same infrastructure has not been upgraded. It's still the same. 50 years on, it's still the same infrastructure. I mean, that infrastructure is gone, depleted, degraded.
And then Nigerian people that live under these conditions, and then we want to blame them. You know,
see, it's just like the Port Harcourt refinery. They told you that they are opening. Now, Port Harcourt had 2 refineries, 60,000 barrels, which is the old one, 250,000 barrels, which is the new one. Now, how can Nigeria now go back to the old one? That's even the processing.
They went to fix the old one. It's not fixing the new one. Yeah, it's crazy. Some crazy stuff.
You don't go and revamp. It's just like somebody having a Ford, maybe a Ford 18.
Dexter, I want to also use this refinery as to buttress the point I was making to Fofa. Do you know how many times in this country the government has budget to repair refineries? Have we seen the repair of the refinery?
And where is the money?
So when you say that there is wastage in Nigeria, it's a different thing altogether. In fact, to use the word wastage is not to understand the issue we are dealing with. It's not wastage, it's theft.
No, I think I agree. It's theft. It's theft. It's loss of resources.
That's just the point I wanted to make. And I think it's important that we can move away from the road and infrastructure. What I like about your panel, the session, is because I see it as a brainstorming session. Because it's a bit free and people are coming from all angles. But I believe it's in this kind of discussions that we'll stumble upon the pathway. Thank you.
Not like Blackstone was ready to engage and he was there bad-mouthing me all about it.
I beg you.
He was there bad-mouthing me all about it.
Or like Okija and Steven want to kill me because I'm making a valid.
Let me promise something.
KJ, your position really is I don't know what to say. I don't live in America, but everybody can see what happens.
Your steps, your mic is away from your off somehow.
Listen, brothers, one thing must understand in this world.
I'll let go back to that issue of the Trump issue.
Hold on. You see, information is powerful. But information that's limited to you can be also harmful to you because it will make you to take a position that you do not understand. So when you're speaking in a public forum, you can only expand what you already know. You do not know how far or how close the other person has been on what he's talking about. And for
CJ.
me, hold on, sir. When I come to this panel, I try to go beyond what you will see in the daily news. And I mean it. For instance, there are certain things that happen in the American House. And I'll give one example. One of the reasons why Kevin McCarthy was impeached for 2 reasons. One was that when he gets as a speaker, he will not make any deal with Democrats. 2, he will release the January 6 tapes that have been locked up. He got there and he didn't do any of this. He decided to release some of those tapes. He selected them and released. And then he made a deal with Democrats. And then the integrity.
Oh, nice, isn't it?
What is
CJ.
I don't even know that. I didn't know that KJ can freeze like this. It's all right.
KJ, please.
Do we want to talk about Fubara and this thing now?
Wait, KJ is a very Fafara, just give me a second. KJ is a very resourceful person. But when it comes to the issue of Trump, you go explain tire. I'm not with you on that.
Trump should not concern us.
Stop conspiracy theory. It will not help you. These are all conspiracy theories.
I thought KJ, the only area he has problem was when he discuss IPOB or this thing or religion or Israel. I didn't think that Trump is another one. No, I didn't think that Trump is another one.
However, KJ is presenting facts to
just
us.
right with
forefathers.
He has evidence. So
forefathers.
I'm worried about playing some.
Forefathers.
Yeah.
The man he's defending is the man, his vice president,
rejected,
said that he has something to answer for what the role he played. The same man, his attorney general, said the same thing. The same man, the one they elected speaker, on that day, he was in the house, he said the same thing. So many of them. What are you defending?
All these things
hold on first.
One at a time, so that the viewers can hear what you are saying.
Let me say one thing. Donald Trump is a man that's not afraid of anybody. He's a man that's not afraid of anybody.
And so what?
Wait, no, let me finish. That's why
true, though.
He has the boldness to talk, no matter the consequence.
To talk nonsense, right?
You may say he talk nonsense, but he's saying what is on his mind. Excuse me.
So what is the value?
Wait. Hold on. After I finish, we talk. You understand me? He knows he talks nonsense, but he talks to some people who believe in him. Just as you are talking now, to some people it's nonsense. To those that believe you, is the fact. That's the basic principles of life.
Blackstone.
No, let me finish, sir. What I'm trying to say is this, right? Even with all the court cases, even with all the gag against him, it's the talk, because he's a bold man. Nothing, it doesn't compromise.
No, but that's not the argument. That's not the point.
No, that's not the argument.
Blackstone, that's not the issue. That's not the issue.
Being bold and arrogant.
Excuse me. You made a statement. You said it's only vice president. Said
if you allow me to conclude. If you allow me
to answer.
You know everything, but I'm not. I'm just a human being. You guys you know everything.
You're on no ground.
Funny enough, I think KJ has some ground because I followed the story. I also follow the story. Unfortunately, the truth is that the media was biased. The media was biased. I followed the story. The media was biased. CNN especially. If you were watching CNN that time, I'm sorry, they brainwashed you. The media was biased about what happened at Capitol Hill. Even this lady, the former speaker, she was complicit in it. I follow the story. There's a lot of cover up. I don't support
in
anybody.
the first place. In the first place. Who put the gate for them? Who put the barrier for them? Was not one of the security men?
And I know that
people felt that it was on the video
and abated the whole thing.
So the questions Steph asked, okay, about the VP and all these people, you know, these are kind of Trump's own men, people,
because they have,
right?
because
so they also conspired against
they have no liver. They are afraid.
Are you conversant with politics? Are you conversant with politics?
They are afraid.
What do you mean? Am I conversant with politics?
They are afraid.
Mike Pence could not even answer questions with Carlson Tucker. Mike Pence could not answer questions with Carlson. What are we talking about? Mike Pence pulled out of the presidential race. Those guys, let them sit down with Carlson Tucker. All these people you are talking about, they can't answer questions.
Thank you.
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that the same people that complain about the excesses of our politician are the same person defending what Donald Trump did on January 6th. It's unfortunate.
I'm not defending it.
So what are you doing there? You're not defending. What are you doing?
Dexter, that's what KJ is saying. That's the issue. I'm not talking about whether Trump is a good person or not good person. It's a different issue altogether.
Or maybe whether the media is biased or not.
Mr. Steven, you like to put words in people's mouth. I'm not one of those who put words in my mouth. You cannot put words into my mouth. I am still alive. You don't bob a man's head in his presence. I am here. Don't put words in my mouth, please. Don't put words in my mouth.
All right. The media's responsibility as the fourth essence of the realm, what they call it, is to present the truth as it is.
Simple.
What happened during Capitol Hill was that CNN and all the NBC, they presented a one-side story.
Anyway, so
that one-side story is Antifa and her group, right?
Okay, let me ask you people simple questions, please. Just indulge me.
Okay,
now,
ask questions.
The same people who reported that all these things happened, isn't it not the same media who reported that 51 Intel leaders, Intel officers signed that Hunter Biden's laptop was fake? It was Russia disinformation. Today, what is it? Is it still Russian disinformation? Or it is true now?
No, okay, I thought you were asking the question based on this particular subject.
Hold on for a second. Brank here. How are you? And I'm not
fine,
sure.
Thanks.
Is there anything you came to add to the discussion?
Yeah, I'm just enjoying. So I want to hear something
just to hear something.
To appreciate.
Where are you from?
I'm from Italy. You know Italy. What is?
Yeah. We know of Italy. And do you have any connections to Nigeria? Because it's quite odd that you are here.
Yeah. I know a lot of connection with Nigeria. I love friends. Yeah.
Okay. All right. As long as you're not trying to spam the channel or anything, then you're fine to remain there.
No.
All right, it's all good. All right then. Thank you for coming in and joining us. If you want to say something, you just let me know. Since you are underrepresented.
Yes, it's a pleasure to me. It's a pleasure to me.
All right then. Thank you. All right then. So you can go ahead with whoever was saying something. You see, I was reviewing the video KJ that you sent. I don't see any evidence to your argument.
You see, that's the thing. You will not see evidence by this thing.
I like the discussion. I like discussion at all. You
like the discussion.
Every kind of discussion.
Okay. Are you like a musician or something? You have some music instruments behind you?
Yeah. I really like music. I think music is magic on the world.
Okay, good.
I think music is magic.
Okay, thank you. See, I think we're having some a kind of heated discussion. So if you want to contribute to the discussion, you can go ahead. Or if you want to say something, you can go ahead. And you can let us know when you want to say something, so you don't just interrupt people when they are talking.
I don't interrupt. I wanted to hear the discussion because I'm really curious of the point,
Okay, then you go ahead and listen. Go ahead, KJ.
Okay, on this issue now, I want to rest my case. I don't think I want to push it forward. Everybody has the right to believe and know what they want. I mean, the information is out there in the public. It's not hidden. Okay. You can go to the website of the House of Representatives and get information. You can browse the public media and you can get the information. You can listen to Newsmart and get the information. You can listen to little. There's a small site called Redacted. That's the name.
All these are conspiracy theories.
My brother is saying conspiracy theory.
Mr. Ted and Oti, please, can you people free Mr. Keji?
Why are we filing on KG today now?
Leave Mr. Keji alone. Leave Mr. Keji alone, please.
Why are we piling on KJ today? KJ, you have to be careful about bringing such information.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I like it.
No, I'm not really. I don't have a dog in this fight. It's just, you know, the only thing is he's so adamant. You know, it's almost like
because you say
you know, as insisted as forefathers, you know, in his own, you know, kind of channel or tunnel vision. Or kind of
what tunnel vision?
No, I'm just comparing you to KJ to you, you know, and when it comes to his issue about this, you know, kind of yes.
I think KJ's evidence doesn't stack up necessarily with the real world, and this is my problem. I try to kind of state that when you make a statement, what gives it quality is if it can be reflected in the real world. Because if I say the sky was green, and you go outside and you find the sky is blue, you cannot give that my comment weight. You see my point? They are weighting to different statements.
The evidence you often look for. Evidence is not self kind of self-affirming. You have to put this in context, right? That you have facts. I mean, doesn't necessarily mean anything. Okay, so there's interpretation, there is contextualization, there is a proper understanding. Okay, and if for example, if you're missing the basics, it doesn't matter the amount of facts you gather; they can be all meaningless.
Whatever, if you contextualize it and try to give it meaning, the meaning you give it is only validated based on what is happening, whether it can be manifest in the real world itself. From at least what it is, how true. You can argue that what is the truth, because we have to have a way of measuring the truth. Otherwise, everybody will come up with their own truth, and the only way you can settle that is at the real world.
That's correct. We have to have a kind of some objective criteria standard. Okay, I mean, at least consensus is one way. You know, kind of a common consensus. People are, we're talking about amongst reasonable people, rational people. So the things we discuss is not something that is really, I mean, not scientific. Okay, some of them, but not,
But sometimes consensus is just based on assumptions, not necessarily actual knowledge of what or experience of what has actually happened.
Not
common experience.
I've not been able to answer it.
I have a question.
The 51 Intel leaders that signed that Hunter Biden's laptop was fake. It's a Russian disinformation. Is it true or false now?
KJ. I mean,
where is it?
Hunter Biden has been indicted, hasn't he? So maybe there's some truth there.
Sorry, KJ, but that doesn't does not prove your point. It does not prove the case you're making.
It doesn't prove anything.
So, but it does prove that sometimes some people are shielded from the truth, and all the truth.
No, it does not prove nothing.
Nobody's denying that
something.
Even what they call conspiracy theories, or that
problem I have with the American election.
One at a time, please.
No, Papa, that's wait. The problem I have about the American election that at the 21st century, American election is still using paper voting to come and count. It on the counting machine, right? When other developed what are using digital form of voting.
Oh, the UK uses paper. UK, they are still using paper. They don't send though.
Paper in UK.
Yeah, they are still using paper to vote in the UK.
So okay, then we are not telling Nigeria to go to change their way of voting. Why are we not telling Nigeria to have electronic voting or the digital way of voting and so on and so forth? Why are we telling Nigeria that if other developed world cannot use
the Blackstone?
What kind of point? I mean, what kind of
one at a time.
I don't understand. What point are you trying to make? You know, are you saying
the question I'm asking.
This is odd.
But I'm not
just for notification, if the rules still apply, if you feel like you need to say something, you just need to flag it, and you can go ahead and say something. Brakia, you are not allowed to smoke or inhale while you are on this in
No,
live here.
I'm sorry. I don't have to smoke in here.
Yeah.
KJ,
All right.
on a different note.
Oh,
KJ,
I say sorry. I never
KJ?
smoke.
It's all right. It's all right.
KJ, let me ask you something.
It's all right.
Did you say you went to seminary?
Seminary? Seminary
No,
from?
I'm asking KJ.
Yes, is there,
No, I come here because
which
I
one?
see a good discussion from
Do you think we should? Do you guys think we should ask Brakia some questions? Do you have questions for Brakia about Italy or something? You know, in terms of using him as a reference. Do you know a lot about your country? I assume you know about your country. So, does anyone have questions?
It's like because I'm from Italy. I'm from Italy. You know, in Europe.
Yeah.
I am more light than you. You know, my skin is more white.
I assure you, we can see that. So we can see that. So, but what?
Maybe remove our bag.
Hold on. Now. So that is there something you would like to share with us about your country or about the discussion? You know, is there something you would like to share?
Yeah, I think that I have to share that you know, equality, that we are the same. You know, music is a kind of language that can unite everyone. I'm sorry because I'm not good to speak English. But
we can hear you. We can hear you. You can go ahead. We can hear you.
I like to share. I like to share. You know, to someone.
Maybe he could play something on the guitar.
What kind of music do you play?
Play something on the guitar.
What kind of music do you play?
My instrument is the drum, but I can't play the drum right now because in my country is like.
Is it rock? What kind of music is that?
Well, I like funk music, fusion, and yeah, jazz. I like jazz. Do you like jazz?
Okay. Which artist? Which jazz musician you know?
I like Snarky Puppies. Is my one of my favorite.
I see. So how about the classical ones? Jazz.
Classical ones. Okay. Miles Davis. Okay.
Right. John Coltrane.
John Coltrane. Okay. You already you are you studying jazz. You are studying jazz instruments. What kind of instrument are you studying?
No, I don't play any instrument, but I enjoy music. I listen to different types of music.
You are only listener.
Only listening, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Cool. But I like to funk, you know. I like music in every kind of
James
way.
Brown. We have a James Brown here. We have a James Brown.
Who is the James Brown here?
Is Mr. Pansat. He's you know, they're cut off.
Pansat, the Mr. Pansat. Attenzione.
Yes, he's
careful.
He was in the James Brown's band.
All right.
Amateur guitar. I play a little guitar. I play a little guitar. That's it.
I sing.
Okay. But you sing also. You sing.
Okay.
But, what we're doing on this platform, we're discussing about our country that's not doing very well.
That's not.
Our country is not doing very well.
What do you know about Nigeria? What have you ever heard about Nigeria and the government of Nigeria? Do you have anything to talk about Nigerian politics?
You know about Nigeria? I know I have some Nigerian friends, but they never told me about the Nigerian politics. And
Okay.
I can't imagine that is a problematic situation like Italy. You know, we also in Italy. I have a friend from Gambia. You know Gambia.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
he
So
told me that in Gambia there are many rich peoples with the wood,
Voodoo.
you know, the trees and things like that. But there is a poor country, but
okay.
it's a long story. I think you know, Nigeria. I think Africa is one of the more rich country of the world, but
Okay.
uh, but
So let me just add, yeah, so you understand that Africa is one of the rich countries in the world. So you were saying, but what is it? Okay, go ahead. Let me let you finish before I ask some questions.
No, it's good. Let me, because
Okay.
I can't explain myself very
Very
good.
well.
So if
Okay.
You're doing okay. You're doing
Okay. Yeah. So like your country now in Italy, if you were to like list some of the top issues you have with the current state of affairs in your country, what would be the top three you would list, and why would you choose them?
Okay, this is a very difficult question, but for me, I think taxes. The taxes, you know,
It's
the
high.
money that you grab from the people,
Yeah.
and in infrastructure is a very difficult word, but you know, train
infrastructure.
and navy and the you know,
Road.
autobus and the thing infrastructure
Infrastructure. Okay.
infrastructure and I don't know, culture.
Culture. Okay.
Yeah.
So what is the issue you have with the culture now?
We got a lot of issues with the culture and Italian people, you know, can't understand maybe we are in a good place, and sometimes you know, maybe my grandpa can't understand how rich we are in
I see.
you know, in our situation. Maybe you are in Nigeria and you are rich, like us, but it's different. I don't know how to explain that, but
Okay. You
we
said
in
something
Italy.
about your grandfather, your grandpa doesn't know how rich you are. I don't know.
Yeah, my grandpa, I'm sorry about that, but is live he is live in the past,
Okay. He lives in the
is
past.
not live in the future. We have to live.
Yeah.
You are here on the internet.
Yeah.
We living in the future, but my grandpa living in the past, you know.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
we living in the future. We have to build a different world. I don't know
Okay.
how to
Yeah,
explain
Branca.
That's
that.
interesting.
Branca.
Hold
Let
on,
me
hold
ask
on.
you my question. Let me ask you a question.
One last question before you go, so
Yeah.
that I can sum it up about his granddad. So
Okay.
your granddad living in the past, is there some aspect of living in the past that you don't like? What is it in the past that you think is not compatible with what is happening? How you want us to live now?
I think that I don't like everything that he like. I don't like. He like in a past situation. In Italy we have fascism. I don't know how to say
Fascist. Yeah, we know that.
fascism.
Yeah, yeah,
It's not Nazism. It's not the same thing.
yeah,
Is another thing.
yeah.
But my grandpa is like a little bit of fascism because
He
yeah,
likes his fascism, man.
no, it's a very
Mussolini, huh?
because I'm sorry for that because he is a good one,
Mm.
But when he was a child, he born with this situation, so he learn about this, and I'm sorry for this, because the situation, and he learn
He's,
about this, but he, it's
you,
not
you shouldn't
right. It's
you
not
shouldn't
right.
be you shouldn't be sorry necessarily to others for what your forefathers did. I think it's what you do that matters. I get where you're coming from. You seem to sound like somebody that I like to consider as the people that should inherit the earth, that just believes in people being good and not necessarily judging people based on where they are from or tribe or all that kind of stuff. That is fine, and probably your dad is your grandfather is a little bit different, so it's all good. Family is family. We have different ways of looking at the world, and I like to think that yeah, that's how it is. We have different ways. Your generation sees the world differently. I can assure you, I see the world maybe a little bit nuanced, a little bit different from you, but I like the way you think. And I really do hope your people with your kind of heart are the ones we make way for in the future. Let's put it that way. Please go
Thank you.
ahead and answer. You wanted to ask a question.
Yeah, well, I think you two of you summarized it beautifully. The spirit. Obviously, we don't know much more, but I was gonna say when you were asked the question about Italy, you did not mention anything about security or Machiavelli. I don't know if you know what Machiavelli is,
Yeah.
but I just wanted to know if you had any thoughts as to the role security played in Italy to make Italy develop and be civilized. Yeah, go ahead and smoothing out that question for him if cooperate.
Um. I get.
Okay.
I take it you understand what he's saying. Okay, go ahead. If you don't understand, just let me know.
No. I understand the Machiavellian thing about that, but also in the fascism, Mussolini was a dictator in Italy, and he go to Ethiopia, is
Yeah.
a region of Africa, and is colonization.
Yeah.
So it's a very bad thing.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
wait a second.
Mussolini did a lot of horrible things to Ethiopia. He actually used mustard gas and yeah, and that war he triggered it. He just looked for trouble to just trigger the war, so that
Maybe.
from what I gathered, that was the beginning of what they call the total war that started occurring, and it led to the Second World War, where you just go all out and use everything you got against whoever you're fighting.
No,
He yeah, that's at least that's the information you get from other parts of Western media. Please go ahead. I think you wanted to say something.
no, come on. I don't. I'm so. I don't want to be sorry for something that my ancestors, my
Ancestors did.
ancestors did. I don't want. I'm sorry, but I don't want to be sorry.
Yeah.
My discussion. I don't want to be so sorry for some other people doing. I'm living my life. I'm born on this world, and I'm living my life on respectful, and I don't
understand.
have, the okay. Thank you, because
I understand. I
it's
understand.
difficult to me to explain myself because we have different languages. Italian is very difficult, very different about English, but this is my concept thing. I don't want to be sorry for the thing that my grandpa did.
I think you see that you see what you say just now is very interesting because you see when you apologize, sometimes it comes across as if you shouldn't have to apologize because you were not there.
I say good night to everybody.
Yeah, the Blackstone, thank you for coming in and
Have
giving
a
me
wonderful
trouble as
Sunday. This is
usual.
Sunday, your location. If you don't get
Yeah,
Sunday, have a wonderful
causing me
evening.
trouble. And you came here to cause me trouble today, the Blackstone. Don't
Okay,
worry, I'll
because
prepare
it's
for you.
trouble. Ferrari, I can report you.
I'll prepare for you now. Don't worry, I'll prepare for you next time. You started giving me trouble today.
Everybody. Good. Have a wonderful evening.
Love good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You see, I was just thinking about this apology point you were making about you don't want to apologize for what your forefathers did or your granddad. See, the thing is, it's not necessarily about you. It's not you that is apologizing. It's strange because when people look at you, even if you are not the one that did it, it's still your bloodline that did it. And hence, by saying you are sorry, you are just basically indicating that this is not something we are looking to repeat again. You see what I mean? That is the whole essence of being sorry. You see what I mean? It's not like you are trying to grovel because of your ancestors. It's just showing that you are in a different place now. And so don't feel bad or feel awkward about saying that necessarily. So, but I think you have good comprehension, and it's not like your English is quite reasonable. So we do understand what you are saying, and
more or less. Okay.
Yeah. Does anyone have questions for him? You have more questions? Are anybody curious about people in Italy? I have a lot of things to discuss about Italy. I know quite some stuff about Italy, about the demographic changes that are happening in the south versus the north, and how the birth rate is quite low now, and the population is aging, and how to meet up with all those stuff. So some other time maybe we'll get you in. If you are a regular here, we'll bring you in for an interview. you go and prepare, and we'll ask you questions about your country so that some people get a better idea of Italy. This is cultural exchange now, and you are representing you are representing your country here.
No. I don't want to. I don't want to, my friend. I don't want to because my country have issues with the different kind of the skin color.
Yeah,
and I hate that thing. I'm here to say the thing that I don't care about my grandpa. I don't care about my color skin. About you, I think that we are people. We are together. We can collaborate to. I sing. I play drums and I play with different color people, with Chinese people, with Brazilian one. And now.
Brankia, you have to pay money for what your grandfather did.
No.
Don't start now, Prasa.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Not you think that I'm rich because I am one guitar, one acoustic guitar, and one bass, and 1 dram, but no, I'm
don't
not
think
rich.
I think he's just kidding. He's just kidding. He's just joking around.
Yeah, but I like the joke. I like the joke.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Nobody wants to say, okay, let's get back on track now. Where do we go with our Fubara and Tinubu and Wike Wele business, where they went and made a governor sign on, an agreement that is actually against the constitution, So does anyone want to comment on it, or should we move on to some more philosophical? We can, you know what? Maybe we could actually do a discussion of how do we weigh the truth? Because sometimes we argue about stuff here. Everybody's coming up with their own truth, but we have to have a common way of weighing which truth is better than the other. I like to argue that the real truth is the one that you can actually demonstrate in the real world to be showing itself. Like if somebody tells you the sky is blue and some other person says the sky is green, and the real world is saying it's blue, don't you think that one has more weight? The one that says it's blue has got more weight since it correlates with what's happening with the world.
Okay, can I come in? I will answer that in two ways. I will answer that and I'll move on to talk about Wike. Long time ago, I went to a command secondary school, and the commandant of our school was asking us a question in the assembly, and he put it this way, and I've not forgotten that for a long time. He said, if you are in the parade and you have 10 officers in the parade, and you say, you from your vantage position of command, you shout, right on. Okay, right about turn. And 9 of those people, officers, use left turn. And 1 of the officers did the right thing. Did right about turn. If you are watching from your vantage position, where you are not close to the command, didn't hear what was said, who will you say it is right?
I'm not exactly sure the scenario you painted here is not very vivid in my mind. The image is not clear.
10 persons are in the parade. You, as a commander, you give right turn, and 9 persons did left turn, and 1 person did right turn. You are looking from afar. You didn't hear the command. Who is right from your own vantage position while you are saying it?
Okay, because of your point of view, you will not know which one is right now because you didn't hear the command.
You see,
no, listen.
If you didn't hear the command, how can you know which command?
Of what 9 persons have done and what 1 person have done, what will be
Okay, you are going to assume that the 1 person that went the other direction made a mistake while the 7 is actually correct.
About life.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah, but what you just did was also indicate that it's what you can see in the real world. This is not based on what you heard. So it still goes back to my argument, what you can see in the real world.
Father, you are a very difficult person.
No, I'm not difficult. I'm just agreeing with you, but you are coming from a different point of view.
Because
KJ, what he's saying now is actually backing you up systematically.
Exactly.
If you observe it now, what is actually portraying now is that most of the things you see in the real world are not actually what you think they are.
Simple.
If you investigate further, you have to. And that is what is trying to let you know.
There's a term for it. It's called.
Let's not bring the issue of Donald Trump, because I know that OT would never agree to you.
Sorry, I'm not going there.
That issue.
Let's allow OT. Let's allow OT say something first. Let's allow OT say something.
This is what I think about the river.
No, hold on. Let KJ don't go to River State first, because I think this is fascinating. Then you can go to River State later.
I'm saying this is what you just described is called what the analysis is because it's a kind of, we have different theories of truth. Okay, this is one is a social construction of reality. Okay, social construction. And then most things actually, but of course there are also objective truth that for example, there's scientific truth. Okay, so it all depends on the context, what we're dealing with. When it comes to, say, for example, a theology or philosophy, and then you have different kind of standards or criteria. I would mean, so it all depends. Maybe if it is politics, and then different tests become applicable. So really can't. look, again, I think the last time I was talking about absolute truth, and that is why we maybe call for those who believe in Christ is the God absolute truth. So that is quite different from from functional truths. Okay, some of the principles we work with, we deal with, they are truths of a different, of their own kind. Say, for example, when we talk about human rights, okay, you believe human beings have right. What does that mean? I mean, how do you know that? What is right? So, but we've come to accept it. So again, it's a reality with social construction is by like common consensus, understanding some principle we work with. It's just the way we understand the world, we deal with the world. So it depends on what we discuss and talking about. So you can't really say this is the truth, or you grasp it and then for all once and for all, So
you see, this is why for me,
anyway.
anyway.
Did you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I get what you are trying to say. I think for me, truth has to be contextualized, because if you without context, then
that's what I said.
it's open to interpretation.
That's
so
context.
And I agree with what Coco said about sometimes what you see with your own eyes, the interpretation may be faulty, and that interpretation comes with the human mind. We are the ones that lend interpretation to it. However, you can't just use just your mental this to arrive at a truth, because there's no fit. You didn't get it from outside. You didn't measure it to outside, because like sometimes somebody will just come and say so and so and so, but there is no real evidence to anything that they are saying. There's no correlation with the world too. If there's no correlation with the world and there's no evidence for it, then you can't just. Then that means you're not using empirical evidence to back your statements.
Again, when you talk about evidence, there are things. It depends on what you mean by evidence, right? There are, and everything is not. You can't prove everything. Okay, life is larger than logic. So even if you think by the power of your reason of mind, you can't arrive at every truth by your logical mind. So, say for example, people that believe in God, what evidence do you have? Okay,
it depends on what you define as God. This is why I keep talking about point of view. There's evidence.
It's a matter of context, right? So I don't know whether we need to say more about that. If you keep on
no, I think you have to see when it comes to evidence. Like, let's say, what is the evidence of God? Depending on what you define God to be. If you say God is like Shango that throws lightning and all the rest of it, then maybe you find it hard to justify. But if you say God is responsible for all creation, let me finish the point I'm making. You have not even finished the point. If you say God is responsible for all creation, everything that exists, that is responsible for everything that exists as we know it, then you cannot say there is no God, because there's existence.
You talk about evidence. I'm just telling you that this is your evidence. Again, it's just a matter of interpretation, because what you take to be evidence may not mean anything to anybody. So
that's why I said it depends on how you contextualize it. If you say God is responsible for all creation, the creation that you are seeing right now, that God that thing is God, it means that it's proven that God exists because we do exist.
Sorry, excuse me.
Wait a second. Who believe in God here? Who believe in one God here? In what God?
I believe in God. There's a God.
I do.
I didn't create myself, so I know there's a God.
You are all on the Christian way,
Not Christian. Mine is not Christian. Mine is based on deduction. I would say it's based on deduction.
Okay, you are not Christian.
I don't know what you mean by deduction. I don't know where that would take you.
By deduction is that if you believe that there is a God.
Let's not discuss that. So now you keep on talking about evidence. Okay, evidence, and I'm just telling you that is it's not. I mean, evidence? It depends on it depends on the topic. It depends on the subject. It depends on the context. If, for example, you're doing scientific, maybe chemistry or biology or whatever, something you can measure and test, you have a different type of evidence there, something that's actually you can prove, demonstrate. But everything is not amenable. Every every aspect of reality, excuse me, hold on, every aspect of reality or truth claim is not amenable to this the kind of evidence you seem to love so much or rely on. Okay, for example, the existence of God, and then talk about evidence, and then you talk about all this. So I mean, how do you, if somebody you talk about lighting, how can you prove that? It's only if not by kind of logical.
In my country, in my school, they say that one coin, the science is only the circle of the coin, but we have the one face and the other one face. The science can know only the board of the coin, but the two face, is with God. There are too many scientists that believe in God. And
for example, if somebody says that Nigeria is a failed state or a failing state, okay, now then of course you have facts you can adduce, things you can point to, okay, and then interpret and understand and contextualize to maybe to kind of either justify, to validate, substantiate that claim. So you really, I would mean, so that is how evidence comes about. But it's not as if it is a kind of watertight or it cannot. I would mean, so you can. It depends again the reliability of the evidence. Again, open to question.
I think in this life, everything that leads to significant progress has to be tied to a level based on evidence, and whenever it's no longer based on evidence, it diminishes the original thought.
Excuse me, the question is what is the evidence? Okay, you can talk about facts, okay? I mean, you can make deductions from facts, but evidence, yes, but look, you see your kind of your attitude, what maybe you have what is called it is scientism, right? So you think everything has to be proved, but that's not how life is. That's not
I'm not sure I'm making that point that everything has to be proven. No, I'm just saying that one has better weight than the other. The one with more evidence should be lent more weight in
who doesn't know that? I mean,
because sometimes the reason why I'm raising that point, because sometimes we have discussions when clearly one case has more evidence backing it up, the other one doesn't. And yet people just threw against it anyway.
Listen, you mix up things, okay? First of all, when people are making an argument, okay, don't forget this what is also interest, okay? I mean, people, you have to also recognize that people have an interest in, maybe when they, of course, you can't discount that. So it's not just, I mean, again, it depends on what you want to call evidence, the facts you want to factor.
But when you say interest, is that what you mean by that? Is that when they see evidence, they could push against it?
Excuse me. It's part of it. The things you want to factor in, things you want to consider. Okay, so this is evidence again. It depends on you. Who is gathering the evidence? Okay, what do you call evidence? What are the facts you want to take into account? So it's not a straightforward thing. But look, human beings are rational. We are rational. That's why we can discuss, communicate, understand each other, have an argument, have an agreement. So at least there's at bottom there's that element of we can communication. Otherwise, language wouldn't be possible if we cannot if there's no basis for common understanding.
Right? You see, the conversation we're having here is more relevant than I actually thought when I introduced it, because if you look at the internet now, it's full of fake news, deep fakes, name it. Okay, there's barely you can barely tell any difference between the truth and a lie now, and hence the ability to discern what is true from what is false is becoming more and more important. And this is why I am arguing that anything that is not based on strong, concrete, provable, and repeatable evidence, it shouldn't be lent the same weight as the one that can. And if we have a discipline and an approach that follows those type of principles, generally decision making and approaches to problems will be more effective. Let's put it that way, because you are now going based on some solid foundation. You see what I mean? So that's what I'm arguing for here. So it's quite an interesting thing, and because when I check information online, I don't believe anything, no matter whether it's from Wikipedia, whether it's from British Library. I weigh it based on all the other evidence.
First of all, so, you have to, you must, at least you have to have the, even before you checking for facts or making a research, you would have first developed, the capacity to evaluate, to assess. Okay, and that's again when you talk about evidence, do you have actually the ability to evaluate that that evidence for you to say, okay, it is compelling. This is something that is reliable, something I can rely on, something I can I can make this an inference from this. So it's not, so facts.
That's quite a valid point. There was a time I saw this biological report, and somebody made a conclusion about that report, said this stuff is proving this evidence. It says so and so and so. And I tried to go and read the report. I couldn't make heads or tail of it. That's where the ability to evaluate comes in.
The facts.
But I own up to that. You see, there's a difference there. I own up to the fact that I cannot even evaluate the evidence. So because I didn't have the tools to understand, because genetics is very, very convoluted language that they use. So
it's just like the discussion that was perhaps from the start. This is something about what the Pope said about, and so look. A lot of people, haven't taken the time to really understand what's the complexity, the theological points, and
it's like
so that's
has gone to a terrestrial level now.
Look at this one I'm talking about, insurrection.
But
you come down and we'll meet again, okay?
So that's the thing, because again, I think there are things that are quite hard, difficult to explain to people, let's say a man on the street, okay, and that's the thing, yes, life is complex, and there are things that you can't really run away or remove the complexity that surround them, so it's just
you know what, Oti, you are the first person that has engaged on this topic to a reasonable degree. My friend here that refused to support Peter Obi clearly doesn't like talking about this type of things. And then later on you will say there's insurrection and everybody telling there's no insurrection. Maybe you want to engage this type of topic so that you can evaluate the truth more accurately. You see what I mean? What we mean?
Are you referring to me or to Step?
I'm referring to the person that didn't support Peter Obi here.
Excuse me. It's not an article of faith. You don't have to support somebody. He has his reasons, okay, which seem justifiable to him.
Don't worry, I'm just trolling him. I wouldn't let him get away with that one.
Actually, truth be told, is forefathers. Forefathers is the one who did not support people.
Don't even start.
And he's expecting from Tinubu, his candidate, what people will be promised. So how do you get that? It's not going to work.
What am I going to do now? I like what people be promised. So whoever I possibly can deliver it, I will demand it from them.
On this platform, I said I gave my reasons for not supporting P2B. I know P2B personally. Sorry?
Oh, now you are beginning to see what I'm seeing now.
I never.
He did not.
No, and those reasons are germane. I think they are cogent reasons.
My reasons. I said it on this open forum that a friend of mine who is a northerner had told me that if he needs them going to war, they'll go to war than to allow P2P become president. I said it on this platform.
Did he give you a reason?
I just give you the reason. They will not hand the country to an Igbo man. That's what they said. And so anybody who is supporting him was a waste of time.
It's not.
Okay. No, on that ground, I understand with CJ.
Yeah, but that's not the reason not to support him, though. It's like saying,
listen.
There's a lie that we live in Nigeria. Remember,
your mic is off. Your mic is a bit
too far. You're too far away from it.
Connect you better with your microphone.
Yeah. Okay. I can't believe Steph is making an excuse for KJ not supporting P2B. And after you say you're an Obi supporter, all these Obi supporters are always happy to lose supporters. I don't understand it.
All support Obi.
No, because even if you are going to lose and you believe in something, it's important you show it. You don't just say, "Oh, because somebody's told me that he will never win, then I don't support the person."
I don't know want to engage in wild goose chase. There's a Igbo adage that says to a tortoise. They said the tortoise was heading for a senseless journey. And they said to a tortoise, when will you be wise to come back? He said, not until I've been disgraced. I'm not that kind of person. Okay?
But you're not engaging in wild goose chase. Well, you did go and chase unicorn in the Showore, though. But he went and supported Showore. That is more like a unicorn. At least wild goose is real.
No, I
never had a chance.
I didn't have any candidate in remember I said here many times, I don't have a dog in the race. I said it here many times.
You didn't have any candidate?
I didn't support any candidate.
Okay, fair point. I will spare you.
On restructuring of Nigeria, I have not moved from that point. I'm standing there till tomorrow because that's the only way we can.
Let's ask our Italian guy here. You know, I don't know. See, I wanted to ask because he heard what KJ said. I don't know whether you got it. The idea was that somebody told him that because the candidate that he wanted to support was never going to be president, because if that person became president, there will be problem in the country. You know, that was serious problem because some part of the country don't like people from the other part of the country.
No, you're speaking about Nigeria or Italy?
Nigeria. So I'm speaking about Nigeria.
Because we have the same situation, but we have a different. I don't know how to say, but in Italy we don't have the good one who syndicate has. I don't know how to say, but we vote, but for anything, you know. Our vote is not counting. Well, I never vote. I have 31 30. I don't know how to say the number.
Is that it?
Not 3110. 30. I think. I have 30 years. I never vote. I always vote. I always vote for the parliament, for the statement. But this is a false vote. You know, my vote don't count anything.
Never. But why do you think it doesn't count?
I know because every time they say no, you know, we have to say to do something for the European country and blah blah blah, you know, speaking, and my vote is invalidated, you know, but not only my vote, the vote of everyone is invalidated, you know. So every time someone go to presidents without the without the people, you know. There's no a good government. And I think that you can have the same problem, I think, in your country, in Nigeria, but maybe you got more problems for the national security, you know.
Voter apathy. So
I think he was saying something about national security. Please go ahead.
Yeah, you know, I heard about people with guns, then shooting around in Africa. I think Nigeria. I heard about Nigeria that there is two poles you know, that people shooting, you know, there is in Italy we say the internal war, you know.
Yeah, okay.
This
I
is the
see.
baddest thing. I hate this thing. My faith. I want to be, you know, everyone be friend.
Yeah.
I hate what, you know. This is, you can say, this is a simple thing, and this is simple. No, I want to everyone be friend, so we can have a better world. You know, this is a
Yeah.
simple thing to say. Is
Yeah.
simple to say. In my singularity, when I live in my life, I try to be kind with everyone. I don't care about the nationality. If one is Chinese, Nigerian, or I don't know. I don't care about who you are. I be kind
Yeah.
with
Yeah.
everyone, and I swear that everyone be like this, because this is the problem of the world. You know, there is a battle from east to west, north to south. It's not good. It's not good. It's not. We have to collaborate, everyone together.
Yeah, I think like I said earlier on, there are the people dividing the groups show up in every group, and they tend to be minorities. They create division between the various groups, and then you get the world that we see today. And the challenge for your generation and a little bit of my generation is to.
Asking for a link.
Who is
Also
asking for
your
link?
generation. Also your
Yeah,
generation.
yeah. Some of our generation is to create a situation whereby the people that want to live in peace with each other inherit the world and sideline the ones that want to be fighting each other. And that is going to be the challenge. And right now, the ones that are running the systems, they tend to prefer people remaining divided for some strange reason. I'm not sure exactly why. But it's a struggle, and this struggle, that is a bigger struggle globally. But however, to get to that point, you need to break out of your own, because we still, like in the context of Africans and black people around the world, we have I'm sorry to say, we have some serious issues that we need to address. Because our own community, we have a security problem that we haven't fixed. If we fix that, then we can engage the world at least I would like to believe that we can be able to engage the world in a way that we also join people that believe in the kind of Martin Luther King, principle of judge people according to the content of their character, not based on their race, religion, and all the rest of it. So I understand your point, and it's very interesting that you talked about the divisions between in Italy, and the feeling you get that your vote doesn't count, because that's what Nigerians believe too, and many people in the UK believes the same thing to an extent. And I think that that feeling you get comes from the fact that capitalism on it by itself favors the elites. Hence, they have an advantage. They get their way. That is what capitalism is all about. If you have more money, generally you can afford more lawyers, you can afford more analysts, you can afford more and more everything to get your way. And hence, they always, that's why they say the establishment always wins. I don't know whether that is an inbuilt flaw. I don't know whether we should be concerned
there is
about it.
like a dog that bite how to say the coda, when you dog have
the tail. Is it
the tail? The dog that bite the tail and he around